Lin Xiaofan traveled to the Xuantian Continent and obtained a cultivation system. You are a martial arts genius, and you can increase your realm with just 1 year of cultivation. Sorry, I can instantly level up by consuming experience points. You are an unparalleled prodigy, and it takes you 10 years to break through a major realm. Sorry, I can instantly break through by consuming experience points. You are an ancestral master of the sect, spending 100 years to finally achieve great supernatural powers. Sorry, I can directly become invincible in supernatural powers by consuming experience points. What? You ask how I get experience points? I gain experience points just by lying down every day. Would I tell you this secret? Today I can't defeat you, but after a good night's sleep, I'll be able to crush you tomorrow. Chapter 1. Leveling up by AFK. Is invincibility far off? Xuantian Continent. Great Yin Dynasty. Yinluo City. Xuantian Sword Sect's branch. Lin Xiaofan lay on a recliner, swaying leisurely, with an incredibly content expression on his face. He had crossed over. Lin Xiaofan, an outer disciple of the Xuantian Sword Sect. This is now his identity. He was sent to Yinluo City to handle external affairs of the sect after peaking at one of the top 10 true disciples, Ziluo, bathing in the back mountains Yinshi Gorge, thus distancing himself from the core of the sect and having to muddle through life. This life, so comfortable. Lin Xiaofan was not bothered by being sent to the frontier. Instead, he was relaxed and carefree. The previous owner's fate of being caught by a group of bandits on the way to Yinluo City had long since perished. Lin Xiaofan was originally an orphan on Earth, who one day stayed up all night playing a game, and in a daze fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself in this fantastical world. Yes, a fantastical world. In the Xuantian Continent, martial artists are revered, and true extraordinary beings can turn rivers and seas upside down, tearing the heavens and earth apart. This is an incredibly terrifying world where one can easily die. The previous owner had met such a fate. Thus, the first thing Lin Xiaofan did after his crossover was to trek through mountains and waters, painstakingly arriving at the Xuantian Sword Sect's branch in Yinluo City. Thereafter, not stepping out of the house. Chapter 2. A sword shocking thunder, sword intent turning into rain. 5 days later, Lin Xiaofan was overflowing with sword energy, completely turning into a blood-soaked figure. With blood dripping even from the bed. Experience points 10, current experience points 100, upgrade requirements met. Do you want to upgrade? He finally accumulated enough experience points, 100. System. Upgrade, titanium, golden body. Lin Xiaofan couldn't wait for another moment, fearing that his body would be torn apart by sword energy in the next second. Consuming 100 experience points, titanium golden body upgraded to the 11th layer. Lin Xiaofan's whole body trembled, and his flesh, bones, and tendons immediately evolved and sublimated. He felt as if he were a sponge, being continuously compressed by an unknown force, with intense pain spreading throughout his body, far worse than being torn apart by sword energy. Lin Xiaofan was mentally prepared, gritting his teeth and enduring in silence. Half an hour later, the pain receded like a tide, and the sword energy within him could no longer harm him. Lin Xiaofan exhaled and slowly sat up. He looked at his hands, feeling that every cell in his body was continuously growing stronger, and a sense of immense power surged in his heart, as if he could lift mountains and shake the earth. He even felt like he had become a great mountain, as solid as rock, unbreakable. Chapter 3. Sudden bad news. How Datong glared and said, "What are you thinking?" Lin Xiaofan looked confused and replied, "What am I thinking? I'm not thinking of anything." How Datong suddenly felt a bit uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only say, "Recently, a guy's been pestering my daughter, being overly attentive for no reason. He must be up to no good. Keep an eye on her so she doesn't get tricked." Lin Xiaofan immediately understood. It was just his daughter dating, and, as a father, Hao Datong was having a hard time accepting it. "It's not a big deal. I got it." Lin Xiaofan readily agreed. Hao Datong cautioned him a few more times, mentioning some matters about his daughter, and before leaving, he reminded him, not long ago, a powerful sword cultivator appeared in Yinluo City. I don't know if he has left yet. You should restrain the disciples of the other courtyard and avoid trouble. Powerful sword cultivator? Lin Xiaofan shook his shirt chair while looking at the white clouds in the sky. Someone referred to as a powerful sword cultivator must be at least in the nascent soul stage. However, he didn't take this matter to heart. Even if there was a powerful sword cultivator, So what? Yunluo City is so big. It's not that easy to run into one. The next day, Lin Xiaofan arrived at Hao Datong's house, right at the corner across from the Yunluo courtyard. After walking a few steps, he reached the door. Is Hao Qian home? Chapter 4 Unwelcome Guests. In the main hall of the Yunluo courtyard of the Xuantian sword sect, 7 disciples were gathered together, all looking pale. Lin Xiaofan and Hao Qian came out from the back courtyard and immediately saw the corpse on the ground. Hao Datong was covered in wounds, with a fatal stab wound to the heart. He was already dead. Who did this? Lin Xiaofan inspected the scene, his gaze sweeping over the 7 disciples, his tone calm enough to send chills down their spines. One disciple stepped forward and said, "It seems to be a group of roaming bandits outside Yunluo City." Lin Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. Seems like, as his cultivation level increased, there was a natural authority in his words. The displeasure in his heart triggered a trace of sword energy within him, and the entire courtyard was suddenly enveloped in an invisible aura that made everyone feel breathless. Hao Qian, who had been sobbing, now held her breath. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaofan as if he were not a person, but a towering mountain, making them feel small and insignificant. This is the disciple of the Xuantian sword sect. Just a casual word can intimidate the entire room. After a while, that disciple finally stammered out the details. Early this morning, the patrolling soldiers outside the city discovered Hao Datong's body 10 miles south of the city and hurriedly brought it back. Chapter 5 Sword Energy Soars. Unstoppable. Shut up. All of you, Li Dagong shouted, no longer trying to be discreet. He kicked the door panel away and swaggered inside. Who are you? What do you want? Inside, a man in his 20s was startled. This was Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Yunluo courtyard. He had been staying here for the past few days to handle Hao Datong's funeral. Where is Hao Datong's daughter? Li Dagong's eyes glinted fiercely. You are Li Dagong. Xiao Yun recognized the visitor, and his face changed drastically. He was just a minor character at the 5th level of body refining, unable to contend with someone at the Qi Si stage. Just Li Dagong standing there pressed him so hard he could barely breathe. Wow, the boss is indeed the boss. His reputation is well known. The skinny monkey tried to flatter him to make up for his earlier blunder. Li Dagong felt a bit pleased, but remembered the task at hand. Let's talk, search for me. Wait. Although Xiao Yun was frightened, he bravely stood in front, his voice trembling. This is the territory of the Xuantian sword sect. Do you dare to act recklessly? Li Dagong chuckled. So what if it's the Xuantian sword sect? Hao Datong was a disciple of the Xuantian sword sect, and I still killed him with a single sword. Chapter 6 Reputation begins to show puff. Li Dagong, who ran the fastest, also died the fastest. The sword energy descended, and his rapidly ascending body was instantly split into 2 symmetrical halves. Blood splattered everywhere as the 2 halves shot out over 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the sword energy swept across the ground, shaking the 10-mile-long street and waking countless sleeping people. Amidst the rolling rubble, countless sword energies scattered, and the dozens of fleeing bandits were all struck down, unable to even scream before being shot to death like a beehive. After a long time, the residual power of the sword energy dissipated. Night fell, and a ravine several dozen feet deep appeared in the long street, with flesh and blood splattered all around, creating a hellish scene. The might of the sword energy was terrifying. Hao Qian and Xiao Yun were left in shock, unable to utter a word. Experience points 100. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Lin Xiaofan was also stunned. Killing people could actually yield experience points. It felt as if a door had opened before Lin Xiaofan, and his eyes shone with excitement. He thought he could only lie down to earn experience, but unexpectedly, there was a shortcut. Chapter 7 The Divine Hand. Lin Xiaofan frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. If he had any worries, it was about Hao Qian. Since that night, when she experienced his power, this girl insisted on becoming his disciple, and Wu Ti listened to anything he said. I want to take you as a disciple. Don't call me master randomly. Lin Xiaofan lazily kept his eyes closed, continuing to rest on his taisha chair. Hao Qian was used to it and didn't mind at all. She smiled, Master. Let me help you stretch your muscles. Saying this, she walked over and stretched out her delicate hands to knead Lin Xiaofan's shoulders. Comfortable. Lin Xiaofan enjoyed the moment. This girl wasn't entirely useless. Not to mention, her massage skills had improved from clumsy to proficient. As long as Master likes it, I'm willing to do anything. Hao Qian said with a charming smile. What she said was quite suggestive. Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes just in time to lock eyes with Hao Qian's clear big eyes. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Hao Qian blushed and turned her head away. Lin Xiaofan cleared his throat and turned to the side to look at Xiao Yun, who was standing nearby. Do you have something to say? Xiao Yun had come with Hao Qian. He held a document and respectfully said, Lin Xixiao. No, the courtyard master. The sect has sent a reply. This is the order from the courtyard master of Yunluo. Chapter 8 Fame Brings Trouble. Xiao Yun. Come here. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand. Xiao Yun realized something and stepped forward with anticipation. Lin Xiaofan pointed to Xiao Yun's forehead, and light flickered. Consumed 50 experience points. I've broken through. I've reached the 6th level of body refining. Not long after, Xiao Yun jumped up in excitement. Hao Qian watched Xiao Yun dance with joy, feeling as if she were dreaming. She couldn't help but ask, how did you do that? What is the divine hand? Is it a powerful martial skill? Directly enhancing someone else's cultivation. Such an astonishing feat was simply unheard of. Hao Qian and Xiao Yun looked at Lin Xiaofan with different eyes, their gazes blazing like fire. Lin Xiaofan said, you guys don't want to improve your cultivation, do you? Don't think too much. If I help you improve, I will deplete my own power, benefiting others at the cost of myself, which is not sustainable. I already feel my cultivation regressing, and I'm about to fall in realm. What? Hao Qian and Xiao Yun were taken aback. Master of the academy. I, Xiao Yun, will be your person from now on. As long as you say a word, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xiao Yun half knelt on the ground, swearing earnestly. The cultivation of martial artists is hard-earned. To deplete one's own power to help others improve shows great magnanimity. Chapter 9. Bloodshed beside them. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. This is our Cloud Luo Academy's Master Lin. Are you Lin Xiaofan? Ouyang Luo scrutinized him. The onlookers also became agitated. Recently, Lin Xiaofan had become very famous, and many were excited to see his true face. Those who wanted to apprentice were even more thrilled, their faces flushed with hope as they looked at Lin Xiaofan. Ouyang Luo suddenly mocked. I said it. How could he be a Dan Condensation Realm disciple? A disciple of the Nine Heaven Sword sect? It's impossible for him to be in a branch academy. He has just a Qi Si realm. How dare he flaunt it? It's laughable. Ha ha ha. The crowd exchanged glances. Ouyang Luo was no ordinary person, but a well-known master who had long been established, a top figure in the Great Yin territory, even capable of meeting the king of Great Yin without kneeling. His words carried weight. Some were shocked, while others were skeptical, and everyone's gaze was gathered on Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan ignored the crowd's eyes and said to Endao, why come to my Cloud Luo Academy? To cause trouble. Ouyang Luo sneered, of course, it's to expose your false reputation. I am Ouyang Luo, somewhat famous in the Great Yin dynasty. Dare you fight me? Chapter 10. A giant hand covers the sky. A fist breaks it. Wang Keshuan said. There is indeed another person. Lin Xiaofan asked, then why don't you go invite him? Wang Keshuan replied, that person has been in seclusion for 5 years and is not very friendly to the Great Yin royal family. Lin Xiaofan said, I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. The Continental Sect Alliance has a rule that sect disciples must not interfere in royal wars. This you should know. Wang Keshuan said, this rule of the Continental Sect Alliance is only for inner disciples. Master Lin is still an outer disciple and does not fall under this restriction. Lin Xiaofan fell silent. The Great Yin royal family had indeed done their homework, investigating everything clearly. The rule of the sect alliance forbidding disciples from participating in worldly wars specifically targets inner disciples. Generally, only those who advance to the Dan Condensation realm can become inner disciples. Such powerful warriors can change the course of a battle. And this level of combat power is not suitable for the battlefield. But everyone knows that this rule has loopholes. Inner disciples cannot participate in royal wars. Then why not give up the inner disciple status and be an outer disciple? In fact, every few decades, there are always cases of Dan Condensation realm warriors breaking through the battlefield while posing as outer disciples. Chapter 11. Crumbling mountains and destroying enemies. Rumors fill the sky. You think hiding in a cave will save you? Lin Xiaofan clenched his right fist, activating his titanium extreme body and sword chi technique to the fullest. His muscles bulged and writhed. Sword chi radiated from his fist, piercing through the void, and a powerful force radiated in all directions. causing the space to subtly tremble. He spread his feet apart, slightly leaned his body, and pulled out a wave of air with his right hand, striking down fiercely. The fist fell. This was his first time using all his strength without holding back. He wanted to see just how powerful he really was. Boom! The mountain hummed, and boulders crumbled. Terrifying power erupted from the mountaintop, unstoppable, smashing straight through a 300-meter high peak and horizontally spreading for 1,000 meters. The vast mountain cracked like a spiderweb. Countless fragments exploded, breaking through the clouds. This punch shook the earth and mountains, causing the heavens to collapse, and the entire mountain directly toppled. The sound of an earth-shattering explosion echoed for 10 miles, with strong tremors spreading along the ground to dozens of miles away in Cloud Luo City, causing a stir. Countless people climbed onto the city walls, looking fearfully towards the direction of the vibrations. That mountain has fallen. Didn't Master Lin just chase in that direction? Could it be? On this day, the residents of Cloud Luo City experienced the danger of city destruction and witnessed the spectacle of the mountain collapsing, and the entire city was in an uproar. Chapter 12. Appointed National Master, proclaimed to the world in Cloud Luo City, at the residence of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect's Cloud Luo Academy. Lin Xiaofan lay on a chair, lazily turning over. Master, the city lord of Cloud Luo City seeks an audience. Xiaoyun walked in. After a year of training, Xiaoyun had become much steadier, and he could remain calm when the city lord visited. Not seeing him, Lin Xiaofan didn't want to move. Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment. As a person from the Great Yin, he couldn't just leave like this, so he had to brace himself and say, "The 500,000 troops of the Rising Sun Dynasty are approaching Fengyun City, and the Great Yin Dynasty is in grave danger. The city lord came this time to ask you." "What did you say?" Lin Xiaofan propped himself up. I'm so sorry. Master, I was wrong. I'll let him go right now." Xiaoyun's face turned pale with fright, hurriedly turning to leave. Although Lin Xiaofan was always approachable and had never scolded anyone below him, his powerful strength instilled respect, and Xiaoyun had always obeyed him. Today was the first time he actively expressed his thoughts, sensing Lin Xiaofan's tone was off, and he immediately panicked. "Come back," Lin Xiaofan called out. Xiaoyun paused and slowly walked back, forcing a smile. "Does Master have any instructions?" Lin Xiaofan said. "What did you just say?" Chapter 13. The visitor is not friendly. On a towering peak of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect, a girl in purple sat by a waterfall, meditating and cultivating. Under the mist, her figure was beautiful with bright eyes and a fair complexion, looking like a fairy. Not far away, two white-clad female disciples were practicing their swordplay while chatting. The purple-clad girl frowned and looked up. "What are you talking about?" The two white-clad female disciples stopped practicing and quickly walked over. "Sister Ziluo, we were talking about that Lin Xiaofan." Sister Ziluo pondered for a moment and said, "Lin Xiaofan? Who is he? Is he famous?" "Sister, have you forgotten? Yes, the guy who peeped at you while you were bathing." Ziluo's face darkened. "Why are you discussing him?" "Well, he is quite amazing now. He actually became the national master of the Great Yin Dynasty." Ziluo said. "I remember he was only at the first level of the Qi realm. How could he become the national master? Would the sect agree? How could they agree? But that guy was demoted to Cloud Luo City as the head of a branch academy, and the sect can't reach him. So he took it upon himself to become the national master of the Great Yin." "He was demoted to Cloud Luo City? Why? If I'm not mistaken, he is not even 20 years old, has decent cultivation talent, and potential to advance to the Condensation Dan realm. How could the sect make such a decision? Did he do something wrong?" Chapter 14. Battle of Fengyun City. Li Xuanao immediately suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and he staggered back several steps, incredulously saying, "How is this possible? You are clearly in the Qi realm. How can you be this strong? Since you don't want to leave, then I'll send you on your way." Lin Xiaofan stepped forward and instantly closed the distance to Li Xuanao, slamming his right hand onto the opponent's left shoulder. Li Xuanao suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, heavy as 1,000 pounds, his body uncontrollably bending, nearly kneeling on the ground. At the same time, a powerful force surged into him, sealing his limbs and bones, causing his entire true energy to instantly freeze. He could no longer muster even the slightest strength. He didn't even have the chance to fight back before being subdued in one move. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Xuanao could no longer speak, only able to scream madly in his heart. He could feel that Lin Xiaofan was indeed in the Qi realm, yet he was utterly powerless to retaliate. He was in the condensation Dan realm. This must be a lie. Lin Xiaofan had no idea what Li Xuanao was thinking. He dragged Li Xuanao out of the courtyard. Outside, many people were watching, eager to see what kind of person an inner disciple of the Xuantian sword sect was, but they saw Lin Xiaofan pulling someone out. Chapter 15, Moving Mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy crashing sounds, accompanied by tremors, continued to come. After dozens of times, the city wall began to shake precariously. In this situation, both side soldiers were unsteady, unable to maintain their fighting stance, all looking fearfully at the increasingly closer mountain peak. Sensing that great terror was about to descend, there was someone beneath the mountain. The soldiers on the Fengyun city side, standing high and looking far, saw that beneath the gigantic mountain peak, a figure was raising both hands high, like a demon god, actually carrying the peak and charging forward. With every step, the ground instantly sank and cracked, the heavens and earth trembling. Qi Feiyang. General Yan's heart shook violently. He recognized that figure as the national guardian of the rising sun dynasty, Qi Feiyang. As he shouted, the surrounding soldiers of Dian all changed color. Extraordinary power, the might to move mountains, such inhuman strength, who could rival it? At this moment, despair arose in the hearts of the Dian soldiers, and panic spread rapidly. National Guardian. Invincible and mighty. National Guardian. Invincible and mighty. The people of the rising sun dynasty also saw the figure beneath the giant peak, and they were all excitedly cheering. The roar of hundreds of thousands gathering together, like a tsunami or a landslide, the momentum reaching its peak since the war began. Chapter 16, Breakthrough. 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 Get out of the way. Don't disturb me while I gain experience. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and slashed out a wave of sword energy, rushing up through the vacuum channel, directly striking Qi Feiyang. How is this possible? Qi Feiyang's eyes bulged. He spat blood and fell to the ground, crushing a large number of soldiers. The invincible national guardian of the Rising Sun dynasty couldn't even withstand a single move. The Rising Sun army was thrown into complete chaos, their siege effort in disarray. Whoosh, 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 as Lin Xiaofan's final 3 waves of sword energy killed the remaining Rising Sun warriors. Signs of rout finally appeared in the Rising Sun army. Lin Xiaofan looked at the retreating Rising Sun army and lost his desire to kill. Without experience points, killing was pointless, but the war needs a conclusion, so let us end this quickly. Lin Xiaofan slowly descended, heavily stomping his foot. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, instantly shaking the earth and mountains. From Lin Xiaofan's right foot as the starting point, the ground collapsed and disintegrated, spreading out in a fan shape toward the front, like waves rolling, tearing open intersecting ravines. Countless Rising Sun soldiers screamed as they fell to the ground, some even being buried alive in the earth. The scene descending into chaos. The might of a single stomp, the earth was torn apart. Such terrifying power shattered the last psychological defense of the Rising Sun army. Chapter 17. Invitation from the Imperial City. Mo Tianya frowned slightly. So what? You didn't bring him back? Li Xuanao said. He didn't want to come back. I couldn't do anything. Mo Tianya said, displeased. Is that how you do things? He didn't want to. Can't you just force him to come back? You can't even subdue a mere outer disciple. How are you supposed to be an inner disciple? Li Xuanao's face turned red, stammering and unable to speak. Mo Tianya's expression turned stern. Speak honestly. Li Xuanao saw that he could no longer hide it, and with a face full of shame said, I couldn't beat him. That guy hid his strength. I fought him for hundreds of rounds and ultimately lost by a narrow margin. Li Xuanao still wanted to save his last bit of face, telling a huge lie. Mo Tianya's expression turned cold. So he has broken through to the condensation Dan realm. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. You don't need to worry about this. I'll find another way to deal with him. Li Xuanao said, Senior brother, are you going to personally intervene? Mo Tianya said, let us wait a bit. I'm currently at a critical point of breakthrough and can't be distracted by him. Li Xuanao was surprised. You're about to break through to the Xianguang realm? Mo Tianya smiled slightly and said, it will only be a matter of a few days. Then congratulations, senior brother, with your talent and background. You will surely have a place among the top 10 true disciples in the future. Chapter 18. The proper way to open Xian crystal stones. Warriors certainly love Xian crystal stones, as they can absorb the energy within for cultivation, with effects several times better than regular cultivation. Lin Xiaofan naturally couldn't be unaware of the function of Xian crystal stones. Outer disciples of the Xuantian sword sect could only receive one Xian crystal stone per month, which shows how precious this item is. The package of Xian crystal stones sent by Wang Xuan had over 100, equivalent to 10 years of salary for Lin Xiaofan in the Xuantian sword sect. Such a large gift would make any other warrior happily accept it. But Lin Xiaofan was different. He relied on the system to gain experience. Xian crystal stones were useless to him. Not that they were completely useless. He could also use Xian crystal stones for cultivation, but since he could level up by just idling, why would he bother with hard training? It was simply a waste of time. Enjoying life was his pursuit. Therefore, Xian crystal stones held no appeal for Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan called Hao Qian and Xiao Yun over. Look, what is this? Lin Xiaofan pointed to the package. Xian crystal stones? Hao Qian and Xiao Yun's eyes widened immediately, and their breathing quickened. Most Xian crystal veins are controlled by large sects, supplied for the inner disciples' cultivation or traded with other sects for substantial benefits. It is rare for Xian crystal stones to flow out, and an ordinary person might not even see one in their lifetime. Chapter 19. The arrival of the National Master, attention from the Imperial City. As the experience points continued to grow, Lin Xiaofan discovered that the experience value converted from each Xian crystal stone was not fixed, but fluctuated between 25 and 35, seemingly related to the amount of energy within the Xian crystal stone. Generally speaking, it would take a warrior several days to fully consume a Xian crystal stone for cultivation. But the moment he touched it, he could convert it into experience points. This is equivalent to skipping the absorption process and directly converting the mysterious crystal stones into experience points that can enhance one's cultivation. The system is indeed powerful. Lin Xiaofan happily touched the stones, and soon his bag was empty. 150 mysterious crystal stones turned into 4,500 experience points. He can enhance his cultivation again. System. Upgrade Titanium Extreme, Golden Body. Upgrade, Sword Chi Technique. Consume 2,000 experience points. Titanium Extreme Golden Body upgraded to the 41st level. Consume 2,000 experience points. Sword Chi Technique upgraded to the 41st level. Host cultivation has increased. Current realm is Chi Si Realm, 41st Heaven. Boom! Lin Xiaofan's true energy surged. The sword Chi in his dantian surged violently, and his strength increased several times again. So strong, Lin Xiaofan smacked his lips, feeling the surging power within him, and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Chapter 20. Trust me, you made a wise choice, Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Not saying anything would have been better, but as soon as he said that, the third princess became even more nervous, unsure where to put her hands, gripping tightly, with a glimmering color seeping through her fingers. Lin Xiaofan's eyes moved slightly, and he said, You're holding a mysterious crystal stone, right? Where did you get it? That's right. Lin Xiaofan was indeed attracted by the mysterious crystal stones, which was why he didn't even meet the emperor. You mean this? The third princess opened her palm, revealing a mysterious crystal stone about 2 fingers wide. She instinctively said, I took it from the national treasury. There are many more inside. They're shiny and fun. There are many more. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. It seemed this trip to the imperial city wasn't in vain. Just then, the emperor hurried in with a group of ministers. King Huixian has met the national master. Emperor Wang Huixian looked nervous, lowering his waist a bit. You are the great emperor of Dian? Lin Xiaofan asked. Exactly. But the national master can call me Xiao Xian. Wang Huixian smiled so much that his eyes were nearly closed. Lin Xiaofan. Xiao Xian? Lin Xiaofan looked at Wang Huixian, whose hair was half white and clearly of the grandfather generation, and felt a bit at a loss for words. Chapter 21. Play mind games? The consequences are severe after meeting Lin Xiaofan. Everyone from the national master's residence retreated one by one. Lin Xiaofan enjoyed a lavish meal before returning to his room. Of course, before going to sleep, he converted all the mysterious crystal stones he obtained today into experience points. Chi Si Realm, 42nd Heaven. His cultivation increased by another heaven, and Lin Xiaofan's purpose for coming to the imperial city was fully achieved. Tomorrow he would stroll around the imperial city and then go rob. Lin Xiaofan felt there was no need to stay longer. Although the National Master's residence was luxurious and imposing, he wouldn't be staying long. Becoming stronger was his pursuit, and he needed a large amount of mysterious crystal stones. Since the Dian dynasty had mysterious crystal stones, other dynasties should have them too. Just as Lin Xiaofan was preparing to rest, a sudden knock came from outside the door. National Master. A soft, delicate female voice came in, sounding like the third princess. Wang Qingwan. Lin Xiaofan got up to open the door. Wang Qingwan stood gracefully under the moonlight, her expression tense, her face flushed, draped only in a thin veil. Her exquisite curves faintly visible, exuding a mysterious allure. What is going on? Lin Xiaofan quickly realized that the Dian royal family had indeed spared no expense to please him, even sending the princess over. Chapter 22. The master said, "You will die, National Master. You finally came back." Nangong Yi hurried out from the National Master's residence, looking both flustered and anxious. Lin Xiaofan pointed at the man in black and asked, "Who is this guy?" Nangong Yi cautiously avoided the man in black and walked carefully to Lin Xiaofan's side, whispering, "A disciple of Mo Yun Temple, Lu Qijian." Lu Qijian slightly raised his head, a proud look on his face. "So soon, they came knocking?" Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. "So you're a disciple of Mo Yun Temple. What brings you to the National Master's residence?" Lu Qijian said, "We are all reasonable people. Why ask when you already know?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "I don't understand." Lu Qijian snorted coldly. "The master said that anyone who took something from Mo Yun Temple must return it." Lin Xiaofan said, "Things can be taken casually, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. What did I take anything from Mo Yun Temple?" Lu Qijian said, "The mysterious crystal stones from the Dian treasury. Weren't they taken by you?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Yes, I took them, but those are things of the Dian dynasty. What does it have to do with your Mo Yun Temple?" Lu Qijian sneered. "Lin Xiaofan, do you think just because you are a disciple of the Nine Heaven Sword sect, Mo Yun Temple doesn't dare to touch you? Don't be too full of yourself. Mo Yun Temple also has the support of the Purple Extreme sect and is not afraid of your Nine Heaven Sword sect." Chapter 23. Mysterious Light Realm? Is this it? D. Lin Xiaofan exhaled, his voice booming like thunder, a wave of air rippling outwards, sweeping in all directions. The martial artists hadn't reacted yet when the ripple hit them, and they were immediately struck hard, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, dying on the spot. Experience points 10. Experience points 100. Experience points 100. Experience points 10. Lin Xiaofan gained a large wave of experience points. "I've finally broken through. Ha ha." Suddenly, a boisterous laugh came from underground, and the ground trembled, followed by a loud explosion as the Mo Yin Temple ruins exploded and a figure shot straight into the sky. In the sky, a young man in purple hovered, arms wide open, laughing wildly, a powerful aura radiating from him, causing winds to whip and clouds to churn within a 10-mile radius, shaking the entire space. "And Daoshan? Mysterious Light Realm?" Lin Xiaofan instinctively shouted, and Daoshan's laughter paused, and his gaze swept down like a sharp sword. Seeing the corpses of the Mo Yun Temple disciples all over the ground, his face showed no change, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if he didn't care about their lives or deaths at all. "You are Lin Xiaofan?" And Daoshan's gaze locked onto Lin Xiaofan, coldly saying, "Why did you destroy my Mo Yun Temple?" Chapter 24. Strike and kill Lin Xiaofan. No matter how strong your physical body is, what does it matter? You will still fall in my hands. And Daoshan laughed arrogantly. Inside the Mountain King Cauldron, Lin Xiaofan stood in the void, surrounded by azure light. Countless mountain and river phantoms emerging, a powerful suppressive force sweeping in from all directions, the explosive power pressing his golden light to flicker endlessly. This Mountain King Cauldron has some substance. Lin Xiaofan felt the changes in the suppressive force, which seemed to be gradually increasing in size, and he continuously enhanced the power of the Titanium Extreme Golden Body to counter it. He wanted to see just how much power the Mountain King Cauldron could withstand. Titanium Extreme Golden Body, 33 layers. Titanium Extreme Golden Body, 34 layers. Titanium Extreme Golden Body, 35 layers. Lin Xiaofan, can you feel it? Is your blood boiling? Your bones breaking and your whole body about to explode? And Daoshan said triumphantly, "That's how it should be." The Mountain King Cauldron exerts boundless pressure, possessing the strength of 100,000 giant mountains. Even the powerful titanium golden body will only end up as flesh and mud. Just wait for your slow death. Ha ha ha. What a pity. Inside the Mountain King Cauldron, Lin Xiaofan touched the cauldron's body, feeling a faint coolness. He originally wanted to snatch it to play with, but now it seems impossible. He spread his hands, supporting one side of the cauldron, as the power of the titanium golden body continued to rise. The immense strength crashing down on the Mountain King Cauldron. Chapter 25. 20-year-old mysterious light? Your Majesty. Nangong, Yi rushed into the main hall and was about to kneel down. Wang Huixian quickly stepped forward to stop him, anxiously saying, "No need for formalities. Quickly tell me, what's the situation?" "Reporting to your Majesty. The Mo Yun Temple's 10 miles of land was destroyed in an instant, and all the disciples inside perished." "What about Ondao Mountain?" Wang Huishuan's face was tense. Nangong, Yi swallowed hard and excitedly said, "They died without complete corpses." "Good. That's great. They died well." Ha ha ha. Wang Huixian was overjoyed to hear the news he wanted, laughing wildly without regard for his imperial image. 10 years of humiliation, 10 years of repression. The world only knows the emperor is high above, holding power over the world. But who knows how difficult these 10 years have been for him? Every day was a struggle, as if walking on thin ice. Even sleeping was uneasy, fearing that when he woke up, the great yin would have changed. Now that the threat is eliminated and the gloom is lifted, it truly is like seeing the light after the clouds are parted. From now on, everything will be different. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The dynasty's internal troubles have been resolved, and no one can hinder the great yin anymore. Your Majesty can finally realize your grand ambitions. Nangong, he flattered. Wang Huixian wasn't lost in joy yet and asked, "What about the National Master?" Nangong, he was taken aback and said, "The National Master has not returned yet." Chapter 26. Blood rains as winds and storms approach after a long time. Zhangbai lightly tapped the table and asked, "So what are your thoughts?" Han tentatively said, "Lin Xiaofan's involvement in the dynasty's war and becoming the National Master of Great Yin isn't a big deal. Just a little warning will suffice. A genius makes a little mistake. It can't be considered wrong. That's what makes him extraordinary." As he spoke, Han observed the expressions around him. Seeing that Zhang Bai did not oppose, he quickly increased his speed. "I think we should call Lin Xiaofan back immediately and punish him with closed-door reflection. In the future, he should not leave the sect without permission." Zhang Bai chuckled. "A good idea for closed-door reflection, meaning to protect Lin Xiaofan and make it impossible for the ZG sect to find him. Closed-door reflection is a good method." Zhang Bai pondered. "However, I have a question. With Lin Xiaofan's talent and potential, why has he fallen to the Yunluo courtyard? Is there some hidden reason behind this? This is where the trouble lies." Han briefly mentioned Lin Xiaofan's peeping incident, then continued. "This matter involves the privacy of the true disciple, Sister Ziluo. If we call Lin Xiaofan back, it might anger Sister Ziluo." Zhang Bai's brows furrowed. As an elder of the sect, Zhang Bai's identity, status, and strength were above that of true disciples. Chapter 27. Old Emperor, let's talk business. Lin Xiaofan did not go missing. Rather, he was not within the Great Yin territory, but appeared in the territory of the Rising Sun dynasty. On the 5th day after Wang Huishuan's death, the news of the Great Yin Emperor's assassination spread thoroughly in the Rising Sun dynasty. By the time Lin Xiaofan learned of the news, he had already arrived at the Rising Sun Imperial City. Wang Huixian died so quickly. Inside a tavern in the Rising Sun Imperial City, Lin Xiaofan had eaten his fill, listening to the various discussions of the mixed crowd nearby, his expression thoughtful. He did not care much about the death of the Great Yin Emperor. He fought for Great Yin to win the war, and Great Yin gave him mysterious crystal stones as a reward. It was just a transaction for him. Now that the transaction is complete, naturally, they part ways. As for the death of Ondao Mountain, which implicated the fall of the Great Yin Emperor, he felt no psychological burden at all. Because he killed Ondao Mountain, it was precisely under the secret encouragement of the Great Yin Emperor. At the moment he offered the mysterious crystal stones, Wang Huixian had already made up his mind to use him to eliminate the dynasty's major threat. Some things, once done, must bear the corresponding consequences. Lin Xiaofan tossed a piece of broken silver and left the tavern. He wandered casually on the street, experiencing the different customs and culture from the Great Yin dynasty, and unknowingly arrived at the Rising Sun Imperial Palace. Chapter 28. If you don't want it, just say so. No pressure. Lin Xiaofan left the Rising Sun Imperial City, converted all 300 mysterious crystal stones, and gained over 9,000 experience points. Combined with what he had accumulated before, his experience points directly surpassed 10,000. Qi Realm, 43rd layer. Qi Realm, 44th layer. Consuming 8,000 experience points, he leveled up 2 layers. Lin Xiaofan tasted the sweetness. There are many dynasties in the Xuantian Continent. If he goes through them one by one, who could be invincible? So the next target is the closest to the Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and felt it was not right. The Great Zhou and Rising Sun are about to go to war. If they really start fighting, both sides come to find him with tokens. What should he do? That is a problem. However, he quickly found a solution. He has 2 hands. The left hand helps the Rising Sun, and the right hand helps the Great Zhou, fighting against each other, calling it left and right mutual combat. Having strength, is this arrogant? Lin Xiaofan figured it out and decided to do business in the Great Zhou. Before setting off, Lin Xiaofan did one more thing. He took out the token from his storage space and carved a line of small characters on the back. All rights of explanation belong to the issuer of the token. Now it's perfect. Lin Xiaofan smiled with satisfaction. 10 days later, Lin Xiaofan arrived at the Great Zhou Imperial City. Chapter 29. Strong enemies approaching. No, this is not. Boom. Lin Xiaofan didn't give Zhou Hao a chance to explain. His entire body surged with momentum, pressing everyone in the Qian Kuan Hall down to the ground. Dare to destroy my treasure, then die. Whoosh. Countless sword energies condensed in the void, rushing through the hall. Occasionally, a sword energy brushed past Zhou Hao and the ministers, drawing lines of chilling blood. Wait, I want that token. The mysterious crystal stones will be delivered immediately. Zhou Hao panicked. The howling stopped, the wind calmed, and the sword energy vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, "You still want it broken?" Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. "Yes." Lin Xiaofan said, "I never force anyone to buy or sell. It is I who want to buy. Since you are so sincere, then I will sell it to you." Soon, 200 mysterious crystal stones were delivered. After Lin Xiaofan received them, he patted Zhou Hao's shoulder and said, "Although the token is broken, it can still work when glued back together, I promise." After saying this, he turned and left. The Qian Kuan Hall fell silent. All the ministers bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Zhou Hao remained silent, looking at the token broken into 5 pieces on the ground, feeling like crying. After Lin Xiaofan left the Great Zhou Imperial City and walked for over 10 kilometers, he stopped. Chapter 30. Return to the sect. Lin Xiaofan discovered a cave in a secluded area of the forest where he hid for a night. All the mysterious crystal stones on him were converted into experience points, and his cultivation level rose by 2 tiers. Titanic Golden Body, level 46. Sword Chi Technique, level 46. Qi Realm, level 46. Breaking through to the 50th tier should grant him the strength of the Heavenly Gang Realm. Right? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit excited. The Heavenly Gang Realm is considered an elder-level existence in the Zhouqian Sword sect. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could also become an elder. The monthly salary of mysterious crystal stones for sect elders is quite considerable, which is very appealing to him, who is eager to become stronger with minimal effort. Lin Xiaofan, come out, I know you're here. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the forest, reverberating endlessly. Kong Qing is caught up. Lin Xiaofan was startled and quickly held his breath. The ocean of sword energy in his dantian instantly became still. His entire aura retracted, as if he had closed an invisible door, forming a small world of his own, completely isolated from the outside. Lin Xiaofan felt as if he had turned into a stone, confident that as long as he wasn't directly exposed to the opponent's line of sight, he wouldn't be discovered. Chapter 31. Junior Brother. Do you want a breakthrough? Lin Xiaofan thought about helping Hao Qian and Xiao Yun improve their cultivation, although it would consume some experience points. If he could use mysterious crystal stones as compensation, he could quickly make up for it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that this was very promising, much simpler than running around robbing the major dynasties. Lin Xiaofan decided to act on his thoughts. However, there was still a problem to solve. Directly using the divine hand to help someone improve their cultivation was too exaggerated and could lead to unnecessary trouble. He needed to think of a more secure method. If only he could extract the experience points. Just as Lin Xiaofan had this thought, the total experience points on the system panel suddenly decreased by 50 points. At the same time, a light burst forth from the palm of his right hand, gradually forming a purple elixir the size of a thumb. Is this an experience elixir? Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. The elixir before him shimmered with purple light, exuding a mysterious aura, clearly extraordinary, and he immediately wanted to find someone to try it. Lin Xiaofan arrived at the martial arts square of the sect. The martial arts square was a massive open area, lined with wooden stakes, sandbags, stone tablets, and other props for body tempering, a common place for disciples in the body refinement realm. Early in the morning, the martial arts square was bustling with activity as many outer disciples were honing their physiques. Cultivating internal energy while refining the muscles and bones would accelerate their cultivation. Chapter 32. Experience Elixir. Instant fame. Lin Xiaofan said, "Oh, isn't that Li Xuanao? A dignified inner disciple, yet he is acting as someone's lackey?" Li Xuanao was furious. "What did you say?" Lin Xiaofan didn't want to bother with the two of them. He handed the experience elixir to Xuantian and said, "Junior brother, I find you quite likable. So this elixir is a gift for you today. Quickly swallow it." Xuantian took the elixir, stunned and somewhat at a loss. Lin Xiaofan, Mo Tianya's face darkened. "Right in front of me, you dare to fool people? This elixir has an unknown origin. If something goes wrong after taking it, can you take responsibility?" "I can take responsibility," Lin Xiaofan said. "So could you please shut up?" Mo Tianya's face turned pale with anger. "I am currently representing the discipline hall, exercising the authority of the hallmaster. If you try to deceive your fellow disciples, I have the right to deal with you." Lin Xiaofan coldly replied, "I can't be bothered with you." He turned to Xuantian. "Junior brother, hurry and take the elixir." Li Xuanao wanted to stop him, but was blocked by Mo Tianya. "Don't worry about him. There's no such elixir in the world that can help someone break through. If it doesn't work later, we can punish him then. Senior brother Lin, just forget it." Xuantian was somewhat reluctant, worried about harming his body. Chapter 33. Seeking justice. In the following period, the matter of the experience elixir spread wildly throughout the sect. Lin Xiaofan became famous overnight. "Did you get the experience elixir today?" This question was asked daily, as Lin Xiaofan limited the sale to 10 elixirs a day, making the experience elixir a scarce item that everyone wanted to get their hands on. This even attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups, who were concerned that the experience elixir might have defects that could cause irreversible consequences for the disciples. To address this, the sect's higher-ups specially summoned those who had consumed the experience elixir for a personal examination, ultimately confirming one thing: the experience elixir had no side effects. With the endorsement of the sect, the experience elixir became even more popular. The sect's higher-ups didn't inquire about the origin of the experience elixir from Lin Xiaofan. Everyone has their own opportunities, and having an alchemist in the sect is a good thing. However, the higher-ups' attention to Lin Xiaofan ended there. The experience elixir could only enhance the cultivation of the body refinement realm, which was somewhat low-tier and didn't significantly boost the overall strength of the sect. Therefore, while the sect was concerned about the experience elixir, it didn't take it too seriously. But for the outer disciples in the body refinement realm, it was entirely different. Among the tens of thousands of outer disciples in the sect, every single one of them was crazily eager for the experience elixir, frantically gathering mysterious crystal stones everywhere. Chapter 34. Human Cannonball. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, the three disciples nervously but excitedly consumed the elixir. Boom, boom, boom. To everyone's anticipation, the three of them erupted with energy, simultaneously showing signs of a breakthrough. Qi Realm Level 1. Qi Realm Level 1. Qi Realm Level 4. They broke through. All three disciples successfully advanced. The experience elixir was also effective for warriors in the Qi realm. The disciples were filled with excitement, especially those stuck at the 10th level of the body refinement realm and the Qi realm, who were almost going crazy. "Senior brother Lin, sell me 2 experience elixirs. We used to share a dorm. Can I get priority? Can I hug your thigh? Pervert. Get away. Don't tarnish senior brother Lin's eyes. Senior brother Lin. Junior sister can warm your bed. I just need one experience elixir. The crowd was fervent, surrounding Lin Xiaofan in circles and circles. Lin Xiaofan shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, the noise immediately ceased, creating an atmosphere of discipline. Mo Tianya in the crowd flashed a hint of jealousy. Such prestige and popularity. Even after exercising the authority of a discipline hall for so long, he couldn't compare. Why could this guy reach such a level? Chapter 35. Decision of the Elder Council. The two were taken aback, instinctively turning their heads to look over. Yun Tianmu, Zilu. Lin Xiaofan recognized the two, especially when he saw Ziluo. A scene of a beauty emerging from a bath involuntarily flashed in his mind. Although it was a memory from his previous life, it was still exceptionally clear. Lin Xiaofan. The two also recognized Lin Xiaofan and realized what his earlier words meant. Their expressions instantly changed. I was just passing by. You all continue. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit guilty and turned to run. Stop right there. Jun Tianma was so angry that he was about to explode on the spot. A good confession turned into a complete reversal due to those words, and sweet nothings became unbearable. How could he endure this? Ziluo, blushing with anger, turned around and ran away. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. Jun Tianma originally wanted to chase after Lin Xiaofan, but seeing the goddess leave in anger, he could only run after her to explain. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. That's not what I meant at all. I truly like you. I've always liked you. No. I like you even when I wasn't straight. No. Junior sister, I really didn't mean it like that. Jun Tianma didn't even know if he was thrown off by Lin Xiaofan's words. His speech became incoherent. Chapter 36. True Inheritance Disciple. On this day, Elder Zhongbai, the deacon of the Jiutian Sword Sect, announced a significant news. After discussions in the Elder Council, it was decided to grant Lin Xiaofan of the inner sect the status of true inheritance disciple. This news caused a stir throughout the sect, with disciples discussing it everywhere. Some were confused, some were shocked, and others were angry. In the discipline hall, bang! Mo Tianya smashed the teacup in his hand and shouted angrily, "What qualifications does Lin Xiaofan have to sit in the position of true inheritance disciple?" Li Xianao's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude, but he indignantly said, "Senior brother, the top 10 true inheritance positions have always been fought for by strength. The capable will take the position. Directly designating Lin Xiaofan this time is too unfair, isn't it? Should we ask the hall master to come forward and raise an objection to the Elder Council? What good would it do for my master to come forward?" When has what the Elder Council decided ever changed? Mo Tianya gritted his teeth in anger. For so many years, I have been in charge of the sect's discipline, strictly governing myself and others, working diligently, thinking I would be recognized by the sect, but in the end, I didn't even get the opportunity to compete for the true inheritance position. I'm not reconciled. A hint of mockery appeared on Li Xianao's face. The way he said it, as if having a chance to compete could allow him to sit in the true inheritance position. In front of Lin Xiaofan, wasn't he just beaten like a dog? Chapter 37. The 10th Peak. Zhongbai chuckled. Isn't it just one experience pill and 10 pieces of Xianjing stone? How many can you refine each month? Lin Xiaofan replied. That depends on how many Xianjing stones the sect can provide each month. Zhongbai proudly extended a finger. This number. Lin Xiaofan was delighted. 1 million? Zhongbai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What are you joking about? How much is that? 100,000? Zhongbai darkened his face and said nothing. Could it be 10,000? That seems too little, right? Zhongbai couldn't hold back. 1,000. 1,000. I said 1,000 per month. Do you know that as an elder of the sect, my annual salary is only 1,000 Xianjing stones? 10,000 or 1,000,000? Do you think it's like cabbage? Lin Xiaofan said disappointedly. Only 1,000? Is our sect that poor? Zhongbai, fuming, said, What do you mean by that poor? Go ask other sects. 1,000 Xianjing stone a month means 12,000 a year, which can support 12 Tiangang realm elders. Which sect can just hand that out? What about the salaries of so many sect disciples? All right. 1,000 it is. Seeing that Zhongbai was about to jump up, Lin Xiaofan quickly said, Then when will you give me this month's Xianjing stones? Chapter 38. 2 choices for you after Zhongbai left. Lin Xiaofan strolled up the 10th peak. The green mountains and trees, along with various small animals, made it look pretty good despite being a bit desolate. He felt the spiritual energy in the air, which was at least 3 times denser than outside, although it didn't do much for him. Breathing it in was refreshing and gave a wonderful feeling. Lin Xiaofan caught a glimpse of a thin thread of energy. The spiritual energy flowed like a stream, and the power guiding it was hidden underground. Is this the gathering spirit formation? Lin Xiaofan didn't quite understand, but he could take some time to study it later. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Lin Xiaofan's thoughts. A disciple stepped onto the peak and looked at Lin Xiaofan from a distance. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaofan asked. "I am Xuanfeng, a disciple of the first peak," Xuanfeng said proudly. "You are Lin Xiaofan?" Lin Xiaofan replied. "You're an inner disciple, right? How dare you speak to me like that?" Xuanfeng sneered. "Lin Xiaofan, do you really think of yourself as someone important? Everyone in the sect knows that you got the true inheritance position because you can refine experience pills. Just a piece of trash, and you dare to." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly lost control and flew towards Lin Xiaofan, instantly screaming in fright. Chapter 39. The rebellious one appears at the first peak of the Xuantian sword sect. Jun Tianma stood at the top of the mountain, gazing at the sea of clouds. "Junior brother, I'm back." Xuanfeng approached cautiously. Jun Tianma casually responded with a sound, continuing to stare at the sea of clouds, seemingly lost in thought. Looking somewhat absent-minded, Xuanfeng didn't dare to disturb him and quietly waited nearby. After half an hour, Jun Tianma finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Xuanfeng and said indifferently, "Why were you gone for so long?" Xuanfeng complained. "That Lin Xiaofan is too arrogant. He doesn't take us at the first peak seriously at all." Jun Tianma's gaze flickered slightly. "What happened?" Xuanfeng, with a mournful face, recounted the events with embellishments. "Waste." Jun Tianma was furious, waving his hand to send Xuanfeng flying back several meters, his tone icy. "You did whatever he said? You've completely embarrassed the first peak." "Senior brother, I was wrong." Xuanfeng had blood at the corner of his mouth, looking terrified. "Useless thing. You can't even handle such a simple matter. Get lost." Xuanfeng shivered all over, but stood still, not moving. "What? My words don't matter anymore?" Jun Tianma's face was like frost. Chapter 40. Crazy Li Xianao stumbled down the 10th peak. His mind was a bit confused. The sword energy within him gave him immense power, making him feel an urge to try something. But having been under Tianya's pressure for a long time, he had become accustomed to submitting, and when it came to resisting, he felt a bit afraid. Li Xianao hadn't figured out what to do when he ran into Tianya on the way. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere." Tianya seemed in a bad mood, his tone harsh. Li Xianao felt guilty. Looking down, "I didn't go anywhere. Just wandering around." Tianya said, "You've already received this month's Xianjing stones, right? Lend them to me first, and I'll return them next month. I just broke through and need Xianjing stones to stabilize my cultivation." "Are you trying to scam Xianjing stones again?" Li Xianao couldn't help but say. "You haven't returned the ones you borrowed 2 months ago," Tianya said unhappily. "I said I'd return them next month. Can't you understand? Hand them over." Li Xianao felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. "I won't lend them." "What did you say?" Tianya thought he heard wrong. "I said I won't lend them." Tianya grabbed Li Xianao by the collar, coldly saying, "Li Xianao, have you taken the wrong medicine? Don't forget who is backing you. I give you another chance. Will you lend it or not?" Chapter 41. The death of the border crosser. A gray shadow rushed out at high speed, its momentum overwhelming, stirring up fierce winds that wreaked havoc in all directions, shaking the people of Qianfu to the point of chaos. The ancestor has come out of seclusion. The ancestor is invincible. That guy is doomed. The people of Qianfu were not shocked, but rather delighted, shouting excitedly. The figure paused, standing still in midair. An old man appeared before everyone, his hair and beard gray, his face riddled with deep wrinkles, exuding a powerful aura. His gaze was like lightning, staring directly at Li Xianao. "Who are you?" Li Xianao's eyes burned with fire. "Qi, you slaughter my entire family and seize my mansion. Who do you think I am?" "So it's a remnant of the Leaf family." Qi struck out with a palm, materializing a gigantic palm print in the void, rumbling down to suppress. "Let us see who dies first." Li Xianao roared wildly, his sword energy swelling, splitting the air as he slashed at the palm print. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the sword energy shattered on the spot. Li Xianao was taken aback, trying to dodge, but the palm print was upon him, the immense force crashing down, instantly toppling him to the ground. The palm print continued to descend, like a mountain pressing down, unstoppable, cracking and sinking the Tianzhong ground. My life is over. Li Xianao closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 42. This is our territory. Half an hour later, the screams within Kitty Fu ceased. Li Xianao walked out of Kitty Fu, his entire body stained with blood, his murderous aura shocking to behold. Lin Xiaofan asked, "Did you kill them all?" Li Shuoao nodded, coldly scanning the Tianluo Forbidden Army blocking the street, his gaze finally landing on the corpses on the ground. Disciples of Litian's sect? What's going on? Li Xianao recognized Zhang Chuyang's identity from the disciple tokens hanging from the corpses, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan said, "It's just a small matter, nothing to worry about. Since the matter is settled, let us leave." Li Xianao wanted to ask more, but Lin Xiaofan left first, and he could only follow. The Tianluo Forbidden Army exchanged glances. After a long while, the commander of the Forbidden Army spoke dryly. "Clean up the aftermath." Lin Xiaofan and Li Xianao flew swiftly towards the direction of Xuantian Sword Sect. "Senior Brother Lin, I can't thank you enough. If there's ever anything you need in the future, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Li Xianao's voice choked. Having avenged a 30-year-old grudge, he seemed like a different person. Lin Xiaofan said, "You don't need to thank me. Just don't trouble me too much in the future." Chapter 43. One strike to kill Yun Outyin was startled, feeling something was off. Lin Xiaofan pointed at Yun Outyin and said, "This guy injured the disciples of Xuantian Sword Sect on their territory. What do you say we should do with him?" "Kill him," the disciples shouted excitedly without thinking. "As you wish." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and a sword energy slashed horizontally out. "Arrogant!" Yun Outyin roared in anger, raising his sword to block, but was cleanly sliced in half along with his sword by the sword energy. Thud! 2 pieces of his corpse fell to the ground. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. The disciples were stunned. The 10th level of the Xianguang realm, the arrogant Yun Outyin, was actually gone in one strike. What cultivation level is Senior Brother Lin? The Earthgang realm? While everyone secretly rejoiced, they also grew a bit worried. Yun Outyin was the closed-door disciple of the Purple Extreme Sect's master. Killing him like this would be a major incident. And the Purple Extreme Sect would never let it go. Experience points, 500. Lin Xiaofan gained experience points, and his mood brightened. He looked at everyone and said, "Remember this is Xuantian Sword Sect. Our territory, we have the final say. Senior Brother Lin is right. People like Yun Outyin should be killed." Chapter 44. Disciple? Son? At the Grand Hall in the center of the Purple Extreme Sect, Nangang Yu sat in the Master-S seat, listening to Kong Qing report the situation. "This is what happened. Master, that Lin Xiaofan has already killed 3 disciples of our sect. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Otherwise, others will think we are afraid of Xuantian Sword Sect." Nangang Yu frowned and remained silent. "And Dao Shan? A disciple who was expelled from the sect. Dead is just dead. It's no big deal. If it weren't for Kong Qing stopping him back then, he would have slapped that shameless person who insulted his fellow female disciples to death long ago. Recently, Kong Qing has been mobilizing the sect's forces to hunt down Lin Xiaofan everywhere for the sake of avenging in Daoshan. To be honest, Nangang Yu was very dissatisfied. Making such a big fuss over an abandoned disciple was not worth it, but he held back due to Kong Qing's reputation and said nothing. But what the hell has this old fool done? He actually allowed the sect's disciples to publicly kill the great Yin Emperor. This has caused a huge negative impact on the reputation of the Purple Extreme Sect, and he even received a warning from the leader of the sect alliance, Litian Sect. What kind of nonsense is this? But the incident has already occurred. As the master, he can only try to clean up the mess. Chapter 45. Delivering ahead for 1,000 miles the 10th peak of Xuantian Sword Sect. Lin Xiaofan lay on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Experience points, 10. Daily idle experience gained. However, Lin Xiaofan looked down on this little bit of experience. Since breaking through to the 50th level, it takes 20,000 experience points to level up. Relying on idling to get stronger would take a long time. Therefore, he's been thinking about how to get more Xian crystal stones recently. The sect seems to have a mine, not sure if they need miners. Lin Xiaofan planned to ask Zhang by next time. Being a miner seems like a promising future. You, go stand guard at the foot of the mountain. And you, go buy some daily necessities in the nearby town. That one, go to a fish pond and raise some fish. Not far away, Li Xianao was directing the disciples of the 10th peak to work. Not to mention, Li Xianao was born to be a big manager in just 2 days. He had organized the 10th peak in an orderly manner. Lin Xiaofan didn't have to worry about anything. Life was incredibly pleasant. Of course, as the peak master of the 10th peak, he had to cover all the expenses, which was quite a burden. But that was not a problem. Xian crystal stones were hard currency. The monthly salary of 20 Xian crystal stones for true disciples was already enough for the daily expenses of the 10th peak. Chapter 46. True Disciples Discussion. Meeting around noon, Li Xianao returned. Seeing the corpse of Chunyu, Li Xianao was taken aback. Senior brother Lin, how did he manage to infiltrate the sect? After understanding the situation, Li Xianao asked the crucial question. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily stunned. I forgot to ask. Li Xianao said seriously. The sect has a great formation guarding it, and there are disciples guarding the entrances and exits. If he could still get in, it indicates there are loopholes in the defenses. This matter must be reported to the elder in charge. Li Xianao hurriedly left. Not long after, Li Xuanao brought Zhang Bai to the 10th peak. Zhang Bai's expression was somewhat serious. After carefully examining Chunyu's corpse, he exclaimed, "This person is indeed Chunyu. He has quite a reputation among the younger generation, ranked 3rd in the Purple Extreme Sect's true disciples, with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of the Earth Gang realm." Lin Xiaofan, how did you kill him? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanao also reacted, looking at Lin Xiaofan with shock. To be able to kill Chunyu, who was at the 5th layer of the Earth Gang realm, meant that brother Lin's strength was extraordinary. Previously, a single sword energy from Lin Xiaofan had leveled the Xuantian mansion and killed Qi Yi, who was at the 10th layer of the profound light realm. Then he had also instantaneously killed Yan Outyin, who was similarly at the 10th layer of the profound light realm. With all these experiences, Li Xuanao had long suspected Lin Xiaofan's strength, but only thought he was at the 1st or 2nd layer of the Earth Gang realm. Chapter 47. Let's wait for brother Lin now. Lin Xiaofan was no longer an unknown person. A single strike had slain someone at the 10th layer of the profound light realm, something half of those present could not do. What if Lin Xiaofan challenged them? The spiritual energy at the 10th peak was the worst among the 10 peaks. If any of them had sufficient strength, they would not hesitate to challenge the true disciples ranked higher to seize the peaks with denser spiritual energy. Xuantian said, "You aren't afraid, are you?" How could that be? Lin Xiaofan is young. How strong can he really be? He could kill Yan Outyin, but that was just a sneak attack. Some people, unable to maintain their composure, began to belittle Lin Xiaofan. A disciple in black remained silent. Xuantian smiled. Lin Xiaofan does have some ability. You shouldn't underestimate him. However, he is too sharp. Being too strong can lead to a downfall. As senior brothers, we should suppress his arrogance to prevent him from going astray. The true disciples' expressions changed, and they immediately understood Xuantian's intention. One true disciple asked, "Jun Shixiao, what do you think we should do?" Chapter 48. A battle to fame. Xuantian's face turned grim as he warned the hesitant true disciples with a glare and looked at Ling Ju. "Ling Ju, I didn't expect you to be so well informed, but this elixir is so outrageous. It can't be without side effects, right?" Ling Ju replied, "So far, I haven't discovered any side effects, but there are quantity requirements." What quantity requirements? Not only Xuantian, but the other true disciples also looked eager to know. This was a matter of breaking through, so it naturally required utmost attention. Ling Ju explained, the higher the realm, the more experienced elixirs are needed for a breakthrough. Currently known, 1 for the body refining realm, 2 for the Qi realm, and 10 for the condensing pill realm. The requirements for the higher realms are unclear, but it is estimated to be 30 to 50 or even 100. In other words, as long as there are enough experienced elixirs, any realm can break through. Everyone's hearts burned with excitement, wishing they could get their hands on experienced elixirs immediately. Ling Ju continued, because the cost of refining experienced elixirs is high. The quantity is limited and cannot be supplied to every disciple. The sect can only obtain 100 experienced elixirs from Brother Lin each month. Even true disciples might not get a single one. Chapter 49. The Great Ones for the next period. Lin Xiaofan was not disturbed. The Purple Extreme sect unexpectedly did not take any further action. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Bai returned to the 10th peak. accompanied by Hao Qian and Xiao Yun. Master. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, the two immediately knelt down excitedly. Lin Xiaofan was also somewhat pleased. You are here, from now on. Focus on your cultivation here. Yes. The two replied and quietly stepped aside. The elder in charge stood nearby, and the two felt a lot of pressure and did not dare speak much. Lin Xiaofan said, Elder Zhang, they are now considered formal disciples of the Xuantian sword sect, right? Zhang Bai replied, they're already formal disciples. I had someone take care of the paperwork. However, the sect has its rules. Even if they are your disciples, they can only start as outer disciples. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Zhang. Zhang Bai said, it's no trouble, just a small matter. By the way, you are already the first true disciple. Aren't you moving to the first peak? Lin Xiaofan shook his head. It's too much trouble. I'm used to living here. I don't want to move. Zhang Bai did not delve further into the matter, but changed the subject. Today is the last day of this month. Did you forget something? Chapter 50. Selecting the test, Elixir Yunbuki did not dwell on this matter either. He shifted the topic. We called you over this time because we need to test the elixir. To avoid any accidents, you should just watch from side. If anything goes wrong, we can remedy it in time. Understood. Lin Xiaofan realized that they still did not fully believe in the effects of the experience elixirs. Whether any realm could truly break through could not be determined by inference and guesswork. They had to witness it with their own eyes for these big shots to be truly reassured. This matter related to the rise of the Xuantian sword sect and could not tolerate any negligence. Yunbuki looked seriously at Zhang Bai. Elder Zhang, what are your thoughts on the selection of the test subject for the elixir? Zhang Bai hesitated for a moment and said, we have already tested the condensing pill realm, and there were no issues. For the next test, naturally, the higher the realm, the better. However, the quantity of elixirs is a problem. I have asked Lin Xiaofan. The Profound Light realm requires 20 experience elixirs, the Earth Gang realm 40, and the Heaven Gang realm directly multiplies. It requires 200. Now we only have 100 experience elixirs, so the Heaven Gang realm is clearly not feasible. It has to be the Earth Gang realm. Yunbuki and the others nodded in agreement. Then let's have that girl Ziluo come over to test the elixir. Chapter 51. Another side of the Great Ones. Lin Xiaofan said, of course. If you don't believe it, we can test it right now. Yunbuki's eyes lit up. The breakthrough for the Heaven Gang realm requires 200 experience elixirs, and we only have 70 now. Do you have more experience elixirs? The other elder's eyes immediately became eager. No. Lin Xiaofan decisively shook his head. Yunbuki and the others looked disappointed. Zhang Bai remained unfazed. He knew Lin Xiaofan must have more. The experience elixirs refined from 1,000 pieces of Xian crystal stone would definitely exceed 100. This kid was undoubtedly hiding some. However, he did not expose him. Lin Xiaofan continued, you can find someone on the verge of breaking through in the Heaven Gang realm to take the experience elixirs. That way, it might not take as many, and perhaps a few dozen will suffice. Yunbuki and the others were immediately intrigued. Wasn't Jun Tianma already example? However, the question remained as to who would take it. The 7 great Heaven Gang experts exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became tense. Related to the significant matter of breakthrough, even the great Heaven Gang experts were somewhat unsettled at this moment. Ahem. Elder Six cleared his throat twice, capturing everyone's attention, and slowly said, I have been at the 3rd layer of the Heaven Gang realm for 30 years, and my cultivation has deepened. Chapter 52. Full bowls and basins. Master, please take the experience pill. Zhang Bai handed the porcelain bottle in his hand to Yunbuki. Yunbuki was not polite after taking it. He immediately began to stuff one pill after another into his mouth, munching happily. The others could only watch in envy. At first, Yunbuki seemed to feel nothing. His expression calm, as usual. However, when he swallowed 30 experience pills, his expression finally changed. I feel my cultivation increasing. The bottleneck is loosening. A flush appeared on Yunbuki's face, and he quickened the pace of swallowing the pills. One after another. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At the moment the 60th experience pill entered his stomach, a qualitative change occurred due to quantitative accumulation. Boom! Yunbuki's aura erupted. A vast presence pouring out like a mountain flood, instantly spreading for 100 miles. Anyone within this range could feel a powerful existence rising like the sun. The Tianshan realm's 10th level. He made it. The brilliance in Yun Buki's eyes flashed like the blazing sun illuminating the world, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Lin Xiaofan, the pillar of the sect. His treatment from now on will be equal to that of an elder. Yun Buki's eyes opened and closed, radiating brilliance. Chapter 53. Visiting the Mountain Elders. I need to go back to refined pills. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Good. Hurry back. Take care of yourself. We're not in too much a rush. That's right. You should first ensure that the sect's 100 experience pills are ready. The elders warmly sent him off, inquiring about his well-being, and continued to escort him out of the sect's discussion hall. After walking a distance, they reluctantly bid farewell. Elders, please wait. Lin Xiaofan maintained a reserved smile, not letting the sweet talk overwhelm him. He had already figured out these old fellows' nature. Their claims of worrying about his pill refining fatigue were just nice words. By the way, are we going to collect the pills in the morning or at noon in 7 days? Just before parting, Zhuge Feng casually asked. The other elders stared at Lin Xiaofan with eager eyes, including Zhang Bai. Look, their true colors are revealed. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan dropped a sentence and turned to leave without looking back. Lin Xiaofan headed straight for the 10th peak. He had never had so many Xianjing stones before and was very excited, just wanted to go back quickly and enhance his strength. Chapter 54. Say it again. As Lin Xiaofan stepped out of the Xuantian sword sect gate, he saw several large pits on the ground ahead. Zhang Bai stood with his back to the sect, confronting 3 people, 2 elderly men with graying hair and a handsome young man in a green robe. You're here. Zhang Bai glanced at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan. The cold-looking elder on the left widened his eyes upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, as if ready to spit fire. Lin Xiaofan boldly said, You must be Kong Qing from the Ziji sect, right? I heard you have been chasing me? Kong Qing gritted his teeth. You brat. No respect. Is this how your elders from the Xuantian sword sect teach you? Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to retort, Zhang Bai winked at him. Xiaofan, they are here to find you. There must be some misunderstanding between you. You should explain it clearly. It's better to resolve grievances than to create them. I understand, master. Then let's start with the Li Dali incident. Lin Xiaofan understood, turning his gaze toward the other elderly man, Qi Qianxiu. Senior, you're here for Li Dali, right? This cannot be blamed on me. Li Dali came to kill me first, and I killed him in self-defense. I bear no responsibility. Qi Qianxiu shouted angrily. If you hadn't killed his brother, would he have come to kill you? Chapter 55. A life for a life. Lin Xiaofan said. Elder Zhang, don't look. This guy's playing dead. You brat, your attack is too heavy. Zhang Bai saw that Shimin Xiaotian was out of breath, blood constantly gushing from his mouth, and couldn't help but feel worried. Shimin Xiaotian was the 3rd-ranked true disciple of the Li Tian sect. If anything happened to him, it would really be a mess. Lin Xiaofan bent down, grabbing Shimin Xiaotian by the collar and lifting him up. Shimin Xiaotian hung limply in Lin Xiaofan's hand, his eyes vacant, looking ashen. How could this happen? I am at the Tianxin realm's 10th level. Why did I lose so badly? This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Shimin Xiaotian's morale was shattered. He could accept defeat, but being utterly powerless against Lin Xiaofan made him feel deeply self-doubtful. Shimin Xiaotian, now tell me how to resolve the matter of killing Zhang Chaoyang. Stop playing dead, wake up. Lin Xiaofan slapped Shimin Xiaotian's face, making loud slapping sounds. Shimin Xiaotian felt the pain and humiliation, forcefully breaking free from Lin Xiaofan's grip, stepping back and angrily saying, Lin Xiaofan, don't bully people too much. Chapter 56. Don't ask. Just know it's the Qi realm impossible. Kong Qing was extremely shocked. He slapped out a palm, instantly dyeing the sky purple, with countless purple lights rushing towards that sword energy. But upon contact, it dissipated. The sword energy shot through like a rainbow, arriving in an instant. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Kong Qing was sent flying over 10 kilometers, blood scattering across the sky. Good Lin Xiaofan, you wait for me. I will not rest until one of us is dead. Kong Qing's figure fled in panic. He actually got away. Lin Xiaofan's hair was disheveled, his clothes torn in several places, looking a bit disheveled. He looked at the direction where Kong Qing disappeared, feeling a sense of unwillingness. A large amount of experience points just vanished like this. Zhang Bai took a long time to come back to his senses with a complex expression. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just that Kong Qing's punch hurt a bit. Lin Xiaofan felt lingering fear. The Tianshan realm should not be underestimated. If it weren't for his strong physique, that punch just now could have shattered his body. However, after this confrontation, he also had a rough understanding of his own strength. Gongqing, at the Tianshan realm's 5th level, was not his opponent. His current combat power at the Qi realm's 52nd level should be around that of the Tianshan realm's 7th level. Just a bit painful? Chapter 57. The quietly arriving crisis, the 10th peak, has been bustling these days, with many disciples coming to see Lin Xiaofan's demeanor. Li Xianao was busy and overwhelmed, but enjoying it. He loved the feeling of being in the spotlight. Although he wasn't the main character, he felt honored to be associated. Just as many disciples were discussing Lin Xiaofan, the sect released a major announcement. Sect Master Yin Buki, after taking the experience pills refined by Lin Xiaofan, broke through to the Tianshan realm's 10th level. What? Can the experienced Dan allow a breakthrough for those at the Tiangang realm? Wasn't it said to only be effective for those below the Qihai realm? If the Tiangang realm can break through, then wouldn't other realms be able to as well? Thus, the disciples of the Xuantian Sword sect went completely crazy. Countless people flocked to the 10th peak, each waving their Xianjing stones to purchase Experience Dawn. Don't push. Don't push. Everyone stand in line. The threshold of the 10th courtyard was almost trampled, and no matter how much Li Xianao shouted, he couldn't contain the enthusiasm of the disciples. Senior Brother Li, I want to buy an Experience Dan. I want to buy one too. Sell me one. Li Xianao, you better get out of my way. I want to see Senior Brother Lin. Seeing he couldn't stop them, Li Xianao could only shout loudly. Everyone shut up. This is Senior Brother Lin's place of seclusion. Do you dare to be reckless? Chapter 58. Sword Dao Divine Powers on the surface. The Xuantian Sword sect was calm, but behind the scenes, dark waves were surging. Experts above the Degong realm were successively invited by Zhang Bai, and upon returning, their faces were all solemn, secretly preparing for something. The disciples below the Shuangguang realm were slow to realize, but eventually seemed to hear some rumors. The Ziji sect is going to attack the Mountain Gate. The Supreme Elder is not in the sect. These two pieces of information were leaked by someone, and the entire sect felt like they were facing a great enemy. The atmosphere instantly becoming tense. With the great enemy approaching, the 10th peak lost its previous liveliness and became quiet again. Lin Xiaofan was also infected by the atmosphere of impending war, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency, and unusually began to cultivate seriously. On one hand, he wanted to earn double the AFK experience, since he was free anyway. Even a mosquito is meat. On the other hand, he felt something unusual. As long as he operated the sword chi technique, something seemed to be about to emerge, as if it was going to undergo a transformation. The sword chi technique at 60 layers was already an unprecedentedly high realm, enough to scare people if mentioned. It was precisely because the realm was so high that certain changes occurred. Lin Xiaofan exerted all his strength to operate the sword chi technique. The ocean of sword chi in his dantian roared and surged. Boundless sword chi covered the sky. At a certain moment, the ocean of sword chi infinitely collapsed, transforming into a brilliant light sword, the sword intent reaching its peak in that instant. Chapter 59. Prelude to Battle So Powerful. Lin Xiaofan was very satisfied. With one sword, he could annihilate 10 miles. Having this divine power in hand, he felt more confident against those of the Dongxi realm. If the sword chi technique can derive divine powers, can the titanium golden body do the same? Lin Xiaofan had the thought that he should spend more time practicing the titanium golden body in the future. After checking the sky, Lin Xiaofan returned the way he came. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, he sensed something unusual and slowed down. Suddenly, a loud shout came from ahead. There's a disciple of the Xuantian Sword sect here. A figure suddenly jumped out from the forest to block the path, followed by a dozen others emerging from all directions. Ziji sect disciples. Qihai realm? These are just trash outer disciples. Kid, Yu Xuantian Sword sect has been surrounded. Not a single one will escape. This trash. Just kill them directly. One of the Ziji sect disciples raised his long knife and viciously struck at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan slapped out. Bang! The person didn't even grunt, and exploded into a mist of blood. Experience points 500. The other Ziji sect disciples were stunned. That was the Shuangguang realm, and he was actually annihilated with one slap? Run! Someone shouted, and the Ziji sect members scattered in panic. Chapter 60. Radiant sword chi slashes Tiangang. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with casualties on both sides, but the Zhoutian sword sect suffered greater losses. However, in one-on-one battles at the Tiangang realm, the Zhoutian sword sect had 5 people gaining the upper hand. In battles at this level, as long as the top combat power remains, the outcome is uncertain. Gongqing, what are you doing? Why not first surround and kill the opponent's Tiangang realm? In the sky, after breaking through the protective mountain array, the purple light that had been floating there emitted a majestic voice, a figure appearing faintly, exuding a fierce aura. Kong Qing was taken aback, looked up at the purple light, and shouted, "Ancestor, I am searching for Lin Xiaofan." With the 2 sects at war, he only wanted to kill Lin Xiaofan, but couldn't find him, and his anger had nowhere to vent. He didn't even care about the ancestor's reprimand. Incompetent to achieve success, yet skilled in causing failure. The voice in the purple light was extremely dissatisfied, letting out a heavy cold snort, and countless purple chi surged out, sweeping across the Tiangang battlefield. "Be careful." Yun Buki was alarmed. Being the closest, he was the first to bear the brunt. The purple chi lightly brushed against him, yet felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds, and he was blasted away hundreds of feet, crashing into a mountain peak. Zhang Bai and the other Tiangang realm experts were also swept by the purple chi, each one flying out. Chapter 61. Dongshu Realm, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Experience Points 10,000. The system voice echoed in Lin Xiaofan's mind. Experience points secured. 1 head equals 10,000 experience points, truly worthy of the Tiangang realm. Bring me more. Lin Xiaofan hovered in the sky, surrounded by sword chi, like a war god overlooking the entire battlefield. The fall of Kong Qing caused a slight stagnation in the actions of both sides, the atmosphere of war easing a bit. Lin Xiaofan's forceful slaying of a Tiangang realm expert drew the attention of everyone. "Lin Xiaofan, why are you back? Hurry and leave." Zhang Bai was the first to recover from his shock, and urged loudly. Lin Xiaofan looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze quickly sweeping across the battlefield, and discovered that the Zhoutian sword sect was suffering heavy casualties. Yun Buki and the other 7 Tiangang realm experts were all heavily injured, with the slightly weaker Elder 5 and Elder 6 lying in pools of blood, barely clinging to life, completely losing their fighting capacity. Yun Buki and Zhang Bai, along with the other 5, were still holding out against the attack, while the 7 Tiangang experts from the Ziji sect were attacking with all their might, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Lin Xiaofan looked at the remaining 7 Tiangang experts from the Ziji sect. His heart stirred. That was 70,000 experience points. "Lin Xiaofan, come and take your life." Nangang Yu also reacted. The fall of the Tiangang realm experts stirring up both new and old grudges in his heart. Chapter 62. Spiritual energy turns to rain. Heaven and earth mourn together, looking for death. Marol leaves sneered, the purple vortex spinning rapidly, distorting and reshaping the 100 feet of void. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded as all the Zhoutian sword sect disciples sucked into this area exploded, turning the entire sky into a scene of bloody rain. Lin Xiaofan was also affected by the distortion force, his protective sword chi exploding one after another, his body subjected to spatial compression. But fortunately, the titanium golden body was strong enough to withstand it. Marol leaves. "Try taking my sword," Lin Xiaofan shouted. A dazzling sword light emerged from his body. The immensely powerful sword intent suppressing the void, crushing all tangible and intangible forces. Yun Buki and the others felt their bodies lighten, the omnipresent suction suddenly disappearing, and they couldn't help but rejoice. The Ziji sect members all changed color. Under the pressure of that sword intent, even a Tiangang expert like Nangang Yu felt immense pressure, and the disciples below the Digong realm were directly pressed to the ground. "What?" Moro's expression grew serious. "What kind of sword technique is this?" "A sword technique meant to kill you." Lin Xiaofan's voice had barely faded when the sword light suddenly surged. The Wuxiang Jie sword was unleashed with all its power, its sharp brilliance shining across the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 63. Titanium Extreme, Demon Body, the 10th peak of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. After a fierce battle, the sect's vitality was severely damaged, and many places were destroyed, including the 10th peak. Because of Lin Xiaofan, the 10th peak had become a crucial area of the sect, so repairs and restoration were initiated immediately. The sect arranged for many disciples to help, and the peak was bustling with activity. The back courtyard of the 10th Academy was relatively undamaged, and Lin Xiaofan lay leisurely as usual. After the previous battle, he not only gained a fearsome reputation, but also accumulated over 300,000 experience points. However, he did not rush to improve his cultivation. Since he had decided to level up after reaching 1 million experience points, he would not cut corners. Lin Xiaofan. Voices came from outside. Zhang Bai had arrived. Guoming, Lin Xiaofan said. Zhang Bai entered, no longer as composed as before. His cautious demeanor now mixed with a hint of tension and respect. Strength represented status, and the person before him could even slay those of the K-Void realm. His cultivation level unfathomable. Zhang Bai could no longer face Lin Xiaofan calmly. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Elder Zhang, you don't need to be like this. Just act as usual and relax. Yes, Zhang Bai replied stiffly. Lin Xiaofan remarked, it's lonely at the top. Chapter 64. Heart Demon. Demon Embryo. After Zhang Bai left, Lin Xiaofan returned to his room to cultivate in seclusion. Without the cultivation of the Cave Void Realm, would practicing the Titanium Extreme Demon Body lead to irreversible consequences? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit worried. He had strayed for his path of cultivation, but he was extremely eager to comprehend blood rebirth. High risks, high rewards. After some thought, Lin Xiaofan decided to give it a try. If things went awry, he would stop immediately. Lin Xiaofan opened the manual and read through it again. After memorizing the cultivation method, he began to practice. Boom! As Lin Xiaofan activated his techniques, the blood and qi within him boiled and roared. His flesh and bones trembling in unison, an inexplicable force surged from the void, wildly tempering and refining his body, repairing any deficiencies. The intense pain that followed almost caused him to faint. It hurts. It hurts too much. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling incessantly. And within a short while, he was drenched in sweat. However, his Titanium Extreme body was continuously improving, not just in realm, but undergoing a qualitative transformation. Truly, it was pain mixed with joy. Time quietly passed. A month later, the golden body was perfected. Lin Xiaofan was filled with vigor, his entire being radiating golden light, as if a divine being had descended. Chapter 65. Overnight Riches. Condensing the Daniel. You can't kill me. The demon embryo cried in terror. Lin Xiaofan. The demon embryo is the foundation of the Titanium Extreme Demon Body. If you destroy it, you will never comprehend blood washing the world and will never be able to cultivate the Titanium Extreme Demon Body to its highest realm. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Xiaofan continued to exert force, crushing the demon embryo with a crackling sound. He didn't care about blood washing the world. He was more concerned with blood rebirth. As for whether he could cultivate it to the highest realm with the system by his side, was that even a question? Lin Xiaofan, do you know what kind of existence I am? This is just one of my countless avatars. You cannot kill me. The demon embryo screamed shrilly. Lin Xiaofan said, let me guess, you are the creator of the Titanium Extreme Demon Body? For some reason, you fell, but did not completely die. So, using some secret method, you allowed those cultivating the Titanium Extreme Demon Body to give birth to a demon embryo. This demon embryo is your consciousness transformed. Once it truly grows, you can seize the host, and you will thus live a second life. Am I right? The demon embryo was dumbfounded. How do you know this? Just a guess. Lin Xiaofan smiled, and with a sudden squeeze of his sword energy, the demon embryo shattered like glass. Chapter 66. Crazy Enhancement. Lin Xiaofan suddenly had a bad premonition. With his physical realm so strong, his cultivation foundation must also be formidable. And the required experience points would likely not be small. Originally thinking he had plenty of experience points, he now estimated it would be far from enough. And he feared he would run out after just a few more enhancements. Continue enhancing the Titanium Extreme Demon Body. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. Consume 2 million experience points. Titanium Extreme Demon Body upgraded to the 3rd layer, current realm. Golden Body 3rd transformation. Consume 3 million experience points. Titanium Extreme Demon Body upgraded to the 4th layer. Current realm. Golden Body 4th transformation. Consume 4 million experience points. Titanium Extreme Demon Body upgraded to the 5th layer, current realm. Golden Body 5th transformation. Consume 5 million experience points. Titanium Extreme Demon Body upgraded to the 6th layer, current realm. Golden Body 6 transformation. Stop. Lin Xiaofan quickly hit the brakes. Just in that short time, 1,500,000 experience points were gone. However, he felt his body growing stronger, just sitting there caused spatial tremors. As if this world could not bear his existence and was trying to expel him. Lin Xiaofan hurriedly restrained his aura, and the void's vibrations gradually stabilized. This feeling was too powerful. Lin Xiaofan's spirit soared. Although he was pained by the loss of experience points, the feeling of increased strength was still wonderful. Chapter 67. Uninvited Guest Unbridled. Dongfangju, how dare you speak to our sect's elder in such a manner? Zhang Bai reprimanded. Elder? Dongfangju glanced Lin Xiaofan up and down, his eyes revealing caution, but he boldly said, a mere junior disciple can actually be called an elder. Your Nine Heaven Sword sect is getting worse. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. Are you jealous? What? Lin Xiaofan continued. Your Lixiang sect's younger generation has always been the best among peers. But now you have been surpassed by our Nine Heaven Sword sect, so you're quite upset, aren't you? When were we surpassed? Dongfangju's face turned somewhat ugly. It was one thing not to mention it, but now that Lin Xiaofan had spoken, he really felt a bit unbalanced. Everyone was young. Why were you so exceptional that you became an elder? He didn't want to talk to Lin Xiaofan anymore and turned to Zhang Bai. Elder Zhang, I'm here to discuss matters today, not to cause trouble. The decision of the sect alliance has been made very clear. Your Nine Heaven Sword sect must comply. You Lixiang sect are being too overbearing. Zhang Bai's face turned red with anger. Lin Xiaofan's expression turned cold, asking, what sect alliance decision? Let's hear it. Chapter 68. Million ransom. 10-day deadline, nothing bad. Let us proceed as planned. Have someone hang him at the door, giving Lixiang's sect 10 days. If they do not come to redeem him, then we can only kill him. Lin Xiaofan happened to need Xian crystal stones. And since they were delivering them to his door, why be polite? Lin Xiaofan, if you dare to do this, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Dongfangju was both shocked and angry. If he were really hung outside the main gate, his lifetime of fame would be completely ruined. Even if he were saved later, how could he face his fellow disciples? And I want to see what the consequences will be. Lin Xiaofan didn't wait for Zhang Bai to make arrangements. He directly grabbed Dongfangju and headed towards the main gate of the Xuantian Sword sect, drawing the attention of many disciples. Lin Xiaofan, don't do this. We can talk it out. Dongfangju was frightened and his tone softened. Lin Xiaofan ignored him completely and arrived at the main gate of the sect. Under the astonished gazes of two gatekeeping disciples, Lin Xiaofan tore off the golden silk robe from Dongfangju, twisted it into a rope, and found a corner to hang Dongfangju up. Finally, he infused a sword energy into Dongfangju's body. Lin Xiaofan. Dongfangju was filled with both shame and anger, his half-naked body swaying in the air, feeling utterly humiliated. He tried to use his energy to break free, but the moment he moved, the sword energy inside him would surge violently, as if it wanted to tear his body apart. Chapter 69. Outside the sect. All eyes are on it. The true disciple of the Li Tian sect, Dongfangju, was detained by the Xuantian Sword sect and hung at the main gate for public display. This news spread like a hurricane in all directions, rapidly circulating in a short time. All factions were shocked upon hearing it. How dare the Xuantian Sword sect confront the Li Tian sect head-on? Recently, the Xuantian Sword sect had been quite active, not only destroying the Ziji sect, which had a legacy of nearly 1,000 years, but also concocting experience pills that could help people improve their cultivation, making various factions envious. Besides that, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the newly appointed elder Lin Xiaofan. It was said that Lin Xiaofan had broken through to the Dongshu realm and had killed the Dongshu powerhouse Imovoya from the Ziji sect. 20 years old and already at Dongshu, unprecedented in history. Of course, many people didn't believe it was true. After all, reaching the Dongshu realm at just 20 years old was too exaggerated. Some speculated that this was just a smokescreen released by the Xuantian Sword sect, a false message. The rumors of another elder, Luo Feijian, from the Xuantian Sword sect being missing had already spread, and now that the sect was empty, they needed a new Dongshu realm figure to deter others. And Lin Xiaofan was just a pawn pushed out by the Xuantian Sword sect. Naturally, Some people believed it to be true. The surviving disciples of the Ziji sect had witnessed with their own eyes their invincible ancestor being completely obliterated by Lin Xiaofan, with none of the 8 great Tian gang escaping. Chapter 70. Paying for Lives. One strike to explode. When Lin Xiaofan heard the sound of the bell, he was in closed-door cultivation. It wasn't that he had become more diligent. He wanted to comprehend the blood rebirth supernatural power, tirelessly cultivating the titanium extreme demon body. Unfortunately, his luck had not been good, and he had been unable to comprehend it. What's going on? Could it be that someone is coming to the door again? Lin Xiaofan withdrew his energy, his face showing a puzzled expression. The sword energy left in Dongfangju's body had not been triggered, and there was no major problem. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit reassured. After all, that was 1,000,000 Xianjing stones and nothing could go wrong. He sensed outward and found that no one was attacking the mountain gate. But many disciples had gathered outside, staring intently as they confronted 2 people. Is the Li Tian sect here to redeem someone? Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. He immediately ended his closed-door cultivation, left his room, and in a flash appeared above the mountain gate. He stood with his hands behind his back, striking a pose as he stepped down into the air. "Welcome, Elder." When the disciples saw Lin Xiaofan, their faces instantly flushed, and they uniformly knelt down, their voices shouting loudly. Elder, the pinnacle figure of the sect. Lin Xiaofan had already become an object of admiration for many disciples of the Xuantian sword sect. It was difficult to see him even on ordinary days. So his sudden appearance left them all excited. Chapter 71. Do you guess I dare not? Yan Xinyu walked forward without looking away, as if no one else was around. He glanced at the blood on the ground and frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. He cast a deep look at the disheveled Dongfangju. Senior brother. Dongfangju's heart tightened. He knew Yan Xinyu was angry, blaming him for tarnishing the Li Tian sect's reputation. Yan Xinyu snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it struck like thunder, making everyone feel as if their hearts had been pierced by a sword, almost spitting blood. 7th layer of the Tian gang realm. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. This person was indeed remarkable, possessing such cultivation at such a young age, surpassing most elders of the Xuantian sword sect. No wonder he had such a great reputation. He clapped his hands and laughed, truly worthy of being the senior brother of the Li Tian sect, making a stunning appearance. Yan Xinyu's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofan. 2nd layer of the Tian gang realm. Yan Xinyu's expression changed slightly. 20 years old in the Tian gang realm was indeed astonishing. However, as long as he confirmed that the other party was not in the Dongxi realm, he would be sure to win. Lin Xiaofan, I've long admired your name. The last trace of worry in Yan Xinyu's heart dissipated, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Such an extraordinary genius was about to perish at his hands, and he felt inexplicably excited. Lin Xiaofan said, "There's no need for pleasantries. Did you bring the 1,000,000 Xianjing stones?" Chapter 72. Who dares to claim invincibility? Some people always think they are strong, but that is just an illusion. Lin Xiaofan activated his titanium extreme demon body, his whole body radiating golden light. He threw a punch, striking the Kanglin sword. Bang! With a loud sound, Yan Xinyu was sent flying again. What? Yan Xinyu was thrown back several kilometers, his face filled with disbelief. Titanium golden body? How could it possibly withstand a 7th grade Xian weapon? Lin Xiaofan shook his fist, feeling nothing at all. Even before he cultivated the titanium extreme demon body, his golden body transformation was already close to the Dongxu level. Now, having consumed over 10 million experience points, pushing his physical body to the 6th transformation golden body, he didn't even know how powerful he had become. However, he was a bit dissatisfied that he hadn't shattered the Kanglin sword with one punch. Yan Xinyu, try taking another punch from me. Lin Xiaofan's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Yan Xinyu, his golden glowing fist heavily smashing out. Bang! Yan Xinyu was caught off guard, taking a heavy blow to his chest and being sent flying again. However, he was not flustered at all. The Kanglin armor on him flashed with blue light, completely negating the power of Lin Xiaofan's punch. Lin Xiaofan, your strength is beyond my expectations. But so what? You can't hurt me at all. Yan Xinyu mocked, his face full of pride. Chapter 73. Emperor Li Tian, who is it? Lin Xiaofan took a few steps back, fully on guard. The light curtain around Yan Xinyu suddenly began to shake violently, causing the nearby space to ripple like the surface of water. A figure slowly emerged, shimmering like a reflection in water, blurry and indistinct. I am the sect master of the Li Tian sect, Di Lin Tian. That voice rang out again, with imposing words that spoke the name of authority, echoing powerfully in all directions, shaking the heavens. The sect master of the Li Tian sect, Di Lin Tian. Everyone gasped. Di Lin Tian, famous for hundreds of years, once suppressed 100 sects and thousands of factions. No one dared to disobey. His name was indeed thunderous. The current 9-sect alliance was strongly promoted by Di Lin Tian, and since its establishment, Di Lin Tian has been the leader, a position that no one can shake. This is a true, unparalleled powerhouse. Di Lin Tian, your Tianzong disciples have repeatedly caused trouble at my Xuantian sword sect. You must give an explanation. Otherwise, Yan Xinyu will undoubtedly die today. Lin Xiaofan suddenly spoke astonishing words, causing an uproar in the crowd. What is he trying to do? Do they know what kind of existence is on the opposite side? How dare they speak like this? That is Di Lin Tian. The disciples of Xuantian's sword sect couldn't help but feel worried. At this moment, several figures flew out from the sect, and the leader was Zhang Bai. Chapter 74. The Great Duel in the Void. Very well. Since that is the case, let us fight. Di Lin Tian's domineering voice resonated in all directions, booming like war drums. With overwhelming power, everyone's hearts tightened, and countless gazes focused on the illusory figure in the void. Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. He realized something was wrong and quietly retreated a short distance, preparing for battle. However, after waiting for a while, Di Lin Tian showed no signs of movement, and instead, that illusory figure slowly faded and disappeared. Is he leaving? Lin Xiaofan was astonished. He thought Di Lin Tian had some means to cross the void, but it turned out to be all talk and no action, just dropping a big statement and leaving. Di Lin Tian, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to fight? Why are you running away? Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but tease. Di Lin Tian did not respond, and the illusory figure finally vanished with a crackle. Lin Xiaofan felt bored and was about to capture Yan Xinyu back to the sect when an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the void cracked open a seam, rapidly stretching and widening. At the same time, a powerful suction force swept out, pulling Yan Xinyu quickly toward the crack. You want to succeed, Lin Xiaofan shouted, reaching out to grab, and the space froze, holding Yan Xinyu, suspended in mid-air. Chapter 75. The Threat of Death. Li Tianzong. Atop Lingzhu Peak. Lin Xiaofan, I will tear you to pieces. Di Lin Tian was furious in his training cave, exuding a powerful aura that shook the entire mountain, causing it to hum and tremble. Sectmaster, something bad has happened. The great elder of Li Tianzong, Su Wuhen, rushed up Lingzhu Peak in a panic. He didn't dare to barge into the cave, instead standing outside, exasperated. Just now, a sword light flew from somewhere above the sect, killing hundreds of disciples, destroying countless sect buildings, and several mountains have collapsed. Di Lin Tian's face darkened. I know, Su Wuhen said now. Sectmaster, there is a powerful being attacking our Li Tianzong. We must take precautions. Enough with the talk. I already know who it is. Di Lin Tian, in a fit of rage, said, this matter was caused by Lin Xiaofan of Xuantian sword sect. He killed Dongfang Zhu, captured Yan Xinyu, and demanded us to pay 1,000,000 profound crystal stones for his release. Truly unfilial. What? Su Wuhen nearly jumped up. This is outrageous. I will go to Xuantian sword sect to rescue the young sect master and capture that Lin Xiaofan for punishment. Stop, Di Lin Tian ordered. There was a miscalculation. Although Lin Xiaofan is not in the void realm, he possesses the power of the void. Even the 7th grade profound weapon, the Kanglin sword armor, was shattered by him unarmed. You are not his match. Chapter 76. Departure. Sunluo Valley. Wait. Yan Xinyu was startled. His dantian was sealed by Yun Buki and others, making it impossible for him to resist, and his face turned pale with fear. Lin Xiaofan's hand stopped above Yan Xinyu's head, saying, Didn't he want to kill you? Yan Xinyu's mouth twitched. He had just sensed the aura of death, and this guy really intended to kill him. Lin Xiaofan, how can I, as the young sect master of Li Tianzong, sweep the floor? Where is my dignity? Yan Xinyu's tone softened. Lin Xiaofan replied, So, do you want dignity or do you want life? Yan Xinyu, forget it. Just kill me and be done with it. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand again, pretending to strike. Yin Xinyu hurriedly said, "I am willing." Lin Xiaofan asked, "Willing to do what?" "I am willing to sweep the floor." Yin Xinyu lowered his head in humiliation. To save his life, he was willing to go all out. Lin Xiaofan looked at Li Xuanao and said, "You take him down from now on. He is under your care." Oh, all right." Li Xuanao's expression was strange. "Yin Xinyu, please follow me." Lin Xiaofan reprimanded. "What are you doing? How are you speaking? Why the pleasantries? You are the chief steward of the 10th peak. He is just a servant. No need to be so polite." Chapter 77. Breaking the Formation Talisman of. Yuan Fian snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiaofan, seemingly very dissatisfied. Yuan Haohan said, "Since we are family, let us go together." Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, and thus the group proceeded together. After walking for a while, Lin Xiaofan suddenly said, "By the way, I just encountered a disciple of Xuantian sword sect on the way, and as soon as he saw me, he shouted to attack, claiming that our Yuan family killed their people and demanded my life." Everyone was taken aback. Yuan Haohan quickly asked, "Where is that person now?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "He was killed by me long ago. He was so weak yet so arrogant. He deserved to die." "Yuan brother, did our Yuan family really kill disciples of Xuantian sword sect?" Yuan Haohan said solemnly. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Yuan Fian added, "Xuantian sword sect is overbearing, especially that newly appointed supreme elder Lin Xiaofan. Thinking he has some ability, he indiscriminately kills the innocent. He killed our Yuan family members first. Why can't we kill theirs?" Lin Xiaofan asked, "Did you really kill them?" Yuan Haohan scolded. "Yuan Ba, I said don't ask what you shouldn't. Can't you understand?" Lin Xiaofan felt displeased. If being an undercover was not working, then it was time to lay things on the table. Chapter 78. A massacre. The titanium demon body operated, and the power of the 6 transformations of the golden body erupted. Pucci. Lin Xiaofan's arm directly penetrated the light curtain barrier, as if he had punctured a membrane. "Is that it?" Lin Xiaofan laughed. As expected, he was ultimately too strong. Lin Xiaofan forcefully tore, and the light curtain barrier let out a piercing, tearing sound, immediately breaking a large hole. This defensive formation isn't that impressive. Lin Xiaofan entered through the hole. As soon as Lin Xiaofan's figure disappeared, the white mist above Sunluo Valley surged violently, causing the space to tremble. Beams of light fell down, merging into the light gate. The large hole slowly closed, and the portal returned to its original state. Not far from Sunluo Valley, in a cave, Yuan Cheng, dressed in a dark robe, was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking towards the direction of Sunluo Valley. "The great formation is shaking. What is going on?" Yuan Cheng frowned. He quietly sensed for a while, and his expression gradually turned grim. Where did this madman come from, daring to forcefully invade Sunluo Valley? A fierce glint flashed in Yuan Cheng's eyes as he vanished in an instant. Not long after, Yuan Cheng appeared at the entrance of Sunluo Valley. Fian. Chapter 79. The Golden Body's 7 Transformations. The Demon Fetus Reborn. Inside Sunluo Valley, Lin Xiaofan resembled a god of death, traversing through the sky, leaving nothing but barren land in his wake. Mountains, rivers, forests, and grasslands. Any place where the Wuxiang Jie sword fell was reduced to rubble. Such a terrifying scene felt like the end of the world. The Sunluo Valley, which the Yuan family had painstakingly managed for hundreds of years, was on the brink of destruction. Damn it! Hurry and notify the elders. The members of the Yuan family were filled with rage and despair, yet they felt powerless. Everyone rushed madly toward the exit. Lin Xiaofan witnessed this scene, but did not intervene. His experience points kept rising, putting him in a good mood. After all, he had already killed many members of the Yuan family in the previous rounds of attacks, avenging the disciples of his sect. Let these little roaches flee. What's important is harvesting experience points. As Lin Xiaofan continued his relentless attacks, Sunluo Valley was rapidly heading toward destruction at a speed of 10 miles in 10 breaths. The cries of dying beasts echoing throughout. Outside Sunluo Valley, Yuan Cheng anxiously awaited reinforcements. Suddenly, the Great Formation's gate trembled slightly. Someone was about to emerge. Yuan Cheng was startled, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He quickly hid to the side, preparing for a surprise attack. Chapter 80. Bloodland. Green Tablet. Lin Xiaofan felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, The demon fetus had just been born and was not strong, plus the system protected his sea of consciousness from illusions. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Can it resurrect infinitely? Lin Xiaofan did not believe it. The demon fetus was not a flesh and blood body, merely a manifestation of consciousness. So it couldn't possibly resurrect with blood. He believed that as long as he killed it a few more times, he could completely eliminate it. Lin Xiaofan glanced at his experience points. There were still over 2 million. The titanium extreme demon body could no longer be improved. So he would raise his cultivation level first. Hee. Suddenly, another strange laugh echoed. The demon fetus came back to life again? How many times will this go on? Lin Xiaofan was angry. His Dantian sword energy roared, but he found no target. None? Lin Xiaofan was stunned. There was no sign of the demon fetus in his Dantian. Hee. The strange laughter rang out again. This time, Lin Xiaofan realized the sound was not coming from his Dantian, but from underground. Does Sun Luo Valley still hide secrets? Lin Xiaofan spread his senses, searching in all directions. He scanned a radius of 10 miles, but found nothing. It was well hidden. Hee. The strange laughter came from underground again. Coming again? Lin Xiaofan was displeased. The demon fetus had just cackled, and now there was this hee. All of it seemed like nonsense, which irritated him. Chapter 81. Blood Demon Ancestor. Hey, are you still there? If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Lin Xiaofan shouted. I'm here. You've killed all the ferocious beasts here. They should be enemies of the Yuan family, right? Lin Xiaofan replied. So what? If not, so what? I was trapped here because of the Yuan family. They are my mortal enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once I get out, I will definitely help you deal with the Yuan family. Lin Xiaofan said, I don't want to make friends. That's only because you don't know who I am. Stop. Lin Xiaofan interrupted. I don't care who you are, if there are no Xianjing stone veins as exchange. You can forget about me letting you out. Seeing that the other party was silent, Lin Xiaofan added, it seems you don't want to come out. Farewell. Want to leave? Did you get my permission? Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently, and columns of blood shot up from the ground, converging in the void to form a strange blood-red long sword. The blood sword pointed toward the heavens, its murderous aura sweeping across the sky. Since you are unwilling to withdraw the sealing monument, then stay here forever. The blood-red long sword slashed down from the air, and countless blood chi spread through the sky, enveloping Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 82. Give a reason not to kill. Who are you really? The blood demon ancestor's voice trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his gaze as he looked at Lin Xiaofan. How could someone at the 4th level of the Celestial Gang be so powerful? He was a Voidong realm expert. Although his cultivation had fallen now, he still possessed the strength of the 10th level of the Celestial Gang. How could he be so utterly defeated? He had no power to fight back at all. This guy definitely has issues. I am your grandpa. Lin Xiaofan felt angry at the thought of the Xianjing mine. He had thought he was about to strike it rich, but it turned out to be a false hope. A killing intent grew in his heart, and he couldn't help but kick the blood demon ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. The blood demon had no room to resist. Lin Xiaofan's kick was incredibly powerful, sending him flying several kilometers, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a long, deep ravine. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the swirling dust, the blood demon ancestor coughed violently. Not dead yet? Lin Xiaofan was greatly surprised. That kick had enough force to blow apart even a 10th level Celestial Gang cultivator. Yet the blood demon ancestor was unharmed. Wasn't this guy a weakened 10th level Celestial Gang? It seemed he had some tricks up his sleeve. Lin Xiaofan's figure flashed, chasing to the end of the ravine, where he saw the blood demon ancestor half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest and continuously coughing up blood. Chapter 83. Borrowing the power of the formation. Time passed quietly, and after a stick of incense, the blood demon ancestor suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face flushed with excitement. I feel my cultivation has increased a bit. Do you have any more experience pills? Hurry and give them to me. Lin Xiaofan said. Want more? Bring Xianjing stones to trade. The blood demon ancestor also realized that such a miraculous experience pill could not be given away for free. Directly rob it? Can't beat him. Then what to do? The blood demon ancestor suddenly understood why Lin Xiaofan had given him the experience pill. This was to control him, making him obedient in the future. Although he knew it was a trap, He had no choice but to jump in. After hundreds of years of stagnation in cultivation, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope to break through into the Void Dong realm. The surprise came so suddenly that the blood demon ancestor could no longer care about so much. Once he reached the peak again, he could no longer endure looking up from the foot of the mountain. Even if he had to be a beast of burden, he would accept it. The blood demon ancestor suppressed his excitement and said, "I can help you gather Xuantian stones, but the growth in cultivation from one experience pill is too little. I need at least several thousand to help me break through. Do you have that many? It depends on how many Xuantian stones you can get. How about this? 100 Xuantian stones can be exchanged for one experience pill. What do you think?" Chapter 84. Don't steal the kill. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire Sunluo Valley began to shake violently, and energy light streams appeared on the surface of the dome high above, converging from all directions to form a brilliant light sphere at the highest point of the dome. Be careful. The blood demon ancestor seemed to sense something, and his expression instantly became tense. Lin Xiaofan also sensed that he was being targeted, his gaze fixed on the luminous sphere. The sphere gently rotated, resembling a gigantic eye, reflecting the figures of Lin Xiaofan and blood demon ancestor. "Run!" Blood demon ancestor shouted, shattering the ground with a kick and pulling Lin Xiaofan underground in a frantic escape. Just then, a dazzling beam of light burst forth from the sphere, crashing down with overwhelming might. At that moment, everything fell silent, as if the heavens and earth were pierced by that beam. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and just as Lin Xiaofan and blood demon ancestor fled, the place where they stood was engulfed by the beam, creating a massive mushroom cloud that shot into the sky. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, causing the ground within dozens of miles to collapse, as if it were the end of the world. Lin Xiaofan was dragged by blood demon ancestor, desperately fleeing deeper underground. The shockwave from the surface transmitted through the soil, and although its power was greatly diminished, it was still soul-shaking. Chapter 85. Blood Rebirth. I understand. Blood demon ancestor was somewhat startled by Lin Xiaofan's stern expression, stumbling over his words. Was this young man really so bloodthirsty? He only stomped heads, while Lin Xiaofan actually kicked someone's body to explode. Lin Xiaofan said, "Since you understand, then remember this. As long as I am present, you cannot kill anyone. You can injure or knock them out and then bring them to me, and I'll do the killing." Blood demon ancestor nodded vigorously, 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. Who is the real blood demon? Suddenly, blood demon ancestor felt a wave of worry. Would the title of blood demon change hands? Now that this matter is resolved, you should go do your own thing and don't linger here. Lin Xiaofan said, "Don't you want the experience pills? Hurry and get the Xian crystal stones." Blood demon ancestor asked, "How will I find you?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "You can find me at the Zhoutian sword sect. Just mention my name." Blood demon ancestor nodded and said, "The Sunluo Valley has been destroyed, and 3 elders of the Tiangang realm are dead. The Yuan family 1T let this go easily, so be careful of Yuan Taiji." Lin Xiaofan said, "You should worry about yourself. Don't come out only to be suppressed again in a few days." Chapter 86. I cut through the void with Tiangang. Why does this aura feel so familiar? Lin Xiaofan frowned in thought, suddenly recalling the last time he glimpsed the 9 figures in the void. The aura emitted by the one who attacked him bore some similarities to the cursed power now invading his body. Could it be the same person? Lin Xiaofan's heart suddenly cleared. Yuan Taiji could cast curses without his blood. It must have been during their brief clash that the opponent secretly set up something. Blood demon ancestor's guess was correct. Yuan Taiji's heavenly heart spell was no longer limited to using blood as a medium. As for why Yuan Taiji was able to see through his identity, it was certainly a guess. Recently, he had been most talked about on the continent, and it would be easy for Yuan Taiji to deduce that he was the one about to take that step. Yuan Taiji, if I don't come looking for you, you should be secretly happy, yet you dare to provoke me. You really don't fear death. Lin Xiaofan's figure tore through the air, racing westward. In Fengyan City, deep within the ancestral home of the Yuan family, an ancient hall, an elderly man with white eyebrows and hair, but a rosy complexion like a child, sat at the main seat. This person was the old patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Taiji, a monster who had lived for 600 years. Chapter 87. Ziluo and Danger Lin Xiaofan did not leave immediately, but flew deeper into the Yuan family. Just now, he had knocked over many buildings, exposing the location of the treasure vault, and he sensed a large amount of Xian crystal stone's aura. This excited him. Lin Xiaofan quickly spotted a collapsed building. Amidst the ruins, a large pile of Xian crystal stones sparkled, along with many gold, silver, and jewelry items, their brilliance shooting into the sky. Stop! Two Tiangang elders of the Yuan family stood guard nearby, watching Lin Xiaofan with fear. Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily, and with a flash of his sword, two heads rolled to the ground. Then, with a wave of his hand, he collected all the Xian crystal stones and valuable items into his storage ring. Lin Xiaofan, the Yuan family will never rest until we are dead. In the distance, several Tiangang realm cultivators rushed over, shouting angrily. In that case, let them all die. A killing intent filled Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he soared into the sky, unleashing the Wuxiang robbery sword. One sword light chilled the 10 miles, and countless sword energies swept down, instantly turning the ancestral home of the Yuan family into ruins. The Yuan family, a top power on the continent, was thus annihilated. In Fengyuan City, everyone who witnessed this scene turned pale with shock. Now, that is a relief. The idea of not being able to rest until we are dead is out of the question. Chapter 88. Demonic traced the fact that the leader of the Flowing Cloud sect had previously teamed up with the Purple Extreme sect and Li Tian sect to cause trouble at the Xuantian Sword sect was no secret. Now that the Purple Extreme sect had been destroyed and the Li Tian sect had suffered significant losses, only the Flowing Cloud sect remained unscathed. Is this normal? It's clearly not normal. Was the Xuantian Sword sect's retaliation finally coming? Everyone in the Flowing Cloud sect was in a panic. Lin Xiaofan's name was like the sun at high noon. He could slay those in the void without entering it. Who in the Flowing Cloud sect could stop him? The elder of the Xuantian Sword sect came to visit, and Qi Qianxiu, filled with tension, welcomed him. Lin Xiaofan, you shouted at the Xuantian Sword sect's gate last time. Your behavior was atrocious. What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Qi Qianxiu bowed and presented a storage ring, leaving Lin Xiaofan at a loss. So considerate? Qi Qianxiu smiled and said, just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. Am I that kind of person? Do you think I'm a robber? Qi Qianxiu hurriedly said, I dare not. You don't know. I've been thoroughly investigating the disciples in the sect and found that Li Dali is a spy from the demon sect. He infiltrated the Flowing Cloud sect with malicious intent. If it weren't for you killing him, the Flowing Cloud sect would surely face utter ruin. Chapter 89. Slap in the face. Duan Wutian said, how can that be compared? The Xianming sect is the #1 sect in the world, with all sects submitting. If you become the protector of the Xianming sect, you can leap to become the most top-tier figure on the continent, wielding immense power, determining the life and death of countless people with a word. Lin Xiaofan replied, the #1 sect in the world? Have you asked the Li Tian sect? Duan Wutian said, the Li Tian sect only has one more person in the Void Realm than our Xianming sect. In terms of Tiangang level, we far surpass them. Once you join, the Xianming sect will gain more void combat power, and suppressing the Li Tian sect will only be a matter of time. This Xianming sect has grand ambitions. Lin Xiaofan fell in a deep thought. Duan Wutian continued, so what do you think? Think it over carefully? I initially came to find trouble with you in Taiji, but unexpectedly, he was killed by you. Lin Xiaofan, you are indeed very strong, being able to slay someone in the void at the 4th level of Tiangang. Such talent and potential. I dare not say there will be no one like you in the future, but you are absolutely unprecedented. The Xianming sect needs a genius like you. Join us. Lin Xiaofan said, I refuse. Xuantian didn't understand. Why? No reason, I just don't want to join. Xuantian said, do you know how many people want to join the Xianming sect, but don't have the qualifications? You actually refuse? With your level of strength? Do you still care about the distinction between righteous and evil? Chapter 90. Life and Death ring Lin Xiaofan. How can you be this strong? Xuantian lay on the ground with a confused expression, his breath faint, multiple explosions on his body, covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. The 4th level of the Tiangang realm is actually this strong. It completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. Lin Xiaofan stepped down from the air, stood beside Xuantian, and shook his head. Is this the strength of the 8th level of the Dongxi realm? Too weak. Puff. Xuantian spat out another mouthful of blood in anger, saying, Lin Xiaofan, if you want to kill me, then do it. Don't think you can humiliate me. Since you said that, then I will kill you. Lin Xiaofan slowly raised his right hand. Wait, Xuantian shouted. What do you want? Lin Xiaofan leisurely took out his clothes and put them on, saying, You asked me what I want? I Haven Tea provoked your Xianin sect, yet you stubbornly came to capture me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Xuantian was silent for a moment and said, This matter was my fault. I apologize to you. Lin Xiaofan said, There is no such easy deal. Do you think just saying sorry will let you go? Xuantian said, I can tell you a secret about the titanium demon body. Chapter 91. Forbidden Realm, how do you know? Lin Xiaofan looked at Xuantian in surprise, as he hadn't told anyone about this matter. Xuantian's heart was like ashes, his face full of despair. The life and death ring cannot be removed. A martial artist's vitality will continuously strengthen with the improvement of their cultivation. He originally thought his cultivation level far exceeded Lin Xiaofan's, and his vitality could definitely suppress the opponent. He just overlooked one point, which is that Lin Xiaofan practiced the titanium demon body and also comprehended the blood rebirth divine ability. The titanium demon body is a top-tier body refining technique, and once one comprehends the blood rebirth divine ability, their vitality will far exceed that of ordinary people. Xuantian wanted to break the life and death ring, which was basically impossible. Unless he could break through to the 8th level, then there might be a glimmer of hope. But breaking through to the 8th level is not so easy, right? In the last 1,000 years, no 8th level martial artist has emerged from the Xuantian Continent. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Lin Xiaofan felt something was off with Xuantian, who suddenly became dejected as if he had received a heavy blow. I guessed. Xuantian casually replied, closing his eyes to heal his injuries. Lin Xiaofan pondered in his heart. Could it be that Xuantian also practiced the titanium demon body, so he could sense it? Chapter 92. The Great Formation. Lin Xiaofan waited for a while. Not seeing anyone come out, he turned to Xuantian and smiled. Your chance to show off has come. Hurry up and break this turtle formation. Xuantian was astonished. Why don't you go? Lin Xiaofan said. Why should I do everything myself? What do I need you a captive for? Xuantian felt extremely aggrieved. He complained. Can you stop calling me a captive? After all, I'm a powerful figure in the Dongshu realm. Show me some respect. All right. Then I will call you Little Tian from now on. You. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. Little Tian, aren't you going to take action? Xuantian's chest rose and fell sharply, his eyes blazing with anger, but in the end, he held it in. He floated forward, standing in midair above the Li Tian sect's great formation. Pressing down with his right hand, an invisible force descended, causing the formation to tremble violently, the protective barrier of the sect continuously collapsing. And the entire Li Tian sect shook with a roar. However, the formation's defense was extremely strong. Although it was deformed from the pressure, it still held firm. Who are you? Since you dare to cause trouble at the Li Tian sect, why do you not dare to show your true face? Inside the formation, the elder of the Li Tian sect, Xuan, looked up to the sky, coldly staring at Xuantian. Chapter 93. One person suppresses a sect, break it for me. Lin Xiaofan pulled back his right hand to the limit, golden light shining from his fist, and smashed down with tremendous force, smashing a large hole in the formation's protective barrier before it had the chance to cave in. Immediately following, crack, crack. The cracks spread wildly from the breach in the formation, quickly extending in all directions. Puff! Xuan and the other 13 people were shaken all over, simultaneously spitting blood. 3 of whom were slightly weaker and fell directly to the ground. Crack! Boom! The great formation finally shattered, the powerful formation power losing control, sweeping through the entire Li Tian sect like a hurricane, instantly causing countless screams and casualties. Experience 100, experience 200, experience 500, experience points kept rising. Lin Xiaofan was delighted, not expecting to gain so much from breaking a formation. He looked at Bailey Zongheng and grinned. Bailey Zongheng, do you think I can do anything to you now? Bailey Zongheng, having been injured by the backlash from the broken formation, was already heavily wounded and had little combat power left. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. Lin Xiaofan flicked his fingers, and a sword energy shot out, flashing like a startled swan, instantly piercing through Bailey Zongheng's body, causing a spray of blood to fill the sky. Chapter 94. Emperor comes to the sky. Returned to the Yuan realm. Xuantian was obedient and quickly flew towards the collapsed mountain peak. However, before he got close, a figure broke through the rubble. Lin Xiaofan. Luo Qingyan was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She stared fiercely at Lin Xiaofan, her eyes filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Xiaofan would have died countless times. At this moment, she no longer had the image of a high elder. Her clothes were disheveled. Blood at the corner of her mouth, especially a noticeable dent from a punch on her right chest, attracting many gazes. It's not symmetrical anymore, did I break it? Everyone looked at her with strange expressions. Xuantian flew closer and saw it clearly, his eyes widened. Luo Qingyan also felt something was wrong. She looked down and nearly spat out blood in anger. She was filled with shame and indignation, angrily reprimanding Xuantian. What are you looking at? Xuantian was startled and quickly said, I wasn't looking. Qingyan, are you all right? Luo Qingyan coldly snorted. Whether I'm fine or not has nothing to do with you. The righteous and evil cannot coexist. You and I have already severed ties. Xuantian smiled bitterly. So many years have passed. Can't you forgive me? Luo Qingyan coldly replied. I will never forgive you in my life. What's going on here? Chapter 95. A sword shocking the rainbow. Breaking the air, did we win? Is Lin Xiaofan dead? After a brief shock, the people of the Li Tian sect were ecstatic. The return to the Yuan realm. The emperor coming to the sky is really the return to the Yuan realm. In the distance, Xuantian held the unconscious Luo Qingyan, staring at the domineering figure in the sky, his eyes revealing deep fear. This is the consequence of offending the Li Tian sect. The emperor coming to the sky stood proudly in the void, like an emperor overlooking the broken land, his overwhelming aura shaking the heavens. That unparalleled momentum made everyone's hearts tremble. Emperor coming to the sky. A single strike at the returning Yuan realm is nothing like this. Lin Xiaofan's voice suddenly rang out. Not loud, but echoing across the wilds. The cheers of the people from the Li Tian sect abruptly stopped, and Duan Wutian's face revealed shock. Lin Xiaofan, I underestimated you. I want to see how many palms you can take. Di Lingtian's expression also changed as he stared at the shattered ground, slowly raising his right hand. The phantom of mountains and rivers reappearing in the air. Why should I take it? Watch me break it with a sword. A figure suddenly burst out from the ground, riding the sword light soaring upwards, striking like lightning, instantly penetrating the phantom of mountains and rivers in the air. The sword light hung like a long rainbow between heaven and earth. What? Di Lingtian was greatly alarmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 96. A sword for beyond the sky. Body turned to ashes. Lin Xiaofan. You have such ruthless methods. Sooner or later, you will step into this realm. Today you kill me, and in the future, you will also be destroyed by that hand that breaks the void. I will wait for you down here. Ha ha ha. Di Lingtian still had breath left. As he tumbled in the air, he laughed maniacally, and then suddenly exploded, his laughter cut off. Experience points? 500,000. 500,000 experience points. A smile appeared on Lin Xiaofan's face. Fortunately, he acted quickly, or it would have been wasted. Sectmaster. The people of the Li Tian sect were in despair. Countless people weeping in pain, the scene filled with sorrow. Di Lingtian just died like that. In the distance, Duan Wutian muttered to himself, completely stunned. In the sky, the cracks slowly disappeared, and the overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace. Lin Xiaofan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That hand that breaks the void captured the returning Yuan realm like child's play. He had just broken out in a cold sweat. As the existence behind it was absolutely terrifying. How could such power exist in a mere heavenly gang realm? Suddenly, a cold and ruthless voice echoed in the sky. Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly looked up. He saw the crack that had originally disappeared suddenly reappear, an overwhelming pressure descending like a great net. Chapter 97. Trapped in a dilemma at the same time, Duan Wutian, who was flying through the void, suddenly felt a great pain in his dantian, scaring him to quickly land on the ground. What's going on? Duan Wutian hurriedly checked his internal condition and found the life and death rings swelling and shrinking. Extremely unstable. Could it be that Lin Xiaofan is dead? Duan Wutian's face turned pale with fear. If that were the case, he would also be doomed. No, if he were dead, the life and death ring would have exploded by now. Duan Wutian quickly calmed down, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Lin Xiaofan should be on the brink of death. Could it be that he is undergoing blood rebirth? I'm dead. Lin Xiaofan did not expect death to come so suddenly. At the moment his body exploded, he felt extreme fear, and then he completely lost all perception, falling into boundless darkness. In the midst of dead silence, it was hard to tell how long it had passed. It could have been just a fleeting moment or countless years. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaofan's consciousness suddenly awakened. In the dark, he sensed something, the call of his bloodline. Blood rebirth. Lin Xiaofan's consciousness surged violently. He simultaneously felt 4 life marks, which were his 4 drops of blood. 3 drops were in 3 storage rings, and 1 drop was in the life and death ring. Chapter 98. The Old Man in the Ring, Who Are You? Yan Qinyu was not surprised, but instead appeared calm. Lin Xiaofan was astonished. Is he so unflappable? Young man, meeting me is your fortune. From today on, you will soar to great heights and ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. The voice from the blood drop sounded strange, and there was no worry about being discovered. Yan Qinyu said, Stop boasting. You must have a request of me? Lin Xiaofan, are the villains so clever now? How can I deceive him? Yan Qinyu continued to sneer. You deliberately shook that big stone to attract my attention. I knew there was a problem with this ring, so don't think you can fool me. Lin Xiaofan said, Young man, you are Yan Qinyu, right? I've been observing you for a long time. I know you are imprisoned here and harbor resentment, but it's okay. I can help you. Yan Qinyu said, Enough nonsense. Tell me, what benefits can you offer me? Lin Xiaofan, this script is wrong. He is the old man in the ring, a mysterious existence. Shouldn't he be submissive and obedient? How can he speak to me like this? I must give him a lesson. Kid, do you know what kind of existence I am? Do you dare to speak to me like this? Chapter 99. The great deceiver Yan Qinyu said, Senior, I am currently trapped here and cannot obtain the Xin crystal stone. Lin Xiaofan thought that was indeed the case. Relying on a captive, what could be accomplished? How about releasing him first? Lin Xiaofan said, This is simple. I can help you dissolve the sword energy in your body. Yan Qinyu was overjoyed. Really? Now that the 9 Heaven Sword sect does not have a void realm to oversee it, as long as he restores his cultivation, leaving would be a matter of minutes. Just a mere sword energy. I can't eliminate it with ease. Lin Xiaofan boasted. In truth, with his current state, combined with the spatial isolation, he could do nothing about that sword energy, and he couldn't even sense its aura. However, since the sword energy was left by him, there was certainly a way to resolve it. Yan Qinyu said solemnly, I ask you to help me. Once I am free, I will do everything I can to obtain the Xin crystal stone for you. Listen carefully. I will teach you the method to dissolve the sword energy. Lin Xiaofan immediately shared a trick. Yan Qinyu listened carefully, understanding the message, and immediately sat cross-legged. The sword energy that Lin Xiaofan had left behind had been there for some time. Its power was much less than before, and even if he ignored it, it would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Chapter 100. If not given, then just steal it. Yan Qinyu was not intimidated. He stared coldly at Xuantian and said, Shitty, mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't. After saying that, Yan Qinyu turned and left. Xuantian respectfully saw Yan Qinyu off, and when he could no longer see him, a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Yan Qinyu, you can embarrass yourself, but you also bring shame to the sect. Your time as a young master is coming to an end. Yan Qinyu, with a gloomy face, walked towards Ling Ju Peak. Lin Xiaofan muttered, Your shitty is obviously not a good person, and you don't even take action. Yan Qinyu said, He is just a clown, not worth worrying about. For me now, breaking through to the void realm is the most important thing. I'm going to find the elder and get the key to the treasury. Lin Xiaofan heard this, and it was indeed a serious matter, but he didn't want to appear too eager, saying, Why are you in such a hurry? You just came back. Why not take a rest? No. Yan Qinyu shook his head. The situation of the sect is delicate. A new void realm is urgently needed to boost morale. The faster I break through, the better. Delay may lead to changes. Lin Xiaofan was secretly happy. I'm not afraid you're in a hurry, as long as you're not anxious. He joked, Kid. I heard someone discussing at the 9 Heaven Sword sect that the sect master of your sect was killed by Lin Xiaofan. Are you so eager to break through because you have thoughts about the position of sect master? Chapter 101. A person who does not act for themselves will face heavenly retribution. Lin Xiaofan said, A person who does not act for themselves will face heavenly retribution. The path of martial arts is a path of plunder. There are only so many cultivation resources. If you don't fight for them, how can you become extraordinary? Yan Xinyu's expression changed unpredictably as he said, "Anyway, I can't do that. I am a young sect master, and I have the duty to protect the treasury. How can I commit the act of embezzlement?" Lin Xiaofan said, "So you don't want to be sect master anymore? Your sect is the #1 sect in the world. And without the void realm cultivation, it seems impossible for you to ascend to the position of sect master, right?" Yan Xinyu fell silent. Lin Xiaofan instigated. "That woman just now clearly intended to suppress you, not wanting you to break through to the void realm. Perhaps she wants to become sect master." Yan Xinyu's expression slightly changed, but he still said nothing. Lin Xiaofan became a bit anxious. Yan Xinyu, as the young sect master, has long been branded with the mark of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. It seems unrealistic to make him do something that harms the sect's interests. Then he could only adopt a roundabout strategy. Lin Xiaofan said, "How about this? You go and ask for the key to the treasury first. Breaking through to the Celestial Gang's realm doesn't require many Xian crystal stones. Break through 1 or 2 levels first to enhance your strength. As the young sect master, you should have a right to enjoy this little sect resource, right?" Chapter 102. Blood drops forged the body, breaking into the void. Yan Xinyu stared at the face on the spirit body, scrutinizing it for a while, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. You are. That's right. It's me." Lin Xiaofan shouted loudly. The blood drop suddenly exploded, and although it was just a drop of blood, it burst forth with a torrent of blood, frantically pouring into the spirit body. The meridians, bones, and flesh quickly solidified, and the facial features were completely formed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the storage ring shattered, and a naked figure fell from the void. It was Lin Xiaofan. The blood rebirth had finally completed its last step. Lin Xiaofan. Yan Xinyu was blasted back several meters. His eyes instantly bloodshot, and a raging anger burned within him. He had thought that fortune had come upon him, and he would soon reach the peak. But now he realized he was merely a pawn of Lin Xiaofan. His lungs were about to explode with rage. "Damn Lin Xiaofan! How dare you use me, you smack!" Lin Xiaofan worried about the noise being heard outside and directly slapped Yan Xinyu to pieces, blood spraying everywhere. With a wave of his hand, the space stagnated, and the scattered blood and corpse had yet to fall to the ground before being pulled back together, gradually turning to dust under the immense pressure. That should be dead for sure. Chapter 103. The mystery of the disappearing return to Origin Realm. Continue to improve. Insufficient experience points. Unable to level up. So soon it's gone? Lin Xiaofan glanced at the experience points. Only over 160,000 were left. Forget it. Then let us increase the cultivation. Consume 700,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Second level of the Void Realm. Consume 700,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Third level of the Void Realm. Experience points are at rock bottom. Unable to increase anymore. Outside the cave, Luo Qingyan's expression was uncertain. She felt a powerful fluctuation of energy inside, and just the leaked aura made her heart race. What on earth is that guy doing in there? Luo Qingyan dare not go in. Just when she was at a loss, the energy fluctuations inside the cave disappeared, and Lin Xiaofan swaggered out. "Lin Xiaofan, you are at the third level of the Void Realm?" Luo Qingyan was taken aback. Had this guy just broken through to the Void Realm? How could he break through 3 levels in a row? Lin Xiaofan said, "What is the big deal? I'm out now, what do you want?" Luo Qingyan suppressed her shock and angrily said, "Why did you rob our sect's treasury?" Lin Xiaofan said, "No reason. I just do what I want." With strength comes capriciousness. Chapter 104. Lured by benefits, lay out of the continent. Seeing no one speaking, Lin Xiaofan frowned and said, "If you have any objections, feel free to say them." The crowd exchanged glances. Yunbuki said, "I think the experience pills should be kept within the sect. If sold externally, wouldn't that allow others to increase their strength? This would be detrimental to the Nine Heavens Sword sect. We can't do that." Lin Xiaofan said, "I don't think so. As long as it's handled properly, the sect's strength will always be a step ahead." Yunbuki's spirits lifted. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Currently, the internal exchange rate for experience pills in the sect is 10 Xian crystal stones each. If sold externally, We can set the price at 100 Xian crystal stones each. With this in and out, the sect can gain an additional 90 Xian crystal stones, equivalent to getting 9 experience pills for free. Yuan Buki was overjoyed. This method is brilliant. Others also reacted, clapping and cheering. Lin Xiaofan said, by doing this, all the Xian crystal stones in the continent will flow into the Nine Heavens Sword sect, eventually turning into experience pills to be distributed to the disciples for cultivation, making the Nine Heavens Sword sect the #1 sect in the world a matter of time. Great. Let us do it this way. Yuan Buki and others were ecstatic, as if they could already see the Nine Heavens Sword sect standing proudly at the top of the continent. Chapter 105. The Mysterious Ancient Formation. Have you heard? The sect has widely issued invitations to hold a sect assembly to prepare for selling experience pills to various forces. It seems they're also forming some kind of alliance. ISNT, they're already a 9 factions alliance? How could it be the same? The leader of a 9 factions alliance is the Li Tian sect, not us. Could it be that the newly formed alliance will have our Nine Heavens Sword sect as the leader? That can't be true, right? Is the news reliable? With a supreme elder present, anything is possible. I feel my blood boiling. The news of the Nine Heavens Sword sect holding a sect assembly gradually spread within the sect, and the disciples were excited. This is a big deal. The high-level sect members did not act recklessly, but first discussed the details of the assembly, predicting various situations, planning before taking action. Lin Xiaofan did not intervene further, content to be a hands-off manager. 3 days later, Luo Qingyan arrived at the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Yuan Buki was startled, thinking she had come to seek revenge on the Supreme Elder, and they almost fought. Lin Xiaofan appeared just in time to stop the conflict. Let us go. The two used their movement techniques to speed towards the endless sea in the east of the continent. They weren't very familiar with each other, and the journey was silent. After a distance, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but ask, did Yuan Buki break through to the Void Realm by using experience pills? Chapter 106. A sword breaks the formation, the door of space. Dao Xuanzi. The suppressive force of the Great Formation is too strong. This locked chain is continuously depleting my true energy. I can only barely hold on and have no strength left to break free. Luo Feijian also said, my situation is similar. Now we can only rely on you two to think of a way. Luo Qingyan frowned slightly, looking at Lin Xiaofan and asking, do you have a way to break the formation? Lin Xiaofan pointed at the center of the Great Formation and asked, what is that? In the center of the Great Formation, countless formation patterns converged in one place, and a 3-zhang-tall humanoid stone statue stood proudly. Streams of energy surged from the statue, circulating through the formation patterns, transmitting to every corner of the Great Formation. Rofi Sword. That stone statue is the core of this Great Formation, the energy hub. It continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the operation of the formation. Lin Xiaofan said, if that's the case, won't the formation be broken if we shatter the stone statue? Dao Xuanzi sneered, it's not that simple. What do you see around that stone statue? Lin Xiaofan looked around and found a dozen skeletons lying on the ground, looking like they had been dead for a long time. Dao Xuanzi said, in the past, some people also discovered the anomalies of this Great Formation and tried to destroy the stone statue, but they all died here. Do you see those 2 skeletons that emit a faint purple light? They are 2 returned to Origin Realm experts. Chapter 107. Outsiderboom. Before the huge beast's head could sink into the water, it suddenly exploded, spraying beast blood and dyeing a large area of the sea red. A figure rushed up and stopped in midair at a height of 100 meters. Is this the Xuantian Continent? The person was very young, handsome, and striking, with a dot of crimson on his forehead that added to his ethereal aura. He looked around excitedly. I heard that the Xuantian Continent is suppressed by the Supreme Lord, and the highest cultivation level of the martial art is here is only the Void Realm. I, Chun Qing, am at the 10th level of the Void Realm, so I can easily push through the entire Xuantian Continent. Chun Qing spread his arms wide and laughed at the sky. I can finally do whatever I want. No one can stop me anymore. Xuantian Continent, I, Chun Qing, have arrived. All the cultivation resources and women here are mine. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaofan sneered inwardly. Could this guy be mentally challenged? After laughing madly for a while, Chun Qing's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked up at the sky and said coldly, come out. I have discovered you. Dao Xuanzi and the other two knew they couldn't hide anymore and had to reveal themselves. Lin Xiaofan stayed hidden, not believing Chun-Qing could find him. Who are you? Where do you come from? Chapter 108. The Great World. Chun-Qing said, I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Lin Xiaofan replied, no problem. A glimmer of joy flashed in Chun-Qing's eyes as he said, the strongest in the Xuantian Continent is the Nirvana realm, and the Supreme Lord is the master of the Xian realm, an existence that surpasses the Nirvana realm. Surpassing the Nirvana realm. Rofi soared and the others were shaken, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Xiaofan was also a bit unsettled. The master of the Xian realm? Chun-Qing explained. The Xuantian Continent, Xuantian Continent, and Xuantian Continent together are called the Xian realm, and the Supreme Lord is the ruler of the Xian realm. However, the Supreme Lord is not in the Xian realm. Ever since achieving supremacy, he has been cultivating in the original realm. Original realm, Xian realm. Lin Xiaofan's mind conjured up the image of 9 celestial bodies in the starry sky, and he asked, besides these 2 realms, are there other realms? Chun-Qing said, besides the original realm, there are also the 8 great realms of heaven, earth, Xian, yellow, universe, and primordial chaos. 9 celestial bodies, 9 great realms. Lin Xiaofan had a vague guess in his heart that the Xuantian Continent was just the tip of the iceberg, and this world was far from as simple as it seemed. Rofi soared, Luo, Qingyan, and Dao Xuanzi were completely stunned, overwhelmed by the vast amount of information and unable to process it for a moment. Chapter 109. Qingtian Sword Sect. Lin Xiaofan said, what? Do you think it's impossible? Rofi soared, and the others remained silent. Lin Xiaofan said, then we shall wait and see, as long as the overall strength of the Xuantian Continent increases. What is there to fear from the Xuantian Continent? At that time, we can conquer the Xuantian Continent together. Dao Xuanzi said, whether your proposed goal can be achieved is another matter. The establishment of a new alliance involves too much, and I believe it is not appropriate. Now there are already 9 sects in the alliance. Why create another? Lin Xiaofan said, that is your 9-sect alliance of the Lingtian sect. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit delicate. Rofi sword cleared his throat and said, the matter of the new alliance is not urgent. Now that the spatial gate has appeared, crises may arise at any time, and we need to plan ahead. It would be better to return to our sects first and discuss countermeasures. Since that is the case, they'll take my leave. Dao Xuanzi turned to leave. Luo Qingyan gave Lin Xiaofan a deep look and also flew away. Neither of them mentioned joining the new alliance. After all, Lingtian sect was still the #1 sect on the continent, and it wouldn't be easy to make the bow down. Rofi sword said, shall we return to the sect as well? Chapter 110. Instant kill from afar. Cannon fodder sets off junior sister. Hua Yunjian was stunned. The lively person just a moment ago had suddenly been cut in half, bloodied. He couldn't accept it for a moment. After a brief moment of shock, Hua Yunjian's face twisted in an instant, and he glared at the spatial gate, roaring, who is it? How dare you ambush and assassinate my Qingtian sword sect disciples? Hua Yunjian will tear you to pieces. Whoosh! Suddenly, another sword energy slashed out from the spatial gate, moving as fast as lightning. Before Hua Yunjian could finish his words, his head flew off. A single sword decapitation. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't he had said that there were no return to origin experts on the other side? Why was it that his 7th-level Void Realm senior brother was killed with just 1 sword? The disciples looked at the spatial gate in front of them, as if it were a giant eye of a demon reflecting their figures. A chill suddenly surged to their heads. Run! Someone shouted, and the disciples of Qingtian sword sect, realizing the danger, fled in a frenzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone scattered, several sword energies shot out from the spatial gate again, slashing and cutting the surroundings into pieces. How come there is no experience? On the other side, Lin Xiaofan reluctantly withdrew his hand. It seemed they had become cautious after the double kill. Chapter 111. The Supreme Token. Mo Tinya couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a young man was slowly approaching from the front. Mo Tinya's smile faded, and he said solemnly, who are you? The young man stopped, cupped his hands in salute, and said, I am Zhou Tong, a prince of the Dazhou dynasty. I came uninvited. I hope you can relay my message. The Dazhou dynasty? Mo Tinya was taken aback. A mere dynastic force, without even a single expert in the Xian light realm, could not possibly receive an invitation. What does your Dazhou dynasty want? Go back. Mo Tianya's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He dealt with so many people every day, and it was exhausting. He didn't want to waste time. How dare the Dazhou dynasty send someone here? Are they here to be a joke? Are they here to serve tea and water? Those watching nearby had mocking expressions, as if they were watching a show. Zhou Tong, hearing the discussions, turned red in the face and stammered. I am not here to participate in the conference. I specifically came to seek an audience with your sect's Supreme Elder. Mo Tianya was taken aback. Which Supreme Elder do you want to see? Zhou Tong respectfully replied, Elder Lin Xiaofan. Mo Tianya's expression darkened. What kind of status does Elder Lin have? How could you just wish to meet him? Chapter 112. Crossing the spatial gate 1 hour later. The blood demon ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and the powerful aura of the void realm surged into the sky. The void realm. The blood demon ancestor, have finally returned to the peak. Ha ha ha. The blood demon ancestor stood up, spreading his arms wide and laughing wildly. Duan Wuqian, in disbelief, asked, Did you really break through? The blood demon ancestor proudly replied, Brother, I told you long ago that the experience pill can really improve cultivation. It's you who didn't believe it. Duan Wuqian said, Don't you feel anything strange? The blood demon ancestor said, I feel great and powerful, with no hidden dangers. Brother, the void realm can perceive oneself. Every detail is clear, and if there is any problem, I will discover it immediately, so don't worry. Lin Xiaofan said, Blood demon ancestor, as long as you stick with me, even the void realm, or even the nirvana realm, won't be a problem. Nirvana realm. Duan Wuqian and the blood demon ancestor's eyes sparkled with excitement. After Dao Xuanzi and Luo Qingyan left, they did not conceal the matter of the space gate and even deliberately leaked some information about the strength of the Xuantian Continent. And now many people know that the 9th level of martial arts is the Nirvana realm. The blood demon ancestor said, Good, I'll follow you. Chapter 113. The great demon lord invasion, the blood demon ancestor, and Duan Wuqian were eager to leave in a hurry. Lin Xiaofan stood in place, feeling the aura of the Xuantian Continent, which was indeed a bit different from the Xuantian Continent. The spiritual energy here was denser, more suitable for cultivation. He flew into the sky to look around. Mountains surrounded him, stretching as far as the eye could see, and in the distance, he could hear the roars of fierce beasts. However, in this vast valley, he didn't see a single fierce beast, probably because the spatial fluctuations emitted by the space gate scared them all away. Lin Xiaofan didn't hide his intentions. He casually chose a direction and swaggered through the air at high speed. The Xuantian Continent. It's truly exciting. Lin Xiaofan planned to first find the Xuantian sword sect, test the waters, and if their strength wasn't strong, he would directly suppress them. This space gate must be under his control. In the future, when the two continents communicate and pass through, it would all be charged per person. And then he could truly relax and get stronger. Hee. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Stop! Who are you? Before Lin Xiaofan had gone far, a loud shout came from below. Immediately, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky, slashing towards him. Bang! Lin Xiaofan casually slapped it away, looking in the direction of the sound. On the ground ahead stood an old man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, holding a sword and glaring at him angrily. Chapter 114. Sword cry at the mountain gate, Xuantian sword sect. In the main hall of the sect master, Shangguan Xiao, was negotiating with representatives from the Haoyue sect, the Xuanji sect, and Tianluo Valley. Each of the 3 major sects sent 1 person at the return to Origin Realm, 2 men and 1 woman, each sitting at a corner. And the atmosphere was not very friendly. Xuanji sect's Ying Mingwei had a frostbitten expression as she coldly said, Shangguan Xiao, although the space gate appeared on the territory of the Xuantian sword sect, it does not belong to any force. You have no right to collect 20% of the profits. Tianluo Valley's Zhang Qinxiu echoed. That's right. The Xuantian Continent is weak. We seize resources based on our abilities. Why should we give you Xuantian sword sect 20%? That's unfair. Haoyue sect Yang Kaitai also nodded. What you said makes sense. Shangguan Xiao, you're too greedy. Shangguan Xiao's face turned ugly. The space gate was discovered by our sect first, and we even lost a talented disciple for it. We will have to go to great lengths to keep the news from leaking to other forces. It's a thankless task. So what's wrong with you handing over 20% of the resources? Zhang Qinxiu said, your Qing Tian sword sect, losing a disciple has nothing to do with us. As for keeping the news secret, there's no need. You can't hide the fire with paper. This matter will spread throughout the continent sooner or later. Chapter 115. Violently beating the return to origin realm, Shangwan Xiao stared at the distant figure with a sword aura traversing the sky, his face extremely grim. Yang Kaitai and the others no longer dared to joke around. The Qing Tian sword sect had lost 2 elders in a row, one of whom was at the 10th level of the Void Realm, which was already the highest combat power below return to origin. This was a significant injury to the Qing Tian sword sect, a heavy loss. Stop! Shangwan Xiao finally couldn't hold back anymore. He flew into the air, radiating the powerful aura of the return to origin realm, shaking the void for 100 miles. Sect Master, the Sect Master is coming to save us. The fleeing disciples were overjoyed, using all their strength to run even faster. In the sky, the sword light retracted, and the world became clear as Lin Xiaofan slowly revealed his figure. Finally, someone decent has come out. Lin Xiaofan didn't care about the fleeing little disciples anymore. He looked at Shangwan Xiao from afar and asked, Sect Master? So you are the master of the Qing Tian sword sect? Return to origin realm, 2nd level. With this cultivation level, Lin Xiaofan felt completely unfazed. Shangwan Xiao stared at Lin Xiaofan for a while. Realizing that he was indeed at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. I am Shangwan Xiao, who are you? Lin Xiaofan said, from Xuantian Continent, 9 Heavens Sword Sect, Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 116. If you don't accept it, let us fight Lin Xiaofan. Do you really think the Qing Tian Sword Sect is afraid of you? Since you are seeking death, then we will grant you that. Situ Hao and Situ Zhao were furious. Each took out a pair of gleaming swords. Moving in unison, the 4 swords flew together, changing the wind and clouds, carrying great power towards Lin Xiaofan. Double flow sword technique. Yang Kaitai and the others slightly changed their expressions, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. The double flow sword technique is the most powerful sword technique of the Qing Tian sword sect. One person can wield 2 swords, greatly enhancing combat power. At this moment, with 2 people wielding 4 swords, their might multiplied, with their cultivation at the 3rd level of return to origin, combined with this sword technique. They could even kill someone at the 4th level of return to origin. Could Lin Xiaofan withstand it? Yang Kaitai and the others stared intently at the impending deadly battle. Your sword technique is just fancy. Lin Xiaofan stood still, extending both hands to grab at the 4 flying swords. Situ Hao and Situ Zhao were overjoyed. The 4 flying swords infused with their powerful true energy had enough power to tear apart the void. Lin Xiaofan actually dared to reach out with his hands from the ground. Wasn't he that seeking death? The 2 could almost see the scene of Lin Xiaofan's flesh being torn apart. However, clang. Chapter 117. Super Sec Bang. Ying Mingwei crashed heavily to the ground, unable to move again, ending up in the same state as Yang Kaitai and the others. The battle finally ended, and none of the 6 returned to origin realm members survived. The ground was in ruins, in disarray everywhere. Lin Xiaofan scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the people of the Qing Tian sword sect. Wow! The disciples of the Qing Tian sword sect were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, and the remaining 7 elders of the Void Realm instinctively lowered their heads, afraid of being targeted by Lin Xiaofan. We are all in the Void Realm. Why are you so powerful? One person fought against 6 return to origin, crushing them the whole time. And yet he was in the Void Realm, crushing the return to origin. This battle has overturned everyone's understanding of martial arts realms. Such explosive news, once it spreads, will surely shock the entire continent. The crowd looked at the young figure, feeling an overwhelming pressure, and no one dared to make sound. The first direct confrontation between the 2 continents brought endless panic to the martial artists of the Xuantian Continent. Lin Xiaofan ignored these people and gathered the 6 from the Shangwan family, waking each one with a kick. When they saw each other's miserable state, they were all shocked and couldn't suppress the fear surging within them. Everyone, can we talk properly now? Chapter 118. Life and Death Rings. No control over one's body. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. What are you afraid of? Can't you see they are my captives? Captives? The Blood Demon Ancestor and Duan Wuqian were taken aback. They carefully scrutinized the 6, noticing their bruised faces and bodies covered in wounds, clearly having been beaten badly. Looking around, the ground was pockmarked and shattered, and ahead, one Sex Mountain gate had even collapsed, the huge plaque inscribed with Qing Tian swords settling crookedly on the ground. It was evident that a great battle had taken place here. The blood demon ancestor floated back, cautiously glancing at the Xuantian family members, and with a mix of surprise and excitement, he asked, "You defeated all 6 of them at the returning origin realm?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "Isn't that obvious?" Duan Wutian also walked over again, glancing at the 6, then at Lin Xiaofan, his face filled with shock. One person defeating 6 at the returning origin? This guy is too powerful. Duan Wutian suddenly felt that the life and death ring within him might never be unraveled in this lifetime. Lin Xiaofan said, "Duan Wutian, you still have the life and death ring, right?" Duan Wutian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out 6 life and death rings. Lin Xiaofan took them and dripped blood into each one. These life and death rings are indeed magical, completely controlling the target through their blood energy. Chapter 119. The crazy blood demon ancestor Lin Xiaofan shot a disdainful glare at Duan Wutian. "This old man is really shameless." The blood demon ancestor said unhappily, "Big brother, are you trying to compete with me for power?" Duan Wutian awkwardly smiled. "No. A sect can have multiple vice sect masters." The blood demon ancestor paused for a moment. As long as it wasn't competing for the vice sect master position with him, he was fine. "Master, what my big brother said makes sense. Having another vice sect master can better manage the sect." The blood demon ancestor looked at Lin Xiaofan with a flattering expression. He hoped his brother could take that position. Lin Xiaofan said, "For now, there will only be one vice sect master. We'll see how he performs later." Duan Wutian looked disappointed, feeling extremely regretful. Had he known, he would have agreed from the start. That was 100 experience pills a month, originally within easy reach, but now it was all gone. Duan Wutian was extremely frustrated. The blood demon ancestor pulled Duan Wutian aside and whispered, "Big brother, don't be anxious. There are still opportunities. Don't have other thoughts in the future, just follow orders. Don't always worry about the identity of the vice sect master. That will make you miss out on many things. Don't you understand yet? The appearance of the space gate will inevitably lead to conflicts between the Xuantian Continent and the Xuanyuan Continent." Chapter 120. Both kindness and power. Absolutely in control, Lin Xiaofan was both amused and angry. He slapped the blood demon ancestor away and pretended to be angry. "You deal with the woman you like yourself. Don't think I will help you." Ying Mingwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely frightened just now. The blood demon ancestor, not angered by the slap, quickly returned and presented a large pile of Xian crystal stones from the storage ring he had just robbed. "Master, these are all your spoils." The blood demon ancestor knew Lin Xiaofan liked Xian crystal stones, so he very understandingly presented them. Lin Xiaofan glanced at them. There were at least 400 to 500,000 Xian crystal stones. No wonder they are at the returning origin realm. Each one is wealthy. "Old demon, you did well." Lin Xiaofan was very satisfied. Although these Xian crystal stones had already belonged to him when he defeated the Xuantian family members, having someone present them felt completely different. The blood demon ancestor was very capable, unlike Duan Wutian, who was a blockhead. 400 to 500,000 Xian crystal stones equated to over 10 million experience points. Lin Xiaofan felt he should reward the blood demon ancestor, this competent subordinate, with a flicker of purple light. Lin Xiaofan consumed 100,000 experience points and refined a 7th grade experience pill. The blood demon ancestor and Duan Wutian's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 121. Sect Mission. 8th grade experience pill, please. "Master, plant a life and death ring on me." The blood demon ancestor spoke firmly, his expression serious. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He genuinely didn't expect the blood demon ancestor to make such a request. Duan Wutian scolded Duan Shaolang, "Are you crazy?" Shangguan Shao's and the others also looked at the blood demon ancestor with strange expressions. They were controlled by the life and death ring and couldn't break free. Yet someone was actively seeking to be tortured. Could this guy be a masochist? Lin Xiaofan said, "Blood demon ancestor, you need to think this through. Once the life and death ring is planted, your life will be in my hands." The blood demon ancestor had always behaved obediently, and Lin Xiaofan hadn't considered doing this. But if the other party requested it, he wouldn't refuse. "I'm clear about what I want. Bring it on." The blood demon ancestor had a look as if he was ready to face death. He was doing this because he felt a sense of crisis. He was the weakest in strength, but had taken the position of vice sect master, the only one with freedom, surrounded by covetous returning origin cultivators, which made him uneasy. In his view, Lin Xiaofan would surely trust those who had the life and death ring more, and perhaps Shangguan Xiao's and the others would soon rise to power. He was already addicted to experience pills and absolutely could not lose the vice sect master position. Chapter 122, A Bountiful Harvest. Golden Body 9 transformations under the fiery gaze of everyone. Shangguan Xiao swallowed the 8th grade experience pill and successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the returning origin realm. I really broke through. Shangguan Xiao's felt the vigorous energy surging within him, his face flushed with excitement. Breaking through was actually this easy. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaofan with fiery eyes, but they didn't have Xian crystal stones. Except for the blood demon ancestor, everyone present, including Duan Wuqian, had been robbed by Lin Xiaofan and were all financially strapped, only able to watch enviously. Lin Xiaofan said, "If you want experience pills, go get Xian crystal stones. Don't forget, besides being super sect disciples, you are also sect leaders. Your sect should have quite a few Xian crystal stones, right? You can bring them to exchange with me." Everyone's expressions changed significantly. Although the sect's resources didn't belong to them, as sect leaders, they had the right to use some Xian crystal stones. If they could be ruthless and abandon the sect, taking everything away wasn't impossible. Everyone's eyes flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Lin Xiaofan stopped at the right moment, waved his hand to collect the Xian crystal stones on the ground, and said, "I need to return to the Xuantian Continent for a while. This place will be left to you. The task I just mentioned, you must take seriously." Chapter 123. The Blood of the 100 Emperors. The demon ancestor emerges in the far west of the Xuantian Continent lies the Xianming sect. After the deputy sect master Duan Wuqian and the protector blood demon ancestor left, the atmosphere within the Xianming sect surged with hidden currents, and a concealed force suddenly became active. Deep within the Xianming sect, there is a forbidden area known as the Burial Sky Peak, which is the place where the sect master Huang Fuqi is in seclusion. It is said that 1,000 years ago, Huang Fuqi reached the 10th level of the Dongxi realm, and when he was about to break through, he sensed a life and death crisis from the void. So he decisively closed himself off to suppress his cultivation. To this day, Huang Fuqi has been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Over the course of a millennium, the disciples of the Xianming sect have changed, and with the passing of the older generation, Huang Fuqi has gradually become a legend. Now, there is no one in the Xianming sect from Huang Fuqi's era. Even Duan Wuqian, the deputy sect master, has never seen him. However, no one dares to underestimate Huang Fuqi's existence. Over the past 1,000 years, an overwhelming aura that makes people tremble has occasionally emanated from the Burial Sky Peak. And everyone knows that Huang Fuqi is still alive. The reputation of the 1,000-year sect master has never fallen. Even if later generations are stronger, they do not dare to covet the position of sect master and can only remain as deputy sect master. Although Huang Fuqi is in seclusion, his lineage has continued, with many disciples and even bloodline successors. Chapter 124. The avatar of the celestial demon, that enormous figure opened and closed its eyes, its gaze bright as day when open, and dark as night when closed, like a divine being. I felt a change in this world. The probing power of returning to the origin disappeared. What has happened on the Xuantian Continent? Huang Fuqi's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, resonating throughout the Xianming sect, causing people's hearts to tremble. Huang Fuqian respectfully said, reporting to Ancestor, recently a spatial gate has appeared in the endless sea connecting to the Xuantian Continent, resulting in a great change in the energy of heaven and earth. A spatial gate? Does this mean the great formation at the bottom of the sea no longer exists? Huang Fuqi suddenly laughed maniacally, his voice transforming into a storm, creating tornadoes that rampaged in all directions, an awe-inspiring momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. Heaven has eyes. I, Huang Fuqi, have waited 1,000 years, and finally, I have waited for this day. Without the great formation suppressing the returning to the origin realm, who in this world can stop me? Returning to the origin realm. Break for me. Huang Fuqi roared, raising his hand to point at the sky, as if to compete with heaven. Crack. A piercing sound suddenly rang out, coming from nowhere, yet it exploded in everyone's heart. All disciples of the Xianming sect heard it. That feeling was like breaking some kind of shackles, touching upon a new world. Boom! Huang Fuqi's enormous body suddenly erupted with a terrifying momentum, distorting the surrounding space, gradually revealing fine cracks. Chapter 125. The Infiltrator. A few days later, Lin Xiaofan returned to the Xuantian Sword sect. He was surprised to find that the sect conference had already concluded, and all invited forces had long since departed. On the 10th peak, Lin Xiaofan found Li Xuanao and asked, "What is going on? Why did the conference end so quickly?" Li Xuanao had a serious expression and said, "During the conference, an unexpected incident occurred. The Litian sect was exterminated, and all parties were worried, so they returned early." What? The Litian sect was destroyed? Lin Xiaofan was greatly shocked. Who has the ability to destroy the Litian sect? This matter was suspicious. Apart from him, no one on the Xuantian Continent should have such capability. Not even the Xianming sect, which was known as the second strongest for 1,000 years. Xuantian. Lin Xiaofan frowned. He knew this person had the cultivation of the Dongshu realm and was a figure renowned across the continent. But to destroy the Litian sect was simply impossible. Unless could Xuantian have broken through to the returning to the origin realm? Lin Xiaofan suddenly thought of something. The current Xuantian Continent was different from before, and one could safely break through to the returning to the origin realm. Those who were just a step away would likely break through directly, thereby changing the pattern of the continent. Li Xuanao nodded, saying, "The sect master has checked. Within 1,000 miles of the Litian sect, everything is frozen, and all life has vanished. According to the sect master, such a method can only be accomplished by someone surpassing the Dongshu realm." Chapter 126. 1,000 years of demon blood. Turn to ashes, you seek death. Li Xuanao was both shocked and angry, and he struck out with his palm towards Zhou Tong. Boom! Zhou Tong remained unmoving, while Li Xuanao was instead sent flying 10 meters, almost spitting blood in discomfort. "Who exactly are you?" Li Xuanao shouted. Zhou Tong ignored him, looking at Lin Xiaofan and laughing maniacally. "Lin Xiaofan, you have been controlled by the life and death ring, and from now on, you can only obey the orders of the Xianming sect. Your Xuantian Sword sect will also become a subsidiary sect of the Xianming sect." Li Xuanao's face turned grim as he said, "So you're not the prince of the great Zhou, but a disciple of the Xianming sect. Now you know it's too late." Zhou Tong laughed triumphantly, his facial muscles writhing, grotesquely distorting and transforming into the face of another middle-aged man, loudly declaring, "Look clearly. I'm the elder of the Xianming sect, Qiu Wanli." Li Xuanao was taken aback, then sternly said, "Qiu Wanli, quickly undo the life and death ring." Qiu Wanli chuckled. "It can no longer be undone. To deal with Lin Xiaofan, the life and death ring has merged with the drop of 1,000-year-old demon blood. No one in this world can break free. The supreme elder of your Xuantian Sword sect has already become our puppet in the Xianming sect." Ha ha! Chapter 127. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Lin Xiaofan planned to deal with the Xianming sect next. As long as they were enemies, they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Delaying would lead to changes. Lin Xiaofan thought and acted, leaving the sect and heading straight for the Xianming sect. However, he had not gone far when he saw 3 people hurrying towards the Xuantian Sword sect, 2 of whom were old acquaintances, Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi. "Where are you going?" Lin Xiaofan landed and blocked their path. Lin Xiaofan, Luo Qingyan, and Dao Xuanzi stopped, their expressions complex and hard to read. Lin Xiaofan of the Xuantian Sword sect? The young man in black beside them scrutinized him. Lin Xiaofan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who are you?" The young man in black arrogantly declared, "I am a disciple of the Xianming sect, a direct descendant of the Huangfu lineage, Huangfu Zhe." Lin Xiaofan looked at Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi, astonished. You have defected to the Xianming sect?" Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi's expressions darkened, and they bowed their heads in silence. Huangfu Zhe's face darkened. "Lin Xiaofan, I am speaking to you. Do you dare to ignore me?" Slap! Lin Xiaofan schlepped Huangfu, sending him tumbling several times and landing in a heap. "What qualifications do you have to speak to me? You're just a piece of trash in the Dingang realm. Do you think being surnamed Huangfu makes you impressive?" Chapter 128. Blood and Qi clash. Aerial confrontation. Stand still and draw all your true energy back to your Dantian. Lin Xiaofan said seriously, I will force a drop of blood into your bodies, then suppress the essence blood left by Zhu Tian in the life and death ring. During the entire process, no matter what happens, you must not resist. Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi looked a bit worried, but they said nothing, only nodding silently. Lin Xiaofan instructed the two to stand side by side. 2 drops of fresh blood floated out from his fingertips, emanating a powerful vitality that caused the space to tremble slightly. Such vigorous life force. Luo Qingyan and the others immediately changed color, but their confidence also increased a bit. Lin Xiaofan flicked his fingers twice, and the 2 drops of blood each sank into Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi's dantians. Both felt pain and let out soft groans, but neither resisted. Through the blood vitality sensing, Lin Xiaofan controlled the 2 drops of blood to simultaneously land on the life and death ring. Buzz! The life and death ring within the two immediately reacted, glowing with a dark red light, which was the essence blood of Xuantian. Lin Xiaofan's blood also instantly transformed into a purple-red light, spreading and expanding at an incredible speed. The dark red light clashed with the purple-red light, silently colliding, causing the life and death ring to vibrate violently, continuously expanding and contracting, compressing the Dantian's Qi Si, triggering a surge of true Qi. Chapter 129. Encountering on a narrow path, the strong prevail. Lin Xiaofan flew at high speed, not heading to the Xianming sect, but changing direction. Just now, he had exchanged blows with Xuantian from a distance, and through the blood vitality sensing, he captured the general location of his opponent. Lin Xiaofan flew in a straight line, a flash of light in the sky, quick as a fleeting shadow. After several hours, he saw a white light ahead, racing towards him at lightning speed. Xuantian. Lin Xiaofan stopped, as the blood vitality sensing was mutual. Xuantian could also sense his position, and the two encountered each other halfway. The white light solidified, revealing a middle-aged man in white, his expression cold and his eyes icy. Lin Xiaofan. Xuantian exhaled, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. There was no need for many words. Both sides confirmed that the other was the person they were looking for. Third layer of the returning origin realm. Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. This guy should have just broken through to the returning origin realm not long ago. How did he reach the 3rd layer so quickly? It seems that breaking through several layers is not just his monopoly. There are talents in this world that cannot be underestimated. The 10th layer of the cave, void, realm? Xuantian's lips curled into a sneer, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, with a murderous intent permeating the air. Lin Xiaofan said, What about the cave void realm? Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Chapter 130. Heavenly Demon Divine, Ability. Lin Xiaofan. You wait for me. I will come to take your life soon. That 10-zhang tall figure left a harsh remark and quickly disappeared into the void, the spatial vortex also collapsing, turning into ripples that spread in all directions, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Xuantian was actually the incarnation of Huang Fuqi. Lin Xiaofan was very interested. If possible, he also wanted to cultivate an incarnation to play with. However, thinking of the scene where Huang Fuqi devoured Xuantian gave him a chilling feeling. That method of cultivating the heavenly demon incarnation must be incredibly evil. Better not. Huang Fuqi, you don't need to look for me. I'm coming for you right now. Lin Xiaofan never leaves enemies for the next day. He unfolded his movement technique and hurried westward, racing towards the Xianming sect. The Xianming sect is located in the far west, backed by the endless sea surrounding the Xuantian Continent, surrounded by towering mountains, rarely visited by people. Lin Xiaofan traveled day and night, moving at full speed, taking 3 days to arrive. The Xianming sect occupies a vast area, stretching endlessly. Lin Xiaofan approached quietly, without alarming anyone. He looked down from the high sky, slowly raised his right hand. If he slapped down with full force, the Xianming sect would almost be finished. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiaofan ultimately abandoned this idea. Chapter 131. 1,000 miles of pursuit. When Lin Xiaofan caught up, Huang Fuqi had long since disappeared. That heavenly demon blood, escaped divine ability, tore through the void. At this moment, Huang Fuqi had no idea how far he had fled. What good tactic! Lin Xiaofan did not expect Huang Fuqi to be so shameless, clearly showing a stance of wanting to fight, but turning around and fleeing in an instant. As expected of a cunning old thief, who has survived for 1,000 years. His crisis awareness is exceptional. Upon feeling something wrong, he immediately ran. Lin Xiaofan stared at the place where the rift disappeared, sensing a slight spatial fluctuation that was rapidly extending eastward. That was the direction Huang Fu-Chi had fled. Lin Xiaofan transformed into a stream of light and chased eastward. He originally just wanted to pursue for a distance to see the situation without much hope. But unexpectedly, just after chasing 100 miles, he sensed a familiar aura. That was Xuantian's blood qi. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. The faint blood qi permeating the air was like a beacon in the night, guiding him in the right direction. Huang Fu-Chi, where do you think you're going? Lin Xiaofan accelerated to chase. 100 miles ahead, Huang Fu-Chi was running wildly. Lin Xiaofan. Huang Fu-Chi glanced back and realized he was being pursued, also becoming aware of the problem. Chapter 132. Walking into the trap, 100 miles away, the void split open, and Huang Fu-Chi fell out. His right chest was pierced by sword energy, blood gushing forth. What kind of sword technique is this? My heavenly demon body actually couldn't withstand it. Huang Fu-Chi looked horrified, hurriedly using his energy to stop the bleeding, just as he suppressed his injuries. He sensed Lin Xiaofan was chasing him. Damn it! Huang Fu-Chi was furious. Having roamed the continent for so many years, he had only ever chased others, never been chased. He felt a deep sense of shame, but he also knew he was no match for Lin Xiaofan, and the blood escape divine ability could not be used continuously, so he could only drag his injured body and flee in a panic. Huang Fu-Chi, stop running. You can't escape anyway. Why run so hard? Lin Xiaofan's mocking voice came from behind. Huang Fu-Chi angrily said, Lin Xiaofan, leave a line for future encounters. Lin Xiaofan replied, if I leave you a line, how will you find me for revenge in the future? Huang Fu-Chi said, as long as you retreat now, I guarantee I won't trouble you in the future. Lin Xiaofan replied, I killed your heavenly demon incarnation. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me live? Huang Fu-Chi said, that was just a moment of anger. It can't be taken seriously. Without the incarnation, I can refine another one. Chapter 133. Captured alive. Reward for meritorious service. Is this the spatial gate? Huang Fu-Chi arrived in front of the spatial gate, circled around to observe for a while, and without much hesitation, he plunged right in. The sensation of crossing through the spatial gate was very peculiar, but he had no mood to appreciate it, as he was worried about Lin Xiaofan catching up. As soon as he saw an exit ahead, he rushed out impatiently. Bang! As soon as Huang Fu-Chi came out, he heard a loud shout, and couldn't help but be startled. Then saw 6 figures quickly pouncing towards him, each exuding a powerful aura. All of them were in the returning origin realm. What are you doing? Huang Fu-Chi's face changed drastically. Encountering 6 returning origin realm experts as soon as he arrived. Is the Xuantian Continent that terrifying? Shangguan Shao and the others ignored him, immediately unleashing a barrage of attacks, various martial techniques flying around, with energy surging. Everyone, I am Huang Fu-Chi from the Xuantian Continent, here only to tour the famous mountains and rivers of the Xuantian Continent, with no malicious intent. Do you have some misunderstanding? Huang Fu was severely injured and had been chased by Lin Xiaofan for so long. His internal energy was depleted, and his strength was reduced to almost nothing. How could he compete against the 6 powerful opponents? Soon, he was forced to flee in panic. Huang Fu-Chi, we are here for you. Chapter 134. News leaked. Vous sect arrives Huang Fu-Chi. You dare to call the sect master by name? The blood demon ancestor jumped out and shouted. It seems you still haven't corrected your attitude. In the super sect, only the sect master is supreme. Disrespecting the sect master is treason. As the vice sect master, I hereby confiscate your salary for a month as punishment. Do whatever you want. Huang Fu-Chi sneered disdainfully. He didn't care about the salary at all. Shangguan Shao and the others also looked down on the blood demon ancestor's behavior, who seized every opportunity to flatter the sect master, completely lacking the pride of a void realm master, but who would ultimately receive the confiscated salary. Shangguan Shao said, Sect master, Huang Fu-Chi just joined the super sect and is not familiar with many rules. I can teach him for a fee, as long as his first month's salary serves as my reward. Everyone immediately looked at Shangguan Shao with disdain. Ying Mingwei said, Sect master, let me handle this. Women are more patient in teaching. If I can't teach him in a month, I can teach him for 2 or even 3 months. Until he becomes a qualified disciple of the super sect, his monthly salary will be my reward. Goodness, this woman is even tougher, saying she would teach for 3 months. Why not a year? Chapter 135. Strike first, ask questions later, secret from the upper realm. Lin Ruoshi. You are too arrogant. Do you really think that with the backing of the Wuji sect, I won't dare to kill you? Shangguan Shao calmly stared at Lin Ruoshi, his tone steady but laced with killing intent. Yang Kaitai and others also coldly stared at Lin Ruoshi, their gazes sharp. Lin Ruoshi's pretty face turned pale, and she instinctively took a few steps back. The major return to Origin Realm experts simultaneously showed unfriendly expressions, although they did not emit any aura. Lin Ruoshi felt a heavy pressure. Hou Mingjue stepped forward a few paces, blocking Lin Ruoshi behind him, and said, "Seniors, please calm down. My junior sister speaks bluntly and without restraint. If she has offended you, I apologize on her behalf." Shangguan Shao snorted coldly. "What are you? What qualifications do you have to speak to us? If you want to inquire about the situation of the space gate, have your sect master come in person. You are just 2 juniors, yet you really think of yourselves as significant." Hou Mingjue and the others' faces instantly flushed red, but they did not dare to retort. The difference between the Void Realm and the Return to Origin Realm, despite being only one major realm apart, was like heaven and earth. In the martial world, strength is revered. Every drop in realm results in a drastic change in status. Faced with an opponent from a higher realm, sometimes one does not even have a right to speak on equal terms. Chapter 136. Kill to the Heart. Plotting against Wuji sect. Lin Ruoshi was startled. "What do you want? I've already told you everything you wanted to know. You can't kill me," Lin Xiaofan said. "That was all." Shangguan Shao. "You haven't said anything." Lin Ruoshi suddenly groaned, clutching her fractured right hand, unable to rise from the ground. Her delicate body trembling, seemingly in great pain. Lin Xiaofan waited a moment, sensing something unusual, and pulled Lin Ruoshi up, frowning. "What are you doing?" Lin Ruoshi revealed a scheming smile, opening her left hand to show a communication stone in her palm, proudly declaring, "Lin Xiaofan, I just sent a message to my grandfather, telling him about what's happening here. He will come to rescue me soon. My grandfather is at the 7th level of the Return to Origin Realm. So just wait to die." 7th level of the Return to Origin Realm? Lin Xiaofan stroked his chin. He had never encountered a martial artist of such high cultivation and was unsure of their strength. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Shangguan Shao said, "Sect Master, the Supreme Elder of Wuji's sect, Lin Yuan, is powerful and should not be underestimated." Lin Xiaofan said, "What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. How can we fear just one? As long as he dares to come, we will all attack together and kill him." Lin Ruoshi sneered. "Lin Xiaofan, you know nothing of my grandfather's strength. All of you combined are no match for him. Now, my grandfather wants to speak with you, so listen carefully." Chapter 137. Supreme Messenger, Xuantian Continent, 800 miles north of the 10,000 Mountains, Wuji sect. "You worthless thing." In a cave in the back mountain of Wuji's sect, Lin Yuan was so angry that his whole body trembled. He smashed everything in the cave to pieces, yet he still could not quell the hatred in his heart. "Lin Xiaofan, Lin Yuan, will not rest until I grind you to dust." Lin Yuan roared in fury, shaking the entire cave with a resounding echo. "Elder Lin, come to the Howren Great Hall." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out in the cave. Lin Yuan, in a state of extreme anger, ignored it and continued to smash things, nearly demolishing the cave before finally stopping. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and flew out of the cave towards Howren Peak. Wuji sect's Howren Peak is the place where the sect master cultivates in seclusion, and ordinary people do not have the qualification to go up. As the Supreme Elder, Lin Yuan naturally passed without hindrance, and soon he arrived at the Howren Great Hall. Li Hentian sat majestically at the head, calm and imposing, exuding immense authority. "Sect Master." Lin Yuan was in a terrible mood, but he still performed a simple greeting and sat down on the left side of Li Hentian. The Supreme Elder ranks alongside the Sect Master, but Lin Yuan's cultivation was slightly lower, so he naturally respected Li Hentian. Chapter 138. Plan before action in this way. Li Hentian and Lin Yuan will be dealt with by me. Shangguan Shao. You 6 Return to Origin Realm experts will surround the remaining 3 Return to Origin Masters of the opponent. Capture them alive, if possible. If not, Kill them directly. Huang Fuqi, you're responsible for dealing with the Wuji sect's Void Realm experts. Leave no survivors. Kill them all. Is that clear? Lin Xiaofan began distributing tasks after understanding the situation of Wuji sect. Huang Fuqi awkwardly said, I've been chased by you for so long and have been severely injured, and then attacked by Shangwan Xiao and the others. My energy is greatly depleted, and my strength is less than 10%. Can't you give me some time to recover? Lin Xiaofan frowned. How long do you need? Huang Fuqi said, 10 days. No, 5 days. Just 5 days will do. If it's just dealing with the Void Realm, recovering 20% of my strength will be enough to sweep them away. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, Then we'll wait for you for 5 days. Just in time, our manpower is not very sufficient. And there are 2 Void Realm experts coming from Xuantian Continent. They should be arriving soon. Who are they? What is their strength? The Blood Demon Ancestor quickly asked. Now, in the entire super sect, he has the lowest cultivation but holds a high position. As the return to Origin Realm increases, his pressure also grows. Chapter 139. A sword pierces the sky as Lin Yuan's voice fell. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, rolling and spreading out, blocking the sun. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the dark clouds suddenly exploded, and the swirling winds converged into a massive tornado with a diameter of 10 zhong, howling down from the sky at high speed. That direction is exactly where the Qingtian sword sect is located. Lin Yuan, you dare! Shangwan Zhao's furious roar echoed as he fired a cannon into the sky and slashed at the tornado with his sword, only to be blown away by the powerful, rotating force. The tornado was unstoppable like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the heart of the Qingtian sword sect's mountain gate. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains shook, and in an instant, cries of ghosts and wolves filled the air, screams erupted. A large portion of the Qingtian sword sect's buildings collapsed. Countless disciples were swept into the sky, rushing towards the tornado like moths to a flame, and under the terrifying wind's cutting force, one by one turned into a blood rain. The sky was stained with blood, a sight too horrific to bear. Lin Yuan, you have gone too far. Situ Hao and Situ Zhao soared into the sky. Oomph! With a cold snort, ripples shook 1,000 meters in the air, and a figure slowly emerged, transitioning from illusion to solidity. It was Lin Yuan. Get lost! Lin Yuan slapped down with one palm. Countless wind blades coalesced, slicing through the heavens and the earth, producing a piercing shriek. Wherever it passed, the void left scars, revealing cracks. Chapter 140. Strong attack on the Wuji sect's sect master. The Wuji sect is too overbearing. We might as well go destroy them now, Shangwan Xiao said excitedly. The Qingtian sword sect had been devastated by Lin Yuan. With thousands of disciples dead, he now only wanted to repay tooth for tooth. Lin Xiaofan glanced at everyone, his gaze stopping on Huang Fuqi, and asked, How's your strength recovery? Huang Fuqi replied, I've only recovered less than 20%, but it should be enough to deal with the Dongshu realm. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Luo Qingyan, Yu, and Dao Xuanzi assist Huang Fuqi from the side. The Dongshu realm of Wuji sect will be handled by you few. Luo Qingyan and Dao Xuanzi nodded silently. With so many Guiyuan realm experts around, they felt immense pressure and didn't dare to voice their opinions. At this moment, both of them felt strange in their hearts. To become teammates with the sect master of the demon sect to attack other sects, this was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Shangwan Xiao excitedly said, Then I'll go inform Yang Kaitai and the others. The scene of Lin Xiaofan forcefully killing Lin Yuan had given everyone tremendous confidence. Now that Wuji sect had lost a Guiyuan realm's 7th layer elder, as long as Lin Xiaofan could take down Li Hentian, the rest would be no concern. The Wuji sect, a major sect of the current world, ranked 10th on the continent, might soon be eliminated. Chapter 141. If someone offends me, I will kill. It does have some momentum, but the power is lacking. Lin Xiaofan chuckled lightly. His forward momentum slightly halted. A sword energy slashed out, tearing through the long sky. That wave of air was split in half, rushing past the sides of everyone, booming and rumbling towards the distance. Shangwan Xiao, you are so bold. How dare you attack our Wuji sect? The 3 powerful figures of the Wuji sect floated high in the air, their faces filled with anger. These 3 were the Guiyuan realm experts Luo Sheng, Bai Xiao, and Yi Lianxing of the Wuji sect. The previous attack was only to prevent the enemy from advancing further. Seeing Lin Xiaofan and the others stop, they did not continue to attack. Guiyuan Realm, 2nd layer. Guiyuan Realm, 4th layer. Guiyuan Realm, 6th layer. Lin Xiaofan checked the cultivation levels of the three and found discrepancies in the intel. Luo Sheng and Bai Xiao were understandable. But Yi Lianxing actually had a Guiyuan Realm 6th layer cultivation. And Shangguan Xiao and the others might not be able to handle even one of Yi Lianxing's attacks if they gathered to fight. It seemed the previous plan couldn't be executed. Shangguan Xiao said with red eyes, Yuwuji Sect's Lin Yuan destroyed my Qing Tian Sword Sect's mountain gate for no reason. I want blood for blood. Yi Lianxing laughed loudly. Blood for blood? A small Qing Tian Sword Sect. Elder Lin wants to destroy it. What can you do? You dare to speak so shamelessly. Chapter 142, Wuji Sect Master Boom. Howren Peak suddenly shook violently. A brilliant sword energy soared up, cutting through the air, instantly growing to a height of 1,000 zhong, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, descending upon Lin Xiaofan's head. The sword energy pointed and the void cracked open, as if the heavens and earth were being split in half. The sect master has made move. That was the sect master's swordsmanship. Wuji, Sword Chi. That kid is doomed. Someone couldn't help but shout out excitedly. As the battle erupted, the two Guiyuan Realm experts on the Wuji sect side were besieged, beaten back without the strength to resist. The Dongshu realm was also suppressed, and even in one encounter, there were injuries and deaths. The Wuji sect disciples below the Tiangang realm couldn't help at all, feeling anxious in their hearts, but upon seeing the sect master make a powerful move, a sword that shocked the heavens, their morale soared. Playing with swords? Lin Xiaofan's lips curled up as he raised his hand. A sword light slashed out. The two sides clashed, producing a loud bang, shaking the sky. That Wuji sword chi shattered, instantly splitting into 6, directly attacking the nearby Guiyuan realm battlefield, targeting Shangguan, Xiao, and the others. This is bad. Lin Xiaofan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Li Hentian to be so treacherous, actually using a diversion. If the opponent directly attacked Shangguan Xiao and the others, he would definitely stop it, but now it was too late. Chapter 143. Breaking the boundary pearl, Li Hentian is dead? Such a terrifying attack. Who can withstand it? The Wuji sect disciples looked on in fear as they watched the place where Li Hentian fell. The surrounding sword energy gradually dissipated, the spatial cracks slowly disappearing without a trace, and a shattered void of 100 zhong slowly returned to normal. The ground revealed a huge pit. Inside was a void, dark and unfathomable. Lin Xiaofan, your strength exceeds my expectations. Suddenly, a voice came from within the pit. Sect Master. The disciples of the Wuji sect were overjoyed. Many even cried tears of joy. Not dead yet. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. He had almost used all his strength in that previous Wuxiang tribulation sword attack. To not die from that, it was indeed worthy of being the Wuji sect master, having some skills. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange, vibrating sound suddenly came from within the pit. Beams of blue light scattered outward, becoming increasingly bright. A blue protective shield slowly floated up from the pit. Li Hentian was inside the shield, his body covered in wounds, blood pouring down. He held a thumb-sized blue sphere in his hand, surrounded by swirling blue light, continuously vibrating up and down, emitting a terrifying aura. Breaking the boundary pearl? Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 144. The messenger appears, Lin Xiaofan. Die for me. Li Hentian urged his true energy, crazily pouring it into the breaking the boundary pearl. The blue light shield spun faster and faster, and the spatial suction power grew stronger. Lin Xiaofan felt a pulling pain in his body. Since he cultivated the titanium extreme body, he hadn't felt this sensation in a long time. This breaking the boundary pearl is not bad. I want it. Lin Xiaofan stared at the breaking the boundary pearl, his eyes shining. Initially, he thought the breaking the boundary pearl was nothing special. This supreme bestowed object wasn't anything remarkable. But now it seemed otherwise. As Li Hentian continuously injected his true energy into the breaking the boundary pearl, the pulling force was rapidly increasing. The reason it couldn't affect him yet was simply that Li Hentian's cultivation was insufficient. If Li Hentian were in the Nirvana realm, he would definitely be in trouble. Li Hentian laughed coldly. This is a supreme item. I'll give it to you. Do you dare take it? What is there to be afraid of? Break. Lin Xiaofan unleashed the power of the nine, turns golden body, pulling his right arm sharply. With a crisp sound, the azure light shield shattered instantly, turning into countless light spots that vanished without a trace. Li Henshin's expression changed drastically, and under the pull of his qi, he couldn't help but spurt a mouthful of fresh blood. Bring it here. Chapter 145. Void Great Teleportation. Lin Xiaofan descended holding the treasure sword of Wu Xinghe, landing beside the large pit created by Wu Xinghe. Lin Xiaofan, how dare you? Wu Xinghe lay on the ground, constantly spitting blood, staring fiercely at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes burning with rage. He never expected Lin Xiaofan would really dare to attack him, and so ruthlessly at that. That kick just now was filled with power, severely injuring his internal organs, causing his face to twist in pain. Didn't you tell me to hit you? Now that I've hit you, you're not happy. A dignified supreme envoy from the upper realm, yet he speaks with a forked tongue, clearly a treacherous villain. Lin Xiaofan flicked the sword blade, producing a ringing sound. With faint flashes of lightning, its quality extraordinary, at least an 8th grade mysterious weapon. You. Wu Xinghe trembled with rage, aggravating his injuries, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it. He was a direct disciple of the supreme lineage, clearly revealing his identity, yet he still dared to make a move. Doesn't this guy have any sense of reverence? Lin Xiaofan, you are a genius. If you fall halfway, it would be too regrettable. Wu Xinghe said coldly. I'll give you another chance. Kneel and submit to me immediately, otherwise. Otherwise what? Chapter 146. The battle comes to an end. Rewards and punishments in the pitch-black void. A streak of sword light swiftly traversed, directly striking at Wu Xinghe. Wu Xinghe sensed the crisis. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he panically dodged. But the sword light was too swift. In a flash, it pierced through his body. Wu Xinghe froze, covering his wound. His face contorted with rage as blood gushed from between his fingers. Lin Xiaofan, the grudge of today, I will definitely repay it in the future. You wait for me. Wu Xinghe's furious voice echoed through the heavens and earth as blood rain fell from the sky, drizzling down. Has he escaped? Lin Xiaofan looked around, sensing a presence rapidly fleeing, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Moreover, that presence vanished in a very strange manner, like ripples spreading across the surface of the water, dissipating in all directions. He didn't even know where to start if he wanted to pursue. In an instant, spanning thousands of miles, Lin Xiaofan recalled Wu Xinghe's words. That void great teleportation technique was indeed not simple. If they encountered each other again next time, how should he respond? Lin Xiaofan fell in a deep thought. Wu Xinghe was a hidden danger. He must be killed. Master. Before Lin Xiaofan could come up with a plan, he heard a shout. He looked up to find Blood Demon Ancestor and others rushing over with excited expressions. Chapter 147. Is there a possibility that you are too weak? Lin Xiaofan said. Nirvana Realm? Holy Land Saint Sun? Sounds complicated. Shangwan Xiao said, Master, this Yin Xiao sect should not be underestimated. Although the Wujizong is also known as one of the top 10 sects in the world, it is far inferior to the Yin Xiao sect. The truly top sects in Xuantian Continent are only 7, namely the 3 Great Holy Lands and the 4 upper sects, with Yin Xiao sect being one of the 4 upper sections. The Wujizong is merely a placeholder for the sake of having 10 sects, and only the 7 major sects are truly recognized, and only these 7 sects have Nirvana powerhouses. Lin Xiaofan said, is that so? Since there are Nirvana powerhouses, what is the difference between the 3 Great Holy Lands and the 4 upper sects? Shangwan Xiao said, the difference is that the 3 Great Holy Lands have had existences that surpass the Nirvana realm, with profound backgrounds and long-standing traditions. Lin Xiaofan's eyes gleamed. Surpassing the Nirvana realm? Supreme? That's right. Shangwan Xiao nodded. However, surpassing the Nirvana realm does not equate to supreme. Supreme is not a realm, but a title. Lin Xiaofan asked, do the 3 Great Holy Lands currently have existences that surpass the Nirvana realm? Shangwan Xiao shook his head, no. Such existences do not linger in the Xuanyuan realm. They say they're all in the upper realm in secluded cultivation. Chapter 148. A violent beating, life and death decision. Lin Xiaofan said. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Cold Chuyun's chest heaved rapidly, angrily saying, what do you want? You want the boundary-breaking pearl? Here you go. Lin Xiaofan took out the boundary-breaking pearl and handed it to Cold Qiuyun. Cold Qiuyun was stunned for a moment. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively reached out to grab it. Slap! Lin Xiaofan slapped Cold Qiuyun, sending her tumbling several rolls, saying, "You really dare to take it?" Cold Qiuyun was nearly driven mad, covering her face and screaming, "Lin Xiaofan, you damn bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know that our Yunxiao sect has nirvana powerhouses? If you dare to touch me again, I guarantee you will die a miserable death." Bang! Lin Xiaofan kicked Cold Qiuyun, sending her flying over 10 meters, his face calm. "I just touched you. What can you do about it?" Cold Qiuyun lay on the ground, clutching her chest, coughing up blood incessantly, trembling in anger, staring fiercely at Lin Xiaofan, but dared not speak harshly again. Shangguan Xiao and others watched the scene before them, feeling a bit apprehensive. This guy is too violent, and he shows no mercy when hitting women. His strikes are truly fierce. Lin Xiaofan walked up to Cold Qiuyun, looking down. "Can we talk properly now? Why do you want the boundary-breaking pearl?" Chapter 149. Controlling the boundary-breaking pearl. Instant movement, I knew you would make the right choice. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he planted the life and death ring on Cold Qiuyun. The super sect had added another Guiyuan realm combat force, reaching a total of 8. A quantity of top combat power that was not inferior to the 7 major sects. Cold Qiuyun's face turned pale. "You've beaten me," and planted the life and death ring. "Can I leave now?" Lin Xiaofan said. "Leave? You're not thinking of going back to the Yunxiao sect to find your supreme elder to help you remove the life and death ring, are you? I advise you not to do that, otherwise your Dantian will explode." Cold Qiuyun's expression changed repeatedly, not knowing what to think. Lin Xiaofan looked at Blood Demon Ancestor and the others, saying, "New disciples entering the sect do not understand the rules. You should take the time to teach her. This place will be our super sect's base in the future. Clean it up well. All blood and corpses must be disposed of. Additionally, I have a task for you. That Supreme Envoy Wu Xinghe has escaped. Whoever can find him will be rewarded with an 8th grade experience pill. Just find him, not capture him." Shangguan Xiao and others were excited. Lin Xiaofan said, "Wu Xinghe has the cultivation of the 6th level of the Guiyuan realm, and also has a special escape technique. You are still far from being able to capture him. As long as you find his place of rest, that will count as completing the task." Chapter 150. Breaking through to Guiyuan realm. Crisis approaches, consuming 800,000 experience points. The 9 Heaven Sword Art is upgraded to the 8th layer, cultivation level increased. Current realm. First level of Guiyuan realm. Consuming 800,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Second level of Guiyuan realm. Consuming 800,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Third level of Guiyuan realm. Lin Xiaofan has become stronger again. He has broken through to the return to origin realm and has shattered 3 layers in a row. Feeling the vast and powerful true energy surging within him. That strong sensation invigorates him both physically and mentally. There are still 6 million experience points left. Lin Xiaofan did not continue to level up. He must reserve some experience points to reward the super sect disciples for their tasks. Moreover, he now wants to accumulate experience points to deduce the follow-up techniques of the Titanium Extreme Demon Body, and achieving a goal of 100 million is not easy. Additionally, the 9 Heaven Sword technique only has 9 layers, corresponding to the Nirvana realm. Once he breaks through to the peak of the Nirvana realm, if he needs to deduce new techniques, it is highly likely that it will also consume 100 million experience points. Therefore, he needs to start accumulating now and achieve the small target of 100 million first. Lin Xiaofan called for Li Xianao, Hao Qian, and Xiao Yun, giving them some experience pills. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder." The 3 were extremely excited. Chapter 151. Void Traversal. Unexpected encounter. Let's see who falls first. Lin Xiaofan urged his true energy fiercely, condensing it into a sword light that entered the boundary-breaking pearl. After breaking through to the return to origin realm, his Wuxiang Tribulation sword divine ability has become stronger, and the powerful sword pressure made the rapidly rotating formation map inside the boundary-breaking pearl momentarily stagnate. The swallowing force pausing for a brief moment. The sword light flashed, forcefully piercing into the black hole, violently tearing apart the surging tide of energy as it rushed backward. traversing layers of spatial barriers, directly penetrating tens of thousands of miles away. Somewhere in the Xuantian Continent, Wu Xinghe held a peculiar star plate, chanting incantations. Surrounded by piles of Xian crystal stones, the star plate was palm-sized, covered with profound star patterns, resembling a cosmic star map, deep and boundless. At this moment, the Xian crystal stones were exploding one by one, transforming into streams of energy pouring into the star plate. Lin Xiaofan, did you think that obtaining the boundary-breaking pearl would allow you to rest easy? This star induction plate can remotely activate the boundary-breaking power of the boundary-breaking pearl. Didn't you think of that? Ha ha ha. Wu Xinghe laughed maniacally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light shot out from the star induction plate, catching him off guard, and his left arm was severed. The sword light shot straight into the sky, his severed arm flying away, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 152. The young master returns. Lin Xiaofan planned to see the situation first. He calmly said, "You all disperse. Go do what you need to do." Ouyang Ming said, "Young master, you have been away since childhood and don't know many things. Come with me, and I will tell you about the current situation of the Qian Hall." Lin Xiaofan nodded. He was bold and not afraid of any tricks Ouyang Ming might play. Ouyang Ming soared into the sky, flying far away. Lin Xiaofan closely followed, the wind whistling past his ears, the ground scenery rapidly receding. Looking down from dozens of meters in the air, countless pavilions and buildings were built against the mountains, white mist curling, clouds obscuring the sky. Various exotic trees reaching for the heavens, resembling a fairyland. What a Qian Hall, truly a holy place. Such wonders are rare to see in the mortal world. Ouyang Ming identified a group of buildings on a low peak and flew down. The disciples who saw him all bowed respectfully. Ouyang Ming merely nodded lightly and led Lin Xiaofan through a winding path to the deepest part of the building complex, entering a wooden house. Inside the house, aside from a few pieces of clothing and some swords hanging up, there was only a large stone bed. Ouyang Ming did not speak, pressing down on one corner of the stone bed with his left hand and pushing hard, causing the stone bed to rumble and slide open, revealing an underground entrance. Ouyang Ming said, "Go in." Chapter 153. Waiting for an opportunity, summoned by the saintess. Now, we can talk properly. Lin Xiaofan said indifferently, "Speak. Who sent you to target me, the young master?" Ouyang Ming lay on the ground, panting heavily, glaring at Lin Xiaofan in anger, but remaining silent. Lin Xiaofan said lightly, "It seems you still want to experience the pain from earlier." Ouyang Ming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Will you let me go if I tell you?" "No, but I want to kill you. You must obey me from now on." Ouyang Ming roared, "Impossible. Then you will die in pain." Lin Xiaofan activated the life and death ring again. Ouyang Ming immediately felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I'll tell you. Hurry up. I don't want to hear any nonsense." Ouyang Ming, humiliated, said, "I am targeting you without being instructed by anyone. It's the situation that dictates it. You are the son of the former Hall Master. Your status is prominent, and the current Hall Master has not revoked your identity as young master. Your appearance threatens the position of the Holy Sun, which many people do not want to see. Are you saying that the Qian Hall has changed leadership? The old and new powers have been replaced, and the son of the former Hall Master is no longer necessary?" Lin Xiaofan thought of Yifeng being injured like that. It wouldn't be the people from Qian Hall that did it, right? Chapter 154. Invitation from the Elder. Supreme Tao Technique. Lin Xiaofan did not take the matter of the saintess to heart. He was a bit anxious, as Wu Xinghe had not come for a long time. At that time, his sword that broke through the void seemed to have hit the target, but due to the distance, he was not very sure. If Wu Xinghe was injured, he might very well be hiding somewhere to recover. Old Demon, any news about the Supreme Envoy? Lin Xiaofan contacted the Blood Demon Ancestor through the Life and Death Ring. No, he seems to have completely disappeared, no matter how hard I look. I can't find him. The Blood Demon Ancestor sounded a bit dejected. Lin Xiaofan said, "Then keep looking." "Yes." Lin Xiaofan asked, "Is everything all right on your side?" The Blood Demon Ancestor said, "Actually, there is one thing. That Lin Xiaofan has been out for several days and hasn't returned. I suspect she went back to the Yunxiao sect." "I got it." Lin Xiaofan sneered inwardly. If Lin Xiaofan really dared to seek the elder of the Yunxiao sect to unlock the Life and Death Ring, that would be seeking her own death. Senior brother Yi Feng. Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to contact Lin Xiaofan, a young man in purple clothes suddenly walked over. Ninth layer of the Tiangang realm. Lin Xiaofan took a glance. He was just weak trash. Do you need something? Lin Xiaofan was in a bad mood after the incident with the white-clothed female disciple and spoke a bit harshly. Chapter 155. The Saintess of Qian Kuan Lin Xiaofan said, "What is so great about this? No need to make a fuss." Chun Feng said enviously, "Senior brother, I didn't expect you to become a disciple of the elder. You'll rise to prominence in the future. Don't forget about your junior brother." Lin Xiaofan replied, "What disciple? Didn't you hear what she said? It's just a nominal title. Have you ever seen someone who just became a disciple and was kicked out? That is too perfunctory." Chun Feng was startled. "Senior brother, you can't say that." Lin Xiaofan said, "What can I say? Anyway, I didn't become her disciple. She's just talking to herself. I want to acknowledge her as my master." Chun Feng was a bit confused. A fallen young master still so arrogant. And the elder didn't even want to take him as a disciple. Such a stroke of luck that others would beg for. Even if it was just a nominal title, at least it was a connection to a big backing. Could this guy have a problem with his head? Chun Feng whispered, "Senior brother, you might want to say less. Don't be fooled by the elder's amiable face. Her personality is very explosive, and she can draw her sword and kill if she feels displeased. If she heard what you just said, you would be done for." Lin Xiaofan said with a smile, "No matter how softly you say it, she can still hear you. Do you believe it?" Chapter 156. 3 moves to defeat the enemy. Nirvana realm appears. Yin Bufan, don't meddle in other people's business. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and continued to beat Zhang Xiaoman. He found that Zhang Xiaoman was very tough. Although he wasn't using his full strength, he wasn't holding back either. If it were an ordinary person at the 4th level of the returning origin realm, they would have been half dead by now. Those who cultivate their bodies are hard to beat. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Yin Bufan's face darkened, and a sharp aura emanated from him, locking onto Lin Xiaofan from afar. "What? Do you want to be a hero, saving the beauty?" Lin Xiaofan struck hard, and Zhang Xiaoman was knocked down to the ground again, causing the earth to collapse. Lin Xiaofan dusted off his hands and stopped. Zhang Xiaoman finally caught her breath, glaring at Lin Xiaofan with fury, her entire body trembling with anger. Defeated in public, and in such a miserable way, the dignity of the saintess was completely destroyed in an instant, and she felt utterly humiliated. This guy is clearly at the 3rd level of the returning origin realm. How can he be so strong? Zhang Xiaoman felt both shame and anger, but her heart was also greatly shaken, even producing a hint of fear towards Lin Xiaofan. 6th level of the returning origin realm. Lin Xiaofan looked at Yin Bufan, whose cultivation was much higher than Zhang Xiaoman's, but it didn't matter to him. He chuckled and said, "The saintess said she likes you. Do you like the saintess too? Are you heartbroken because I hit her?" Chapter 157. A strike to shatter the void, confronting head-on. Lin Xiaofan. Wu Xinghe's eyes were blazing with fury. "This is all your fault. The grudge of a severed arm must be avenged. I can't let this hatred go without killing you." "Then it's perfect. I want to kill you too. If you have the guts, don't run away." Lin Xiaofan soared into the air, quickly charging towards Wu Xinghe. "Don't move," Zhang Kuang suddenly shouted, pressing his large hand forward, causing the void ahead to twist and ripple, a powerful force permeating every inch of space. Lin Xiaofan felt a huge compressive force surrounding him, and he was immobilized in midair. A confined space? Lin Xiaofan was slightly startled. What? Wu Xinghe's expression also changed. He had just wanted to use the void, great teleportation to escape into the void, but was suddenly held in place by an invisible force, his divine ability interrupted, making him feel like he might vomit blood. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan and Wu Xinghe were like fish swimming in water, suddenly frozen in ice, unable to move. The Nirvana realm made its move, without earth-shattering momentum, yet it intimidated the entire venue. "What did you just say? He is Lin Xiaofan?" Zhang Kuang looked at Wu Xinghe, his voice calm, yet exuding an irresistible authority. Wu Xinghe, struggling against the compressive force of space, quickly replied, "He is not the Yi Feng you all mentioned, but the super sect master Lin Xiaofan from the Xuantian Continent. You have all been deceived by him." Chapter 158. Strongly killing the Nirvana realm, pursuing for thousands of miles. Under the incredulous gazes of the people in the Qinquan Hall, Zhang Kuang's entire arm exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Zhang Kuang finally couldn't hold back and screamed in agony, retreating rapidly. Lin Xiaofan snorted coldly, seizing the opportunity to pursue, and in an instant, he closed in again, delivering another punch, unstoppable. "Kid, you dare!" Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in horror as he felt the crisis of death, but after being heavily injured, his speed was affected, and he couldn't dodge, only able to brace himself. Bang! Lin Xiaofan's punch landed squarely on his chest. The immense power surged into Zhang Kuang's body, causing it to swell rapidly like a balloon. "No, you!" Zhang Kuang screamed in terror, but before he could finish speaking, his whole body exploded with a bang, flesh and blood flying in the sky. Deputy Hall Master. The people of Qinkuan Hall turned pale with fear, and Zhang Xiaoman screamed and fainted. Experience points 1,000,000. Nirvana Realm, 1,000,000 experience points. As the experience points were collected, Lin Xiaofan knew that Zhang Kuang was completely dead. He hovered in the air, exuding unmatched dominance, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of Qinkuan Hall. Everyone fell silent, terror-stricken. Just then, a powerful aura surged up from within the Qinkuan Hall. Chapter 159. Capture Alive. Interrogating Divine Abilities. After another hour passed, Wu Xinghe's true energy was almost exhausted. When he tried to use the void great teleportation again, his body fluctuated between solid and void several times, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaofan then broke through the air, walking step by step towards Wu Xinghe. "You're not escaping anymore?" Lin Xiaofan rushed forward and began a flurry of punches, each one hitting with a thud. "Stop! You madman!" Wu Xinghe was completely out of true energy, unable to resist at all, and was soon knocked down to the ground. Lin Xiaofan said, "Now we can have a good talk." Wu Xinghe gasped for breath, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. "Lin Xiaofan, we have no deep grudges. As long as you let me go, we can forget the past, and I promise not to trouble you again." Lin Xiaofan said, "What? You know you can't beat me, so you're begging for mercy? If your strength was above mine today, would you let me go?" Wu Xinghe hurriedly replied, "Of course, Wu Xinghe, never bully the weak." Lin Xiaofan sneered, "Do you think I will believe that? If you didn't want to kill me, would you have used the power of the breaking boundary pearl from a distance? If it weren't for my good luck, I would still be wandering in the endless void." Chapter 160. Crisis Approaches, Total Annihilation. Super Sect's Stronghold. The plaque of the Wujizong has been removed, and the imposing entrance now shines with the words Super Sect in gold. The sect was sparsely populated, appearing somewhat desolate. The Super Sect followed an elite route, starting from the Void Realm, so it couldn't have thousands of disciples, leading to the vast area being empty. A normally functioning sect has many affairs, and some tasks are not suitable for those in the Void Realm or returning Origin Realm. So Shangguan Shao arranged for some disciples from the Xuantian Sword Sect to come in to handle daily chores, guarding, and patrolling. Outside the Super Sect's main gate, 2 disciples from the Xuantian Sword Sect stood guard, a man and a woman, both at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. It's quite extravagant to have Celestial Phenomenon Realm guards. Even the 3 major sacred lands don't have this. The 2 stood tall and proud, full of excitement. "Senior brother, after guarding for 10 days, will the Super Sect really give us an experience pill?" This was said by the Super Sect's deputy sect master himself. How could it be false? With so many returning Origin Realm cultivators in the Super Sect and the deputy sect master only at the Void Realm, can his words be trusted? Shu, Junior's sister, speak quietly. The deputy sect master is a trusted subordinate of that Lin Xiaofan. What he says should be credible. It is said that he also has a nickname called the Blood Demon Ancestor, which sounds very terrifying, so you should be careful with your words in the future. Chapter 161. 7 Days of Success, Divine Power Upgrade. Lin Xiaofan focused entirely on cultivating the void, great teleportation divine ability, unaware of the passage of time. Days rose and fell, and 7 days quickly passed. Not far away at the peak of the mountain, Wu Xinghe was lazily half-lying on a giant rock, occasionally scanning the surroundings. This was a wilderness, devoid of any human presence. No one came here at all. Lin Xiaofan had him as a protector, but he wasn't really doing much, spending his days either sitting or lying down, utterly bored. Wu Xinghe gazed at the figure, sitting quietly, and thinking about how his life and death were controlled by the other party made him feel gloomy and filled with hatred. Lin Xiaofan. The void great shift is profound and unfathomable. Not everyone can comprehend it. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Wu Xinghe's face. Although you are a genius, you are still from the lower realm, lacking the foundation of martial arts, and having limited experience. Perhaps you could make rapid progress in ordinary martial arts techniques. But once you touch the top-tier methods and powers, your shortcomings will be magnified infinitely. You must have hit a bottleneck by now and cannot make any progress. Wu Xinghe felt a sense of superiority. Looking at Lin Xiaofan below the mountain, he chuckled. When I practiced the void great shift, it took me 3 whole years just to glimpse the entrance. If you want to get started, it's absolutely impossible without more than 10 years of hard practice and comprehension. Chapter 162. Breaking in Lin Xiaofan and Wu Xinghe continuously shifted, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, and soon returned to the super sect. Sect Master Lin, you finally come back. As soon as Lin Xiaofan stepped through the door of the super sect, a group of people rushed over. Who are you? Why are you in the super sect? Lin Xiaofan scanned the crowd. They were all from the void realm, but he did not recognize any of them. I am an elder of the Qingtian sword sect. I am an elder of the Xuanji sect. The crowd spoke in a rush, and Lin Xiaofan understood that they were from the 4 major sects of the 10,000 Great Mountains. What are you doing here? What happened? Where are Shangwan Xiao and the others? Sect Master Lin, you must save our sect master. They have been captured by the supreme elder of the Yunxiao sect, Shi Batong, and in 3 days, they will be executed publicly. After a round of explanations, Lin Xiaofan finally understood the situation. What Yunxiao sect? I wouldn't have troubled you. And you should have been secretly pleased, yet you dare to capture my people. Lin Xiaofan was furious. Wu Xinghe, come with me to the Yunxiao sect, and let us make it a bloodbath. After saying that, Lin Xiaofan identified the direction and shifted ahead. Wu Xinghe was somewhat reluctant, but did not dare to refuse, and could only follow. Chapter 163. Something's not right. There's a problem. Experience points 200. Experience points 100. Experience points 300. Lin Xiaofan gained a wave of experience points, but they were just a few hundred each, not much in total, and not even worth 1 head from a void realm person. Huh? Lung Qiuyun is still alive? Lin Xiaofan suddenly realized that the 500,000 experience points from the Guiyuan realm had not been credited yet. He turned to look. Lung Qiuyun was indeed still breathing, but her dantian had exploded, her cultivation completely lost, and she was covered in blood, on the verge of death, clearly not able to hold on much longer. Lin Xiaofan scanned the scene, his gaze landing deep within the Yunxiao sect, and laughed loudly. Shi Batong, with your little ability, you dare to stick your neck out. Who gave you the courage? His voice reverberated in the air, intimidating everyone present. The disciples of the Yunxiao sect were too scared to even breathe. Shi Batong had brazenly captured disciples of the super sect, and even boasted about executing them in 10 days, clearly trying to provoke Lin Xiaofan. The disciples of the Yunxiao sect thought that the Supreme Elder had absolute confidence in defeating Lin Xiaofan. Otherwise, how could he act this way? Lin Xiaofan had killed the deputy master of the sacred land, Qingquan Hall, and still managed to escape unscathed. Chapter 164. Mirage, Illusory Realm System. Is this really an illusion? Lin Xiaofan was a bit incredulous. Yes. Upon hearing the system's confirmation, Lin Xiaofan's heart wavered. The system had previously shielded him from the demonic fetus invading his consciousness, seemingly providing its own defense against mental attacks. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but recall the moment he saw a black whirlpool appear in Shi Budong's eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable at the time. He probably got caught then. To be able to pull his consciousness into an illusion, this must undoubtedly be a certain divine ability that Shi Budong had cultivated. Shangwan Xiao and the others have been unconscious, surely also trapped in the illusion. If that was the case, then his body must also be in a state of unconsciousness now. This was extremely dangerous. Lin Xiaofan suddenly realized the power of this divine ability. Although it seemed to have no offensive capability, it was a deadly blow that couldn't be defended against. If Shi Batong were to dismember his body now, wouldn't he be doomed? Indeed, there was a reason Shi Batong dared to challenge him. The other party truly had astonishing trump cards. System, how can I leave here? Lin Xiaofan was anxious. No sooner had he spoken, the surrounding space violently distorted, cracks spreading out, and the entire world instantly fell apart. Chapter 165. The Downfall of the Yunxiao Sect. Experience points 1,000,000. A million experience points were credited, and Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, it was not an illusion. Shi Budong was really dead. Lin Xiaofan felt a chill run through his body and hurriedly took out clothes from his storage space to put on. This mirage, illusory realm divine ability, was indeed remarkable. If he had the system to easily distinguish between the real and the illusory, he would likely have fallen deeply into the illusion and been unable to extricate himself, just like Shangguan Xiao and the others. Lin Xiaofan looked into the distance. Shangguan Xiao and the others were still in a coma, and even Wu Xinghe had been caught. Their consciousness was lost in the illusion, believing it was the real world, which was why they couldn't wake up. He wondered what their illusion was like. Lin Xiaofan's imposing gaze swept across the field as he called out loudly, "Everyone stand still, or there will be no mercy." The disciples of the Yunxiao sect stirred, all terrified. Even a few from the Guiyuan realm turned pale. Lin Xiaofan snorted coldly, his killing intent permeating the air. Everyone tightened their hearts, and the scene instantly fell silent. Seeing that the disciples of the Yunxiao sect had been subdued, Lin Xiaofan flew over to Shangguan Xiao and the others. "Hey, wake up!" Lin Xiaofan shouted a few times, but it had no effect. He slapped and pinched their faces, but there was still no response. Chapter 166. Rewards distributed. Some are happy, while others are jealous. Shangguan Xiao shot a disdainful glare at the blood demon ancestor, then turned and led a group of people into the Yunxiao sect. The blood demon ancestor seemed a bit uneasy and followed after. Gu Lingfeng and the others felt their hearts bleeding, but could only watch helplessly as the blood demon ancestor and others plundered the Yunxiao sect without daring to voice any objections. "A bunch of robbers," Wu Xinghe muttered under his breath with disdain. "What did you say?" Lin Xiaofan was displeased. Wu Xinghe haughtily turned his head away. Lin Xiaofan said, "You are an envoy from the upper realm, so you are noble. Don't come begging me later." Wu Xinghe scoffed. "I, Wu Xinghe, never asked for help. Remember what you said?" Lin Xiaofan stood quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. Before long, the blood demon ancestor and others rushed back. "Master, this is the Xian crystal stone you wanted." The blood demon ancestor presented a storage ring. Not bad. You're quite efficient." Lin Xiaofan received it with a beaming smile, but after a brief inspection, his expression darkened instantly. "Only 500,000 Xian crystal stones?" Lin Xiaofan looked at the blood demon ancestor and the others with suspicion. "You guys didn't pocket some for yourselves, did you?" The blood demon ancestor hurriedly explained. "That's all the Xian crystal stones in the Yunxiao sect's treasury." Chapter 167. A storm is approaching. Insufficient experience points. Unable to level up. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily stunned and quickly said, "System, didn't I have over 7 million experience points? How can it be insufficient?" Upgrading the Void Great Migration to the entry level only requires 5 million experience points. Blood Rebirth is a special divine ability, with no entry-level, small achievement, or other level distinctions. It can only be upgraded to a new divine ability. A new divine ability? Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. The effect of Blood Rebirth is resurrection, regardless of whether it's at the entry level or small achievement level. The effect is the same, and upgrading the level is meaningless. Then how much experience points are needed? 100 million. Lin Xiaofan knew the cost would be high. Sure enough, it was the same as the subsequent techniques of deducing the titanium extreme demon body, both requiring 100 million experience points. Blood Rebirth was already a very overpowered divine ability. If upgraded to a brand new divine ability, wouldn't it be even more astonishing? Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt a bit excited. System. Upgrade the Formless Calamity Sword. Consuming 5 million experience points, the Formless Calamity Sword is upgraded to the entry level. Lin Xiaofan looked at his personal panel and realized that the Formless Calamity Sword divine ability he previously comprehended was merely in its infancy. Not even at the entry level. Chapter 168. Void projection. The figure in the sky was not a flesh and blood body, but a phantom image of a middle-aged man, looking vividly alive and exuding endless majesty. This person was the master of the Qinquan Hall, Yu Xuanji, but it was not his true body. It was a void projection. With his true self, who knows how many thousands of miles away. What on earth happened? Why disturb my seclusion? Yu Xuanji spoke. his voice echoing like the sound of heaven and earth, shaking the mountains. The crowd was intimidated by his powerful presence, and no one dared to make a sound. Yu Xuanji frowned slightly. His sharp gaze swept across the entire Qinquan Hall, as if sensing something, and finally locked onto Yunwu Peak. Ao De Lang, step forward and speak. A white figure flew out from Yunwu Peak, revealing a graceful and stunning woman in front of Yu Xuanji. It was Elder Lan Jian of the Qinquan Hall. I greet the hall master. Lan Zian zet pet fun bao et. Yu Xuanji said, no need for excessive formalities. Speak, what happened? Lan Jian replied, the vice hall master has been killed. Oh, who killed him? Yu Xuanji's expression remained calm, and his eyes showed no fluctuations. Even the fall of someone in the Nirvana realm did not cause him any emotional disturbance. Lan Jian said, Lin Xiaofan from the Xuantian Continent. Chapter 169. Blood stains the endless sea on the Xuantian Continent, Xiangui Island. A wave of disturbance passed through the spatial gate, and 5 people emerged one after another. Hovering in the air, these 5 consisted of 1 elder and 4 youths, each exuding powerful auras that shook the heavens, suppressing the endless sea below, causing it to churn and roar. Huh, where's this? The 5 looked puzzled, their expressions uncertain. Elder He, is the cross-continent teleportation array malfunctioning? The teleportation location seems off? Yes, the teleport point should be at some abandoned ruins. How do we end up in the endless sea? Is this the Xuantian Continent? It doesn't quite feel like it. Elder He, there's a small island over there with quite a few people. Should we go ask? The 4 young martial artists looked around with curiosity. The elder, known as Elder He, clearly the leader of the group, looked serious as he gazed at the spatial gate and slowly said, how could a spatial gate appear here? This is strange. When we teleported earlier, there was an unusual disturbance. If I guess correctly, the teleportation route of the array must overlap with this spatial gate, which is why we were transported here. The other 4 exchanged glances upon hearing this. Chapter 170, Thunder Killing, the Limit of Life and Death, Experience Points. 500,000. Lin Xiaofan said, little minions, don't speak, or your bodies will explode. Hizhou finally reacted, furiously shouting, you dare kill my Kangmang Mountain disciples in front of me? Lin Xiaofan moved his body, using the Void Great Migration at close range, muttering people arrive. In an instant, he changed 3 positions in succession, leaving behind afterimages due to his incredible speed. As if he suddenly transformed into 3, appearing simultaneously in front of the other 3 disciples of Kangmang Mountain. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded again, and the 3 Kangmang Mountain disciples in the Return to Yuan realm had no chance to react before exploding into a mist of blood. Experience points, 500,000. Experience points, 500,000. Experience points, 500,000. Lin Xiaofan had killed 4 people, earning 2 million experience points. Jun Tianma and Ziluo stared in shock. The enemy they had found so powerful and unbeatable was so easily killed by Lin Xiaofan. While they were excited, they also felt an overwhelming sense of loss. They had thought that after advancing to the Void Realm, they could slightly catch up with Lin Xiaofan, but the gap only seemed to widen. Chapter 171. The first sect of the Xian realm. Lin Xiaofan said, Kangmang Mountain? Never heard of it. Is it very powerful? Hizhou hurriedly replied, our Kangmang Mountain has 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses with great strength, and it is the first sect of the Xian realm. The first sect of the Xian realm? This was beyond the continental level, rising to the Xian realm level, and the name sounded intimidating. However, having 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses could indeed be called the first in the Xian realm. The holy forces of the Xuantian Continent only had 3 Nirvana realm powerhouses. Lin Xiaofan said, since your Kangmang Mountain is so strong, then I can't let you go. Since I've killed 4 of your disciples, you will definitely seek revenge. So I might as well kill you to silence you. Wait, Hizhou panicked. You only killed 4 junior disciples. There's still room for negotiation in this matter. But if you kill me, things will be completely different. The fall of a Nirvana realm would have too great an impact, and it would turn into a situation of no return. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, if I let you go, can you guarantee that Kangmang Mountain won't seek revenge on me? Of course. I guarantee it in the name of the elder of Kangmang Mountain. Hizhou appeared to promise earnestly, but inside he was seething with resentment. Lin Xiaofan. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Once I return, I will persuade the Mountain Master to invade the Xuantian Continent. By then, with 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses descending, blood will wash the world, and you will not escape death. Chapter 172. Dark clouds rolling, threatening the super sect Lin Xiaofan, and the 3 crossed through the spatial gate. Jun Tianma and Ziluo were looking around in the spatial passage, both excited and nervous. Lin Xiaofan didn't rush through. Instead, he deliberately slowed down to observe his surroundings. The teleportation array on the Xuantian Continent that connected to the Xuantian Continent must be related to the spatial gate, and he wanted to see if he could discover something. This fixed spatial passage was quite special, unlike the boundless void space from the last teleportation. It was only about a meter wide, with walls made of soft spatial membranes that could stretch and bounce, yet were extremely tough. Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to exert his full strength to press down on the spatial membrane. If the spatial passage collapsed, it would be a disaster. He touched the spatial membrane as he walked, carefully checking every area. By the time he finished traversing the 100-meter-long spatial passage, he hadn't found anything unusual. Lin Xiaofan didn't waste any more time and directly stepped through the door, bringing the 2 of them to the Xuantian Continent. As soon as the 3 appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains, 3 hostile gazes from a concealed spot in the distance turned towards them. It was the Dongsu realm. Jun Tianma and Ziluo immediately felt the oppressive force from the 3 powerful presences, and their expressions tightened. To encounter 3 individuals from the Dongsu realm right after arriving was a significant pressure. Chapter 173. The purple-eyed girl, the members of the super sect felt the shocking aura, their hearts trembling with an overwhelming sense of danger, and their faces changed instantly. Lin Xiaofan's expression also shifted slightly. This unusual pressure was unlike anything he had ever felt before. This was definitely a super powerhouse. At the same time, his storage ring vibrated gently. The jade pendant inside the ring reacted again, and even more strongly than the last time. Stay at the sect and don't act rashly. Lin Xiaofan instructed the others before leaping into the air to confront the approaching ominous clouds. The rolling dark clouds suddenly slowed down and came to a halt 10 miles outside the super sect. The clouds then parted, and a dazzling beam of light shot down, exploding upon contact with the ground and illuminating the area. A girl stepped out from the glow, her expression emotionless, with captivating purple eyes that seemed to disdain everything. Wherever her gaze landed, it left traces in the void that made one dare not look directly at her. Lin Xiaofan stopped 10 meters away and narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" "Lin Xiaofan of the super sect?" The girl's purple pupils locked onto Lin Xiaofan, her voice cold as the winds of the abyss. Chapter 174. Thunder Law Body Boom. Boom! Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning engulfed a 100-meter area, swallowing Lin Xiaofan's figure. The ground trembled, and rocks flew. The members of the super sect were shocked and horrified. Yu Xuanji's Thunder Law body struck with a thunderous blow, altering the colors of heaven and earth. Crackling. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and converged, once again manifesting Yu Xuanji's Thunder Law body. What? How is this possible? Yu Xuanji's gaze narrowed slightly, and the expressionless phantom face showed a hint of fluctuation. The areas where the lightning struck were left in ruins, charred black. Amidst the devastation, Lin Xiaofan stood proudly, his body shimmering with electric light. This Thunder Law body looks quite intimidating, but its power is lacking. Lin Xiaofan said with a relaxed expression. His 9 transformations golden body was immune to lightning, and he was not afraid of the Thunder Law body at all. Humph. Yu Xuanji let out a heavy snort, and the Thunder Law body transformed into a brilliant pillar of lightning, charging towards Lin Xiaofan with the momentum to annihilate everything. The previous lightning attack had scattered, but this time it was a concentrated strike, doubling its power. Where the lightning pillar passed, the space shattered and a terrifying buzzing echoed through heaven and earth. "Come on!" Lin Xiaofan shouted, fully activating his 9 transformations golden body, his entire body radiating golden light. He threw a punch, shattering the lightning pillar, and electric light scattered everywhere, shaking the heavens. Chapter 175. Yi Lu. The Traveler? Why should I kill you? Do you want to die that badly? Lin Xiaofan looked at Yi Lu. Previously, Yilu had been possessed by Yu Xuanji's Thunderlaw body, acting without control. Now she had returned to normal, but there was no vitality in her eyes, as if she had lost all attachment to this world. Yilu forced a smile. Didn't you say my brother was dead? I have no family left now. The enemy is too strong, and I can't take revenge in this lifetime. I thought the Xuantian Palace would help me, but what happened? The dignified master of the Xuantian Palace is just a greedy little man. I was even willing to offer the Ascending Dragon Ring, a family heirloom of the Yi family, as the prize for revenge, but he completely disregarded my life, ruthlessly suppressing my consciousness with his law body, only wanting to use my bloodline to find the Ascending Dragon Ring. This world is so cruel and heartless. What is the point of me living? Lin Xiaofan remained silent as he bent down to examine Yilu's injuries, frowning. Yilu was severely injured. Some of her injuries were caused during his battle with Yu Xuanji, but the fatal wounds had existed long before. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and it must have been prolonged for a long time. If it weren't for the Thunderlaw body suppressing her injuries, Yilu would have died long ago. Chapter 176, Breaking Through Nirvana. Mystery of the Secret Realm, first layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Second layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Third layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Yilu's realm kept rising, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xiaofan had experienced pills to enhance cultivation, which everyone knew. But to simply touch someone's forehead to allow them to break through was an unimaginable method. This is impossible. Wu Xinghe gasped, his face filled with disbelief. Seventh layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Eighth layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Ninth layer of the Gui Yuan Realm. Yilu's cultivation was still rising, and soon she surpassed everyone present, a powerful force radiating from her body, shaking the void for miles around. Wu Xinghe and the others were stunned, their eyes wide, not daring to breathe. They could no longer see through Yilu's realm. But it was clear that Lin Xiaofan was helping Yilu break through to the Nirvana realm to save her life. From the 10th layer of the Dong Su realm, breaking through 10 layers in one go, directly crossing the Gui Yuan realm and advancing to the Nirvana realm. Such an astonishing feat had never been heard of before. Everyone couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in this world, but their hearts were filled with anticipation for that moment. If the sect master could really help Yilu reach the Nirvana realm, could he also help himself? Chapter 177. The discussion of annihilation. Lin Xiaofan returned to the super sect. He instructed the blood demon ancestor and others to wait in the main hall and personally arranged a cave for Yilu as a place for her recovery. The cave was quite nice, likely once used by a certain elder of the Wuji sect for cultivation. You will meditate here. I'll come and find you in a month, and then we will go to the Xuantian Continent together. As long as you take me into that secret realm, we will be even. Is it really that simple? Yilu asked, astonished. Otherwise, what do you think? You think I would offer myself to you? Have you heard a saying? What saying? Lin Xiaofan said. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Yilu's expression turned a bit unpleasant. She originally regretted saying she would dedicate herself, as she was too excited at the time and hadn't thought it through. She was considering how to smooth things over when she saw Lin Xiaofan's disdainful expression, which inexplicably ignited a surge of anger in her heart. I'm going to heal. If you're fine, just go out. Yilu issued an eviction order. Then you heal well. Lin Xiaofan turned around and left. Wait a minute. Yilu suddenly thought of something and asked, Are you really going to go to war with the Xuantian Hall? Chapter 178. The entire sect moves, shocking all directions an hour later. Lin Xiaofan led the super sect members into action, with more than 30 people flying into the sky, heading rapidly towards the direction of the Xuantian Hall. With so many return to origin and void realm experts gathered together, the momentum they emitted was earth-shattering. And even hundreds of miles away, one could feel the overwhelming aura that was suffocating. The super sect's bold actions quickly attracted the attention of other forces, and various rumors spread rapidly through the communication stones. Before long, the entire Xuantian Continent was aware that the super sect was on the move, but they did not know who the target was. Thus, all factions were filled with fear. Lin Xiaofan's slaying of 2 Nirvana realm experts had already caused a stir across the continent, and with the super sect's annihilation of the Wuji sect and the Yunxiao sect, they had gained a fearsome reputation. Now, everyone was terrified when it came to the super sect. Additionally, the recent incident of Lin Xiaofan defeating Yu Xuanji's Heavenly Thunder incarnation although it had just happened, was quickly known by those forces keeping an eye on the super sect, making them even more apprehensive of Lin Xiaofan. Therefore, when they learned that the super sect was taking large-scale action, all major sects were anxious. What does the super sect want to do? An outsider is so arrogant. Is there really no one who can subdue him? Chapter 179. Robbing the Thundercloud, Sect Blood Demon Ancestor shot a sideways glance at Wu Xinghe and said, "This is not about strength, but about suitability." Wu Xinghe retorted, "Where am I not suitable?" Blood Demon Ancestor replied, "If I say it's not suitable, then it's not suitable. As the Vice Sect Master, I have the authority to decide who goes on missions. The people I just selected, the Sect Master didn't say anything. Do you have an opinion?" Wu Xinghe was furious. He looked at Lin Xiaofan and said indignantly, "Sect Master, doesn't this count as abusing power for personal gain?" Lin Xiaofan decisively shook his head. "It doesn't count." Wu Xinghe was left speechless, nearly suffering internal injury from the frustration. With Lin Xiaofan's final word, he had no choice but to retreat in annoyance. The others also dared not speak. Lin Xiaofan understood what Blood Demon Ancestor was thinking. He simply believed that the people from Xuantian Continent were too weak and wanted to give Zi Luo and others a chance to improve. In fact, he thought the same. So he didn't stop it. Blood Demon Ancestor flattered. Sect Master is wise. After speaking, he smugly glanced at Wu Xinghe. Wu Xinghe snorted coldly and turned his head away. Lin Xiaofan said, "Don't waste time. Hurry up and get to work. We still have to travel later." Chapter 180. And maybe rob a little? Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Zi Luo and the others broke through one after another. Zi Luo, Void Realm, 2nd layer. Yuantianmu, Void Realm, 2nd layer. Blood Demon Ancestor, Void Realm, 6th layer. Luo Qingyan, Void Realm, 10th layer. Dao Xuanzi, Void Realm, 10th layer. Duan Wuqian, Return to Origin, 1st layer. Shangguan Shao, Return to Origin, 6th layer. Huang Fuqi, Return to Origin, 7th layer. 8 people broke through consecutively, shaking the void, creating an extremely spectacular scene. The members of the super sect watched with envy. What kind of pill is this? It can directly break through the realm? The newly joined Gu Jianfeng and others could hardly believe their eyes. I finally broke through to Return to Origin. I finally broke through to Return to Origin. Ha ha! Duan Wutian laughed to the sky. Even tears of joy flowed. He thought he would never reach Return to Origin in this lifetime, but unexpectedly realized it in one day. And there was even the possibility of further progress. The path of martial arts ahead was bright. Duan Wutian was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He rushed to Lin Xiaofan and deeply bowed. "Thank you, Sect Master, for bestowing the pill. Duan Wutian has no way to repay you. In this life, I am willing to follow the Sect Master forever, and I will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Duan Wutian's words were clear and resonant, echoing through the heavens and earth. Everyone was moved by Duan Wutian's words and couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaofan, with the same thoughts blossoming in their hearts. Chapter 181. Breaking through Nirvana Realm, Swordpath River across the sky. Zi Luo and Jun Tianma nervously stepped forward, although they felt a bit embarrassed. They couldn't resist the temptation of the experience pill and could only muster their courage to go up. Wu Xinghe continued to choose a few Void Realm experts and then led a group of people flying towards the Wanhua sect. Half an hour later, the super sect gained 2 more Return to Origin and 7 more Void Realm experts. Zi Luo and Jun Tianma broke through to the Void Realm 3rd layer, and their rapid improvement felt surreal to them. Wu Xinghe also successfully broke through to Return to Origin 7th layer, making him extremely excited. He suddenly felt that staying in the lower realm wasn't so bad, and the desire to return to the upper realm wasn't so urgent anymore. Lin Xiaofan was also very pleased as he gained over 1 million Xian crystal stones, bringing his total experience points to over 70 million, an unprecedented wealth. The small goal of 100 million was not far off. System. Upgrade my cultivation. Consume 800,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Return to Origin 10th layer. Consume 900,000 experience points. 9 Heaven Sword Art upgraded to the 9th layer. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Nirvana, 1st layer. Consume 900,000 experience points. Cultivation level increased. Current realm. Nirvana, 10th layer. Chapter 182. Sword Slashing Lu Qingxian. Besieging the Qinquan Hall, Lu Qingxian, dressed in white, calmly yet domineeringly said, "Enough nonsense. Withdraw now, and all will be well. Take one more step, and blood will spill here. So arrogant. Are you trying to give Qinquan Hall a hard time?" Lin Xiaofan felt displeased. He stepped forward and said indifferently, "I will take one more step. Let me see you spill blood here." Lu Qingxuan's body floated from peak, and he locked eyes with Lin Xiaofan across the river of sword energy. Lin Xiaofan, do you think that by killing Zhang Kuang and Shi Batong, and defeating Yu Xuanji's heavenly thunder incarnation, that no one can control you in this world? Lin Xiaofan crossed his arms. That's exactly what I think. What can you do about it? A young person has a bit of ability, and doesn't he know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth? I heard you also practice swordsmanship. Today, I will let you witness what the ultimate sword path is. Lu Qingxian raised his right hand. The river of sword energy, spanning the sky, suddenly churned violently, and boundless sword energy tore through the sky, revealing countless spatial cracks, quickly spreading towards Lin Xiaofan like a spider's web. Lu Qingxuan's domineering voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, the supreme divine skill of Tai Su Palace. The burial sky, sword technique. Bury the sky. Bury the earth. Bury your whole family. Lin Xiaofan couldn't stand it any longer. Lu Qingxian was both verbose and pretentious, which was intolerable. Chapter 183. The Great Array breaks. Chaos erupts the dignified Qinquan Palace. One of the 3 holy places of the continent was actually under siege. The disciples of Qinquan Palace huddled inside the Great Array, their faces extremely grim. However, even the elder couldn't dare to go out, and the disciples below were even more afraid to leave the defensive range of the Great Array. Outside, there were all cave Void Realm and returning Origin Realm cultivators, and there were as many as 40 to 50 of them. With so many people attacking with all their strength, the momentum was earth-shattering, bringing tremendous psychological pressure to the people of Qinquan Palace. The disciples of Qinquan Palace looked at the super sect's crazy attacks with humiliation, feeling stifled, but could only curse and mock from behind the Great Array's light curtain to vent their repression and anger. The defensive Great Array of Qinquan Palace was indeed extremely powerful. The super sect had been attacking continuously for half an hour, yet the Great Array's light curtain remained as steadfast as ever. "You super sect trash, we won't fight back. And you can't break in. Don't waste your effort. Our protective array is indestructible. Even the celestial realm can't break it. Such attacks were merely scratching an itch. Could you be a bit stronger?" A group of rabble dared to oppose us. Qinquan Palace, truly self-degrading. The disciples of Qinquan Palace cursed, and, seeing that they were safe, gradually became bolder. Many went to the edge of the Great Array, almost pressing against the light curtain, shouting and cursing at the outside. Chapter 184. Heavenly Power. Words follow the law. The Palace Master has returned. The disciples of Qinquan Palace were ecstatic, all looking up to the sky. Many couldn't help but raise their arms and cheer. The super sect's people were intimidated by the overwhelming might that descended from the sky, their hearts filled with shock, and they involuntarily slowed their attack pace. "Our Palace Master is back. You're done for." The Qinquan Palace side, which had been suppressed, finally got a chance to breathe. Feeling the Palace Master's formidable presence, their confidence surged, and they began a crazy counterattack. With this change, the situation turned sharply, and the super sect's people fell into a disadvantage. "Yu Xuanji, you've finally shown yourself." Lin Xiaofan's expression became slightly serious. He wondered whether this time it was the true body or the heavenly thunder law body. Boom! The aurora exploded at a height of 100 meters, turning into a sky full of flickering lightning, and a figure slowly emerged amidst the lightning, surrounded by thunder and pressure that shook the heavens, like a god of thunder descending. "Welcome back, Palace Master." The disciples of Qinquan Palace shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Lin Xiaofan. Yu Xuanji's gaze was sharp, piercing directly at Lin Xiaofan. Wherever his sight reached, the void sparked with lightning, crackling loudly, an astonishing might. Nirvana Realm 10th Layer. Lin Xiaofan saw through Yu Xuanji's true and false, realizing this time it was not the heavenly Thunderlaw body, but the true body. Chapter 185. Thunderfire Without Reason. Ashes for hundreds of miles die. Yu Xuanji slammed down with a palm, electric light flashing in his palm, thunder roaring, compressing the space to continuously collapse and annihilate. Break. Lin Xiaofan's whole body shook. The solidified space shattered, and he raised his hand to block. Boom! Thunder light exploded, the void annihilated, and the figures of the two disappeared in the blinding brightness. The crowd was dazzled by the lightning, their eyes stinging, unable to see the battle situation, only hearing the intense collision sounds like thunder and drums resounding through the heavens. Immediately after, a figure was thrown high into the air with a scream, flying hundreds of meters horizontally before crashing heavily to the ground. Defeated? Who is it? The crowd became nervous, their breathing quickening. Amidst the flashing electric light, Lin Xiaofan stepped out, his eyes sharp, captivating. The disciples of Xuantian Palace's expressions changed drastically, while the super sex people were ecstatic. Everyone looked at the figure on the ground. Lin Xiaofan. Hee. Yu Xuanji slowly floated up, a trickle of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth to the ground. His hair was disheveled, his face twisted, and there was a deep indentation of a fist on his chest. How many years has it been? I haven't felt the sensation of being injured for a long time. This feeling excites me. Then I'll let you be excited a bit more. Lin Xiaofan shifted and slapped out. Chapter 186. Two choices, join or die. Oh no. Xuantian Palace is gone, and that teleportation array must be destroyed too. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit frustrated, but it was too late for that. He had to think of another way. Palace Master, is Yu Xuanji really dead? Shang Wanxiao and others still found it hard to believe. Yu Xuanji had been famous for over 1,000 years, one of the three peak powerhouses of the continent. His sudden demise felt unreal. He's dead. Lin Xiaofan nodded. He had gained 1,000,000 experience points, so he must be dead beyond doubt. What about the people of Xuantian Palace? The blood demon ancestor pointed at the dazed disciples of Xuantian Palace and asked. Lin Xiaofan turned to look. Xuantian Palace had suffered heavy casualties this time. Of the tens of thousands of disciples, only a few thousand remained. Most of the disciples had perished in the thunder fire without reason, but the cave void realm and returning origin realm had not suffered losses. Lin Xiaofan said, same old rule. Take all the cave void realm and returning origin realm disciples, and let the others fend for themselves. The blood demon ancestor glanced at Lan Jian and whispered, what about that nirvana realm? Lin Xiaofan was a bit troubled. The life and death ring couldn't control the nirvana realm. What to do with that woman? With Xuantian Palace destroyed, both sides had formed a deadly feud, and he didn't want to leave hidden dangers. Chapter 187. Achieving a small goal of 100 million, Lin Xiaofan said. Is this a difficult choice? Xuantian Palace is gone. Do you still want to rebuild it? Yu Xuanji knew that using Thunderfire without reason would destroy Xuantian Palace, yet he still did it. If your palace master doesn't care about the survival of Xuantian Palace and wants to drag you down with him, do you still need to be loyal to Xuantian Palace? This statement was truly heart-wrenching. Lan Jian and the others were stunned. Before Yu Xuanji used Thunderfire without reason, he had even sealed the space. Although it was to kill Lin Xiaofan, he indeed disregarded the lives of the disciples of Xuantian Palace. Yet the person they hated in front of them had instead saved their lives. The feelings of the Xuantian Palace disciples were complex, filled with various emotions. Since you won't choose, then go die. Lin Xiaofan became impatient. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand to the sky. A sword chi shot straight into the clouds, poised to strike. Lan Jian was alarmed and hurriedly said, I am willing to join the super sect. In the face of life and death, there was great terror. Even the Nirvana realm had to cower. Lan Jian lowered her head in humiliation. The sword chi dissipated. Lin Xiaofan said, Since you have joined the super sect, you must not betray it. Otherwise, the only outcome is death. I hope you remember this. Chapter 188. Heavenly Void Supreme Being in the center of Xuantian Continent. There's a mountain range stretching over 1,000 miles, called Tiandang Mountain Range. Shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, resembling a fairyland. One of the three holy places of the continent, the Taishu Palace, is located here, and its sphere of influence covers an area of 10,000 miles, its reputation shaking the world. The Taishu Palace is the oldest sect in Xuantian Continent. No one knows how long it has existed. As the world changes, dynasties rise and fall, countless sects have perished in the long river of history. Yet the Taishu Palace has stood firm and unyielding. For countless years, the Taishu Palace has given birth to three supreme beings, the strongest on the continent. In addition, every 3,000 years, one person will break through to the Tongtian realm. Undoubtedly, the Taishu Palace is the strongest sect in the entire continent, with unparalleled strength. Known as the #1 in the world, although the Tongtian realm has left the Xian realm, the strength of the Taishu Palace is still the strongest in the world. Yutian Peak, the place where the supreme protector Qi Qianhan, one of the 3 nirvana realms of the Taishu Palace, cultivates. Qi Qianhan sits cross-legged in his cave abode, with an aura within him vast as the sea, and faintly, the sound of surging waves can be heard. His hair and beard are white, yet his complexion is rosy, full of vitality, giving a stark contrast of still being very young. Suddenly, Qi Qianhan's white brows tremble, as if sensing something. His eyes slowly open, and 2 beams of brilliance shoot out, causing the void to shake and distort. Chapter 189, Golden Body 10 turns, Demon Fetus Extinction. Lin Xiaofan returned to the super sect, first taking a glance at Yi Liujing's cultivation cave, then finding a cave of his own, preparing to derive his techniques. System. Deriving the follow-up technique for the Titanium Extreme Demon Body. Lin Xiaofan was a bit excited. This body refinement technique had stagnated for a long time, and he missed the feeling of his physical body becoming stronger. He also hadn't seen the demon fetus for a long time and was somewhat nostalgic. He just didn't know if the demon fetus would still appear after deriving the new technique. Consuming 100 million experience points, the follow-up technique for the Titanium Extreme Demon Body is being derived. It's being derived? ISNT, a new technique supposed to be obtained directly? Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to ask the system what was going on, a flash of inspiration struck, as if a new door had opened in his mind. With various insights about body refinement flooding in, suddenly, his thoughts surged like a fountain, and many brilliant ideas came to him. He gained a deeper understanding of the Titanium Extreme Demon Body technique, instantly feeling an urge to perfect the follow-up technique. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed and quickly immersed himself in the derivation. Half a month later, the Titanium Extreme Demon Body has advanced to the Supreme Dao formula, finally succeeded. A smile appeared on Lin Xiaofan's face. The follow-up technique for the Titanium Extreme Demon Body was completed. Now he could continue cultivating the 9 turns golden body without the core of the demon fetus. Chapter 190, Light of Death. Body turned to dust. I've heard about this. Yi Lu's expression was calm. She had exited her seclusion 2 days ago and was already aware of the destruction of the Qinquan Palace. Because her father was the former palace master, she had a slight attachment to the Qinquan Palace and had even requested Lin Xiaofan to show mercy, but that was all. She had gone to the Xuantian Continent since she was young, so she didn't have much feeling for the Qinquan Palace, and, coupled with Xuanji's actions, she was left with an extremely bad impression. Thus, she didn't feel anything special about the destruction of the Qinquan Palace. I don't know much about the Xuantian Continent. I only know that the Qinquan Palace has a cross-continental teleportation array. As for whether there are others, I'm not sure. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and felt that he should ask Lan Jian about such matters. He released his perception to probe the entire super sect and quickly captured Lan Jian's aura. Just as he was about to teleport over, the blood demon ancestor hurriedly flew to the peak. Sect Master, I have something to say. Seeing Lin Xiaofan about to leave, the blood demon ancestor couldn't help but panic. Lin Xiaofan's surrounding space twisted and fluctuated, his figure flickering several times, but he ultimately did not leave. He asked in surprise, "What is it?" The blood demon ancestor said, "Something strange has happened in the super sect these days. 2 disciples have inexplicably died." Chapter 191, Supreme Dao Artifact. Light of the World, the Dao Artifact, the Mirror of the World. Lin Xiaofan stared at the fiery red sun in the western sky, narrowing his eyes. In the martial arts world, there are mysterious artifacts, divided into 9 grades, with Dao artifacts above the 9th grade, possessing the might to reach the heavens. Lan Jian's expression was serious. The Mirror of the World of the Taishu Palace is the only existing Dao artifact in the Xuantian Continent, known to all. It is said that its power is unfathomable, capable of reflecting the heavens and earth, annihilating all things. So, when the Mirror of the World shines, people turn to dust? Lin Xiaofan felt a hint of threat. No wonder he couldn't detect where the attack came from. Who would have thought the Mirror of the World could disguise itself as the sun hanging high in the sky? Its light shines everywhere, making it possible for one to turn to ash without realizing it. Truly terrifying. Lan Jian said, since the Supreme Master Tianqiu of the Taishu Palace has used the Mirror of the World, it must be to deal with you. The previous attack was merely a test. It was likely to draw you out. If I'm not mistaken, a new round of attacks will soon arrive. So you need to be careful, Lin Xiaofan said. Then I want to see if the Mirror of the World can do anything to me. Lan Jian said, the Supreme Master Tianqiu has not entered the Tongtian realm, so he cannot fully control the Dao artifact. His grand use of the Mirror of the World to launch an attack from thousands of miles away should be borrowing the energy of the Xian Crystal Stone. Chapter 192. A sword comes from the east in the Tiandang Mountains, Taishu Palace. The palace master used the Mirror of the World to kill Lin Xiaofan, and everyone in the palace knew it. Those who offend the Taishu Palace must die without a doubt. This has been the Taishu Palace's way of doing things for a long time, domineering and merciless. This time it was even more thorough. The Mirror of the World soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth, intending to kill Lin Xiaofan right under the eyes of all the people on the continent, and thereby elevate the reputation of the Taishu Palace to a higher level. The disciples of the Taishu Palace were originally excited to watch the power of the Mirror of the World, waiting for the moment Lin Xiaofan would be slain. But the Mirror of the World was destroyed? How could this be possible? The disciples of the Taishu Palace were all dumbfounded. The Dao artifact, the Mirror of the World, is the palace's treasure, the stabilizing needle, which has existed since the establishment of the sect, and is the reason the Taishu Palace dares to claim to be the #1 palace in the world. Without the Tongtian realm, the Mirror of the World is invincible. Now that the Mirror of the World has been shot down, it indicates that Lin Xiaofan possesses Tongtian combat power. For the first time, the strongest sect and holy land on this continent felt a crisis. At this moment, the Taishu Palace was in complete chaos. Everyone was terrified. The Supreme Protector Qi Qianhan was also a bit flustered. He hurriedly went to the Biantian Peak. The Supreme Master Tianqiu was still sitting at the peak amidst the sea of clouds, but he had lost the usual imposing aura. His complexion was slightly pale, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his aura was weak and dispirited. Chapter 193. Great power crossing realms. What is on the other side of the light gate? It seems that our Taishu Palace's Tongtian realm powerhouse is about to cross realms and descend. Lin Xiaofan is doomed this time. The disciples of the Taishu Palace were initially despondent, feeling anxious, but upon seeing the light gate appear and feeling that overwhelming aura, they instantly felt invigorated. Lin Xiaofan, you're finished. The Supreme Master Tianqiu also had a look of delight on his face. Lin Xiaofan said, what are you so pleased about? If you can't win, you call for help. You've lost all face for the Taishu Palace. The Supreme Master Tianqiu's face turned red with anger. He furiously said, you can act tough now, but later I will make you wish you were dead. You want to have that chance. Lin Xiaofan sneered, teleporting over and delivering a powerful punch. Crack! The power of the 10 transformations golden body is so strong that it defies belief. This punch directly pierced through the chest of the Heavenly Void Supreme, leaving a terrifying blood hole that went from the front of the chest to the back. The Heavenly Void Supreme's eyes widened in anger, and he fell down in terror. The nearby Qi Qianhan was so frightened that he kept retreating. Palace Master, the disciples of the Taishu Palace were horrified. However, the life force in the Nirvana realm is powerful, and such injuries are not enough to be fatal. The Heavenly Void Supreme struggled to get up. Lin Xiaofan kicked out, sending the Heavenly Void Supreme flying 100 zhong, blood spraying into the sky. Chapter 194. Forceful Suppression. Death if you do not obey. Lin Xiaofan quickly approached, his right hand slapping towards Qi Qianhan's head. Qi Qianhan was shocked and retreated in panic. Lin Xiaofan followed closely. No matter how fast Qi Qianhan retreated, he couldn't create distance. Slap! Lin Xiaofan's palm finally landed on Qi Qianhan's forehead. Qi Qianhan's body stiffened. A scene of his head exploding flashed in his mind, causing his heart to tremble with fear. He closed his eyes and shouted, no, don't be nervous. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I won't kill you. What question? Qi Qianhan stammered, completely discarding the dignity of the Nirvana realm and the reputation of the Taishu Palace. He only wanted to survive. Lin Xiaofan asked, does your Taishu Palace have a cross-continental teleportation array? The Taishu Palace is the #1 holy land of the continent. and he felt there was a high probability that there was a teleportation array. Yes, yes. Qi Qianhan nodded quickly. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, correct answer. You've saved your life. Now stand still and don't move, or I will change my mind. Understand? Understood. Understood. Qi Qianhan was completely terrified, nodding his head so much that it almost created an afterimage. Lin Xiaofan retracted his palm and turned to look at the disciples of the Taishu Palace. Chapter 195. Void Movement. Crossing continents. The battle between the Taishu Palace and Lin Xiaofan came to an end, with the Taishu Palace suffering a disastrous defeat. Lin Xiaofan was at the height of his power, becoming famous throughout the Xuantian Continent, and his reputation reached an extreme peak. As a result, one of the four major upper sects of the Xuantian Continent was gone, and only the Wuyang sect remained among the three major holy lands. Furthermore, 5 Nirvana realm experts died on the Xuantian Continent, all killed by Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan's notorious name spread in all directions, and he leaped to become the #1 person on the continent. The super sect thus ascended to the throne of the #1 sect of the Xuantian Continent. It is rumored that wherever the super sect goes, they will plunder everything. Therefore, various forces are as fearful as tigers, worried that their sects will be robbed, living in constant anxiety. However, after Lin Xiaofan suppressed the Taishu Palace, the super sect became very quiet, showing no further actions, seemingly having fallen into silence. Half a month later, Lin Xiaofan had Lan Jian stationed at the super sect while he brought Yi Lu back to the Taishu Palace once again. It looks impressive. It should be repaired, right? Lin Xiaofan looked at the 9 pillars of the Grand Formation, and the surface cracks were gone, each standing vertically, exuding a heavy aura. Qi Qianhan said, the Grand Formation has been completely repaired, and we can now perform cross-continental teleportation. However, Chapter 196. This old man is very cunning. The young man in the blue robe said, what robbery? Such harsh words. Didn't you want to give it to me voluntarily? Lin Xiaofan said, let's not discuss that for now. Can you tell me, is this the Xuantian Continent? The young man in the blue robe said, are you an idiot? This is not the Xuantian Continent. Where else could it be? Lin Xiaofan was delighted in his heart. The cross-continental movement was successful. However, the tone of the other party made him very unhappy. He said, when I ask a question, you better answer honestly and don't ask back, or the consequences will be severe. The young man in the blue robe laughed loudly. Your aura is weak. There's not a trace of true energy fluctuation in your body. You must have just been seriously injured, right? Even like this, you still dare to be so brazen. I'll just stand here and let you see what serious consequences will come. Since you asked for it, I'll satisfy you. Lin Xiaofan reached out and pressed down on the young man's shoulder. The young man in the blue robe indeed did not move, only looking at Lin Xiaofan with a mocking expression. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the smile on the young man's face instantly froze as he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Lin Xiaofan shook his head and said, your body really is weak. I will kill you. The young man in the blue robe's left shoulder clearly dropped down. In an excruciating pain, he swung his fist towards Lin Xiaofan's head, clearly intending to explode his head with a single punch. Chapter 197. Yi Lu is being pursued. Lin Xiaofan looked into the distance, where a girl lay on the ground, unmoving. He walked over to check and found that the girl had her eyes tightly closed, her breathing stopped, and she appeared to be dead. However, he did not receive any experience points. Lin Xiaofan said, stop pretending. I know you're not dead yet. The girl showed no response. Lin Xiaofan said, still pretending? Then I can only blow your head off. Experience points 100,000. Before Lin Xiaofan could make a move, experience points suddenly entered his account. It turned out that the girl was not pretending to be dead. She just died completely. He had overthought it. Lin Xiaofan took off the girl's storage ring, casually dug a large pit, and buried the 3 corpses. He looked around, his gaze locking onto a distant mountain, and quickly rushed over. Lin Xiaofan entered the forest, found a concealed spot, and planned to restore his true energy first. Just now, using the boundary-breaking pearl to cross continents had exhausted all of his true energy. If he were to recover through normal cultivation and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would take quite a bit of time. Fortunately, the Xian crystal stones he obtained from the Taishu Palace were not used up, with 30,000 remaining, and he had just gained several thousand more, enough to absorb. In just a few days, he would be able to return to peak condition. Lin Xiaofan took out the Xian crystal stones and began to absorb them. For days passed in a flash. Lin Xiaofan's true energy was full, and his spirit was vigorous. He first went to the nearest city to gather information, found out the location of the Cangmang Mountain, and then used the Void Great Movement to continue his journey. Lin Xiaofan was located in the southern part of the Xuantian Continent, dozens of thousands of miles away from the center of the continent, Cangmang Mountain. He could only move 2,000 miles at a time, requiring hundreds of times to reach his destination. It seemed fast because each movement only took an instant, and he would reach it in a few hundred breaths. However, it was not so. Lin Xiaofan's cultivation could not support long-term movement. After several dozen movements, he needed a rest, spending most of his time recovering his true energy. After traveling for over 100,000 miles, an unusual fluctuation suddenly came from ahead. Someone was fighting, and the aftermath of the battle shook the surroundings, causing the space to tremble. Fighting among warriors is not uncommon. Lin Xiaofan originally did not want to get involved, but he sensed a familiar aura. One side of the battle was Yi Lu, and she was in a desperate escape. Lin Xiaofan stopped and looked towards the distant sky. Two figures were chasing after each other. The one in front was indeed Yi Lu, who seemed to be seriously injured, with blood all over her chest. "Yi Lu, you can't escape." A thunderous shout erupted from the person behind, and with a punch, the heavens and earth trembled. A powerful force condensed into a column of air that spanned 100 miles, fiercely striking Yi Lu's back. Wow! Yi Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling like a shooting star. Lin Xiaofan moved in and caught Yi Lu. Yi Lu was startled and was about to struggle. But when his gaze met Lin Xiaofan's, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "You finally came." Lin Xiaofan slowly landed on the ground, releasing Yi Lu and saying with a click of his tongue, "How did you get beaten up so badly?" Yi Lu gasped. The opponent is Fang Yunhe, the elder of Cangmang Mountain, in the 10th level of the Nirvana realm. "I can't defeat him." "You've encountered someone from Cangmang Mountain?" Lin Xiaofan sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. He looked up and saw a green figure in the sky, like a white horse passing through the gap, arriving in an instant. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, tall and mighty, exuding a tremendous aura that shook the surrounding space. This person was indeed Fang Yunhe, the elder of Cangmang Mountain, standing at the pinnacle of the Xuantian Continent. "Lin Xiaofan, 10th level of the Nirvana realm?" Fang Yunhe's expression changed when he saw Lin Xiaofan. "You know me?" Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. His reputation was so great that it had already spread to the Xuantian Continent. Fang Yunhe's face turned cold, murderously declaring, "You killed He Zhou. Even if you turn to ash, I would still recognize you." Lin Xiaofan was a bit confused. He killed He Zhou on the Xuantian Continent. How could they know about it here on the Xuantian Continent? Yi Lu whispered, "Cangmang Mountain has a supernatural ability called Heart Connection. As long as someone has cultivated this ability, they will sense each other, and if one unexpectedly dies, it will be sensed immediately." "Wow, that's impressive." Lin Xiaofan looked at Fang Yunhe and asked, "If I kill you now, will Cangmang Mountain know right away?" The young man is ignorant of the world. Fang Yunhe snorted coldly. "Do you think that by killing He Zhou, you can challenge Cangmang Mountain? You know nothing about Cangmang Mountain's strength. Don't think that just because you have the cultivation of the 10th level of the Nirvana realm, you are invincible. I originally planned to wait until things settled down here before going to the Xuantian Continent to kill you. But now that you have delivered yourself to my door, it saves me a trip. Today, I will let you see, with the same cultivation of the 10th level of the Nirvana realm, I can kill you like a dog." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yunhe moved and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaofan, slapping down at his head. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. And before Fang Yunhe could react, he received a loud slap to the face, sending him flying and disoriented. Fang Yunhe was stunned. Yi Lu's heart raced. But she knew Lin Xiaofan was strong, capable of shattering artifacts, and she had anticipated this scene, so her expression remained calm. Lin Xiaofan said, "You said it well. With the same cultivation of the 10th level of the Nirvana realm, I can kill you like a dog. Lin Xiaofan, I want you dead." Fang Yunhe finally came to his senses. As a dignified elder of Cangmang Mountain, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Shocked and furious, he leaped 100 feet high, stretching out his hands, and countless sword energies materialized around him, roaring towards Lin Xiaofan. Yi Lu exclaimed, "Be careful. This is Cangmang Mountain's top sword technique, Meteor Sword Rain." Top swat the technique? Lin Xiaofan chuckled. A dazzling sword light rose up, and the Wuxiang Jie sword slashed through the air, meeting sword against sword, directly clashing. The Wuxiang Jie sword technique didn't rely on dazzling moves or quantity. With just one sword, it could break all methods. Boom! Wherever the sword light went, thousands of sword energies exploded. Fang Yunhe's expression changed drastically. Impossible. What sort of technique is this? A technique for killing. Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily, the sword light turning, a flash of brilliance. Slashing towards Fang Yunhe. Sizzle. Fang Yunhe's protective true energy shattered like paper. The sword light swept past him, and his body was sliced in half, collapsing to the ground with blood spraying. Ah! Fang Yunhe screamed in agony. Yi Lu's heart trembled greatly, thinking of the blood feud. She couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Fang Yunhe, you slaughtered the entire Dugu family. Did you ever think today would come? Blood for blood. Everyone from Kangming Mountain must die. And you were the first. Lin Xiaofan said, don't be so excited. He's not dead yet. Fang Yunhe indeed was not dead. Blood threads spread from where his body was severed, and the wound's flesh was writhing, quickly healing. In just a short time, the bleeding had stopped, being cut in half and still not dead. The vitality of the Nirvana realm was indeed formidable. Lin Xiaofan secretly clicked his tongue, but it must hurt a lot, right? Chapter 199, Void Battle Realm not dead is just right. I wanted to wish you were dead. Yi Lu's eyes brimmed with tears, her face revealing killing intent as she took out a long sword and walked step by step towards Fang Yunhe. What do you want? Fang Yunhe was shocked. All his cultivation was focused on healing his body, leaving him utterly unable to resist. I want to carve you into 1,000 pieces, Yi Lu said with a face full of hatred, swinging her sword fiercely. Ah! Fang Yunhe's skin was torn, blood raining down, and he screamed in pain. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yi Lu seemed to go mad, her eyes reddening, as she struck down with hundreds of swords, leaving Fang Yunhe covered in blood, unrecognizable. I'll fight you to the end. Fang Yunhe finally couldn't take it anymore, roaring as he threw a punch. Yi Lu was caught off guard and was sent flying. Fang Yunhe screamed too. As he moved, the wounds that had just healed split open again, and his body was once again severed in two. Yi Lu quickly flew back. Fang Yunhe was already at the end of his strength, and that punch had no power at all. Fang Yunhe, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yi Lu continued to swing her sword. Enough. Lin Xiaofan couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, stop wasting time. Just kill him. Yi Lu's bloodlust faded, and she stared at Fang Yunhe's remains, feeling unsatisfied. You've gotten off easy. Go to hell and repent. After saying that, she swung her sword towards Fang Yunhe's head. Clang! Lin Xiaofan grabbed the sword's body, the blade scraping against his skin, sparks flying. Yi Lu was puzzled. What are you doing? Killing is something I should handle. Lin Xiaofan struck out with his palm, directly exploding Fang Yunhe's head. Yi Lu reluctantly withdrew her hand. Unable to kill her enemy herself, she seemed a bit dissatisfied. Experience gained. 1,000,000. 1 million experience points obtained. Lin Xiaofan smiled. He didn't care how Yi Lu felt. No one was going to steal his kill. Where's the secret realm you mentioned? Take me there now. It's not far ahead. Fang Yunhe was originally responsible for guarding it. Now that he's dead, we can take advantage of the opportunity. Yi Lu led Lin Xiaofan as they flew thousands of miles, arriving at a valley. Inside the valley, many disciples of Kangming Mountain were patrolling. Yi Lu didn't say a word and unleashed dozens of powerful winds with a flick of her hand, killing in one blow. Dozens of Songmang Mountain disciples didn't even make a sound before they were dead, beyond recovery. Their heads were taken when Lin Xiaofan wanted to make a move. There was no one left to kill, and he looked at Yi Lu with a speechless expression. What are you doing? Yi Lu asked in confusion. Forget it. They're just small fry below the Tian gang realm. Killing them doesn't yield much experience anyway. The two entered the depths of the valley, and before them appeared a circular light gate with a diameter of 10 feet. This is the entrance to the Void Battle Realm. Yi Lu pointed at the light gate and said. Lin Xiaofan asked, Void Battle Realm? Yi Lu explained. This name was given by my grandfather because it resembles a battlefield inside. Lin Xiaofan nodded and said, Are we just going to dive in directly? It can't be that simple, right? Of course it's not that simple. Songmang Mountain has set up restrictions on the light gate. Without a way to break the restrictions, we can't enter at all. Yi Lu reached out to press against the light gate, and with a buzzing sound, a ring of light appeared, knocking her back several dozen feet. Lin Xiaofan tried as well and was similarly repelled. He frowned and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? We should have spared Feng Yuna's life and let him help us break the restrictions." Yi Lu smiled mysteriously. "There's no need for that. This void battle realm was recently discovered by the Dugu family. Although it hasn't been fully explored yet, we have obtained some things from inside." Chapter 200, Bloody Ground. Piled with bones as she said this, she paused and took out a half-rusted dagger from her storage space. Lin Xiaofan curiously asked, "What is this?" Yi Lu replied, "This dagger was found in the void battle realm. As long as you touch the light gate, it will emit a pulling force that will suck us in." "Are you sure?" Lin Xiaofan felt it was unreliable. It seemed a bit like a joke. Yi Lu said confidently, "Don't worry. I've tried it before. After the Dugu family got the secret realm, they also set up restrictions on the light gate. I secretly entered a few times with this dagger, and the bracelet you value so much was obtained at that time." Seeing Yi Lu's confident demeanor, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but believe her a little. Yi Lu held the dagger, pointed the broken end at the light gate, and gently poked it. Buzz! The light flashed wildly, and Yi Lu was once again knocked back. Lin Xiaofan. Yi Lu's face turned red, and she said, "That should have been an accident. Let's try again." She stepped in front of the light gate, poked the broken dagger again, and the next moment was sent flying once more. "This is impossible." Yi Lu was getting anxious. She tried several more times, but the results were the same. That dagger was completely useless. Yi Lu shouted, "I know. It must be that the restrictions set by Songmang Mountain are stronger, which is why we can't get in." Lin Xiaofan said, "Are you sure it's like that?" Yi Lu affirmed, "It must be." Lin Xiaofan said, "Is there a possibility that when you used this dagger to poke the light gate, an elder from the Dugu family was nearby, and that elder intentionally released the restrictions, allowing you to enter?" Yi Lu was stunned. "Is that so? Then what should we do now?" Lin Xiaofan shook his head helplessly. "Step aside, I'll do it." Yi Lu took a few steps back. "What do you plan to do?" Lin Xiaofan didn't answer. He stared at the light gate for a few seconds and suddenly threw a powerful punch. Boom! A huge sound, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yi Lu was startled. The light gate trembled violently, and rings of light spread out, continuously impacting Lin Xiaofan's body, trying to push him away. Lin Xiaofan's whole body shone with golden light, and he stood his ground as if he had taken root, remaining firmly in place despite the wild waves of light rushing over him. "Break!" Lin Xiaofan shouted loudly, his hand rising and falling, striking again with a punch. Crack! It was as if something had shattered in the void, and those spreading lights instantly disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, and his figure vanished into the light gate. Yi Lu also reacted and quickly followed in. Lin Xiaofan experienced a change of light and darkness before he found himself in a strange place. "This is the void battle realm?" Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings. The sky was dark, and the atmosphere was lifeless. As far as the eye could see, it was completely barren, not even a blade of grass in sight. The ground beneath his feet was a strange dark red, exuding a strong smell of blood. Fresh blood? Lin Xiaofan crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt. Sniffing it lightly, it indeed smelled like blood. "What are you doing?" Yi Lu emerged from the light gate. Lin Xiaofan said, "Why is the ground stained with blood?" Yi Lu replied, "That's why it's called the void battle realm. Look ahead, it's all white bones." Lin Xiaofan followed the direction Yi Lu pointed and indeed saw corpses all over the ground. Those people had probably been dead for a long time. Their bones fused with the blood-red earth, some with skulls exposed, some with half an arm or half a thigh, looking extremely eerie. Chapter 201. Spatial whirlpool. The land was stained with blood. Countless corpses lay scattered. This secret realm truly resembled an ancient battlefield. Lin Xiaofan asked, "Where did you find the bracelet?" "Follow me." Yi Lu led Lin Xiaofan, flying through an area of deathly silence, seeing no signs of life. As if it were a dead zone, Lin Xiaofan said, "This void battle realm has nothing but bones. Why is Songmang Mountain fighting over it?" Yi Lu replied, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but Songmang Mountain must have discovered something extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started a massacre." Lin Xiaofan asked, "Did the Dugu family not discover anything?" Yi Lu said, "If we're talking about discoveries, there's indeed something. This secret realm is extremely unstable, and spatial whirlpools appear from time to time. I don't know what is going on." Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred, and he asked, "Where are the spatial whirlpools?" "There's one over there." Yi Lu pointed ahead. Lin Xiaofan looked up and indeed saw abnormal fluctuations in the void not far away, resembling a churning water surface, revealing a grayish vortex with a diameter of 10 feet. "Let's go take a look." The two flew over. Lin Xiaofan got closer to examine it carefully and found that the spatial vortex was flashing with electric light, accompanied by thunderous winds emitting a pulling force, with the surrounding space continuously twisting and distorting, producing a gentle humming sound. Moreover, this pulling force was very peculiar, only radiating within a 10-foot range. Once someone entered this range, they would be pulled into the spatial vortex. Yi Lu said, "This spatial vortex is extremely terrifying. Don't get too close. If you accidentally get sucked in, you'll be instantly shattered to pieces. Even someone in the Nirvana realm would find it hard to resist." Lin Xiaofan said, "I feel like this is a void portal. If we pass through, will we see another world?" Yi Lu was startled and quickly said, "Don't act recklessly." The Duga family had also explored spatial whirlpools. A powerful being at the 7th level of Nirvana once reached an arm into one, only to be instantly torn into a mist of blood by the cutting force within. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, staring intently at the spatial whirlpool before him. He could sense an unusual aura emanating from it. It was the aura of another realm. With Lin Xiaofan's current level of strength, he was able to vaguely sense the aura of a realm. For instance, the 3 continents of the Xian realm shared the same aura because they were all part of the Xian realm. As long as one reached the peak of Nirvana, one could feel it. However, the aura seeping through from the opposite side of the spatial whirlpool was definitely not from the Xian realm. Suddenly, a thought sprang into Lin Xiaofan's mind. Perhaps this was the reason why Kangmang Mountain was willing to start a massacre to seize the Void Battle Realm. A whole new world, filled with infinite possibilities. No force could resist such temptation. Thinking of the bracelet from his hometown, Lin Xiaofan felt a sudden surge of emotion and turned to Yi Lu, asking, "Is there also a spatial whirlpool where you found the bracelet?" Yi Lu was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lin Xiaofan urged, "Quick, take me there." The two continued on their way. Half an hour later, they arrived at a desert area where the sand was a shocking blood red. An airplane. Lin Xiaofan spotted a broken, enormous object lying on the sand from a distance, and his heart jolted. He swiftly dashed forward and trembled as he reached out to touch the fuselage. Cold and hard, yet so real. It was indeed an airplane. Lin Xiaofan's breathing quickened. Chapter 202. I want to go inside. Seeing a familiar object from his hometown in this foreign world brought countless memories flooding back to his mind, and he momentarily found it hard to contain his emotions, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Do you recognize this thing?" Yi Lu asked curiously, noticing Lin Xiaofan's unusual expression. Lin Xiaofan did not respond. He stood there in a daze for a moment before flying up to the top of the airplane and saw a large hole that had been broken open. He crawled inside. A decaying smell hit him, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, countless dust particles were kicked up, clearly indicating that this airplane had crashed here a long time ago. It was a passenger plane, with hundreds of skeletons sprawled across the cabin, and dark red bloodstains splattered on the inner walls. The air was thick with a tragic atmosphere. The cabin door was twisted and deformed, showing no signs of having been opened. Clearly, no one had survived. The plane was destroyed, and the people were dead. Lin Xiaofan inspected the area and left the airplane to step outside. "Where's the spatial whirlpool? Why can't I see it?" Lin Xiaofan scanned the surroundings. It was all open land, with nothing in sight. Yi Lu pointed at the ground and said, "It's right here, at a low position, covered by sand." Lin Xiaofan looked down to see a sunken area in the sand. He approached and leaned in to observe, discovering it was a spherical pit with a diameter of 3 zhang. A spatial whirlpool was slowly rotating within it, the distorted void compressing the nearby sand, producing a rustling sound. From time to time, fine sand would fly into the 1 zhang radius of the whirlpool's suction, and with a whoosh, it would be sucked inside. Lin Xiaofan sensed the aura of another world again, and his heart raced. Before his crossing, he had no ability to sense the aura of the world, so he was uncertain if what lay beyond the whirlpool was his hometown from memory. However, this aura felt very familiar, giving him a soul-stirring sense of thrill. "I want to go inside," Lin Xiaofan suddenly said. Yi Lu exclaimed, "Are you crazy? There's a powerful cutting force inside the spatial whirlpool. A flesh and blood body can't withstand it. You'll die if you go in. Lin Xiaofan replied, I've practiced body refinement techniques. I should be fine. Yi Lu said that's still too risky. Lin Xiaofan insisted. No matter what, I must go in and take a look. Kangmang Mountain should already know something is wrong here. If I haven't come out after an hour, you should leave on your own. Yi Lu asked, you really have to go in? Lin Xiaofan nodded firmly. The other side of the spatial whirlpool was very likely Earth, and he had to check it out. Besides, with the blood rebirth divine ability to back him up, there was nothing to fear even if there were dangers. All right, just be careful. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's determined expression, Yi Lu stopped trying to dissuade him. Lin Xiaofan crouched down, slowly extended his right hand, activated the 10 transformations golden body power to its limit, and his entire arm glowed brilliantly as he cautiously reached toward the spatial whirlpool. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Xiaofan's right hand entered the Wenzhong range, the suction force swept over him, pulling him in. Stop! Lin Xiaofan shouted, and his body froze in midair. But the suction was too strong, and he was gradually being pulled into the spatial whirlpool. However, he felt no panic, extending his right arm deeper into the whirlpool. Boom! The moment Lin Xiaofan's arm entered, the space trembled violently, producing a deafening sound that shook the entire secret realm. His arm was fine. It could withstand it. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Hiss! At the same time, an irresistible suction force struck, and Lin Xiaofan's clothes turned to dust in an instant, and he himself was pulled into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 203. Secret Realm. Anomaly. Lin Xiaofan fell into the spatial whirlpool, and before him was a grayish haze. He could see nothing, only feeling his body spinning forward at high speed like a top. Surrounding him was a powerful cutting force from the void. And even with his strong physique, he felt waves of cutting pain. Anyone else would have likely turned into a mist of blood by now. This continued for a long time until a faint light appeared before him, followed by a sudden ease in his body as the cutting force from the void vanished without a trace. Where is this? Lin Xiaofan found solid ground beneath his feet and appeared in a peculiar space where water surrounded him on all sides. He was in a 3-zhang radius where not a single drop of water entered. Beside him was another spatial whirlpool, from which he had just emerged. He sensed his surroundings and discovered he was nearly 10,000 meters underwater, surrounded by a vast ocean, with no idea where he was. Lin Xiaofan first used the breaking boundary pearl to locate his coordinates, then broke through the water, shooting straight up to the blue sky. Looking around, all he saw was an endless expanse of ocean. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes and sensed the area. The spiritual energy here was scarce, seemingly unsuitable for cultivation. He randomly chose a direction and performed the void great teleportation, instantly traveling 2,000 miles. After several teleports, he found himself hovering above a city, sending out his senses to envelop the entire city. Below, the streets were crisscrossed, bustling with people. He was lucky. He quickly heard familiar language, though it was a bit archaic and awkward, and the buildings he saw were low and simple. It seemed the timeline was off. Had he arrived in ancient Earth? Lin Xiaofan was stunned. He stood there in a daze for a long time, his form flickering as he appeared above ancient cities, briefly stopping before teleporting away again. After several hours, Lin Xiaofan finally confirmed that he was indeed in Huaxia, but it was ancient times, and he had no idea which dynasty it was. What is going on? Is it possible that passing through that spatial vortex can also confuse time? Where did the aircraft from the Void Battle Realm come from? Lin Xiaofan couldn't understand and lost the interest to stay. This place was still in the cold weapon era, and there were no powerful warriors capable of flying through the sky or burrowing into the ground, so it was quite dull. Lin Xiaofan activated the world-breaking pearl and returned to the seabed once again. The spatial vortex was still spinning continuously, and in such a hidden place. He didn't have to worry about being discovered. However, the Void Battle Realm was exposed on the Xuantian Continent. If someone came here through the spatial vortex, it would be a serious problem. Just one random person from the Void Realm could easily push everything aside. If Earth at this time node experienced a catastrophe, would his future self still be born? Could he still traverse to the Xian realm and witness the colorful world of martial arts? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. The Void Battle Realm couldn't be controlled by Songmang Mountain. It must be in his hands. Lin Xiaofan planned to seize that secret realm and make sure no one could enter without his permission in the future. Whoosh! Lin Xiaofan was sucked into the spatial vortex. His body spun like a top again, but this time it was a bit different from when he came. He had spun clockwise when he arrived, but this time it was counterclockwise. After a dizzying turn, Lin Xiaofan appeared in the void battle realm. Red sand covered the ground, and it was eerily quiet. Yi Lu had long since disappeared. This secret realm was lifeless and too oppressive. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to stay longer. He took out a piece of clothing and put it on, then used his movement technique to return the same way. Halfway through, he noticed something unusual. A light gate suddenly appeared before him. This was clearly a spatial vortex. How did it turn into a light gate? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He remembered very clearly that Yi Lu had informed him about the spatial vortex and had stopped here to explain it. But now the spatial vortex was gone, and instead, there was a light gate. Could it be that the light gate evolved from the spatial vortex? Lin Xiaofan stared at the light gate, his thoughts racing. What was on the other side of this light gate? He felt an impulse to explore, but he held back. According to Yi Lu, there are not just one or two spatial vortices in the secret realm. Could it be that this place connects to various worlds? Lin Xiaofan felt that the void battle realm was becoming more and more mysterious. Chapter 204. Want a breakthrough? I can help you. It seems that people from Songmang Mountain have been here. Lin Xiaofan frowned slightly, not knowing if Yi Lu had left early. If he were caught by people from Songmang Mountain, the consequences would not be good. Boom! Lin Xiaofan punched, and the barrier instantly collapsed. He entered through the gate and arrived at the Xuantian Continent. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Lin Xiaofan appeared, two figures broke through the air toward him. Lin Xiaofan, you are indeed still in the Langya heaven. The newcomers were a middle-aged man and an old man. As soon as they saw Lin Xiaofan, they both shouted angrily. Nirvana Realm 7th Layer. Nirvana Realm 5th Layer. Langya heaven? Lin Xiaofan was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the two men and said flatly, "You are from Songmang Mountain, right? State your names." The only ones who knew him in the Xuantian Continent were people from Songmang Mountain. Songmang Mountain's Deputy Mountain Master, Qin Yuan. Songmang Mountain's Grand Elder, Xuantian. Lin Xiaofan's gaze locked on Qin Yuan, who was nearly old enough to fall apart. He could even sense a heavy aura emanating from him, clearly indicating that his lifespan was nearing its end. A thought crossed his mind, and he said, "Qin Yuan, you're almost dead, aren't you?" Qin Yuan was hit where it hurt and furiously shouted, "Kid, even if I have only a few years left to live, I can still take you down with me before I die." A crisp bell sound rang out, echoing like the voice of heaven and earth, resonating across thousands of miles. At the same time, an immensely powerful aura spread out, traversing the world. Everyone who felt this aura trembled in their hearts. Su Wansong laughed arrogantly. "This is our Songmang Mountain's supreme Tao artifact, the Songmang Bell. Do you think being at the Nirvana Realm 10th layer makes you invincible? You're still far from it. Lin Xiaofan, this moment is your death time." Lin Xiaofan felt a suppressive force coming through, and the surrounding space became stagnant. However, he was not the least bit flustered and said lightly, "Songmang Bell? I wonder how it compares to the Zhaoshi mirror of the Tai Su Palace in terms of strength?" Qin Yuan coldly snorted. Of course, the Songmang Bell is stronger. It is the number one Tao artifact in the Xian realm. Nothing else compares. After saying that, he flew above the Songmang Bell, placing his right hand on the top of the bell. Su Wansong flew to the other side, pressing his hand against the side of the Songmang Bell. The two acted in perfect harmony, almost simultaneously, as they poured their true energy into the Songmang Bell. Ding! The Songmang Bell trembled gently, emitting a world-shattering bell sound, and a shock wave spread out, rippling like waves, causing the entire space to tremble and roll. Chapter 206. Between Life and Death. Choose one. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Qin Yuan and Su Wansong knew that without the Tao artifact Songmang Bell, they no longer dared to confront Lin Xiaofan. The two exchanged glances and turned to run. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Xiaofan used the Void Great Shift to block their path. "Split up." Qin Yuan shouted loudly and changed direction to continue fleeing. Su Wansong ran in the opposite direction. "You can't escape." Lin Xiaofan shifted through the void and appeared in front of Qin Yuan again. Qin Yuan's face turned pale, and he said sternly, "Lin Xiaofan, are you really going to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it." Lin Xiaofan kicked out, striking Qin Yuan in the chest. Bang! Qin Yuan spat out blood and flew backward. Lin Xiaofan's figure vanished into the void again. On the other side, Su Wansong was using all his strength to run frantically. He looked back. No one. Su Wansong was overjoyed. If this old man Qin Yuan dies, then I can monopolize power. Just as a hint of delight appeared on Su Wansong's face, the void in front of him suddenly rippled, and Lin Xiaofan appeared. You! Su Wansong was startled. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaofan kicked him away. Boom! Boom! Qin Yuan and Su Wansong fell to the ground, landing right next to each other, almost colliding head-on. Chapter 207, 8 Realms Battlefield, Contest of Fortune. Lin Xiaofan said, I still have plenty of experience pills. As long as you perform well in the future, not only can you break through the Nirvana realm, but even if you take a leap into the Tongtian realm, it's not impossible. The Tongtian realm. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. With such a tempting offer, the last trace of his hesitation to betray the sect completely vanished. Now, he not only wanted to continue breaking through to extend his lifespan, but also harbored greater ambitions. The peak of martial arts was right before him. If there is really hope for reaching the heavens, then he can give up everything. He can disregard any sect honor or disgrace, personal dignity, and everything else. Lin Xiaofan said, Now tell me about the secret realm. Qin Yuan replied, This secret realm is called Langya Heaven, and no one knows how long it has existed. It is said to be the battlefield of the 8 realms in ancient times. Every 1,000 years or so, the portal to the secret realm will randomly appear. Lin Xiaofan asked curiously, What is the battlefield of the 8 realms? Qin Yuan explained, The portal to the secret realm does not only appear in the Xian realm. It can randomly appear in all 8 realms of heaven and earth. In the past, Langya Heaven was a place for martial arts exchanges among the 8 realms, but later, for some unknown reason, a great war broke out among the 8 realms, resulting in countless deaths. Langya Heaven was almost destroyed, and the portal to the secret realm became problematic, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Chapter 208, Invasion of the Wilderness Realm. Yilu? Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. After Yilu landed, she coldly glanced at Qin Yuan and said with a frosty expression, What are you doing? Qin Yuan hurriedly said, I have joined the super sect. I am one of you. Who is one of you? Yilu angrily retorted, The grudge of exterminating my family cannot be forgiven. Qin Yuan frowned. If it weren't for Lin Xiaofan being here, he could easily kill this little girl from the first level of Nirvana realm with a single slap. Lin Xiaofan said, Don't get excited. Did Qin Yuan participate in the extermination of the Dugu family? Qin Yuan replied, I did not participate. I was stationed at the sect the whole time. Yilu huffed, So what? Blood debts must be repaid. Everyone from Kangmang Mountain deserves to die. Lin Xiaofan said, I'll handle this matter. Qin Yuan, you go guard the secret realm first. Qin Yuan looked at Lin Xiaofan in confusion, but turned and left. Yilu complained, How can you do this? You know that Kangmang Mountain is my enemy, yet you still get so close to them. Lin Xiaofan said, You can't just kill everyone from Kangmang Mountain, can you? Besides, can you defeat Qin Yuan? Yilu fell silent. Lin Xiaofan continued, I have already thought of how to take revenge for you. Bei Mingquan is in the outer heaven, and now that Kangmang Mountain has no Nirvana realm to guard it, you can directly go for revenge. Chapter 209, The Kangmang Bell Rings. Nirvana Realm Falls. Lin Xiaofan spent 7 days finally refining the Kangmang Bell and incorporating it into his Dantian. Could the Breaking Realm Pearl also be a Dao artifact? Lin Xiaofan looked at the Breaking Realm Pearl and the Kangmang Bell in his Dantian, feeling a stir in his heart. Ordinary Xian artifacts cannot be stored within the body, but Dao artifacts can be incorporated into the Dantian after refinement, so the Breaking Realm Pearl is likely a Dao artifact as well. Of course, regardless of whether it is a Dao artifact or not, the Breaking Realm Pearl's function is far greater than that of the Kangmang Bell, which he values more. It's time to go check out the outer heaven. Lin Xiaofan looked up at the sky. Only by eliminating Bei Mingquan can he fully control Kangmang Mountain. However, he didn't act immediately, but took out a communication stone to check. A few days ago, he had received a message, but he had ignored it because he was busy refining the Kangmang Bell. Langya Heaven has been occupied by the Wilderness Realm. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. The message came from Qin Yuan, and in just a few days, Langya Heaven had changed hands. He felt a bit dissatisfied. Qin Yuan's ability to handle affairs was too poor, but then he thought, since the Nirvana realm of Kangmang Mountain had almost been wiped out, It seemed reasonable that they couldn't defend Langya Heaven. Lin Xiaofan sent a message. Where are you now? Qin Yuan quickly replied. We are near Langya Heaven. Chapter 210. The Mountain Master returns. Reaching heaven and earth. Langya Heaven has become a holy land for cultivation, but unfortunately, Lin Xiaofan does not need to cultivate. However, he couldn't let it go to waste. He planned to bring everyone from the super sect over, and some inner disciples and true disciples from the Nine Heaven Sword sect could also come. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to over a decade elsewhere. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. But before that, he must first eliminate the threat of the wilderness realm to prevent being wiped out. Lin Xiaofan strolled around Langya Heaven, confirming that there were no hidden people from the wilderness realm, and then intended to enter the wilderness realm's light gate. Just then, a special aura seeped in from the Xian realm's light gate. That aura was majestic, like the rising sun, illuminating the earth and being omnipresent. At that moment, anyone with a certain level of cultivation in the entire Xuantian Continent, even in Langya Heaven connected to it, could feel a powerful presence descending. Lin Xiaofan's mind trembled. Could this feeling be the Reach Heaven realm? Yilu was intimidated by that aura, her face pale. Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically. This is the aura of the Mountain Master. He has returned for the outer heaven. Lin Xiaofan said, That's perfect. I don't have to go look for him. Qin Yuan, do you want to come with me to welcome your Mountain Master? Chapter 211. The Power of Reaching Heaven. My will is heaven's will. Reaching Heaven Realm. First level. Lin Xiaofan's heart shook. He finally saw a Reach Heaven Realm expert. He was not afraid. Instead, he felt excited. The Kangmang Bell is with me. Come take it if you can, Bei Mingquan said. Lin Xiaofan, do you think that because you possess strength far beyond the Nirvana realm, you can contend against the Reach Heaven realm? The ignorant are fearless. You know nothing of the power of the Reach Heaven realm. Today, I will let you witness what it means to possess the might of heaven. Bei Mingquan pointed arrogantly at a 1,000-meter-high peak in the distance and shouted, The power of reaching heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven. My will is the will of heaven. I command that mountain to collapse, and that mountain will collapse. As soon as his voice fell, the 1,000-meter peak exploded instantly. Rocks flying everywhere. Then he pointed to the ground in the distance, exhaling forcefully. I command that the ground splits, and the ground will split. The earth shook violently, and huge cracks appeared, causing an instant upheaval. Bei Mingquan continued to point at a rushing river that spanned 100 miles. I command that river to cease, and that river will cease. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-mile-long river evaporated in an instant, leaving only a dry riverbed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It sounded understated, but caused a tremendous change in heaven and earth, leading to the suffering of countless living beings. And it is unknown how many perished in that instant. Chapter 212. The blood of the supreme. Lin Xiaofan shouted, If your strength is greater than mine, would you spare me? Bei Mingquan was left speechless. It is clear that you would not, so I will not either. Lin Xiaofan's true energy surged wildly, and he urged the Kangmang Bell with all his might. Ding! A heavier bell sound rang out, and Bei Mingquan, who was escaping, suddenly trembled all over. He turned to look at Lin Xiaofan in horror and said, You bang? Bei Mingquan only managed to say one word before his body exploded. Blood and flesh scattering into the sky. Experience points. 2,000,000. 2 million experience points, doubled out of the Nirvana realm. Lin Xiaofan gained experience points, and the once mighty Bei Mingquan perished. The entire Xuantian Continent was instantly enveloped in dark clouds, blocking out the sky. Bei Mingquan's cultivation returned to the heavens and earth, spreading across the entire Xuantian Continent, causing a disturbance in spiritual energy, which condensed into a torrential rain of spiritual energy pouring down. The Reach Heaven realm fell, and heaven and earth mourned. Warriors above the Tiangang realm on the Xuantian Continent all felt a sudden sense of change at this moment. A powerful existence has fallen. Is the world about to change? While various forces were shocked, everyone felt a sense of danger. Many looked at the young figure standing in the air holding a bell, and a sense of awe rose in their hearts. Chapter 213. Tyrannical Territory. Claiming the mountain as king in the wild realm, Lin Xiaofan emerged from the light gate and found himself on a mountaintop. There was no one on the mountaintop. Only the light gate connecting to the Langya Heaven stood open, without any barriers blocking it. Lin Xiaofan gazed into the distance. The vast wilderness was clear, with mountains stretching endlessly, the earth undulating, and misty waves extending far and wide, resembling the Xian realm. He withdrew his gaze and looked down the mountain, discovering many people gathered in groups, clearly from different forces. These warriors of the wild realm seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding surrounding the entire peak. Everyone was eager to move, but hesitated for some reason, not daring to take a step further. Lin Xiaofan's appearance caught the attention of these people. Someone from the Xian realm has come. They are really fearless. We haven't moved yet, and they dare to come here. Don't they know how strong our wild realm is? Sure, lower your voice. I've heard that a Nirvana realm warrior fell in the war god temple within Langya Heaven. Maybe it was this person who did it. No way. Look how young he is, probably only 20 years old, just a kid. How could he kill a Nirvana realm warrior? Yeah, he is probably just a scout. Should we capture him? Chapter 214. One punch for one Nirvana realm. Lin Xiaofan waited for a few days and noticed many people arriving, but they were all just onlookers. Not a single Nirvana realm warrior in sight. Those people didn't dare to get too close, standing 10 miles away to watch from afar. No one daring to approach the large circle he had drawn. Have Nirvana realm warriors of the wild realm shrunk back? Lin Xiaofan decided to bring out something impressive. He took out the Kangmang bell and activated his true energy. Ding! A melodious bell sound rang out, trailing a long echo that resonated through the heavens and the earth. What kind of mysterious artifact is this? Nearby wild realm warriors felt a surge of blood and energy, their true energy in chaos, their faces changing dramatically. Some realized the situation was bad and quietly stepped back. Ding! Another bell sound rang out, waves of sound rolling forth, spreading in all directions, with Lin Xiaofan's voice accompanying the bell sound, reaching all corners of the wild realm. Are the Nirvana realm warriors of the wild realm all turtles? Are you scared? Why are only weaklings coming? Lin Xiaofan from the Xian realm is here. Who dares to fight me? Lin Xiaofan's words echoed in the sky of the wild realm, accompanied by the sound of the bell, spreading far and wide. The wild realm is vast. Even if it's a Tao artifact, its power cannot cover an entire realm. But at least 1/5 of the people in the wild realm heard this voice. Chapter 215. Taiwan Sword. Lin Xiaofan. Don't be arrogant. The wild realm is not a place where you can act recklessly. A furious shout came from afar, and 8 figures rushed over like the wind and lightning. These 8 people had powerful auras, all being Nirvana realm experts. The War God Temple has sent people. That is the young master of the War God Temple, Xuantian. Xuantian is a prodigy, unparalleled in the continent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yes, at such a young age, he has reached the 10th layer of the Nirvana realm, only 1 step away from the heavenly realm. Such an achievement is unmatched on the continent. But is Lin Xiaofan that strong? Can Xuantian defeat him? It seems unlikely, right? The crowd stirred, buzzing with discussion. The arrivals were indeed the War God Temple. All 8 Nirvana warriors mobilized. Xuantian stood in the center like a moon surrounded by stars, initially enjoying the flattery from the crowd, but his expression gradually darkened. They actually said he couldn't defeat Lin Xiaofan. Xuantian glanced at the many Nirvana realm warriors groaning on the ground. A look of shock flashed across his face. He considered himself invincible at the same level, but it was impossible to defeat so many Nirvana realm warriors at once. Among those lying on the ground, there were several at the 10th layer of the Nirvana realm. Chapter 216. One person overwhelms an entire realm. Lin Xiaofan. Xuantian, under the protection of 3 Nirvana warriors, fled back in embarrassment, a clear slap mark on his face, filled with rage as he looked at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with hatred. The dignified young master of the War God Temple was actually slapped in public. This is an immense humiliation. With a flash of purple light, the Taiwan sword fell into Xuantian's hands, and he roared, "I will kill you." He had lost all rationality due to anger, knowing he was no match but still charged at Lin Xiaofan. "Young master, don't be impulsive. Return to the War God Temple first and ask the temple master for help." The 3 Nirvana realm warriors tried to stop him, but Xuantian ignored them completely. His eyes red as he swung the Taiwan sword, instantly slashing hundreds of times, countless sword energies sweeping across the heavens and earth like a storm towards Lin Xiaofan. Annihilate. Lin Xiaofan punched out, shattering 100 zhong of space ahead, directly obliterating the sword energy. Then, he used the void great teleportation, appearing instantly before Xuantian. The two stared at each other, nearly nose to nose. Xuantian was shocked. You bang? Lin Xiaofan's punch struck Xuantian's face, instantly collapsing his nose and sending blood flying. Xuantian screamed as he rolled away again, the Taiwan sword slipping from his hand. Chapter 217, Shattering Dao Artifacts. Shocking the Wild Realm, what a loss. I didn't gain any experience points. Lin Xiaofan didn't care much about the killing intent enveloping the heavens and the earth. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. If Xuantian was killed by the Taiwan sword, it wouldn't count as his kill. He had thought much before and casually threw Xuantian away. With that throw, 1,000,000 experience points were gone. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit frustrated and could only make it up with the head of Zhang Wudi. Hiss! Amidst the murderous atmosphere, the Taiwan sword tore through space, and a crack appeared in the sky. Zhang Wudi, who was tens of thousands of miles away, stepped through the crack. Lin Xiaofan, Zhang Wudi, holding the Taiwan sword, exuded an overwhelming aura. With a single slash, he split the heavens and the earth, the sword's might shattering the void, reducing everything to dust. The warriors of the wild realm felt their blood boil. Second layer of the heavenly realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Zhang Wudi, feeling confident. He punched out, shaking the space and obliterating all attacks. Then, with a flash in the void, he appeared above Zhang Wudi, delivering a powerful punch. Seeking death, Zhang Wudi roared, swinging the Taiwan sword for a horizontal slash. Lin Xiaofan's punch landed squarely on the Taiwan sword. The collision of their powers produced a deafening explosion. The Taiwan sword rebounded, striking Zhang Wudi's forehead, causing him to bleed profusely. Chapter 218, The Heavenly Realm, the extremes of the 9 realms in Langya Heaven. Yi Lu and Qin Yuan were cultivating. Lin Xiaofan didn't disturb them and went straight to the location of the space vortex leading to Earth. The space vortex was still spinning continuously, showing no signs of transforming into a space portal yet. However, he still felt a bit uneasy. He did not want the day to come when Earth would be invaded by warriors. Lin Xiaofan took out the Kangmang bell, activated his true energy, and it emitted a melodious chime with a clang. An illusory bell shadow burst out from the Kangmang bell, expanding rapidly in the wind, enveloping the Tianzhong area where the spatial vortex was located. The space fluctuated violently, and the illusory bell shadow gradually faded away. Lin Xiaofan reached out and lightly pressed on the void ahead, his fingers touching an invisible barrier, sending ripples spreading out. This was the restriction that Kangmang Mountain had previously placed on the spatial light gate. Lin Xiaofan had refined the Kangmang bell, so he could do the same. This would be a bit safer. Lin Xiaofan felt slightly relieved. He used the power of the Kangmang bell to set up a restriction. Unless it was a Tongtian realm expert, no one would be able to break through. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and decided to set up another layer of restriction at the light gates of the Wilderness Realm and the Xian Realm. Of course, the restriction at the Xian Realm light gate was slightly different. He left a hidden door for entry and exit. Chapter 219 News from the Upper Realm. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand for Wu Xinghe to step back. However, Wu Xinghe stood there, his expression hesitant. Lin Xiaofan said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After a moment of hesitation, Wu Xinghe said, "My master is coming to the Xian Realm." Lin Xiaofan's eyes flickered. "How do you know? Can you contact the original realm?" Wu Xinghe replied, "My master has a secret method by paying a certain price. He can send messages across realms. Since I haven't returned to the original realm for a long time, my master thought something had happened to me and sent me a message." Lin Xiaofan said, "So you told your master about the Xian Realm?" Wu Xinghe shook his head. "No. My master has great powers to send messages across realms, but I don't have that ability. He just notified me that he is currently crossing the starry sky and will arrive at the Xian Realm in a few days." Lin Xiaofan said, "Then what do you think your master will do when he arrives in the Xian Realm?" Wu Xinghe said, "Of course, he will reseal the Xuantian Continent. This is the task assigned by the Supreme Lord." Lin Xiaofan said lightly, "If that's the case, then the moment your master arrives in the Xian Realm will be his death day." Wu Xinghe's expression showed signs of tension as he said, "My master has the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Tongtian realm. There is no one in the 8 lower realms who can compare to him." Chapter 220: The arrival of the Tongtian powerhouse on the Xuantian Continent. At the super sect, Wu Xinghe had been restless for the past few days. He had no mind for cultivation, staring blankly at the sky every day, quietly waiting. One day, like the previous days, he watched the clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, a dazzling bright light erupted in the high sky, as if a large hole had been torn open in the distant heavens, and a stream of light fell from the sky, like a shocking rainbow crossing the sky, quickly disappearing into the distance. In that instant, a powerful aura descended upon the continent, and the entire Xian realm rumbled and shook. Wu Xinghe's heart trembled, and a voice echoed in his mind, seemingly coming from nowhere. "Xinghe, your master has arrived. Where are you, master?" Wu Xinghe exclaimed, and an unseen force guided him in a direction. He couldn't help but use the void great teleportation to move toward the place where the stream of light had fallen. An hour later, Wu Xinghe appeared in a desolate area. The surrounding earth was shattered, mountains collapsed, and there was a huge, deep pit on the ground, emitting wisps of green smoke. Like a devil's gaping mouth, radiating an earth-shattering aura. A tall, middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the center of the pit, wearing a golden-threaded black robe. Like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, radiating a brilliant light that showcased a strong presence, making it hard for anyone to forget after just one glance. Chapter 221: The Supreme Divine Sun. Lin Xiaofan sensed that the life and death ring within Wu Xinghe's body had been pulled out. Knowing that it was the Tongtian powerhouse who had acted, he moved to the Xian Turtle Island, quietly waiting for the other party to arrange the sealing formation. However, after several days of waiting, he saw no one, but instead received bad news from Qin Yuan. The Langya heaven had been forcefully occupied. Supreme Divine Sun? Lin Xiaofan frowned. According to Qin Yuan, Langya heaven had been occupied by someone claiming to be the Supreme Divine Sun. The other party actually had such great power that they could break the restrictions he had set up. Moreover, the title of Supreme was not something anyone could use. This person was likely connected to the Supreme from the upper realm. Lin Xiaofan felt troubled. He couldn't leave now. If he went to the Xuantian Continent and Wu Xinghe's master came to the Xuantian Continent to cause trouble, it would be disastrous. After much hesitation, he finally decided to first go to the Xuantian Continent to gather information. Since Wu Xinghe's master had descended on the Xuantian Continent, and the other party was not coming, he would take the initiative to strike first, resolve the issue there, and then head to Langya Heaven. Lin Xiaofan crossed the spatial gate and then teleported to the super sect. He found Blood Demon Ancestor and inquired about Wu Xinghe's whereabouts. Blood Demon Ancestor said, "This matter I was just about to report to the sect master. I just received news from the Taisu Palace that Wu Xinghe borrowed the teleportation array from a powerful being named Qing Tsang and was teleported to the Xuantian Continent." Chapter 222: The Unnamable Realm. I have nothing to say to you. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and continued to kill the Supreme Divine Sun. Lin Xiaofan, I know you care a lot about that new world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have set up the restrictions. Before the Supreme Divine Sun could finish speaking, he turned into a mist of blood. Lin Xiaofan quietly waited for the Supreme Divine Sun to revive. After killing him so many times, he found that the revival time was getting longer. It was likely that the source of life was damaged and becoming difficult to sustain. As long as he killed him a few more times, he would definitely be able to kill him completely. The void fluctuated, and a figure condensed. Lin Xiaofan, listen to me. Boom! The Supreme Divine Sun's body exploded again, and then he revived. Don't hit. Boom! The Supreme Divine Sun exploded again. Stop. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Boom! 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 The Supreme Divine Sun died and revived, and every time he revived, he wanted to speak, but had no chance. Lin Xiaofan also lost count of how many times he had killed him and was getting a bit tired. When the Supreme Divine Sun revived once more, he almost instinctively punched out. Lin Xiaofan, that new world is going to be doomed. The Supreme Divine Sun spoke rapidly, and just as he finished, he exploded again. But this time he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Chapter 223: Join Forces? Impossible. Lin Xiaofan said, "You have a point. Since you have no thoughts about Langya Heaven, then leave now, and you are not allowed to enter this place again in the future." He realized that killing the Supreme Divine Sun was meaningless. The person in front of him was merely transformed from a drop of supreme blood. This was somewhat similar to Yu Xuanji's heavenly thunder body. Even if he killed the other party, he probably wouldn't gain any experience points. Moreover, the events happening here must have been known by the Supreme behind the Supreme Divine Sun, and he couldn't kill to silence him. A glint of blood flashed in the Supreme Divine Sun's eyes as he said, although the method of seizing luck to break through is not trustworthy. It won't hurt to give it a try. How about we team up and intercept the luck of all realms before the Supreme Palace? What do you think? Lin Xiaofan's expression turned cold. Are you forcing me to kill you? The Supreme Sun said, killing me is of no use to you. My true self will only lose a bit of original power, and after some time of cultivation, I can recover. Instead, you will bear a grudge against me, which is not worth it. Although you are strong, in front of a true Supreme, you are simply no match. Is that so? Lin Xiaofan's eyes gleamed with killing intent. I will kill you now, and then go find your true self. I want to see how strong you, the Supreme, really are. Chapter 224. Long line. Big fish, you are looking for death. Qing Song sneered, tossing away the two people in his hands and raising his hand to block. Crack. Qing Song's right arm was instantly broken. His face changed drastically, but before he could feel the pain, his right cheek received a resounding slap, sending him tumbling and flying away. Boom! Qing Song crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to collapse and shake. Qing Song screamed in agony. Everything happened too quickly. He only just felt the pain of his broken arm and slapped face, furious enough to explode. Lin Xiaofan, I will tear you apart. He frantically lunged at Lin Xiaofan, his powerful aura shaking the void, making the entire Langya sky buzz and tremble. Qing Song's left hand swung rapidly, countless shadowy arms appearing in the air, overwhelming and striking towards Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan snorted coldly, his right hand glowing with golden light, delivering a devastating punch, causing the countless shadows to explode in an instant. Qing Song spat out blood and was thrown away, his heart filled with terror, finally realizing the danger. But it was too late. Lin Xiaofan shadowed him, closing in and grabbing Qing Song's intact left hand, forcibly pulling it back. What are you doing? Let go of me. Qing Song struggled madly, but the hand gripping his left arm was immensely strong and unbreakable. He could hardly move it, even slightly, his heart sinking to the bottom. Chapter 225. The Divine Descends Die. Lin Xiaofan threw a punch. Before Lin Xiaofan's punch could land, Qing Song's big head actually flew away into the air, then looked at Lin Xiaofan with a sinister smile, a mysterious triangular rune suddenly appearing on his forehead, and his expression became extremely strange. Lin Xiaofan, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The mysterious triangular rune flickered wildly, and Qing Song's head began to swell and enlarge, as if something was about to explode from within. Bang! His head exploded, red and white brain matter spraying out. The triangular rune transforming into a giant hand covering the sky, rapidly reaching for Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan's pupils constricted. The aura emitted by this giant hand was so familiar, already imprinted in his bones. It was the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Xuantian Continent's return to Origin Realm. The powerful being who had once slain him with a single sword, finally encountering it again. This aura, the Xuantian Supreme? The Supreme Sun's face changed drastically. Supreme Lord. Wu Xinghe's eyes widened. The pain of losing his master still hadn't erupted, and the scene before him made his mind stir. Xuantian Supreme? Lin Xiaofan's eyes shot with brilliance. He did not retreat, but advanced, charging towards the giant hand at high speed, using the momentum to deliver a devastating punch. Chapter 226. 10 Realms as One. Martial arts can reach the divine Xuantian Supreme. You dare! Lin Xiaofan was both shocked and angry. The space vortex leading to Earth violently rolling and distorting after absorbing the bloodlight strike, emitting a piercing wail, a portal's outline faintly appearing. The Earth-light gate is about to appear. Not only that, the Xuantian Supreme's previous strike attacked 7 space vortices, and besides the Earth-light gate, the other 6 realm gates were also opening. The Xuantian Supreme wants to connect the 8 realms and seize the luck. No, it's 9 realms. Unexpectedly, besides the 4 realms of heaven and earth, the yellow and the chaotic universe, there is actually one more realm here. Adding the original realm, it perfectly makes 10 realms. No wonder no one could cross in the inconceivable realm before. It turns out that the 9 realms were lacking, and only the 10 realms are perfect. The martial arts realms have 10 layers, 9 as the extreme, and 10 as the complete. 10 realms is 1. Martial arts can reach the divine. I finally understand. Ha ha ha. The Xuantian Supreme laughed maniacally. 10 realms is 1. Martial arts can reach the divine. The Supreme Son's mind shook greatly, feeling that this statement contained the supreme truth of martial arts, making him suddenly enlightened, as if a door in his mind had opened, revealing a vague new world. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand to the sky, performing the Wuxiang robbery sword, the sword light slicing through the sky, directly striking towards the Xuantian Supreme. Chapter 227. Human fireworks anomalies occurred in Langya Heaven, and now the energy is unstable, making it temporarily unsuitable for cultivation. You all shouldn't go in. After Lin Xiaofan came out, he explained to Yi Lu and Qin Yuan. He set up protective restrictions around all the portals, so ordinary people cannot enter. And even those with strength cannot be stopped by the two of them. Qin Yuan, still feeling apprehensive, said, "This Langya Heaven is too dangerous. It would be better to close it. Supreme powerhouses have appeared, and I was scared enough earlier." Lin Xiaofan said, "Langya Heaven is a special place. It can not only attract the luck of all realms, but the space light gates can also absorb attacks. I just tried it and couldn't destroy it." Qin Yuan said, "The Langya Heaven light gate won't exist for long, at most 1 or 2 years, and it will automatically disappear. Langya Heaven will also vanish into the void, waiting for the next opening." Lin Xiaofan couldn't wait that long and didn't like to wait. He asked, "Is there a cross-realm teleportation array between the Xians and the original realm?" Qin Yuan shook his head no. Lin Xiaofan frowned. With his strength, he could of course traverse the starry sky and reach the original realm, but that would take a lot of time. If the Xuantian Supreme has cross-realm powers, and while he is on his way to the original realm, if Langya Heaven connects the 9 realms and the Xuantian Supreme descends, then he won't be able to return in time to stop it. Chapter 228. Someone who can make decisions. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. We will meet again. Song Mingyue dropped a sentence and immediately broke through the air and left. "I'm going to set off fireworks again," Lin Xiaofan murmured. His voice not loud, but it carried far. Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue trembled all over, almost falling from the sky. She hurriedly turned back, her heart racing. "What do you want?" Lin Xiaofan said. "First tell me, which realm is this?" "The Cosmos realm. Don't you know?" Song Mingyue looked puzzled, then seemed to think of something, astonished. "Aren't you from the Cosmos realm?" Lin Xiaofan did not answer, feeling a bit disappointed. "It's nothing. You can go." Song Mingyue's eyes turned, saying, "I know everything about the Cosmos realm. If you have any questions, just ask." Lin Xiaofan chuckled. "Then let me ask you, how to get to the original realm?" Song Mingyue said, "You can go through the cross-realm teleportation array to get there." Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. "Does the Cosmos realm have a cross-realm teleportation array?" Song Mingyue nodded. "Of course. Where is it?" Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. He had only asked casually, but unexpectedly, he had hit the mark. Chapter 229. Borrowing the formation, you won't refuse, right? Suddenly, 2 powerful auras emanated from deep within the Tiandao sect, instantly sweeping across the entire scene, silencing all sounds. The world fell into silence. In the void, 2 elders radiating immense power appeared above the Tiandao sect, facing Lin Xiaofan from afar. "Who are you?" One of them spoke, their voice echoing through the heavens, shaking the very soul. "First layer of the Tongtian realm. Third layer of the Tongtian realm." The Tiandao sect was indeed powerful, having 2 Tongtian realm experts. Xuanjia, Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan did not hold back and directly revealed his identity, his voice booming, echoing for miles. "You come from Xuanjia." A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the 2 Tongtian realm experts of the Tiandao sect. Lin Xiaofan asked, "Who are you?" "Tiandao sect Master Yubelo." "Tiandao sect Supreme Elder Xianjing." The 2 introduced themselves, which was a sign of respect for strong individuals. Lin Xiaofan said, "So you 2 can completely make the decisions?" Yubelo replied coldly, "The Tiandao sect believes it has not offended you, and we were not acquainted before, yet you came to our door unprovoked and even resorted to violence. What is the meaning of this?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "There was originally nothing. We could have sat down and discussed it properly. But your Tiandao sect is not hospitable at all. I asked for your leader to come out, and you actually attacked me, so I could only retaliate." Chapter 230. Interdimensional transmission Yubeluo and Xianjing lay on the ground, trembling all over, not knowing if it was from pain or anger. The two did not speak, only staring angrily at Lin Xiaofan. It seems you still want to refuse me. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, looking at the disciples of the Tiandao sect, his gaze sweeping over the 6 Nirvana realm individuals, finally locking onto the strongest among them, asking, "Who are you?" "I am the Tiandao sect elder Beilais," Beilais said, trembling in fear. Lin Xiaofan said, "Do you want to be the sect master of Tiandao sect?" "What?" Beilais was a bit dazed. Lin Xiaofan said, "As long as you are willing to lend me the grand formation for use, I will help you ascend to the position. You don't need to worry about anyone being disobedient. I can kill Yubeluo and Xianjing and suppress all dissenters, ensuring you can firmly sit on the position of the sect master of Tiandao sect. What do you think?" This statement was truly heart-piercing. The disciples of the Tiandao sect exchanged glances. The other Nirvana realm individuals widened their eyes. The sect master of Tiandao sect, the leader of the first sect in the universe realm, holding the power of martial arts in the world. No one could resist such temptation. Beilais was tempted, but in front of so many people, even if he was eager inside, he did not dare to voice it, only able to remain silent. Chapter 231. If you are not kind, I will not be. Just Lin Xiaofan, propelled by the formation's power, traversed through the void. The light and shadows before him changed. Countless images appearing and disappearing. He saw endless starry shadows and also saw the scene of 9 stars suspended in the starry sky. Everything flashed before his eyes, giving him an uncomfortable feeling of time distortion. Traveling through the void, one loses track of time. He did not know how long had passed, but Lin Xiaofan saw a light gate appear ahead, and he leaped out. Boom! Lin Xiaofan appeared in a world, feeling as if he had crashed into something. Experience points, 100,000. The sudden influx of experience points left Lin Xiaofan a bit dazed. He focused his eyes and discovered that the ground was covered in blood and chunks of flesh. A living person in the void realm had been killed by his collision. Lin Xiaofan was a bit dumbfounded, feeling quite embarrassed, but he hadn't done it on purpose. One could only blame the chaotic teleportation of the Tiandao sect's grand formation for sending him to such a bizarre place. Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a stone cave about 3 meters square, furnished with tables and chairs, appearing to be a rudimentary cultivation cave. The Tiandao sect's teleportation formation was the same as that of the Taishu Palace, lacking a corresponding guiding formation, making the teleportation location completely random. Appearing in a cave was not surprising at all. Chapter 232. The first captive of the original realm, Lin Xiaofan said. Perhaps. The old man in the green robe had a hint of redness on his face, and he said eagerly, "I will check your body." Saying this, he reached out towards Lin Xiaofan. "Check my body?" Lin Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine. He kicked out, sending the old man in the green robe crashing against the cave wall, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. You are not in the void realm?" The old man in the green robe exclaimed in shock. "What do you think?" Lin Xiaofan stopped pretending, releasing his cultivation, and his aura instantly surged to its peak, shaking the entire cave. The old man in the green robe's face changed dramatically. He could no longer see through Lin Xiaofan's realm, which must have exceeded the returning origin realm. His first thought was to escape. With a thought, he moved, shooting towards the cave's exit. "Come back." Lin Xiaofan grabbed with his hand, the void rippling as if an invisible giant hand was pulling the old man back, crashing heavily to the ground. The old man in the green robe scrambled to his feet, wanting to run again, but the surrounding space suddenly became restricted, and he was frozen in place, instantly frightened out of his wits. "You are a Nirvana expert," Lin Xiaofan said. "Your imagination can be bolder." The old man in the green robe did not catch Lin Xiaofan's implication. Those who could restrict the void were basically all Nirvana experts. Chapter 233. If you can't do it, don't blame others, Lin Xiaofan asked. "Where is the Supreme Palace?" Zhao Ke replied. "The Supreme Palace itself is a Supreme Tao artifact, capable of ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth, entering the Qingming, traversing the void, being everywhere and nowhere, and will not be fixed in any one place." "So impressive?" Lin Xiaofan frowned. "With this, it wouldn't be easy to find the supreme being of Xuantian if I want to go to the Supreme Palace. Is there any way?" Zhao Ke said. "The Supreme Palace appears once every 10 years. recruiting new disciples from all realms. There are still 3 years until the next 10 years. 3 years? By then, the yellow flower will have withered. Lin Xiaofan said. Is there no other way? Zhao Ke replied. There is one more way. It is said that disciples of the Supreme Palace have a way to sense the location of the Supreme Palace, of course. The premise is that the other party is willing to reveal it. Lin Xiaofan smiled. As long as he found someone, he wasn't worried about the other party not speaking. He considered himself experienced in this area. Where can I find disciples of the Supreme Palace? Zhao Ke said. There are not many disciples of the Supreme Palace, and they rarely walk in the world. It is not easy to find them. Lin Xiaofan said so. I am now assigning you a task. Find a disciple of the Supreme Palace. As long as you find one, I will lift the life and death ring for you. Chapter 234. This deal is too cost-effective, Lin Xiaofan said. As an alchemist, one must turn impossibilities into possibilities. Others lack talent, which is why they seek your pills to break through. If one has extraordinary talent, breaking through is as easy as drinking water. So what do they need pills for? Nonsense. Everyone's potential is determined from birth. How can it be changed by human effort? Lin Xiaofan replied. You're the one talking nonsense. Practicing martial arts is itself against the heavens, fighting against fate. The same goes for alchemy. If you can't change your fate against the heavens, then why practice alchemy? Lin Xiaofan's last sentence was deafening, causing Zhao Ke's head to buzz. If you can't change your fate against the heavens, then why practice alchemy? Zhao Ke was stunned. This sentence echoed in his mind, wildly impacting his understanding of alchemy, plunging him into self-doubt. Mo Xiao and Mo Xinru didn't understand alchemy, but they felt the weight of the words and thought they made a lot of sense. Could this young man be an alchemy master? Mo Xiao's mind was stirred, and he tentatively asked, Young Master Lin, do you think my daughter can break through by taking pills? Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, Of course, I have a pill that, once taken, will allow her to break through immediately. Chapter 235, Strength Enhancement, 10th Layer of the Heavenly Realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Zhao Ke and calmly said, Do you dare to make demands of me? Don't forget your identity. Zhao Ke was startled. He felt a chill in his dantian and realized he had been muddled by the experience pill, and his words were somewhat inappropriate. In that moment, he recalled the scene of being tormented by the life and death cycle, and he couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Ke dared not say anything more and silently retreated to the side, lowering his head in silence. After Mo Xiao checked Mo Xinru's cultivation status and found no issues, he was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Xiaofan and just happened to see Zhao Ke's timid demeanor. This young man's identity is definitely extraordinary. A gleam flashed in Mo Xiao's eyes, and he laughed heartily. Young Master Lin, your experience pill is indeed miraculous, simply eye-opening. Xinru, why aren't you coming over to thank young Master Lin? Mo Xinru walked gracefully to Lin Xiaofan, slightly bowed, and with sparkling eyes said, Thank you, young Master Lin, for your life-giving grace. Breaking the shackles of martial arts and surpassing the limits of talent. Your kindness is as great as giving me a new life. Mo Xinru was not only filled with gratitude towards Lin Xiaofan, but also harbored a curious thought. To be able to produce such a miraculous pill is certainly not something an ordinary person could do. Chapter 236, News of the Supreme Palace. Lin Xiaofan descended from Forgetting Worry's peak and wandered around Tianyan sect. The strength of this original realm sect is indeed much stronger than that of the lower realm. He sensed 4 powerful auras deep within Tianyan sect, which should belong to heavenly realm experts. In addition, there were also 15 auras of Nirvana realm. With such strength, they could easily dominate the entire Xian realm. Moreover, Tianyan sect is not even at the top in the Eastern Continent. At best, it is only above average. Not to mention, the Eastern Continent is just one of the 6 continents of the original realm from this. One can imagine how astonishing the overall strength of this world is. The original realm is indeed powerful. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. Brother He Donglin, when are you going to the Supreme Palace? Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to return to Forgetting Worry's peak, he suddenly heard something that piqued his interest, and he looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a group of Tianyan sect disciples were gathered, surrounding a young man with an imposing demeanor, excitedly discussing something. Lin Xiaofan quietly perked up his ears and stealthily approached. He heard He Qidong say, Going to the Supreme Palace is not something you can just do on a whim. You can't rush it. I heard that once you go to the Supreme Palace, you will have the chance to meet the Supreme Being and receive guidance from them, and your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Brother He, your talent is unparalleled, and at such a young age, you already have the cultivation of the 9th layer of the returning origin realm. This time you go to the Supreme Palace, you will definitely shine. Chapter 237. A beating, subduing with strength. How dare you? Private fights are prohibited within the sect. What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar, followed by a figure breaking through the air. The law enforcement elder has arrived. Elder Yang Jian. This kid is done for. The people of Tianyan sect immediately became excited. A trace of joy flashed across He Qidong's face as he hurriedly said, Elder Yang. This kid injured his fellow disciples for no reason and even stole my supreme token. He is simply lawless. Elder Yang Jian's gaze swept over the fallen individuals, pausing slightly on He Qidong, and finally locking on a Lin Xiaofan, coldly stating in an undeniable tone, those who injure fellow disciples without cause will be punished according to sect rules. 3 months' salary confiscated, and 100 days of facing the wall for reflection. Come with me. Nirvana Realm 6th Layer. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Yang Jian, his expression calm as he said, You must be mistaken. I'm not a disciple of Tianyan sect. Your sect's rules don't apply to me. Yang Jian was taken aback. He Qidong was ecstatic and said, You're not a disciple of Tianyan sect? Elder Yang. This outsider actually dared to injure our sect disciples here. This is a blatant disrespect to Tianyan sect and cannot be forgiven. Yang Jian's face darkened. Looking at your sneaky appearance, you must be a spy from another sect. Surrender yourself at once. Chapter 238. Who stole it? Do you dare to swear? Who dares to hit my disciple? Before Yang Jian could speak, a figure descended from the sky. A white-haired old man appeared before everyone, and a vast aura suppressed the heavens, silencing the surroundings. 2nd layer of the heavenly realm. Lin Xiaofan's eyes moved slightly. This old man has decent strength, but that's about it. The Grand Elder has arrived. The crowd exclaimed, momentarily intimidated by the aura of the heavenly realm, each scared to breathe. Master, He Qidong shouted excitedly. The white-haired elder's gaze was piercing as he scanned the crowd, and when he saw He Qidong, he momentarily failed to recognize his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and was taken aback. Who are you? Master, it's me, He Qidong. Please help me. He Qidong's grievances erupted, his face full of sorrow and indignation, with tears in his eyes. The white-haired elder's eyes widened, shooting out 2 beams of piercing light, and he roared. Who is it that dared to beat my disciple to this extent? Come here and die. Master, it's him. He Qidong pointed at Lin Xiaofan. D. Xiao Tianxing spoke harshly and sent a palm strike through the air, a ripple in the void rapidly spreading towards Lin Xiaofan. You are quite arrogant. Chapter 239. Supreme Token. Enough. Everyone disperse. Go do what you need to do. Don't linger here. Mo Xiao waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. Yang Jian said with a vague meaning, Elder Mo. Helping outsiders like this will make the sect disciples feel disheartened. Mo Xiao's expression darkened. What? Do you have an opinion? Yang Jian said, Tianyan sect does not belong to your Mo family. You can't do whatever you want. I hope you can consider the impact. Mo Xiao's gaze gradually sharpened. One day, when you have the strength of our Mo family, you can do the same. Then I would like to see if your Mo family can remain prosperous. Yang Jian snorted coldly and left. Lin Xiaofan sensed something from the side. It seemed that Tianyan sect was not a monolith. Mo Xiao kept watching Yang Jian's departing figure until he was far away, then smiled and said, Young Master Lin, would you like to come to my place for a visit? Lin Xiaofan said, Next time, I still have some matters to attend to. Thank you, Elder Mo, for what happened earlier. Mo Xiao replied, You are too polite. Your assistance in helping my daughter break through is a great favor to the Mo family. It's only right to help you. At this point, Mo Xiao paused and shifted the topic. Xiao Tianxing is a person who holds grudges and repays every slight. So be careful. Chapter 240. Heavenly Punishment. Lin Xiaofan asked, What effect does it have? Zhao Ke said, You will know once you drop a drop of your blood. Lin Xiaofan's curiosity was piqued, and he followed suit. As soon as the blood fell onto the Supreme Order, it quickly disappeared. Immediately after, Lin Xiaofan felt a mysterious connection form between him and the Supreme Order. Understanding the implication, he immediately infused a strand of true energy into it. The supreme order trembled slightly, and the palace's phantom suddenly exploded into starlight, revealing three-dimensional human-shaped phantoms, each with clear features and names above their heads, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why do they look like game characters from my previous life? Lin Xiaofan felt it was strange and looked at Zhao Ke, asking, "Who are these people?" Zhao Ke smiled and said, "You'll find out soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Order shot a beam of light at Lin Xiaofan, instantly imprinting his appearance into the Supreme Order, forming a lifelike human-shaped phantom. Name? Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in his mind. The voice seemed to carry an irresistible magic, causing him to instinctively answer. Lin Xiaofan. As soon as he spoke, he became alert, realizing he was affected by that voice. Chapter 241. I, the killing god who dares to cause trouble at the Tianyan sect? A roar echoed within the Tianyan sect, and several powerful auras approached rapidly. Buzz. The protective great formation of the Tianyan sect activated spontaneously. A brilliant light shone, and a massive light curtain rose, enveloping a 10-mile radius. Lin Xiaofan stood in the charred pit of ruins, his body crackling with electricity, lightning flashing. The lightning pillar struck him, causing no pain. But Zhao Ke was in a tragic state, completely charred, lying on the ground motionless, uncertain if he was dead or alive. Lin Xiaofan had no time to worry about Zhao Ke's life or death, because he was shocked to discover a figure hidden within the dark clouds of the sky, currently riding the clouds and fleeing. Isn't it heavenly punishment? Why is there someone? Stop! Lin Xiaofan shouted, soaring into the air. The protective formation of the Tianyan sect blocks the outside, but not the inside. He broke through the protective light curtain in a flash, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Master. Mo Xiao and the others rushed over, and upon seeing Zhao Ke's tragic state, they were all taken aback. Hurry and save him. I will chase that thief. Mo Xiao roared in anger and also chased after him. But just as he had pursued a distance, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant sky. The rolling dark clouds exploded, and the world returned to clarity. Chapter 242. Sword slashes to the sky. I'm waiting for you to deliver your head. Lin Xiaofan was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Best to bring a few from the heavenly realm. That way I can gain more experience. At the same time, in a hidden space billions of miles away from Lin Xiaofan, a terrifying sea of blood roared and surged, waves of blood towering to the sky. Damn guy! An angry and irritable voice emerged from the depths of the blood sea, and at the center of the blood sea, a large bulge quickly formed, and a blood figure rose from the ground, continuously growing taller with the tremors of the blood sea, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. The 1,000-foot blood figure stood tall like a mountain, proud between heaven and earth. The blood figure's eyes stared into the void, and 6 drops of blood exploded from its pupils, each drop reflecting Lin Xiaofan's figure. Kid, I will find you. Heaven and earth. You have no way to escape. The 6 drops of blood ignored spatial distance, piercing through layers of barriers, shooting towards the 6 continents of the original realm, landing in unknown places. After Lin Xiaofan killed the young man in black, he planned to return to the Tianyan sect, but before he could move, a figure rushed towards him from afar. Lin Xiaofan. The person stopped 100 meters away. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard, exuding a fierce killing intent. Tenfold Nirvana realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the other party and asked, from the Tianyan sect? Chapter 243. Once you strike, never come empty-handed. The dignified sect master of the Tianyan sect unexpectedly had no power to resist, captured with a single move. This was simply unbelievable. In this moment, the people of the Tianyan sect felt immense humiliation and deep fear. This kid is too strong. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, have you changed your mind? Then go get someone now. Indeed, the more powerful a person, the more they fear death. After all the hard work to reach the heavenly realm, who would want to die if there's a chance to live? Mo Tian trembled in fear and said, you better move your hand away. Lin Xiaofan replied, no need. I believe you will soon have someone send over the Xian crystal stones. I won't feel tired in this little time. Don't worry about me. Mo Tian's face turned extremely ugly, nearly unable to hold back a curse. Who the hell is worried about whether you'll be tired or not? In front of everyone? having your head pressed down by someone, and at any moment facing the risk of having your head blown off. Who can endure this? This is simply outrageous. But there was no way. Life was in someone else's hands. Even if they were angry, they could only endure. Motion scanned around and finally landed on the law enforcement Elder Yang Jian. Elder Yang, go to the sect's treasury and bring back 1,000,000 Xian crystal stones. Once the sect master spoke, Yang Jian did not dare to delay, responding quickly and hurriedly leaving. Chapter 244. The Secret of the Supreme Order. You are mistaken. I can do this. Lin Xiaofan slapped Bu Jinglong on the forehead, directly knocking him unconscious. He picked up the Supreme Order that had fallen to the ground and took out his own Supreme Order to compare, finding that apart from some slight differences in surface patterns, they were almost identical. Let us see if this token can be transported to the Supreme Palace. The reason Lin Xiaofan wanted to seize Bu Jinglong's Supreme Order was to see if there were any differences between different tokens. He first dripped blood onto it, and immediately sensed the interior of the token. The phantom representing Bu Jinglong dissipated into light points. However, because he was already on the list, even though he dripped blood on this Supreme Order, no new phantom appeared. The Tianjiao ranking had only 99 people left. Bu Jinglong was removed, and all those ranked after the 25th moved up one position. Lin Xiaofan then tried again, but found that this Supreme Order could not be transported either. When he infused true energy, the phantom palace that appeared briefly solidified a bit, but quickly returned to a vague state. This was exactly the same as the situation with the first Supreme Order. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit disappointed. Chapter 245. The Ten Realms Grand Meeting. Lin Xiaofan flew to the front of the huge city and saw the three shining golden characters of Dinglong City from afar. He suddenly thought that this mundane city was full of ordinary people, and it was a great place to inquire about the Supreme Palace or its disciples. Dinglong City was not a very good destination. Lin Xiaofan landed on the ground, his perception spreading out and enveloping a radius of several dozen miles, covering almost half the city. Tongtian Realm? Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He sensed that there were Tongtian strong practitioners within Dinglong City, and several of them at that. It seemed that Dinglong City was not ordinary. There must be powerful forces residing here, such as long-established noble families. At the moment, Lin Xiaofan sensed those several auras. He was also detected by the other party. He didn't want to cause trouble and quickly retracted his aura, disguising himself as an ordinary person. Before long, a few barely perceptible breezes brushed by and quickly disappeared. Those were the Tongtian realm practitioners from Dinglong City, searching the surroundings. Lin Xiaofan waited quietly for a while until those auras dissipated. Then he stepped towards Dinglong City. However, trouble was destined to find him today. Not long after he started walking, several figures flew swiftly from the distant sky. The two groups clashed in midair, and blood rained down, making for a fierce battle. The person in front was being pursued, continuously spitting blood, and coincidentally fell right in front of Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 246. Visiting the Ji family. Trouble arrives, Ji Donglu said proudly. 10 years ago, our Ji family had a young junior with outstanding talent, who was noticed by the Supreme Palace and eventually joined after passing the assessment. Lin Xiaofan asked, "Where is he now?" Ji Donglu replied, "Of course. He is cultivating in the Supreme Palace." "Why do you ask? Can you communicate with him?" "Using a communication stone. The Supreme Palace travels through the void." "Can it communicate like this?" "The Supreme Palace doesn't always travel through the void. It sometimes returns to the original realm, and that's when communication can happen." "I see." Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, "You just invited me to visit your Ji family? I happen to have nothing to do, if it's not too much trouble." "Not at all. Not at all." Ji Donglu was overjoyed and hurriedly led Lin Xiaofan into Dinglong City towards the Ji family. Along the way, Ji Donglu was very enthusiastic, speaking nonstop and answering any questions. "Our Ji family has a heritage of 1,000 years, and there is an ancestor in the Tongtian realm. Of course, compared to your Lin family, that's far behind. However, in Dinglong City, the Ji family is quite powerful and is one of the three major families. The other two families, the Luo family and the Bu family, each also have a Tongtian realm practitioner stationed. Our Ji family has always been at odds with the other two families, and the younger generation often fights, seizing any opportunity to beat each other to death." Chapter 247. One move to defeat them all. Challenge me? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. It seemed Ji Yuanshan's shout at the entrance had confirmed his identity as a disciple of the Lin family from Wushuang City. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and now someone was coming to challenge him. Lin Xiaofan arrived outside the Ji family gate. Ji Yuanshan and Ji Donglu were both there, glaring angrily at a man and a woman in front of them, one of whom he recognized. Bu Linglong. The moment Lin Xiaofan saw Bu Jinglong, he realized he might have misunderstood. These two weren't coming for the Lin family. They were here for the supreme order. Luo Qing. Bu Linglong. This is the Ji family. How dare you act so recklessly? Ji Yuanshan said with a stern face. Bu Jinglong replied, we came today only for Lin Xiaofan. It has nothing to do with the Ji family, so don't meddle. Ji Yuanshan laughed in anger. Kid, where are you? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to speak to me like that? Do you think just because you made it onto the talented ranking, you can look down on everyone? Bu Jinglong sneered. At least I made it onto the talented ranking. What about your Ji family? Not only is there no one on the list, but I also heard that the one who joined the Supreme Palace will soon be expelled due to lack of potential. Does your Ji family still want to cling to the Supreme Palace? That is truly a huge joke. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 248. One move to capture and defeat young Master Lin. You've got into big trouble, Ji Yuanshan said. While the Luo and Bu families haven't reacted yet, you should hurry and leave. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Lin Xiaofan replied. There's no need for the Ji family head to worry. I'll bear the consequences myself. I want to implicate the Ji family, Ji Yuanshan said. This isn't a matter of implicating or not. If you truly are a disciple of the Lin family from Wushuang City, there would still be room for negotiation. But if you're not, then things will get very troublesome. Don't even mention the Xianyin sect. The Luo and Bu families are not something you can contend with. Lin Xiaofan replied. I appreciate the Ji family head's kindness, but I know my own limits. Leaving is impossible. I haven't even gotten the communication stone from the Ji family yet. How can I leave now? If the Luo and Bu families are unappreciative, then let us deal with them together. As for the Xianyin sect, the seventh on the talented ranking, Jiumoka, is a disciple of the Xianyin sect and will eventually come to seize the supreme order. If they come to me, that would be perfect. At the same time, at the Bu family residence, a disciple of the Bu family rushed into the family, heading straight for the family conference hall. Today was the Bu family's monthly family meeting. After discussing family matters as a routine, the family head Bu Yunkong concluded. Chapter 249, Ji family's attempt to win over. Taking advantage of the situation in the following days, rumors flew around Dinglong City, but the Luo and Bu families had no movements. Lin Xiaofan spent his days leisurely in the Ji family, and the attitude of the Ji family members towards him was respectful and filled with awe. A practitioner at the 10th level of the Nirvana realm could defeat with a single move. Such strength made him a guest of honor wherever he went. The Ji family speculated wildly about Lin Xiaofan's cultivation level, some saying he was at the first level of the Tongtian realm, others claiming he was at the second level. It was indeed Lin Xiaofan's young appearance that was too deceptive, greatly limiting the imagination of the Ji family members. Practitioners in the Tongtian realm are generally referred to as Tongtian ancestors, while those with malicious intent are called Tongtian monsters. Regardless of the title, they all relate to the word old, and the cultivation time typically starts from 100 years, with 1,000 years not being unusual. Currently, the youngest Tongtian realm practitioner in the original realm is said to be the young master of the Supreme Palace, who broke into the Tongtian realm at the age of 80, shocking the world. There is also the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land, the first sect of Central State, who entered the Xuantian realm at 90 years old, also looking down on the world. Eastern Continent is not to be outdone, with the dominator Wanxiang sect Saintis entering the Tongtian realm at 100 years old, truly a peerless talent. 100 years in the Tongtian realm is a significant barrier that distinguishes the elite. Very few can break through. Chapter 250. Who is Lin Xiaofan? In a courtyard, only servants were busy. The master was not around. However, Lin Xiaofan had plenty of time. With his cultivation level, he could easily hide in a corner without anyone noticing. It wasn't until nightfall that Ji Yuanqing and his wife returned. They seemed to have eaten out and went directly into their room to rest. Lin Xiaofan quietly climbed to the roof, listening carefully for a while, but there were no inappropriate scenes. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Husband, is there any news from the East Wind? Not at the moment. I wonder how East Wind is doing. He would T really be expelled by the Supreme Palace? Would he? Don't think too much. We must trust our son. If I had known, I would T have let him go to the Supreme Palace. Staying in the G family might have been better. Now it's even hard to see him. A woman's perspective. A man should aspire to the world beyond. What does a momentary separation matter? When he succeeds in the future, his name will resonate throughout the land, and naturally, he will return home in glory. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to reunite. I don't care about that. I just want to see my son every day. By the way, have you checked the communication stone today? Not yet. Then hurry up and take a look, lest we miss the news of the favorable wind. Chapter 251. The schemes of the Xuantian sect in the Eastern Continent at the Xuantian sect. In the Great Hall of Xuantian, the deputy sect master, Tu Su, sat at the head, methodically handling sect affairs. Below, 8 powerful figures stood with their hands down, occasionally responding respectfully to Tu Su's questions. Suddenly, the communication stone on Tu Su's body vibrated. After taking out to check, his brow furrowed. There is news from the Lin family of Wushuang City. Tu Su said in a deep voice. Things are not going smoothly. The Lin family refuses to hand over the murderer. What do you all think about this? The 8 people below immediately became restless. The Lin family really has some nerve. Do they think our Xuantian sect is easy to bully? The Lin family is getting more and more arrogant, really thinking that just because they have some strength, they can challenge our Xuantian sect? Murder must be avenged. Blood debt must be repaid. There is nothing more to say. Since they won T hand over the person, then we will go personally to capture Lin Xiaofan. Exactly. Not only do we need to capture him, but we also need to execute him publicly, leaving the corpse on display for 3 days, so that the world knows the consequences of offending our Xuantian sect. The members of the Xuantian sect were filled with righteous indignation. Tu Su waved his hand to stop their talk and said, Lin Xiaofan must die. Our request for the Lin family to hand over the person is to show courtesy before taking action, to avoid being criticized for lacking the demeanor of a major sect, and for only knowing how to kill to solve problems. Chapter 252. The ancestor of the Bu family emerges. Riding the wind to deliver heads, Lin Xiaofan became an elder guest of the Ji family. And this matter quickly spread throughout Dinglong City. Everyone in the Ji family was excited. However, the Bu family and the Luo family were worried, especially the Bu family. The young master was dead, the family head was also dead, and the Bu family mansion was filled with gloom. One day, a powerful aura erupted from deep within the Bu family, instantly changing the weather. I, Buio, have finally broken through to the 5th level of the sky-piercing realm. My strength has reached a new height. Ha ha! The laughter echoed, sounding like thunder and drums, shaking the Bu family mansion. The members of the Bu family were overjoyed. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Countless Bu family disciples joyfully shouted, flying toward the secluded courtyard in the back of the Bu family, standing respectfully. We welcome the ancestor out of seclusion. Everyone in the Bu family shouted in unison, shaking the heavens. Creak! The courtyard gate opened, and a gray figure floated out like a ghost, hunched over and old-looking, yet with a vigorous spirit. This person was none other than the Bu family's ancestor. Buio's gaze swept across the crowd like a cold electric shock, and he sternly asked, Why haven't Tian Kong and Jinglong come? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Buio sensed something was off, and his expression darkened. Speak. Someone trembled and said, reporting to the ancestor. The family head and young master were killed by the Ji family's elder guest, Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 253. The God of Killing No. 9 Lin Xiaofan looked into the distance. Luo family head, Luo Badu, and several Nirvana realm elders were originally leisurely watching the fight, but now they had lost their interest in the show, each with a shocked expression. They did not expect Lin Xiaofan to be so powerful that he could slay even someone at the 5th level of the sky-piercing realm with a single sword. Seeing Lin Xiaofan looking over, Luo Badu and the others were so frightened that they shivered all over and hurriedly turned to flee. Lin Xiaofan's gaze swept across the surroundings. Many people from various forces hiding nearby felt an overwhelming fear and quietly retreated. Lin Xiaofan slowly descended to the ground. The Ji family members finally came to their senses and couldn't help but cheer. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaofan with fiery and awed gazes. Elder Lin, Ji Yuanshan respectfully called, his demeanor somewhat restrained. Lin Xiaofan's displayed strength was too formidable. He could no longer face him with a normal heart. Xuantian, who is this? Xuantian walked over, his mouth stained with blood, looking quite disheveled, evidently heavily injured, but he could not care less at this moment. He looked at Lin Xiaofan with both shock and confusion. Xuantian quickly said, "Ancestor, this is our Ji family's elder guest, Lin Xiaofan. Since the ancestor is in seclusion, we did not consult beforehand and granted him the position of elder guest. Please forgive us, ancestor." Chapter 254. Not afraid of death? Impossible, Lin Xiaofan said. Don't you think your bald head is too shiny? You are moving around in the dark underground, yet this bald head is so conspicuous. It's practically a guiding light. It would be hard for me not to notice you. Is that really the case? The god of killing number 9 was doubtful. In fact, he was not naturally bald. It was because he practiced the earth escape divine technique, often moving through the earth, and his hair would get mixed with dirt, which was very uncomfortable, so he simply went with a bald head. If it really exposed his escape direction, then he would have to consider growing his hair back. Lin Xiaofan suppressed a laugh and said, "You really believe that?" The god of killing number 9's face instantly turned pig liver color. Lin Xiaofan, if you want to kill me, then just do it. Why mock me? So resolute in facing death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip, slightly deforming the head of the god of killing number 9, making a cracking sound. The god of killing number 9's face contorted in pain, yet he endured and did not cry out. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. He originally thought the god of killing number 9 would beg for mercy, but he did not expect the other party to be so tough. Could it be that he really encountered someone who was not afraid of death? Lin Xiaofan eased his grip a little and asked, "You really aren't afraid of death?" Chapter 255. The Taichi Imperial Crown. Lin Xiaofan returned to Dinglong City. The Ji family was in chaos, with collapsed buildings everywhere, looking utterly ruined. Ji Xianfeng and Ji Yuanshan were calming the Ji family members, and upon seeing Lin Xiaofan return, they quickly surrounded him. "Elder Lin, did you catch the person?" Lin Xiaofan did not answer, but instead asked, "Do you know where the Chongshin sect is?" Ji Xianfeng was taken aback for a moment and said, "The Chongshin sect is east of Dinglong City, 1,000,000 miles from here." "Elder Lin, I have matters to attend to at the Chongshin sect. I take my leave." Lin Xiaofan interrupted Ji Xianfeng's words and directly transported away under their puzzled gazes. Ji Xianfeng and Ji Yuanshan exchanged glances. Ji Yuanshan expressed some concern. "Ancestor, Elder Lin won't just leave and not return, will he?" Ji Xianfeng sighed. "Such a genius cannot stay in the Ji family forever, no matter where he goes. As long as he still acknowledges his identity as an elder guest of the Ji family, that is enough." Lin Xiaofan used the void great teleportation divine technique, instantly traveling eastward. The Chongshin sect is also a major sect in the Eastern Continent, ranked among the top 10 in strength. The Eastern Continent and the Central Continent are the two strongest continents in the original realm. The top 10 sects in the Eastern Continent can also rank highly in the entire original realm, and can be considered prestigious major sects. Chapter 256. The Trinity Bang. Lin Xiaofan kicked fiercely, sending Jamocha flying 100 zhong. "Impossible. This is impossible. How could you possibly break through the defense of the Taichi Imperial Crown?" Jamocha trembled as he crawled up, his body covered in blood, with a large hole in his chest, looking extremely terrifying. However, the Taichi Imperial Crown, as expected of the town-protecting artifact of the Xianyin sect, emitted streams of light that spread to Jamocha's chest, causing his flesh and blood to rapidly squirm and grow, actually repairing his injuries at a visible speed. Lin Xiaofan moved closer to Jamocha, reaching out to grab the Taichi Imperial Crown. "You dare!" Jamocha realized what Lin Xiaofan was about to do and hurriedly retreated. But he was seriously injured, and his speed was affected. Lin Xiaofan still managed to grab the Taichi Imperial Crown. "Let go!" Jamocha roared in anger, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and threw a punch at Lin Xiaofan. "Get lost!" Lin Xiaofan kicked out. Boom! Jamocha screamed in pain, spitting blood as he flew out, and the Taichi Imperial Crown fell into Lin Xiaofan's hands. Buzz! The Taichi Imperial Crown shook violently, unexpectedly bouncing out of Lin Xiaofan's palm. So powerful? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He had seen many artifacts, But this was the first time he encountered one that couldn't be controlled by force. Chapter 257. The Dark Tide. Rises. Lin Xiaofan walked to the unconscious Jamocha's side, first taking away his storage ring, then giving him a few slaps to wake him up. Lin Xiaofan, what are you doing? Jamocha opened his eyes to see Lin Xiaofan. Startled and shivering, hurriedly rolling over to get up, but touched his wound, causing him to groan in pain, his knees buckling as he half knelt on the ground. The large hole in his chest was still bleeding, but with the powerful vitality of the Nirvana realm, although his injuries were severe, they were not fatal. Lin Xiaofan said, "Answer me a few questions. What is the cultivation level of your Xian'in sect's deputy sect master, Tu Su?" Jamocha clutched his chest defiantly and said, "Why should I tell you? Where did you take the Taiqing Imperial Crown?" Slap. Lin Xiaofan slapped back, sending Jamocha rolling several times, falling in a disarrayed heap. Lin Xiaofan, you are too much. Jamocha's face was swollen from the slap. Feeling humiliated, his expression filled with anger, and the wound protected by his vital energy burst open again, blood flowing out. Lin Xiaofan said, "I ask, you answer. Don't ask me back, or I'll kill you. Do you understand?" Jamocha was furious, his chest heaving violently, but he dared not be stubborn anymore, only glaring angrily. Lin Xiaofan asked, "What is Tu Su's cultivation level?" Chapter 258. Infiltrating the Heavy Xian, indirectly probing the Heavy Xian sect, located in the eastern region of the Eastern Continent, amidst towering mountains. When Lin Xiaofan arrived, the Heavy Xian sect was bustling with activity. Recently, it was the time for the Heavy Xian sect's decade-long recruitment of disciples. Countless young talents came from afar, and the sect was crowded and noisy. Lin Xiaofan quietly observed for a few days, and the Heavy Xian sect showed no signs of abnormal behavior. The people from the Supreme Palace had probably not arrived yet. Bored, Lin Xiaofan took out the Supreme token to sense the surroundings and detected a certain aura. Someone in the Heavy Xian sect had made it onto the talented ranking. Lin Xiaofan checked the rankings. They only had names with no specific introductions. He wasn't very familiar with the various forces from the original realm, so he didn't know who it was. But it didn't matter. He could just snatch it. Lin Xiaofan waited until nightfall and stealthily infiltrated the Heavy Xian sect. Recently, with the Heavy Xian sect recruiting disciples, it was easy to sneak in amidst the mixed crowd. Lin Xiaofan locked onto the location of that aura and quietly crept over. The reason he was being so cautious was not that he feared the Heavy Xian sect, but because he didn't want to expose himself before the disciples from the Supreme Palace arrived. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have directly snatched it openly. Lin Xiaofan delved deeper into the Heavy Xian sect, entering a bamboo forest, wandering around for a long time, but unable to find his way out. Chapter 259. Spatial Vortex. Unknown Land. Situ Ming said, "It's right behind the sect's back mountain. Do you want to go take a look? I can take you there." Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to say to lead the way, he suddenly felt alarmed. This guy was too strange. He hadn't even pressed him for information. Yet he was saying whatever came to mind, and now wanted to take him to see the spatial portal. This was very suspicious. There must be a plot. Lin Xiaofan reached out, and Situ Ming was uncontrollably drawn into his grasp. "What are you doing?" Situ Ming's shoulder was pressed down, unable to move at all, and he began to panic. Lin Xiaofan took out the life and death ring and said, "At a glance, I can tell you're not a good person. To prevent you from playing tricks, I need to use the life and death ring to lock your dantian." Situ Ming was shocked. The name Life and Death Ring sounded ominous. He said, "You can't do this. We are on the same side." Lin Xiaofan replied, "Who said we are on the same side? Do I know you well? Why am I not on your side?" Situ Ming became anxious. "I'm Situ Ming. Haven't you heard of me?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Aren't you just the 15th on the talented ranking? What's there to be proud of?" Situ Ming said, "No. I am the future son-in-law of the Lin family in Wushuang City. Don't you know?" Chapter 260. I'm not strong. "You're just too weak." Situ Ming's face flushed slightly and said, "I'm just not quite clear about that ancient formation yet. Just give me some time, and I will definitely figure out where that leads to." Lin Xiaofan frowned in thought. In fact, figuring out what was on the other side of the spatial vortex was very easy for him. He could simply go through and know. His body could fully withstand the tearing force of space. However, he didn't want to do that for now, although the unknown realm was very tempting. The disciples from the Supreme Palace were about to arrive, and he didn't want to complicate matters. If he were delayed on the other side and couldn't stop the disciples from the Supreme Palace from connecting to the Langya Heaven, that would be a huge problem. Moreover, there were only 9 realms in this star domain. The other side of the spatial vortex was very likely one of the 8 lower realms he had never visited, making exploration unnecessary. Lin Xiaofan said, I came to your sect this time to meet the people from the Supreme Palace. Can you arrange a place for me to stay temporarily? Situ Ming said, a small matter. I'll arrange it. Lin Xiaofan settled down in the Heavy Xian sect, even using the name of the Lin family. Of course, that was Situ Ming's assumption. To avoid trouble, Lin Xiaofan specifically instructed Situ Ming not to disclose his matters. Chapter 261. Disciples from the Supreme Palace recognizing ancestors and returning to the clan? Lin Xiaofan stared at Lin Xiaoyan for a long time, confirming that the other party was not joking, and said, Is your Lin family so hasty in handling matters? You actually recklessly recognize kin? Lin Xiaoyan said angrily, Our family head acts cautiously and would never act without reason. Since it is said that you are of the Lin family bloodline, there must be evidence. Lin Xiaofan asked, What evidence? Is it because I look very similar to someone from your Lin family? Lin Xiaoyan said, The Lin family has ways to verify one's identity. The truth cannot be faked, nor can the fake be made real. Come back with me, and everything will be clear. Lin Xiaofan said, I won't go back with you. That would be a waste of time. I am very sure that I have no relation to the Lin family. Don't bother me again in the future. And don't go around saying, I am a disciple of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat grim. Lin Xiaofan, do you think our Lin family is trying to climb high by associating with you? Do you even know what kind of existence the Lin family is? Over the long ages, the Lin family has produced 3 supreme powerhouses, with 3 supremes from one family, leaving their names for 10,000 years. Not only that, but the Lin family has also twice taken control of the Supreme Palace, standing at the peak and looking down on the world. Chapter 262. Overbearing and Domineering. Strongly threatening, Yang Xianfeng sneered. Are you sure you won't let me see it? If that's the case, I won't force you, but the Supreme Lord might not be pleased. Mo Tuo said, Are you threatening me? Yang Xianfeng laughed. I am indeed threatening you. If you think the Chongxian sect can withstand the wrath of the Supreme, then I will leave right now. Mo Tuo clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead in anger. The disciples of the Chongxian sect around them all looked grim, but there was nothing they could do. The deterrent power of the Supreme was no joke. Even the top sect in the East Continent, the Wanxiang sect, could hardly withstand the wrath of the Supreme, let alone the Chongxian sect. Follow me, Mo Tuo said with a dark face, unwillingly leading the way. But even in his fury and reluctance, he had to endure it at this moment. Yang Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with disdain, and the other 3 disciples of the Supreme Palace wore smug expressions. The group headed towards the back mountain of the Chongxian sect. Lin Xiaofan quietly followed behind, wanted to see what the Supreme Palace intended to do. I really want to slap that arrogant scoundrel to death. Situ Ming cursed softly. Lin Xiaofan glanced sideways. Do you have that strength? Situ Ming muttered. Can't I just fantasize for a moment? Chapter 263. Kill if you want. What can you do about it? Ji Dongfeng's face was pale. Elder Yang, why are you doing this? Yang Xuanfeng's expression was cold. It's not that I want to do this, but you are too useless. The Supreme Palace does not need useless people. Ji Dongfeng lowered his head in shame. In the major sects, being in the Guyuan realm was already considered quite good. Given Yang Xuanfeng's age, he could probably make it onto the Heavenly Pride ranking. A young disciple with such potential was actually treated as useless and expelled. This shows how powerful the Supreme Palace is, not just in peak combat power, but also in having young disciples who are unrivaled among their peers. If it weren't for the fact that the disciples of the Supreme Palace do not enter the Heavenly Pride ranking, most of those ranked high would probably be from the Supreme Palace. Is the Supreme Palace really that heartless? A disciple hasn't made a mistake and is still expelled? Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, and Situ Ming pulled him back but failed, stamping his feet in anxiety. All eyes were instantly on Lin Xiaofan. The people from the Chongxian sect looked puzzled, whispering and inquiring about Lin Xiaofan's identity, but no one knew. Yang Xianfeng shot a cold glance at Lin Xiaofan and said, The younger generation of the Chongxian sect really doesn't understand the rules. In such a situation, what qualification do you have to speak? Mo Tuo, you really should manage your people properly. Chapter 264. Capturing Yang Xianfeng, a live boom. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge. Yang Xuanfeng's palm struck his chest, and he stood as unmovable as a mountain. Yang Xianfeng felt as if he had hit a steel plate. His arm broke with a crack, and the immense rebound force sent him flying backward. Lin Xiaofan chased after him, his figure flickering like a shadow. Just as Yang Xianfeng steadied himself after retreating, he was shocked to find Lin Xiaofan already close at hand, grinning at him. Too fast. You. Yang Xianfeng was horrified. Just as he wanted to use the Void Great Shift to create distance, a shining golden fist came crashing down like a mountain, unavoidable. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but it was instantly shattered. The golden fist's might was unstoppable, heavily smashing into him. Bang! Yang Xianfeng was sent flying again, blood spurting from his mouth, staining the sky red. Too strong. Yang Xianfeng was astonished. These two encounters had left him feeling unprecedented despair. This guy was simply ridiculously strong, utterly unresistible. I must escape. Fortunately, he had the Void Great Shift to save his life. If he couldn't win, he could still run. Lin Xiaofan, you wait for me. The Supreme Palace will not let you go. Yang Xianfeng dropped a harsh remark and quickly faded away, merging into the void, leaving only a ripple of space oscillating in place. Chapter 265, Split Consciousness. Second body. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. He slapped towards Yang Xianfeng. What are you doing? Stop! Yang Xianfeng exclaimed in shock, trying to dodge but failing to get away. With a loud bang, his head suffered a heavy blow and he passed out on the spot. Lin Xiaofan looked towards the back mountain of the Xuantian sect. That valley had been destroyed, rubble scattered everywhere, and the spatial vortex had also been exposed. Hovering high in the sky, continuously spinning. His gaze shifted down to the group of Xuantian sect disciples. The entire place was silent, no one daring to meet his eyes. Lin Xiaofan had easily defeated Yang Xianfeng, his divine might astonishing, and the disciples of the Xuantian sect were all stunned. Si Ming stood among the crowd, dazed. He knew Lin Xiaofan was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. A being at the 7th level of the Tongtian realm could not withstand a single blow with such strength. He was likely a powerhouse at the 10th level of the Tongtian realm. Without the Supreme emerging, the 10th level of the Tongtian realm would be the strongest in the original realm and also the strongest among the 9 realms. Although the Xuantian sect was a major sect in the East Continent, they did not have any powerhouses at the 10th level of the Tongtian realm. Si Ming felt a strange tightness in his heart at the thought of having been with such a person for several days, joking and acting without restraint. Emoto stepped forward a few paces and clasped his fists. Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 266. Aren't you going to castrate? Just do it. Lin Xiaofan glared at the 3 disciples of the Xuantian sect, scaring them back, and continued to approach the spatial vortex. Stop! Suddenly, another voice rang out. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit impatient. He turned to look and found 3 figures rushing over. He was about to slap them away, but saw Si Ming among them. So he held back. The 3 quickly reached Lin Xiaofan. Besides Si Ming, there was also a man and a woman. The woman was graceful and exquisite, with cultivation at the 5th level of the Guiyuan realm. The man had sword-like brows and bright eyes, brimming with charisma, especially since he was significantly more powerful than his companions. Actually at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Wang Chong. Lin Xiaofan recognized the man, the second-ranked talent of the Xuantian sect on the Heavenly Pride ranking. Si Ming and Wang Chong were supposed to be rivals. How could they be together? Lin Xiaofan looked at Si Ming in confusion, but found him frequently stealing glances at the girl beside him, and his heart suddenly stirred. The ownership of the spatial portal is still undecided. No one is allowed to approach. Wang Chong glared at Lin Xiaofan, then turned to the girl, smiling warmly. Meow Meow. Is he the genius secretly cultivated by your Lin family? Indeed, it's Lin Meow Meow. Lin Xiaofan's expression turned strange. With these 3 coming together, were they planning something? Chapter 267. I'll give you a choice, Lin Xiaofan said. I say, woman, which side are you on? Si Ming has a marriage contract with you. Yet you're helping Wang Chong speak. Do you really like Wang Chong? Lin Meow Meow scolded. Who likes him? Lin Xiaofan asked. So, do you like Si Ming? Was it really okay to ask so directly? Si Ming felt a bit shy, yet was extremely hopeful, gazing at Lin Meow Meow with burning eyes, wishing for her to say what he wanted to hear. Lin Meow Meow replied, Why should I tell you? Lin Xiaofan shook his head and said, It seems you want to play both sides. Si Ming, a woman like this is not worth it. Just give up. Who's playing both sides? Lin Xiaofan. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Miao was so angry that her body trembled. Situ Ming, not hearing the answer he wanted, was filled with disappointment. But seeing Lin Miao feeling a bit embarrassed, he couldn't bear it and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Lin Miao is not that kind of person. Girls are usually more reserved. She's just too shy to answer. Lin Xiaofan said, Isn't love simple? Just say it directly. I ask you, do you like Lin Miao? Chapter 268. Kill the young then the old. Ninth heaven of the sky realm. Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell on Li Yuanji, the highest cultivation level person he had seen since arriving in the original realm. Li Yuanji glanced at Wang Chong, his expression calm, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiaofan and said lightly, Lin Xiaoyu, you're the one who's been making waves recently? Lin Xiaofan replied, Have I been making waves? I didn't know. Li Yuanji snorted, I heard you have ideas about the space gate. So what? Lin Xiaofan was a bit puzzled. Why was Li Yuanji indifferent to Wang Chong lying on the ground and instead asked about the space gate? That seemed quite heartless. Li Yuanji said arrogantly, The space gate here has already been claimed by the Xuantian sect. No one is allowed to approach without the permission of the Xuantian sect. Lin Xiaofan looked at Mo Tua in surprise. Had the Xuantian sect given up the space gate? The space gate was crucial. Once fully controlled, it could invade another realm and plunder cultivation resources, which was an irresistible temptation for any sect. Was the Xuantian sect really willing to give it up? Perhaps threatened by the Xuantian sect? Mo Tua sighed, saying nothing, tacitly agreeing with Li Yuanji's statement. Chapter 269. Changes in the space gate. Lin Xiaofan scanned the crowd of the Xuantian sect, seeing only respectful gazes, including Mo Tua. Elder Mo, come over and chat. Lin Xiaofan said. Everyone disperse. Mo Tua waved his hand to dismiss the crowd and approached Lin Xiaofan, looking at the young man before him, not daring to act superior, and said solemnly, Lin Xiaoyu, please speak. Lin Xiaofan asked, Has the Xuantian sect completely given up on the space gate? Mo Tua smiled bitterly. It's not that we have given up, just that we lack the strength to control it alone. Not to mention whether the Supreme Palace will send more people. The Xuantian sect is not something the Xuantian sect can contend with. Li Yuanji came here to discuss the ownership of the space gate, and we have already reached an agreement. Lin Xiaofan asked, How did you negotiate? Mo Tua replied, The space gate will be jointly owned by both sections. Once the cross-realm passage is fully formed, besides our two sects, no one else will be allowed to enter. As for the resources obtained from invading the other realm, whoever seizes them will own them. Lin Xiaofan said, Now that Li Yuanji is dead, isn't what you discussed all in vain? Mo Tua said, Not at all. Li Yuanji has already sent the message back. Someone from the Xuantian sect will soon come to guard the space gate. Chapter 270. The Deadly Realm of the Universe. Thousands of corpses. You're actually fine? Mo Tua flew over, looking surprised. What happened in there? Didn't you encounter a spatial storm? Lin Xiaofan shook his head and said, I just went in and was thrown back out. Mo Tua pondered, In the past half-month, the rotation speed of the spatial vortex has been slowing down. It should be solidifying into the space gate, which is why you can't enter it for now. You should feel fortunate. Otherwise, you would have been shattered to pieces. Lin Xiaofan said, I'll try again. After speaking, he dove back into the spatial vortex. Unlike the last time when he felt like he was submerged in water. This time it felt like hitting a hard wall, and that wall was quite elastic, bouncing him back out. The space gate was indeed about to take shape. This process was like water freezing into ice. Until it was completely solidified, the passage would not be visible and could not be traversed. Lin Xiaofan stopped trying and just floated in midair, waiting quietly. Mo Tua said, At this rate, in another 2 or 3 days, the space gate will appear. Lin Xiaofan nodded in silence. Mo Tua also stopped speaking and stood silently beside him. Lin Miao flew back, wanting to step forward several times. But seeing Lin Xiaofan's distant demeanor, she hesitated. Chapter 271. The Unmatched Talent. Supreme Expert in the central part of the Eastern Continent. Xuantian Sect. By the waterfall of Yinzhu Peak, a woman of unparalleled beauty sat cross-legged, surrounded by lush green bamboo, with the waterfall painting a picturesque scene. She looked like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. This woman, named Li Qinglan, was the top genius of the Xuantian Sect, having reached the Tongtian level in a century, and was renowned alongside the young master of the Supreme Palace and the holy son of the Zhaoguang sacred land in the Central Continent, both called unmatched talents. Now, 20 years had passed since Li Qinglan broke through to the Tongtian realm, and time had left no trace on her. Her appearance had not changed, still looking like a stunning young girl, but her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The 5th level of the Tongtian realm. This was Li Qinglan's current cultivation level. Such strength was enough to establish her own sect, even in the Xuantian sect, the #1 in the Eastern Continent. She would be a presence at the level of a supreme elder, an unmatched talent, living up to her name. Why had she been feeling uneasy these days? Unable to meditate? Could something have happened? Li Qinglan frowned slightly, murmuring to herself. The path of martial arts reaches the heavens. If something related to oneself occurs, one would feel a surge of emotions, and there would be an instinctual awareness. Or was it that she had been too eager in her recent cultivation, always unable to break through to the 6th level of the Tongtian realm, which made her aura unstable and her mind unsettled? Chapter 272. The True Body of the Demon Fetus Langya Heaven. Lin Xiaofan stepped out of the space gate onto the blood-red earth. He looked into the distance. The sky was overcast, and a dead atmosphere hung everywhere, seemingly unchanged. Lin Xiaofan felt somewhat relieved. He used the Void Great Teleportation to check the 9 space portals and found that besides the Xian realm, the Huang realm, and the Yu realm, the other 6 realm space gates had not yet appeared. For safety, he took out the Kangmang Bell and re-established defensive prohibitions of the 9 portals. With his current cultivation at the 10th level of the Tongtian realm, unless a supreme being came in person, no one could break through the prohibitions he set with the Kangmang Bell. Lin Xiaofan circled around Langya Heaven a few times, always feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It must be an illusion. Lin Xiaofan shook his head and stepped into the light gate of the Yu realm. Langya Heaven fell silent once more. A strange laughter broke the dead silence, and then with a loud bang, the ground in a certain place in Langya Tian exploded, and a figure broke through the earth. That was close. I almost got discovered. Wu Xinghe looked around, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. That guy has become stronger again. I can feel the powerful life force. I really want to have a good feast. Chapter 273. You are the Supreme? Are you ready? Lin Xiaofan operated the indestructible golden body, radiating golden light. Wu Xinghe also activated the titanium extreme demon body, shining brightly as well, with a cold smile in his heart. The titanium extreme demon body is an extremely powerful technique. The 9 transformations golden body can suppress ordinary heavenly realm fighters. Lin Xiaofan is only using the power of the 5 transformations golden body. He absolutely cannot be his opponent. What indestructible golden body? It's said to be 10 times stronger than the titanium extreme demon body. Wu Xinghe scoffed. The titanium extreme demon body is the strongest body refining technique, and he was extremely confident. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden light on Lin Xiaofan's body trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound as he continuously suppressed his physical power, and the golden light dimmed. The titanium extreme demon body and the indestructible golden body have similarities, and Wu Xinghe immediately noticed. He could sense that Lin Xiaofan's golden body power had dropped to the level of 5 transformations. I'll just stand still, you go ahead. Wu Xinghe looked proud. Watch my fist. Lin Xiaofan didn't waste words, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the void. Wu Xinghe's face changed instantly. Realizing something was wrong, he wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Boom! Lin Xiaofan's heavy punch struck Wu Xinghe's chest. Puff! Wu Xinghe spat out a blood arrow. The golden light on his body shattered, and he was sent flying. Chapter 274. I am not a killer. What? Supreme? The disciples from the Chongxian sect and the Xuantian sect were all stunned. Lin Xiaofan has been rising rapidly recently, gradually being crowned as an unparalleled genius. His strength shocking the Eastern Continent. However, even so, no one believed Lin Xiaofan had the battle power of a supreme. It was simply because Lin Xiaofan was too young. His name still hanging on the genius list. If he had already broken through the 10th level of the heavenly realm and entered the divine bridge, wouldn't he that be a true young supreme? This cannot be said to have no successors in the original realm, but absolutely has no precedent. Young supreme, unparalleled in history. Everyone looked at Lin Xiaofan. Some were shocked, some excited, and some doubtful. Supreme? Lin Xiaofan was stunned. He had not considered this question. The so-called supreme is merely the 10th level of the heavenly realm, Because they reach the peak, their battle power is fierce, far surpassing fighters of the same realm, which is why they are called supreme, and even the pseudo-realm of the Divine Bridge was extended. Ultimately, the Supreme is still part of the heavenly realm. Hoshan said he was a Supreme. That is actually not wrong. You think I'm a Supreme? Lin Xiaofan flashed and instantly appeared in front of Hoshan. Hoshan turned pale with fright and turned to run. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand, and the Wuxiang robbery sword whistled out, the sword light piercing the void, shattering it in one strike. Chapter 275, Ancestor of Xuantian Sect. Lin Xiaofan's killing of dozens of Xuantian Sect members quickly spread through the communication stone. The Xuantian Sect learned of the events immediately. In the Sect Master's cave, He Jiujun and Tu Su sat facing each other. Tu Su said, "The Xuantian Sect has suffered heavy losses this time. Our chance to dominate the Eastern Continent has come." He Jiujun asked, "What do you plan to do?" Tu Su replied, "The ancestor of the Xuantian Sect is a supreme powerhouse. We must deal with him first." He Jiujun said, "But that old monster has been in seclusion for many years. If he remains hidden within the sect's great formation, even if we join forces, we cannot kill him." Tu Su said, "Lin Xiaofan can easily kill Hoshan. He is undoubtedly the young supreme. Aside from that old monster, no one in the Xuantian Sect can match Lin Xiaofan. So, the old monster will definitely come out. We just need to wait for the opportunity." He Jiujun smiled and said, "So, we should thank Lin Xiaofan?" Tu Su said, "No. We have to kill him. The young supreme is unprecedented. His potential is too high, and he poses a greater threat. Therefore, he must die. However, we cannot kill him now, with his strong enemy outside to hold him back. We can disintegrate from within. In this way, the Xuantian Sect will face internal and external troubles. And this top sect of the Eastern Continent will surely be on the verge of collapse." Chapter 276. Welcoming the ancestor back, Li Qinglan said, "How could I miss such a good opportunity? Not only did I seize it, but I also killed him." Gu Tianan excitedly asked, "What about the Ta Qing Emperor's crown? Where is it?" A flash of light appeared above Li Qinglan's head, and the Ta Qing Emperor's crown manifested, shining brilliantly as she wore like a queen, exuding majesty. "Great, great, great. Qinglan, you did very well. The Xuantian Sect has always wanted to suppress our Xuantian Sect to compete for the title of the #1 in the Eastern Continent. Now that the Ta Qing Emperor's crown is gone, I want to see what He Jiujun will use to compete." "Ha ha ha!" Gu Tianan laughed excitedly, his eyes fixed on the Ta Qing Emperor's crown, filled with fervor. But this Ta Qing Emperor's crown is a top-tier Dao artifact. The higher the cultivation base, the greater its power. You are still lacking a bit at the 5th level of the heavenly realm. As he said this, he deliberately paused, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Li Qinglan smiled slightly. "I have also tried to control the Ta Qing Emperor's crown, but I always felt powerless. It turns out my realm is insufficient. Sectmaster, I can give you the Ta Qing Emperor's crown, but I have one request." Gu Tianan was overjoyed and quickly said, "Qinglan, you are the most outstanding disciple of the Xuantian Sect. Just say your request. It is unrelated to the Ta Qing Emperor's crown. As long as it is within my ability, I will never let you down." Chapter 277. The Second Body Crisis. Then let us go back and take a look. Lead the way. Lin Xiaofan took on the demeanor of an ancestor and directly commanded Lin Hauran. "Ancestor, please." Lin Hauran was overjoyed and respectfully led Lin Xiaofan towards Wushuang City. Lin Outyin followed behind, feeling a bit gloomy, with an unsightly expression. He initially thought it was just the Lin family's bloodline lost outside, but unexpectedly, they brought back an ancestor. He couldn't accept it. The family head must have made a mistake. How could Lin Xiaofan, being so young, possibly be the ancestor? I must expose his true identity. Lin Outyin's eyes flickered. Before Lin Xiaofan even entered Wushuang City, his expression suddenly changed. "I have something to handle. I'll visit the Lin family another day." Lin Xiaofan dropped a sentence and immediately performed the Void Great Shift, disappearing in an instant. "Ancestor, where are you going?" Lin Hauran panicked, but with no one in sight, he could only stare blankly. He looked around, but could not catch the direction Lin Xiaofan left. He couldn't even chase after him. Coming without a trace, going without a shadow, the ancestor's divine powers are truly remarkable. Lin Hauran sighed, feeling astonished yet incredibly disappointed. Lin Outyin couldn't help but say, "Family head, how could he possibly be the ancestor? Could there be a mistake?" "Mistake? Chapter 278. Unexpected Encounter. Divine Bridge, Supreme Lin Xiaofan looked at Yang Xianfeng. The two exchanged glances, their consciousness communicating silently, everything unspoken yet understood. During this time, Yang Xianfeng has been looking for disciples of the Supreme Palace. As an elder of the Supreme Palace, it is quite easy to find junior disciples who are training and honing their skills in the original realm. Yang Xianfeng has already located them and has had the other party activate a teleportation talisman to return to the Supreme Palace. It won't be long before that disciple returns to the original realm, bringing with them a teleportation talisman infused with Yang Xuanfeng's bloodline aura. With the teleportation talisman, Yang Xianfeng can return to the Supreme Palace, and the next step is to find a way to get Lin Xiaofan in as well. Xuantian Supreme, do you think that hiding in the Supreme Palace will prevent me from finding you? Lin Xiaofan is in a good mood. The mysterious veil of the Supreme Palace is finally about to be unveiled, and now he just needs to wait. Additionally, he just communicated with Yang Xuanfeng's consciousness and learned some surprising news. The leader of the Wanshang sect, Gu Tiannan, has been killed, and it happened inside the Wanshang sect? Lin Xiaofan's expression is strange. The leader of the first sect of the Eastern Continent was actually killed within the sect, and they don't even know who the murderer is. This is simply ridiculous. Chapter 279, Void Barrier. Supreme Mighty Jiujun stared at Lin Xiaofan for a long time, suddenly withdrawing his aura and smiling. No wonder you are the young Supreme. Not only do you have unique insight, but you also have great ambition. Among the younger generation in this world, you are the only one who can make me see you in a different light. Lin Xiaofan replied, "You're flattering me, but you seem a bit fickle. You just wanted to kill me, and now you're praising me. It feels a bit sinister." Jiujun's expression stiffened. "You really know how to joke. Lin Xiaofan, we are not enemies. You don't need to be wary of me." "Not enemies?" Lin Xiaofan said. "I have already killed 2 disciples of the Xianin sect. Don't you want revenge?" Jiujun said. "They were just 2 insignificant junior disciples. When will the cycle of vengeance end? A person who has died cannot be revived. We should look forward." Lin Xiaofan asked, "So, what do you want to stop me for?" Jiujun replied, "I am not stopping you. I'm just waiting for someone, and you happen to pass by? You should be going to the Wanshang sect, right? Gu Tiannan is dead, and the internal situation of the Wanshang sect is unstable. If you want to cause trouble, now is the best time." Lin Xiaofan said, "If I fight with the Wanshang sect, your Xianin sect would benefit as a bystander." Chapter 280, Punch Breaking the Barrier. Capturing alive Lin Xiaofan. "You've completely enraged me." Jiujun glared fiercely at Lin Xiaofan, taking a step forward, and with a pop, he actually passed through the barrier and went outside. "You want to escape?" Lin Xiaofan flashed to the edge of the barrier, touched the place where Jiujun passed through, and a force rebounded back, knocking him away. "Escape? I want you dead." Jiujun spread his arms wide and roared, shaking the heavens. "Seal the heavens and lock the earth." The barrier trembled violently and quickly shrank, pressing towards Lin Xiaofan from all directions. "Seal the heavens and lock the earth." Lin Xiaofan looked around. The barrier was like a copper wall and iron bastion, advancing with the momentum to crush everything. An overwhelming sense of oppression came crashing down, as if it would crush him to pieces. Jiujun, your tone is quite big. A mere barrier dares to boast about sealing the heavens and locking the earth. Watch me break it with one punch. Lin Xiaofan exhaled and struck the barrier with his fist. "Lin Xiaofan, you think you can break my void barrier with just you?" Jiujun's words were not finished when his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lin Xiaofan's right hand directly punched through the barrier, his golden fist stretching out, suddenly shooting out a dazzling golden light, hitting Jiujun's chest. Chapter 281. I am not unreasonable. Jiujun's face darkened. "Lin Xiaofan, don't be too much." Lin Xiaofan said, "You're going to use the barrier's supernatural powers to trap and kill me. Am I still supposed to be polite to you?" Jiujun fell silent. Lin Xiaofan continued, "Don't waste my time. Immediately send a message back to the sect and have someone bring the Xian crystal stones. Otherwise, you will die. You." Jiujun was so angry he could explode. As the leader of the Xianin sect, when has he ever been threatened like this? He had just become a supreme, at the peak of his ambitions. He came here today to wait for the ancestor of the Wanshang sect, planning to partner with him to strike and kill, thereby making the Xianin sect the first in the Eastern Continent and he could rightfully sit on the throne of the Eastern Continent's #1 person. Who would have thought that the first battle after becoming supreme would end in such a disastrous defeat? Now he was even being threatened to hand over Xian crystal stones to save his life. This was absolutely intolerable. However, as soon as his gaze met Lin Xiaofan's cold eyes, a chill ran through his heart. He had a strong premonition that if he did not comply, this kid would really kill him. How many Xian crystal stones do you want? I'll have someone bring them right away. In the end, He Jun humiliatedly lowered his head, his face changing from green to white. Chapter 282. Breaking Through the Boundary, 9 Realms Shaken, Experience Points, 2,000,000. Lin Xiaofan's face remained calm and unruffled, as if he had just killed not a powerful being at the 10th level of the Tongtian realm, but rather just swatted a fly. Lin Xiaofan, how could you be so ruthless? He Jun was heartbroken. The Xianyin sect had finally gained a 10th level Tongtian realm expert, who had the potential to break through to the Supreme Bridge, only to die right after leaving seclusion. He cannot accept such a result. Lin Xiaofan said, "Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them." He Jun was left speechless. Lin Xiaofan continued, "I keep my word. Since I have received the Xian crystal stones, I will let you go." After saying that, Lin Xiaofan teleported away. He Jun watched the direction Lin Xiaofan left, his expression darkening. The void rippled, and a figure crossed the sky. It was the deputy leader of the Xianyin sect, Tu Su. He Jun said, "You're here." Tu Su nodded, looking at He Jun's injuries and frowning. "Are you okay?" He Jun shook his head. "It's nothing serious." Lin Xiaofan killed Elder Yin Xiao and went towards the Wanshang sect. Tu Su scanned the bloodstains on the ground, remaining silent. He Jun asked, "You don't have the confidence to defeat him?" Tu Su replied gravely, "This kid's strength is unfathomable. I really don't have the confidence to kill him. Now that the third body is fully pushing towards the Supreme Bridge, at this critical moment, we absolutely cannot take the risk. We can't afford to lose." Chapter 283. Power of the World. One hand covers the sky. Lin Xiaofan's mind was in turmoil, filled with infinite thoughts. Now that his small world has taken shape, his strength has reached a new height, and some things have naturally become clear. The Langya Heaven is not a naturally occurring secret realm, but rather a small world created by a certain Chaos Realm expert. Chaos Realm. He is not the first person to enter this realm. Many years ago, someone had already broken into this realm. Lin Xiaofan estimates that this being must have fallen, leaving behind the Langya Heaven small world, which became a battlefield of the 8 realms, ultimately being ravaged into its current desolate state. However, he was also a bit puzzled. Why can the Langya Heaven connect to Earth? He crossed from Earth to the Xian realm and lived out a second life. Could it also be related to the Langya Heaven? Lin Xiaofan shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart, and looked inward at his small world. The small world is a hemispherical space with a round sky and flat ground, a diameter of 100 miles, surrounded by a layer of light membrane that separates it from the endless darkness of the outside world. Lin Xiaofan felt something. He knew that 100 miles was not the limit, and as long as he continued to cultivate, the small world could expand infinitely. The current area of 100 miles is roughly the same size as the Langya Heaven, with silence everywhere, no life, no mountains, and no rivers. Chapter 284. Sword Slashing the Supreme, Refining the Langya Heaven in the Original Realm, on the Eastern Continent. A giant hand blocking the sky hung in the air, and the powerful sense of oppression made the entire Eastern Continent tremble. Suddenly, the giant hand pulled hard, with a cracking sound, tearing open a large hole in the void, and a magnificent palace, resplendent with gold and light, was dragged out. The Supreme Palace? The Supreme Palace has been pulled out. Everyone was in an uproar, some in shock, some in excitement, and the crowd was stirred. The Supreme Palace intimidates the world, but not everyone is in awe. Many hope that the Supreme Palace will meet its downfall. At this moment, the Supreme Palace was pulled out of the void by the giant hand, as if it were grabbing a chick. And some people realized that a change was coming, causing a surge of blood. Was it the peerless powerhouse who had just broken through to the realm beyond description? Can the Xuantian Supreme win? Definitely cannot win. The Supreme Palace is doomed. As everyone discussed, the giant hand suddenly smashed down, and the Supreme Palace fell at an angle, like a meteorite crashing to the ground, creating sparks as it hit the land of the Eastern Continent. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and the earth trembled violently. The supreme palace plunged into the ground, leaning precariously. Its protective light shattered, and countless figures screamed as they flew out, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, falling in all directions. Chapter 285. The Secret of the Langya Heaven. Wu Xinghe chuckled. Can you kill me? Are you very proud? Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, shrinking the distance, and pressed down on Wu Xinghe's shoulder. What do you want to do? Wu Xinghe became nervous. He struggled a few times, but could not break free. Panicking. You can't kill me anyway. Why waste your effort? I came to talk to you about something important. Let us put aside our grievances and have a good chat. I have nothing to talk about with you. I just want to beat you up. Anyway, you can't die. You shouldn't mind, right? After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, he punched Wu Xinghe in the chest. Wait, Wu Xinghe was in a hurry, but before he could finish his sentence, he suffered a heavy blow to the chest, his whole body trembling. You said you just wanted to give me a beating, right? Wu Xinghe's face turned red, his expression twisted. Lin Xiaofan's expression was unusual. After he withdrew his hand and took a few steps back, he said, Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. It was a bit too much. Bang! Wu Xinghe's body exploded, and he died instantly. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. He truly did not intend to kill Wu Xinghe, but he unconsciously used a bit of world power just now, and the power of the indestructible golden body surged, causing his punch to obliterate the opponent, reducing flesh and blood to dust, completely turning to ashes. Chapter 286. The 10,000 Paths Reincarnation Technique. Wu Xinghe said, I don't know. That person is not from a nine-realm star domain, but from outside. Lin Xiaofan asked, Then what is your identity? Wu Xinghe hesitated for a moment and said, I'm the master of the Killing Hall. The master of the Killing Hall? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Wu Xinghe said, Yes. The Killing Hall was established by me, and I am the first-generation master. Lin Xiaofan said, Do you know that the Killing Hall has been hunting me down? What? Such a thing exists? Wu Xinghe looked indignant. Don't worry. I will handle this matter. No matter who is the master now, I will make him kneel before you and admit his mistake. Lin Xiaofan said, That is not necessary. Just tell me where the Killing Hall is. Wu Xinghe said, The Killing Hall has no fixed location since its establishment. The assassins it recruits are from various sections. Normally, they are in their own places and tasks are communicated remotely. Lin Xiaofan said, So you're no use? Wu Xinghe was startled. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. If you want to confront that chaotic realm powerhouse, you need my strength. I don't need it. Lin Xiaofan slapped out, sealing off the surroundings with world power, destroying everything. Chapter 287. Seizing the third body, golden body breakthrough. Lin Xiaofan. You really have bad intentions. In a separate courtyard of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofan showed a cold smile. His perception was all-reaching, and he heard every word of the conversation in the Lin family's main hall clearly. However, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. Lin Xiaofan never completely trusted the Lin family from the beginning. He wanted to see what Lin Xiaofan was up to. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaofan came to visit, bringing 3 million Xian crystal stones. Lin Xiaofan happily accepted it. Lin Xiaofan said, Ancestor, there is a supreme being in the ancestral residence of the Lin family in secluded cultivation, just one step away from the chaotic realm. Would you like to take a look and offer some guidance? Lin Xiaofan nodded. No problem. But before that, I have something to do. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Ancestor, if you have something to say, just tell me directly, and I will have the people below handle it. There is no need for you to personally intervene. Lin Xiaofan smiled. This matter can only be handled by you. Lin Xiaofan's expression became serious. Ancestor, please instruct. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, reached out, and slapped Lin Xiaofan on the head. Ancestor, what are you doing? Lin Xiaofan was greatly shocked. The power difference was too great, and he didn't even have time to dodge before taking a heavy blow to the head, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 288. Slaying the Supreme Again. Turmoil in the original realm. Lin Xiaofan stood silently to the side, speechless. Lin Dingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Xiaofan, have you betrayed the family? Lin Xiaofan said. That remark is somewhat hurtful. He is loyal to the Lin family, going to great lengths to deceive me into the Lin family, just to allow you to seize his body. You actually say he betrayed the family? Lin Dingtian's gaze flickered. He looked at Lin Xiaofan, his face vaguely familiar, and there was a sense of inherited connection, but it lacked the most important soul bond. Could it be that someone else had gotten ahead and occupied the reincarnated body first? Lin Dingtian's heart suddenly enlightened. He laughed. I didn't expect that just as I am about to die of old age, I could still wait for the reincarnated body to arrive. Do you think that without the remnant soul as a bridge, I won't be able to seize the body? Kid, you're finished. Lin Dingtian's hunched body trembled, and a white light shot out from his brow, heading straight for Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge, ever since he comprehended the Trinity divine ability. No one understands body seizing better than him. He came today to kill Lin Dingtian. He cannot accept that his body is someone else's reincarnated body. He wants to completely obliterate Lin Dingtian's soul consciousness. Chapter 289. The Battle of the Chaotic Realm. The masked man coldly said, I give you one last chance to choose. Join the killing hall or die. Yang Xianfeng and the others fell silent. The masked man said, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement to join the killing hall. Don't look so mournful. Now that the Supreme Palace has fallen, the killing hall will rise. As long as you obey the hall master, I guarantee you will be more glorious than ever. How glorious! Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The masked man was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a figure stepping out from the void. You, Lin Xiaofan. The masked man was so scared that he kept retreating. The others were also agitated, filled with both hatred and fear for the man who had personally destroyed the Supreme Palace. Come back. Lin Xiaofan extended his hand, and the masked man uncontrollably flew back, where Lin Xiaofan grabbed him by the neck. What do you want? The masked man struggled desperately, but it was futile, hanging in midair like a salted fish. Lin Xiaofan said, Tell me, where's your hall master? Anyone who wanted to kill him would end up dead. The hall master of the killing hall had repeatedly sent people to kill him and was already on his kill list. The masked man laughed wildly. Lin Xiaofan, don't think that just because you've broken through to the chaos realm, you can act with impunity. Chapter 290. Outsiders. Lin Xiaofan snorted coldly and performed the void great shift, disappearing in an instant. The explosive power ravaged the heavens and earth, and the sea water evaporated in an instant over thousands of miles, leaving behind a vast area of emptiness on the sea surface. Soon after, the sea water from further away surged back, forming a shocking tsunami that shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Xiaofan returned, his figure reappearing in midair. Experience points. 10,000,000. 10 million experience points acquired. Tianxia was dead. A space crack? Lin Xiaofan stared at the place where Tianxia had exploded. A rift in the void stretched across the sky, extending for dozens of miles. Through the crack, he saw the undulating vast land and towering mountains. That was a new world. Lin Xiaofan was somewhat stunned. The world emanating from the other side felt very unfamiliar, likely an unknown realm. It was normal for powerful beings to fight and tear apart space, but directly connecting to another world was quite rare. Lin Xiaofan recalled Tianxia's words before he died and guessed that it was intentional, using the explosive power of a small world to breach another realm, just to trouble him. However, Tianxia clearly overestimated him. Connecting two realms was not that easy. That void crack only existed temporarily and was rapidly closing. Chapter 291. Crossing the starry sky. Rumors of the impending invasion of the greedy wolf star domain left the people of the original realm in a state of panic. Many sects and forces secretly accumulated power in hopes of self-preservation during the chaotic times. Among them, the Xuantian sect was developing especially rapidly, continuously swallowing surrounding forces and becoming stronger. Even former number one sect of the Eastern Continent, the Xuantian sect, became its subsidiary. If it weren't for the Lin family of Wushuang City, the Xuantian sect would have become the undisputed number one in the Eastern Continent, even the original realm. The war that erupted in the island continent was felt by many powerful beings. Although they didn't know who was fighting, the overwhelming sense of oppression made them vaguely speculate. The ancestor of the Lin family and the hall master of the killing hall had engaged in a shocking battle. This heavyweight news swept through the original realm like a hurricane, even more sensational than the news of the Greedy Wolf Star Domain's impending invasion. Whether the Greedy Wolf Star Domain was real or not was hard to say. After all, it was just a rumor without any sightings of people from the Greedy Wolf Star Domain. However, The battle between the Lin family ancestor and the mysterious Hall Master of the Killing Hall was different. That was a battle of Chaos Realm powerhouses. Unfortunately, the battle had already ended by the time the news spread. The Hall Master of the Killing Hall had fallen, and the assassin organization was in disarray. Chapter 292. Are you sure you won't let me go? Gong Rushue. You can't escape. Lin Xiaofan had no time to observe his surroundings when 4 figures came running towards him. A woman in disheveled clothes, covered in blood, was fleeing ahead, while 3 men with long swords pursued her relentlessly. Help! Gong Rushue saw Lin Xiaofan, and a touch of stunning red appeared on her pale face, her eyes shining with hope. Hero saving the beauty? That was impossible. Lin Xiaofan glanced indifferently and silently stepped aside. It was none of his business. He had come to the Greedy Wolf Star Domain to stir up trouble, so how could he save someone? From this moment on, anyone he saw could potentially be an invader in the future. So, saving was impossible. He would be good enough not to kick someone when they were down. Gong Rushue saw Lin Xiaofan step back. Her eyes dimmed instantly. Her steps became chaotic, and her movements slowed down. The 3 pursuers seized the opportunity, and one of them unleashed a sword energy that struck Gong Rushue's back. Poof! Gong Rushue spat out blood and fell forward, landing right in front of Lin Xiaofan. Save me! Gong Rushue grabbed Lin Xiaofan's ankle, as if she had caught a lifeline, looking at him with pleading eyes. Chapter 293. The Baya courtyard of the inn, sect Lin Xiaofan entered Baya City. He had no particular purpose, just wandering around casually, experiencing the customs of this foreign land. The people of the Greedy Wolf realm were not much different from those in the 9 Stars realm, as there were many with black eyes and black hair. He blended in seamlessly, without worrying about being discovered. Lin Xiaofan sensed the surroundings, eavesdropping on information, and discovered a place where people were lined up in a long queue. Yin sect Baya courtyard? Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. The Baya courtyard was recruiting disciples, hence the long line of people. This scene reminded him of his time at the Yunluo courtyard in the Xian realm. If he wanted to gather information, a sect's courtyard was a good choice. To understand the layout of the sect's strength, he needed to interact with the sect's talents. Lin Xiaofan walked over and quietly joined the line at the back. The courtyard disciples were not formal disciples. They did not assess qualifications and potential, only looking at strength, so they could be used right away. Those who were too strong wouldn't come, and those who were too weak wouldn't be accepted. Lin Xiaofan easily passed, including him. A total of 5 new disciples passed the assessment, all of them at the Celestial Gang's realm. With such cultivation strength, they could only be courtyard disciples and couldn't even make it as formal disciples. This showed that the overall strength of the Greedy Wolf realm might be several levels stronger than the original realm. Chapter 294. Just because you have a big face, do I have to give you face? Lin Xiaofan was not a savior. Saving the 9 Stars realm was not his responsibility. However, the Xuantian Sword sect had treated him well, and there were those like the Blood Demon Ancestor who had followed him into battle. He could ignore the other 8 realms, but no matter what, he had to protect the Xian realm. One day, a man and a woman arrived at the Baya courtyard. The woman was beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, while the man had a face as big as a basin, hard to look at. Both of them had torn clothes and were injured, looking quite disheveled. Who are you looking for? A courtyard disciple asked. The man said, I am Shi Mingguang, an inner disciple of the Yin sect, and this is my junior sister Gong Rushue. Where's Gong Sun Yang? Call him out. The disciple was startled and quickly said, Master Gong Sun is in the backyard washing clothes. I'll go call him right now. After finishing his words, the disciple hurriedly ran away. The other disciples from the separate courtyard, hearing that someone from the Yin sect had arrived, all cast curious and respectful glances. Shi Mingguang frowned and said, Sister Gong, is Gong Sun Yang really getting worse? Is washing clothes something in Yanju should do? Gong Rushue frowned and said, Junior brother Gong Sun sent a message saying he encountered trouble. Someone in the separate courtyard is causing a disturbance, and he might be under duress. Chapter 295. An unwanted request. Escort mission stop. Did I let you go? Shi Mingguang pushed aside Gong Rushue and quickly blocked Lin Xiaofan's path. Do you really want to die? Lin Xiaofan coldly glanced at Shi Mingguang. That glance pierced like a sharp sword into his heart, and in the moment of eye contact, Shi Mingguang felt a sharp pain in his pupils, scaring him to quickly look away and instinctively take a few steps back. That gaze was too terrifying. Shimin Guang's heart contracted violently, feeling a chill invade his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. Young Master Lin, please allow me a moment to speak. Gong Rushue hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Lin Xiaofan replied indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it here, I'm listening. Gong Rushue said, I have an unwanted request. Since you know it's an unwanted request, then don't say it. I won't agree. Lin Xiaofan interrupted directly. Gong Rushue said, Young Master Lin, let me explain, the situation is like this. Lin Xiaofan said, don't say it. I'm not interested, and we're not familiar. No matter what you ask me to do, I won't help you. Gong Rushue's face turned crimson, feeling extremely embarrassed. With her noble status and being of great beauty, which man wouldn't rush to curry favor with her upon seeing her? Chapter 296. Asking questions? Kill if not asked. Seeing that Shimin Guang's expression was off, Gong Rushue wanted to pull away, but Shimin Guang's grip was too tight and she couldn't break free. Lin Xiaofan said, if you two want to be lovey-dovey, can you change places? There are many people watching here. Gong Rushue's pretty face turned red. She forcefully withdrew her hand and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Shimin Guang, however, was secretly pleased, feeling that Lin Xiaofan wasn't so annoying after all. He said, Lin Xiaofan, we agree to your conditions. But what if you fail the escort mission? Lin Xiaofan replied, what else can I say? If I fail, then I fail. If the mission fails, you will definitely die. If you're dead, do you expect me to compensate? Compensate to whom? Gong Rushue and Shimin Guang were both stunned, as if it really was the case. But they felt something was off. Shimin Guang darkened his face and said, in any case, if anything happens to us, you won't get a single Fanjing Shi. Lin Xiaofan said, rest assured, as long as you don't court death, you definitely won't die. Shimin Guang coldly snorted, looking displeased. Gong Rushue said, those pursuing us, although we don't know which faction they belong to, are very strong, and there may be a transcendent realm expert appearing later. Are you sure you won't have any problems? Chapter 297. Using their own method against them. Experience points 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Experience points 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 2 Nirvana realm heads. 2 million experience points in hand. Lin Xiaofan felt that this escort mission was really good. Not only was there 1 million Xingshi reward, but also people coming to deliver experience. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Lin Xiaofan stretched out his hand, and 2 storage rings fell into his hands. Killing and looting the corpses, standard operation. You just killed them like that? Gong Rushue stuttered. She was quite frightened by that sword light just now. What else? Lin Xiaofan asked curiously, I let you ask questions, but you didn't ask. If not to kill, what else to keep them for? Gong Rushue was silent for a moment and said, next time, don't kill so quickly, ask about their identity first. Lin Xiaofan said, you're the employer, you call the shots. Shimin Guang remained silent, quietly glancing at Lin Xiaofan, a hint of fear flashing deep in his pupils. He was also frightened by that sword. The 3 continued on their way. By his city, Liao family. Liao Hongchang had her own channels for information, and she quickly learned that the mission had failed again. Who was helping Gong Rushue? Liao Hongchang's face turned icy. The middle-aged man standing below was sweating and said, that person is named Lin Xiaofan, and his identity and background are currently unknown. Chapter 298. This old man, who gave you face? Lin Xiaofan looked at the 4 maids still screaming in agony, and with a palm for each, he sent them on their way. Experience points 500, 0, 0, 0. 4 returning Yuan realm. Another 2 million experience points added. Unknowingly, total experience points rose to over 40 million. Lin Xiaofan was in a good mood. He looked at Gong Rushue and Shimin Guang and asked, continue walking? The 2 were so frightened that they shuddered and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lin Xiaofan said unhappily, what are you doing? Why are you so afraid of me? I'm here to protect you. The 2 were silent for a while. Gong Rushue sighed and said, Hua Lufeng is a disciple of Xuantian Mansion. You better be careful. Lin Xiaofan asked, is Xuantian Mansion very powerful? Gong Rushue replied, Xuantian Mansion is one of the top 10 sects in its Songlong region, with a Chaos Realm expert station there. Do you think it's powerful? Oh. Lin Xiaofan's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's lack of reaction, Gong Rushue couldn't help but add, although the Chaos Realm powerhouse won't take action against you. Hua Lufeng has an older brother named Hua Lushue, one of the 7 sons of Songlong region, very powerful. You should be careful. Lin Xiaofan curiously asked. The 7 sons of Sanlong? What cultivation level? Gong Rushue replied. Young Supreme, the peak of the Transcendent Realm, also known as Half-Step Chaos Realm. Chapter 299. Another one coming to die, then we can't just leave Elder Fu here, right? Gong Rushue felt pity. Lin Xiaofan said, if you want, you can carry him on the road, but we can't waste time waiting for him to heal or anything. My time is precious. I can't waste it. Gong Rushue and Shimin Guang exchanged glances. Lin Xiaofan said, of course. If you think he has dirty and don't want to carry him, I have a good idea. Fu Ao was covered in blood, looking miserable, and indeed quite dirty. He lay on the ground, unable to get up, only able to glare at Lin Xiaofan with anger, and shot a glance at Shimin Guang and Gong Rushue, as if saying, do you dare to find me dirty? Shimin Guang said sternly, who said dirty? Don't talk nonsense. Fu Ao's gaze softened a bit when looking at Shimin Guang, and he even nodded in appreciation. Shimin Guang then continued, but what was the good idea you just mentioned? Fu Ao's expression stiffened. Lin Xiaofan laughed and said, looks like you really don't want to carry him. Shimin Guang forced a smile and said, no, I was just asking. If there's a better way, of course, it should be adopted. Lin Xiaofan said, the method I mentioned is to kill him, then it wouldn't be so troublesome. The air suddenly fell silent. Chapter 300. The Sectmaster of Yenyu Sect, of course. As long as you want, you can do as you wish. Yang Maju licked her lips, full of charm and endless temptation. Lin Xiaofan said, really? Then I want you. Yang Maju smiled seductively, secretly channeling her true energy, and replied, sure, you could do whatever you want. As she spoke, she posed alluringly, captivating everyone. Shimin Guang exclaimed, he won't be tempted, will he? Fu Ao's eyes flashed with disdain. He's too young. He can't even resist a woman. It's destined he'll never achieve great things. Gong Rushue muttered, this shameless woman really has no dignity. No man is worth anything. Shimin Guang hurriedly said, junior sister, that doesn't include me. I'm not like Lin Xiaofan. I want you to die. Lin Xiaofan's sword light suddenly descended, and a large head rolled through the air. Experience points. 2,000,000. Yang Maju was beheaded, her eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Fu Ao and the others were stunned. This was truly ruthless. He killed without mercy. Gong Rushue, for some reason, showed a hint of joy on her face. She looked at Shimin Guang and said, senior brother, you just said you're not like Lin Xiaofan? Would you be tempted in such a situation? Chapter 301. A new deal in the main hall of the Yenyu sect. Lin Xiaofan and Gong Tianlu took their seats. Gong Tianlu tentatively asked, may I ask which sect Lin Xiaofan belongs to? Lin Xiaofan replied, no sect, no school. I had a fortuitous encounter in my youth, and have been cultivating alone until now. It's neither high nor low, and I must have embarrassed sect Master Gong. Gong Tianlu laughed. Lin Xiaofan is too modest. At such a young age, to have such strength, it's not an exaggeration to call you a genius in martial arts. I pride myself on my insight, yet I can't see through your cultivation level. It seems you're truly extraordinary. Inquiring about someone else's cultivation level is a serious taboo. So Gong Tianlu didn't dare to ask directly, hence his roundabout approach. Lin Xiaofan wasn't naive either. He didn't want to reveal his details, so he pretended not to understand and casually brushed it off. After some idle chat, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but ask, Sectmaster Gong, let's talk business. What is the deal you mentioned? Gong Tianlu explained, it's like this. My daughter was betrothed to Ji Xingyun, the young master of the Tianyan sect, since childhood. Now, due to certain reasons, I don't want to fulfill the marriage contract. However, the Tianyan sect is unwilling to annul the engagement and insists on the marriage, which puts me in a difficult position. Chapter 302. Ji Xingyun in the depths of the Tianyan sect, in a luxurious small courtyard. A woman in black stood outside with her sword. Sounds of indecency came from within, but she seemed to hear nothing, her expression indifferent. After a long while, the door creaked open, and a disheveled woman stumbled out, her face flushed and slightly weak. She glanced quickly at the black-clad woman and hurried away. Gumin, a strong voice came from inside. The black-clad woman mechanically walked in, and the door closed behind her. Inside the room, a young man lay naked on the bed, showing no shame in front of the black-clad woman, his eyes hotly scanning her curvaceous figure. This person was Ji Xingyun. What is it? Ji Xingyan looked at the black-clad woman with arrogance. The black-clad woman said, I just received news that Gong Rushue has returned to the Yin Yu sect. Really? Ji Xingyan smirked. That crazy woman, Liao Hongchong, ultimately couldn't kill her. The black-clad woman continued. The Yin Yu sect's intention to annul the engagement hasn't changed. On the day the young master proposes, Gong Tianlu plans to have someone snatch the bride. Ji Xingyan sneered. Who does he plan to have snatch her? Besides the Songlong's 7 sons, who in the younger generation here is my match. Chapter 303. One move, one heaven realm. What? Afraid to come out? Ji Xingyan laughed as he took out an object, arrogantly looking around, and said, This is the marriage certificate. Anyone with an idea can come and snatch it. Whoever can take this from me. Ji Xingyan, I will give up the engagement. The crowd exchanged glances. Ji Xingyan was playing by his own rules, and Gong Tianlu didn't know how to respond. Among the crowd, Shimin Guang eagerly stared at the marriage certificate, looking excited. But the gap in strength was too great. He ultimately didn't dare to act. Seeing no one stepping forward, Ji Xingyan's face showed a hint of triumph, and he disdainfully said, A bunch of useless trash. Who is Lin Xiaofan? Come out. Aren't you going to fight me for a woman? I'm giving you this opportunity. Before he finished speaking, suddenly a figure flashed before his eyes, and he felt a lightness in his hand. The marriage certificate had vanished. Who? Ji Xingyan was startled, his gaze fixed on a certain spot in the void. Young master, be careful. The 2 experts beside Ji Xingyan moved closer, their expression serious. A slight fluctuation in space occurred, and a figure became clear. Lin Xiaofan appeared, holding the marriage certificate. This thing is the engagement certificate? Chapter 304. Full Harvest. Small World upgrades Senior Brother Ji. The Tianyun sex people panicked. 2 of the heavenly guardians were dead, and the remaining lackeys had no opinion. They were all scared stiff by Lin Xiaofan. Someone hurriedly helped Ji Xingyan up and slipped away, while the others scattered in a rush. The Yin Yu sect fell silent, as everyone looked at Lin Xiaofan with awe. So he is this strong? Gong Rushue appeared in the crowd at some point. Staring blankly at Lin Xiaofan, Shimin Guang gloatingly said, What does it matter how strong he is? He beat Ji Xingyan so badly. The Tianyun sect will definitely not let him off. Gong Rushue frowned and said, Senior Brother Shimin, Lin Xiaofan has helped me greatly this time. What you said isn't very good, right? Shimin Guang's eyes turned. Junior sister, I mean no harm. Please don't misunderstand. Now that the marriage certificate is gone, Ji Xingyan probably can't show his face again. You should be free now. Gong Rushue glanced at Shimin Guang, feeling an inexplicable disgust in her heart. Everyone disperse. Gong Tianlu waved to dismiss the crowd and brought Lin Xiaofan to the main hall. Lin Xiaofan, you shouldn't have been so heavy-handed, Gong Tianlu said worriedly. Chapter 305. Songlong's 7 sons. Lin Xiaofan felt his strength increasing, and the world power surged throughout his small world. 300 miles. That shouldn't be considered small, right? I just don't know how big the small worlds of other Chaos Realm beings are. Currently, he had only seen one person in the Chaos Realm, the Master of the Killing Hall. That person's small world was an island, probably cultivated for thousands of years, yet it only showed a few dozen miles on the surface. Far from being comparable to his. A 300-mile small world, where the world power flows endlessly, is so strong. Lin Xiaofan felt he could crush everything. The greedy wolf realm plans to invade the 9-star realm in 10 years? There's no need to worry at all. 10 years is enough for him to suppress the greedy wolf realm. As long as the chaotic realm and the creation realm of the greedy wolf realm are completely destroyed. It won't be certain who will invade then. Someone is coming. Lin Xiaofan sensed someone approaching at high speed, likely due to the power leak when he enhanced his small world earlier, which was detected by others. Whoosh! A figure rushed down from the sky and stopped 100 meters away. 9th layer of the sky-reaching realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the opponent. A middle-aged man in black, with a cold expression and gloomy eyes, clearly not a good person. Lin Xiaofan? Chapter 306. The Heavenly Dragon Royal Family. Baisha City Liao Family. Lin Xiaofan. I want you dead. I want you dead. In a courtyard, Liao Hongshang smashed a dozen vases, flowers scattered everywhere, stains flowing, her body trembling with rage. Zhuo, come in here. A slightly hunchbacked figure quickly walked in. What does the young lady command? Zhuo knew Liao Hongshang was in a bad mood and looked a bit fearful. Liao Hongshang coldly said, What happened to Ji Xingyan at the Yin Yu sect? Why didn't you inform me immediately? Zhuo Chao, sweating, said, I just received the news not long ago and am currently confirming its authenticity. I did not intentionally conceal anything. Liao Hongshang suppressed her anger. So what exactly happened? Zhuo Chao nervously said, Ji Xingyun, speak. Liao Hongshang's face turned icy, and the temperature around dropped sharply. Zhuo Chao couldn't help but shiver, quickly saying, he was blown apart by Lin Xiaofan in his lower body. He may no longer be human. The entire courtyard fell silent, as if the air itself had frozen. Damn it, Lin Xiaofan, you should die. Liao Hongshang, dressed in red, was surrounded by an unseen wind, her face cold, and she looked at Zhuo Chao with an icy gaze, saying each word. You should also die. Chapter 307. How have you survived until now? You seek death. The middle-aged man seemed to have struck a nerve. His face instantly flushed red. He raised his hand, and another sword energy burst through the air, swiftly slashing towards Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan slapped out. Hidden energy surging, the sword energy exploded. Puffed. The middle-aged man spat blood and was sent flying. Eunuch, the 8th prince and 9th princess were shocked and rushed over to help the middle-aged man. This child is powerful. Master, be careful. Eunuch looked astonished. You damn brat. How dare you injure someone from the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty? Do you want a rebel? The 9th princess said sharply, glaring at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan said, Your Heavenly Dragon royal family is really imposing, banning flights at every turn, calling it rebellion. Do you really think this world belongs to the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty? The 8th prince snorted coldly. This area of 10,000 miles belongs to the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Whether commoners, noble families, or sect disciples, as long as they stand on the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, they must unconditionally obey its commands. Do you dare to defy? Lin Xiaofan sneered. What if I defy? When the royal family travels, 100-mile flight ban, I will just fly above your heads, and you will be helpless. While speaking, Lin Xiaofan deliberately flew above the three, floating back and forth in the air. Chapter 308. The fight is over. Now to rob. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge, allowing a punch carrying the might of a dragon to fall towards his chest. Ha ha ha. The 8th prince was overjoyed, seeing Lin Xiaofan arrogantly taking it head-on, knowing that this opportunity was not to be missed. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and smashed down with a fierce punch. Boom! The collision of flesh shattered the void, and their figures twisted like reflections in the water. Soon, a scream sounded, and a figure flew back over Tianzhong, crashing heavily to the ground. Why, you're also a body-refining martial artist. The 8th prince looked horrified, his right arm broken, blood pouring out, exposing his bones. Brother. 8th prince. The 9th princess and eunuch Yin's faces changed drastically, and they rushed to the 8th prince's side, disregarding their injuries. This attack is not good, too weak. Lin Xiaofan seemed unaffected, completely unharmed, walking step by step towards the three. What do you want to do? The 9th princess finally got scared, her face changing color in fear. Although Lin Xiaofan did not exude any imposing aura, each step he took brought heavy psychological pressure. Sir, spare him this time. Today it is our fault. We apologize. Chapter 309. One move to defeat the enemy. Kid, do you know who opened the prosperous auction house? Do you dare to make trouble here? This is the Liao family's property, and Liao Hongshang, the eldest lady of the Liao family, one of the 7 wolves, is the highest authority of the auction house. If you dare to cause trouble, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow. 2 burly gatekeepers looked arrogant, completely disregarding Lin Xiaofan. It seems you have made a second choice. Lin Xiaofan did not want to waste words with such small fry. After all, he came to cause trouble and didn't need to be polite. Do you really dare to make a move? Kid, if you have the guts, try hitting me. The 2 showed no fear, instead provoking him arrogantly. Since you have taken the initiative, I will naturally help you. Lin Xiaofan smiled, placing his hands on the shoulders of the 2. Let go. The 2 were furious, reaching out to grab Lin Xiaofan's arms, only to feel like they had grasped iron plates, unbreakable. Their faces changed slightly, and before they could make their next move, the world spun before them. Bang! Bang! Lin Xiaofan threw each of them out with one hand, crashing right onto the just-recovered Sitachan. The 3 tumbled together, crying out in pain. Chapter 310. Whether to pay or not to pay. Let him go. Liao Yunmei was also taken aback, but backed by the Liao family. She felt confident and was not intimidated by Lin Xiaofan. All right, Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, appearing to be compliant. Liao Yunmei was momentarily stunned. She did not expect Lin Xiaofan to be so easy to talk to, clearly wary of the Liao family's strength. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it soon froze. Bang! Lin Xiaofan slammed Lin to the ground, right onto the auction stage. Due to the immense force, Lin was deeply embedded into the stage, lying flat like a big character, and fainted directly. You! Liao Yunmei was furious, her body trembling. Lin Xiaofan said, "You said you just auction properly. Why bring up all this nonsense? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Liao Yunmei angrily said, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Xiaofan said, "I said, it doesn't matter who I am. You don't have the strength to drive me away, so don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up and start the auction." Arrogant, presumptuous. The onlookers could feel that blatant disdain, not to mention Liao Yunmei. She was extremely angry, but also knew she was no match. Yet to just start the auction like this was out of the question. Chapter 311. Supreme Being Situ Bei Boom. Situ Chun rolled in the air for more than a dozen times, crashing into several rows of long benches in the auction house, causing the crowd to scatter in fear, and the scene instantly fell into chaos. Lin Xiaofan said, "Are you still going to stick your head out?" Situ Chun, bruised and battered, utterly humiliated after failing to save the beauty and instead being beaten up, was filled with rage and shame, his body quivering with anger. "You bastard! If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Yunqiao City." Situ Chun was almost losing his mind, roaring loudly in anger. "Then you can go die." Lin Xiaofan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he made a virtual strike, compressing the air, sending a surge of hidden strength straight at Situ Chun. Situ Chun was horrified. In this life-and-death crisis, his anger had cleared his mind somewhat. He tried to dodge, but found an invisible force pinning him in place, unable to move at all. No, Situ Chun was terrified, realizing that the other party really intended to kill him. The background of the Fengyun sect, which had always been reliable, was of no use now. At this moment, he finally felt regret. Why did he have to be the one to stick his neck out? "Sir, you're going too far." A cold snort sounded, and the window of box number 1 creaked open, a large hand stretching out from within, reaching out from afar. Chapter 312. The final item. No bargaining, this is the final auction item of the day. Liao Yunmei couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiaofan, her face showing a look of surprise. This guy forced her to host the auction, presumably to bid on something he had his eyes on, but it's the last item now. And this bastard hasn't made a single bid. What's going on? Could it be that the final item is what he really wants? Yes, it must be. Liao Yunmei didn't believe that the other party went to such lengths just to watch the show. He must have something he liked. This final item is quite valuable. Later, I'll incite everyone to bid. I must not let that damn guy get it easily. Liao Yunmei's mind was racing as she smirked slightly, loudly declaring, "This final item is the Breaking Heaven pill, and there is only one. As the name suggests, it has a certain probability of breaking through to the next realm for those in the Tongtian realm." As soon as her words fell, the auction hall instantly became agitated, with people getting excited and their faces turning red. Clearly, the Breaking Heaven pill had a big reputation, and many had heard of it. It's actually the Breaking Heaven pill. No wonder it's the final item. I heard that the Breaking Heaven pill is a top-tier pill refined by the master alchemist Qinjiangzi, always in short supply. I didn't expect the Dingxing auction house to get one. This is truly impressive. Chapter 313. Seeing it and asking? Robbery. Lin Xiaofan said, "I'm just here to rob you. What can you do about it?" "You." Situ Chun was furious, but he was scared of Lin Xiaofan's strength. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to act out and could only seek help from Situ Bei. "Third uncle. This guy is bullying me too much. We can't let him off." Zitu Bai, however, was not angry. He calmly looked at Liao Yunmei and said, "Liao Steward. He doesn't have that many Xianjing stones, but is randomly bidding. Isn't that against the rules?" This. Liao Yunmei's face looked a bit troubled. Situ Bei continued, "This person has violated the auction rules. You auction house can decide how to deal with it. I won't intervene, but the price just now doesn't count. 600,000 is the final transaction price." Liao Yunmei glanced at Lin Xiaofan, unsure of what to do. Logically speaking, a person who disrupts the rules must be severely punished. Otherwise, the auction house's prestige would plummet. But given the other party's strength, they couldn't possibly overpower him. So how could they punish him? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan immediately became unhappy. 600,000 instead of 120,000. Didn't that mean he lost 60,000? I was just joking. Lin Xiaofan said, how can I not have Xianjing stones? Just a little over 100 million. I can still take it out. Chapter 314. Perfect Mastery. Sword Chi, 1,000 miles third uncle? Situ Chun was astonished. Situ Bei said, this matter has nothing to do with us. Don't stir up trouble. Situ Chun said, how can it be unrelated? He robbed us of 120 million Xianjing stones. Situ Bei replied, we obtained the Breaking Heaven pill. So that 120 million Xianjing stones belong to the auction house. Situ Chun exclaimed, but there are no buts. Situ Bei said firmly, money and goods must be clear. The transaction is complete. Now that the auction house has been robbed, that is the auction house's problem. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Xiaofan smiled, Zitu Bai. You are a reasonable person. No wonder you're the head of sect. You have a clear understanding of matters and a high perspective. Situ Bei chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me. I'm just speaking the truth. Liao Yunmei was dumbfounded. The proceeds from this auction were over 200 million Xianjing stones, most of which were to be given to the consignors and did not belong to the auction house. If all were robbed, the loss would be significant, and just the compensation would leave the Liao family in ruins. Although the Liao family is a prestigious family with strong financial resources, taking out that much Xianjing stones at once would surely hurt them. This responsibility was too great. Liao Yunmei simply couldn't bear it. Chapter 315. Good nephew. Lead the way. This experience point consumption was too great. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Over 80 million experience points were gone in an instant. As his cultivation level rose and his strength increased, the required experience points also became greater. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. Lin Xiaofan restrained his aura, and the phenomenon of 1,000-mile sword chi gradually dissipated, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. He spent the next 2 days carefully comprehending the changes brought by the enhanced Wuxiang Jijin divine ability, further elevating his sword path realm. One day, Lin Xiaofan left the inn and deliberately circled around the Dingxing auction house, wanting to see if there were any new auctions. If possible, he wanted to rob again, but he was disappointed. The auction house's doors were tightly closed, and a crowd was blocking the entrance, seemingly there to collect debts. Could be going bankrupt? Lin Xiaofan chuckled to himself and sensed the entire auction hall, discovering it was empty. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart and turned to see 2 pairs of eyes locking onto him. Situ Bei and Situ Chun. This young friend, we meet again. Situ Bei approached with a smile, while Situ Chun followed behind with a grim expression. Lin Xiaofan said, is there something? Situ Bei smiled. It's nothing much. Just want to make a friend. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Situ Bei, the deputy leader of Fengyun's sect. May I ask how to address you? Chapter 316. If you can't do it, don't blame others. What? Are you dissatisfied? Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. This fat guy had always been hostile toward him, and it was time to teach him a lesson. How could that be? Your strength is formidable. I am convinced. Situ Chun suddenly calmed down, his chubby round face smiling so much his eyes were nearly closed. Lin Xiaofan said, then let me hear you call me uncle. Situ Chun's smile slightly stiffened, but soon bloomed like a chrysanthemum, respectfully bowing. Uncle Lin. Ah, good nephew. I didn't bring a gift today. I'll give you a meeting gift next time. Lin Xiaofan patted Situ Chun's shoulder, fully adopting the demeanor of an elder. A trace of barely perceptible anger flashed in Situ Chun's eyes. Lin Xiaofan secretly sneered, knowing this guy must be harboring ill intentions. However, he was not worried. If he dared to play any tricks, he could just slap him to death. Lin Xiaofan followed Situ Chun deeper into the wind and cloud sect. Along the way, Situ Chun was extremely respectful, as if he had completely transformed into a different person. Such an obvious change must be problematic. Lin Xiaofan remained vigilant, sensing his surroundings, ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. The wind and cloud sect was located in a deep mountainous area, with towering peaks and a vast territory. Situ Chun led Lin Xiaofan, turning left and right. And after an hour, they still had not reached their destination. Chapter 317. I'm cowardly, don't scare me. Yangxiu transformed into a massive fireball, crashing towards Lin Xiaofan with an unstoppable force, scorching the space around him. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan did not dodge. He raised his hand to press down, and suddenly a giant golden hand appeared in the sky, slapping down hard on the fireball as if swatting a fly. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The fireball erupted, illuminating half the sky. Amidst the chaotic flames, Yang Xiao screamed as he was thrown back, crashing into the Crescent Moon Hall, smashing through walls and debris, and tumbling out from the other side, rolling like a gourd. El Diriang! Situ Chun exclaimed, his heart churning with waves of disbelief. The Supreme Being could not withstand a single blow. He found it hard to believe. Who exactly are you? Yang Xiao struggled to stand, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face displaying shock. Such a powerful figure could not possibly be an unknown. Lin Xiaofan? He had never heard of him. Could it be a false name? Look at you, I just can't ask a question. Why resort to violence? Lin Xiaofan walked around the hall, step by step approaching Yang Xiao. Chapter 3:18. The Eye of Eternity. Lin Xiaofan turned to Yang Xiao, saying calmly, "This is your last chance. Answer my question immediately. If you dare to chatter again, then you can die." Both Yang Xiao and Situ Chun were stunned by Lin Xiaofan's words, feeling a chill of murderous intent. Realizing that the other was not joking and would indeed kill, both were terrified, yet felt incredibly aggrieved. As a guest elder and the sect leader's son, being threatened like this in the Wind and Cloud sect's headquarters was a tremendous humiliation. Yang Xiao regretted choosing Crescent Moon Peak. It was too remote. Though undisturbed and suitable for refining weapons, it was too far from the core of the sect. In the event of trouble, one would be isolated and helpless. Just like now. Moreover, when he usually refined weapons, explosions occasionally occurred. Even if someone noticed a brief fight just now, they might ignore it. There was no choice. His strength was inferior, so he had to concede. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Your question is too vague. Can you be more specific? Besides emitting light and heat, does it have other characteristics? Lin Xiaofan replied. No other characteristics, just needs to be able to emit light and heat continuously like the sun. Of course, it must illuminate 1,000 miles. Chapter 3:19. Top-notch Dao artifact? Too weak. Hundreds of miles away from the Wind and Cloud sect. Lin Xiaofan stepped out of the void. The ancient mountains, the Eye of Eternity. Lin Xiaofan looked to the north, where the ancient mountains were located. The Canglong domain was vast. Although he could use the Void Great Shift to travel thousands of miles in an instant, he could not do so repeatedly and needed to rest periodically to recover his energy. If he set off from here, it would conservatively take at least 10 days to reach the ancient mountains. Traveling for 10 consecutive days would be too tedious. Lin Xiaofan did not plan to do that. Although he needed the Eye of Eternity, he was not in a hurry. The small world could continue to expand and grow stronger. But it was not perfect and could not break through, even if he obtained the Eye of Eternity. Having a sun in his small world did not mean it was perfect. His small world was still in a flat state. Since it was a realm, it should be spherical for perfection. Therefore, his current primary goal was to transform the small world into a planet, so that there could be day and night. Otherwise, with the sun hanging high without setting, there would only be day and no night, which would be quite strange. He decided to put aside the Eye of Eternity for now and find ways to gather more Xianjing stones to continue expanding the small world. Chapter 3:20. The change of Ji Xingyun. Lin Xiaofan checked his storage ring, counting his spoils. However, to his disappointment, there were no Xianjing stones inside, only some miscellaneous items. He actually went out without bringing Xianjing stones. Lin Xiaofan muttered to himself, throwing away all the useless items, leaving only an empty storage ring, which he directly stored in his small world. He recently discovered that his small world could also store items and even accommodate storage rings. This was very convenient. In the future, any items could be stored in the small world. Lin Xiaofan looked at the Tianjue Bao in his hand. This time he did not come away empty-handed. The Dao artifact was quite valuable and should sell for a good number of Xianjing stones. All right, there were also Tianjue arrows. Lin Xiaofan retrieved the 2 Tianjue arrows he had thrown away. A bow and 3 arrows, a complete set of Dao artifacts. He would refine them first. Lin Xiaofan already had 1 Dao artifact, the Kangmang Bell, but he did not mind having another. The Tianjue Bao shimmered with silver light, looking quite good. He would keep it for himself first and decide later whether to sell it. In the Luoshuang City, Ji family. Crash. Ji Xingyun smashed everything in the room. breaking tables and chairs into smithereens. Outside the door, two maidservants were trembling in fear. Chapter 321. Mountain collapse. Lin Xiaofan refined the Tianjua bow, feeling quite pleased. Just as he was about to leave, a figure flew in from the distance, blocking his way with a fierce aura. "Kid, stop right there," the newcomer shouted, his face pale, eyes cold, wearing a blood-red robe and holding a fainted 7- or 8-year-old girl in his hand. Seventh layer of the Tongtian realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the person. It was clear he was here to cause trouble, and he could not let this opportunity for experience points slip away. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Xiaofan looked at the storage ring on the person's finger, a faint smile appearing on his face. The blood-robed man coldly replied, "Don't bother asking who I am. Why did you destroy my cave dwelling?" Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. "When did I destroy your cave dwelling? I don't even know you." The blood-robed man pointed angrily at the ruins ahead. "You still want to admit it? I just returned to find that mountain exploded. You are the only one here. Who else could it be? Your cave dwelling is inside that mountain." Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed. It was now awkward to rob the other party. The blood-robed man huffed. "Exactly. My cave dwelling contained many precious items, which you have now destroyed. What do you suggest we do?" Chapter 322. Beating the supreme. Lin Xiaofan had just flown a short distance when he heard a thunderous sound behind him. He turned back to see a mountain collapsing, and the small Dongshan village was like a tiny boat in a storm, instantly buried under the falling rocks. What happened? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He turned back, but only saw giant stones rolling and dust flying everywhere. Dongshan village was gone. Lin Xiaofan spread out his senses, and under the stones were disfigured corpses. A sight too horrific to bear. A total of 368 people. None survived. Lin Xiaofan found the Dainyu family. The couple protected Pan beneath them, trying to save the fragile little life. But the mountain collapsed like the heavens breaking. Thousands of heavy stones fell. How could they withstand it? In the end, Pan could not escape. She closed her eyes forever beneath her parents, her innocent little face still showing a look of terror. One could imagine how frightened and helpless she must have been at the moment of her death. "Who did this? Come out and face me," Lin Xiaofan roared, his voice echoing through the heavens and shaking the void for hundreds of miles. Although he had killed countless people and had long since become indifferent to life and death, the little girl who had just called him Big Brother had suddenly died such a tragic death, and he could not accept it. Chapter 323. Liao Hongshang's ambition by his city, Liao family. Liao Qingfeng, as usual, came to an inconspicuous wooden house deep in the residence. Don't be fooled by the ordinary appearance of the wooden house. It seemed like it could fall over with a breeze, but it was the family South important place, where the life tablets of the 3 supreme experts of the Liao family were kept. The life tablets were fused with the essence blood of specific individuals, connected to their true selves. As long as the life tablets remained intact, the true selves would be safe. Liao Qingfeng faced the wooden house, bowed respectfully, and then carefully pushed open the wooden door, stepping inside quietly. The space inside the wooden house was small, only a dozen square meters, with a square wooden table in the center, on which lay 3 palm-sized green jade tablets. The surface of the jade tablets glowed red, covered in runes, with each tablet engraved with a name: Liao Tianchun, Liao Shunji, and Liao Hongshang, the life tablets of the 3 supreme experts of the Liao family. Liao Tianchun was the current family head, while Liao Shunji was the elder of the previous generation. As for Liao Hongshang, she was even more remarkable, having broken through to the supreme realm at a young age, making her the most gifted daughter in the history of the Liao family. Liao Qingfeng's expression was respectful, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 life tablets, finally resting on Liao Hongshang's, revealing a hint of fervor in his eyes. Chapter 324. The head of the Liao family, schemes and calculations. Liao Shunji is dead. This news was like a bombshell, shaking the entire Liao residence. It was no secret that the elder had gone to hunt down Lin Xiaofan. The uproar over Lin Xiaofan robbing the flourishing auction house had made it known throughout the Liao family. Deploying supreme combat power to kill Lin Xiaofan was meant to give the entire family an explanation, so Liao Hongshang did not hide it, and many people were aware of the matter. Now that Liao Shunji's life tablet was shattered, who else could the culprit be but Lin Xiaofan? Lin Xiaofan was so powerful that he could even kill a supreme. Could it be that this child was in the chaos realm? While the people of the Liao family were shocked, they also felt tremendous pressure. The Liao family had been thriving, but now they had provoked such a strong enemy, which was certainly not a good thing. Liao Hongshang also realized the seriousness of the situation. Since taking over the power of the Liao family, she had been confident in dealing with any issues. But with Liao Xinji's fall, the loss of one of the three supreme experts was too great, and even she could not bear this responsibility, which might even shake her control over the Liao family. Therefore, Liao Hongshang was a bit flustered. After personally confirming that Liao Xinji's life tablet was indeed shattered, she hurried to an ancient small courtyard. Chapter 325. The olive branch from Xuantian Mansion, the head of the Liao family, came out of seclusion, and the Liao residence was once again shaken. Liao Tianqian immediately convened a family meeting to announce that he had regained control of the family. Liao Hongshang was held responsible for the death of the elder and was stripped of all powers on the spot, no longer participating in important family matters. As soon as this decision was announced, the entire Liao family was in an uproar. Liao Hongshang, a supreme and one of the 7 sons of the Songlong, was also stunningly beautiful, and over the years, she had garnered countless supporters, especially among the younger generation, nearly all of whom supported her. Therefore, Liao Tianqian's decision made many people dissatisfied, and various voices arose within the Liao family. However, just as the internal chaos was erupting, someone noticed that Liao Hongshang was missing. This sparked an even greater uproar, with rumors flying everywhere. Have you heard? The young lady was forced out by the family head. No way. Even if the family head wanted to hold her accountable, the most he could do was have her face the wall in the ancestral grounds for reflection. How could he possibly drive her away? How is that not possible? The young lady achieved the supreme realm at such a young age, with limitless potential, and has already threatened the family head's position. Shu, are you looking for death? How dare you say such things? Hurry up and shut your mouth. I didn't hear anything. Chapter 326. Not another day, but today. Lin Xiaofan didn't know whether what Lu Peng said was true or not, but it felt a bit unreliable. Hua Lushui was one of the 7 sons of the Songlong, a true young supreme, and as long as he didn't fall, he had a great chance of entering the chaos realm in the future. Such a genius would be valued in any sect. Xuantian Mansion knew he had killed Hua Lushui's brother and still wanted to recruit him. This would definitely anger Hua Lushui, offending a sect genius for an outsider, especially one who killed a sect disciple, was something no normal person would do. There must be something strange going on. Lin Xiaofan said, I'm used to being free and don't like being restrained. Lu Peng said, don't be too quick to refuse. Think it over carefully. I want to remind you, joining Xuantian Mansion not only means you have one less powerful enemy, but also gains you a strong backing. Conversely, if you refuse, you will only gain another enemy. You killed a disciple of Xuantian Mansion. This matter won't be so easily brushed over. Lin Xiaofan said, are you threatening me? Lu Peng said, I'm just stating the facts. A disciple of Xuantian Mansion cannot die for nothing. Lin Xiaofan said, no need to consider. I'll answer you now. I refuse to join Xuantian Mansion. What do you do about it? Chapter 327. The might of Bias City. Why wait to meet again? Wouldn't it be better to never see each other again? Lin Xiaofan pressed down on Lu Peng's shoulder with his left hand while grabbing his right wrist with his other hand. What are you doing? Lu Peng felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to break free, but Lin Xiaofan's grip was like a steel hoop, causing his right hand to creak and even make cracking sounds, making him break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Never see each other again? Is this kid really going to kill him? Don't be nervous. Lin Xiaofan smoothly pulled, and Lu Peng's storage ring suddenly fell into his hand. You, LV Peng, were both shocked and angry, thinking of what Lin Xiaofan had just said about killing him to obtain the storage ring. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, instantly chilled to the bone. Lin Xiaofan checked the ring's space, which contained a small pile of mysterious crystal stones, seemingly around 200,000. You're lucky the mysterious crystal stones in the ring are just enough to buy your life. Lin Xiaofan said. LV Peng's face showed a hint of joy. Lin Xiaofan continued, don't be too happy too soon. There's a reason I won't kill you. I killed people from Xuantian Mansion before, and now I will use your life to settle the score. From now on, we will be even, no debts owed. Is that acceptable? LV Peng was stunned. He understood that it meant sparing his life to offset the enmity of having killed Hua Lufeng and Hong Tao. Chapter 328. Chaos Treasure. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise as the power of the formation suddenly increased. Clearly someone was manipulating it. Lin Xiaofan, you ultimately came. A figure appeared within the Liao family mansion, looking through the formation's light screen at Lin Xiaofan, standing with arms crossed, exuding an imposing aura. The Supreme of Tong Tian. Lin Xiaofan said, "Who are you?" Liao Tianchen, the head of the Liao family. Liao Tianchen coldly replied, "You have repeatedly killed my people and robbed the auction house under the Liao family. Now you dare to come here to provoke us. Do you really think there is no one in the Liao family who can deal with you?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "You should ask Liao Hongshang about that. She has been causing me trouble, and I was just retaliating." Liao Tianchen said, "Since it has come to this, there is no point in saying more. Since you are here today, let us see who is stronger." Lin Xiaofan smiled, "I'm not looking for you and have no interest in you. Where is Liao Hongshang? Call her out. I want to kill her." Liao Tianchen, slightly angry, said, "The Liao family is not a place where you can act recklessly." Lin Xiaofan replied, "You don't think that just because you're hiding in this turtle shell, I can't do anything about it, do you?" Liao Tianchen coldly laughed. "You can certainly give it a try." Lin Xiaofan took out the heavenly absolute bow, drawing the bowstring. Chapter 329. Breaking out of the cocoon, punching the treasure, ha ha. Lin Xiaofan, you didn't expect this, did you? The heavenly silkworm armor not only defends, but can also attack, truly an integration of offense and defense. Liao Tianchen laughed proudly. "Now you are a bird in a cage. Your life and death are in my hands. I really didn't expect your chaos treasure to be quite good." Lin Xiaofan remained unfazed, wrapped in the heavenly silkworm silk cocoon, with darkness before him. He tried to push his hands apart, but the cocoon merely expanded with him, and even when he spread his arms wide, he couldn't break free. The heavenly silkworm silk was incredibly elastic, able to stretch without bearing any force, leaving him trapped in the cocoon, truly a bird in a cage with nowhere to escape. Liao Tianchen coldly said, "Stop struggling. The heavenly silkworm cocoon is unbreakable, impervious to water and fire. Once trapped, you cannot escape death." As his words fell, the cocoon suddenly contracted violently, each thread slicing like a blade, frantically cutting Lin Xiaofan's body. Liao Tianchen shouted excitedly. The members of the Liao family also showed fervent expressions, as the family's treasured inheritance was indeed extraordinary, instantly reversing the situation. Liao Hongshang's formidable enemy was now like fish on a chopping board in front of the family head, at their mercy. Chapter 330. Since you've admitted defeat, then strip. You spat blood? Lin Xiaofan laughed. Is this the limit of the heavenly silkworm armor? The chaos treasure is nothing more than this. While speaking, Lin Xiaofan punched Liao Tianchen in the chest, causing the heavenly silkworm armor to flicker erratically, emitting a buzzing sound. Liao Tianchen spat out another mouthful of blood, his body pressed down by Lin Xiaofan, unable to retreat or dissipate the force, only able to endure. The heavenly silkworm armor also had its limits in absorbing attacks. When the force exceeded that limit, it would still be injured. At this moment, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful force penetrating through the heavenly silkworm armor, violently flooding into his body, tearing at him mercilessly, causing excruciating pain. If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly silkworm armor, he had no doubt that this punch would have exploded him directly. So strong, absolutely unresistible. "Stop!" Liao Tianchen was completely panicked, seeing Lin Xiaofan raise his fist again. His heart sank, and he couldn't help but shout, "I admit defeat." "Stop hitting." Lin Xiaofan paused, surprised. "Is that it? You admit defeat, just like that? Didn't you say to stand still and let me hit you?" Liao Tianchen's face was as red as blood, unsure if it was from shame or anger. His eyes fixed on Lin Xiaofan, nearly bursting with rage. Chapter 331. Knowing it's insufficient, yet still offering it? Lin Xiaofan said, "Liao Hongshang has sent people to hunt me down multiple times, causing me huge losses. Shouldn't she compensate?" Liao Tianchen was stunned. "What have you lost?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "I lost. Don't mind those details, just know that I have suffered greatly. Don't ask what you shouldn't I want to tell you." Liao Tianchen's breathing quickened, his anger surging, nearly spitting out old blood. "Don't mind those details. Don't ask what you shouldn't This guy had no losses at all. Instead, the Liao family had suffered heavy losses, not to mention the millions of mysterious crystal stones robbed from the prosperous auction house. Every time they sent people to hunt him down, they were killed. Now the Liao mansion was in ruins, countless family disciples dead or injured, and even their treasured inheritance had been stolen. The losses for the Liao family were unprecedentedly severe. Their overall strength had regressed significantly. Yet despite all this guy was still not satisfied, even demanding compensation. This was outright robbery. Absolutely outrageous. Liao Tianshan's face looked extremely grim, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, nearly exploding with rage. Chapter 332. Liao Hongshang's decision. Lin Xiaofan did not leave. He moved to several thousand meters in the air, hiding among a patch of dark clouds. His senses spread out like a net, covering Baiya City, listening to various sounds, capturing the information he wanted. Although he had never met Liao Hongshang, a woman who could manage a clan at such a young age must be very meticulous. Even if she really left the Liao family, she would definitely have a backup plan. Lin Xiaofan's battle with the Liao family could not escape her notice, as Lin Xiaofan's perception covered the entire city. There were too many people for him to identify one by one, but a chaos expert's mind is like a mirror reflecting the world. He didn't need to identify everyone. Within his perception range, suspicious figures would stand out and be locked onto by his senses. There were quite a few suspicious figures, all scattered around the Liao family, mostly spies from various forces, currently transmitting the events occurring in the Liao family back to their respective powers. Lin Xiaofan listened carefully, eliminating them one by one, and finally locked onto two individuals. They were two young men whose cultivation was not high, only at the Void Realm. The two were hiding in a dense tree, observing the internal situation of the Liao family. As they saw the situation coming to an end, they were still in shock, whispering to each other. Chapter 333. You want to be emperor? I'll help you. Lin Xiaofan left Baisha City and checked his internal world. The Xianjing stones had accumulated to 2 million. System. Combat experience points. Conversion successful. Experience points 36. 360. 886. Experience points skyrocketed, and Lin Xiaofan felt delighted. He checked his personal information. Name, Lin Xiaofan. Cultivation level, Chaos Realm, Physical Body, Golden Body 11 Transformation Technique, 9 Heavens Sword Technique, Supreme Tao Technique. Indestructible Golden Body, Supreme Tao Technique, Divine Ability, Formless Calamity Sword Perfection, Blood Rebirth, Void Great Teleportation, Major Achievement, Trinity. Experience points, 78, 365. 668. The total experience points reached over 78 million, and the small goal of 100 million was about to be achieved. Lin Xiaofan looked at the sky. It was getting dark. He casually found a place to spend the night. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaofan flew north, continuing towards the ancient wilderness mountain range. Liao Hongshang was probably hiding. The Canglong domain was so vast that finding her wouldn't be easy. He wanted to get the Eternal Eye first. Without any incidents along the way, 10 days later, Lin Xiaofan arrived at the edge of the ancient wilderness mountain range. So big, so long. Lin Xiaofan floated in the air, looking far away. The ancient wilderness mountain range resembled a giant dragon lying on the ground, rising and falling endlessly, with no end in sight. Chapter 334. The Ancient Wilderness Guide. Does the sky-swallowing hound only have 2 eyes? Lin Xiaofan was stunned. Long Tai Chi said, I have a sky-swallowing hound raised in the palace of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, and it indeed has 2 eyes. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head in contemplation. Could it be that Yang Xiao really deceived him? But since he was already here, he would first assess the situation. Lin Xiaofan soared into the sky and flew rapidly towards the ancient wilderness mountain range. Is he leaving just like that? Long Tai Chi and Long Qingli breathed a sigh of relief, but were also somewhat annoyed. That guy comes and goes like the wind, leaving without a word. Talking about making friends with such an attitude, the two realized that Lin Xiaofan had no intention of making friends. He only wanted to get closer to ask about the sky-swallowing hound. Brother Huang, he has gone to the ancient wilderness mountain range. Will it ruin our grand plan? Long Qingli looked worried. She was afraid of Lin Xiaofan and hadn't dared to speak until now. Seeing Lin Xiaofan leave, her worries faded. Long Tai Chi said, No need to worry. The ancient wilderness mountain range is so vast, the probability of running into each other is extremely low. Even if we do accidentally encounter him, isn't there still the third imperial uncle? We aren't afraid of him. The third imperial uncle has dual cultivation of qi and body. With dual supreme statuses, formidable combat power, and is basically invincible in the chaos realm. No matter how strong Lin Xiaofan is, he can't possibly be a match for the third imperial uncle. Chapter 335, Swallowing Crystal Beast Old Man. You say I'm joking, but you're the one making a joke. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. Asking for $1 million for a guide? Isn't this an outrageous price? Simply a lion's big mouth. This world, the bad people have grown old. Lin Xiaofan's mind raced. He couldn't possibly give that many Xianjing stones. He might as well use force. Today, whether the other party leads the way or not, they have to take him there. The old man said seriously, "Young man, I have been a guide in the ancient wilderness mountain range for many years, and I have always engaged in fair trade, deceiving neither the young nor the old. The reason I require 1 million Xianjing stones is that the ancient pure blood Yizhong are extremely rare and extremely dangerous. If I lead you there, the risk is too great, and it could even cost me my life. Young man, I am risking my life to guide you. Asking for 1 million Xianjing stones is not too much, right?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "Don't talk to me about that. I can guarantee your safety, but it's 10,000, no more." The old man shook his head. "I never entrust my life to others. 10,000 is too little, and I cannot agree. However, since we meet, let's do this. I'll take a loss, a flat price of 500,000. To show sincerity, you don't have to pay me now. Just confirm the target when we arrive, and then pay the reward. How's that sound?" Chapter 336. Sorry, I deceived you. Lin Xiaofan said, "Old man, is this your swallowing crystal beast? It seems you aren't honest." The old man glared at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Kid, do you know what you've done? My lifespan is coming to an end, and only by consuming the blood essence of the swallowing crystal beast can I extend my life. If you kill it now, are you sending me to my death?" Lin Xiaofan replied. "So, you brought me here just so that the swallowing crystal beast could eat me, and in return, it would give you its blood essence?" The old man went mad. The swallowing crystal beast loves to eat Xianjing stones, and you have so many on you. If it eats them all, I can at least get blood essence to extend my life for 10 years. Why won't you let it eat? This old man must be going crazy. He can say such things. Lin Xiaofan said, "You're used to doing such things. You must have killed many people with the same method before, right? What goes around comes around. You shut up. I will kill you." The old man had completely lost his sanity. Knowing he was no match, he still pounced at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan raised his leg and delivered a flying kick. Bang! The old man flew backward, rolling on the ground for several laps, lying flat on his back. His chest caved in, breathing heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. Clearly in critical condition. Chapter 337. I'm just passing by. Why do you have to find trouble with me? Bang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, his head exploded, red and white brain matter splattering everywhere. Experience points to 0.00000. Lin Xiaofan's expression remained calm. For those who repeatedly tried to deceive him, how could he let them go? What on earth is on Tianqing Peak that makes this old man so fearful? Lin Xiaofan looked up towards the northeast direction. Just now, he was heading that way, and the old man turned pale with fear, clearly indicating there was great terror there. Forget it. Let's find the sky-swallowing hound first. Lin Xiaofan hurried southwest. He did not use the void great teleportation. It was better to be cautious in this unfamiliar place. Long-distance teleportation cannot pinpoint accurately and may have some deviation. If he accidentally teleported into a dangerous area, it would cause more trouble. After all, it wasn't far. He would arrive in less than half an hour. Lin Xiaofan progressed, occasionally encountering fierce beasts attacking, which he directly killed with a slap. Not long after, he traveled 800 miles, entering deeper into the mountain range. It seemed the fierce beasts were becoming fewer. Lin Xiaofan noticed the change. The further he went, the fewer fierce beasts there were. Generally, powerful fierce beasts have territories. This area must have a big one. He spread out his senses, exploring all directions, listening for all kinds of sounds. Chapter 338. Human bait. Fishing for fierce beasts, hey? You actually didn't explode? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, as expected of a royal expert. Withstood my slap without exploding. The physical strength is quite good. That Royal Extreme Dragon Classic has something. Yulong Xiaoyan was both shocked and angry, wanting to say something, but spitting out a mouthful of blood arrow. That slap just now was so powerful that even the supreme body couldn't withstand it. His organs were injured, suffering a severe blow, and he was in excruciating pain. This kid is definitely in the chaos realm. Long Xiaoyan panicked. Slap. Lin Xiaofan grabbed Long Xiaoyan's head. What are you going to do? Long Xiaoyan was horrified. At this moment, a force was raging within him, and he was exerting all his strength to suppress it. Temporarily unable to fight back, feeling the pressure and sharp pain on his forehead, he couldn't help but feel extreme panic. Does this kid want to crush his head? Splash! Lin Xiaofan pulled hard, yanking Long Xiaoyan out of the ground like pulling a radish, holding his head high in the air. Lin Xiaofan, don't go too far. The Tianlong royal family cannot be insulted. One can kill, but cannot humiliate. Long Xiaoyan was furious and ashamed. Even in a predicament, he still maintained the dignity of royalty, exuding unmatched dominance. Chapter 339. Slaying the Green Flood Dragon, Forceful Plunder. Splash! Lin Xiaofan hadn't waited long when suddenly the chains tightened and shook, stirring the lake's surface into turmoil. A fish was hooked. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. He tightened his grip on the chain and pulled back with force, immediately feeling a tremendous dragging force. This is definitely a big guy. Lin Xiaofan was delighted and was about to exert more strength to pull up the unknown beast when suddenly a massive force came from the Qinyan chain, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to tumble into the lake. Such great strength. Lin Xiaofan stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to collapse and crack, using the momentum to pull back step by step, gradually dragging the Qinyan locking sky chain out of the water. Splashing. The lake's surface rolled violently, waves crashing against the shore, making a thunderous sound, splashing everywhere. Hiss! A fierce and piercing sound came from the bottom of the water, erupting dozens of water columns into the sky, an extremely terrifying spectacle. Immediately, the lake's surface boiled and surged, countless bubbles bubbling up, and a massive flathead like a small mountain broke the surface, with two blood-red eyes as big as grinding discs gleaming fiercely, captivating the heart. Blood-eyed green flood dragon. Peak tier 10 beast. Blood-eyed green flood dragon? Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. He thought it was a big fish, but it turned out to be a ferocious dragon. Chapter 340. I killed them. What can you do? Lin Xiaofan said, if I let you go, you will find stronger help to take revenge. I hate trouble the most, so I'd rather kill you. That way it can be settled once and for all, and there will be no future troubles. Long Taiji and Long Qingli trembled in fear, instinctively hiding behind Long Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan said solemnly, Lin Xiaofan, our grievances are just minor conflicts. It hasn't reached the point of life and death. Taking a step back, the sea is wide and the sky is vast. Advancing 1,000 times leads to ruin. You must think this through. Lin Xiaofan sneered. Long Xiaoyan, you were just talking nonsense. Just now when I passed by. What did you do? You wanted to kill me, right? If I wasn't stronger than you, could I still be standing here talking to you? Why didn't you say taking a step back? The sea is wide and the sky is vast back then. Now that you can't beat me, you want to call for peace. You think you're making a good calculation. Long Xiaoyun's face darkened. No matter what, if you dare to kill the Tianlong royal family, there will be no room for negotiation. At that time, the entire royal family will hunt you down. You will have no way to escape, whether in heaven or on earth. Lin Xiaofan said, are you threatening me? Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly. If you think it's a threat, then it is. I admit you are strong. I'm not your match. Chapter 341. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you eat poop. Kid, who are you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A young man in blue clothes jumped down from a nearby tree. Lin Xiaofan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there were people hiding nearby, but the foul smell was so overwhelming that he overlooked his surroundings. A passerby. Lin Xiaofan saw that the other party's tone was unfriendly and didn't want to engage. The young man in blue said, why don't you hurry up and get lost? If you delay my business, can you bear the consequences? So arrogant? Lin Xiaofan was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he became displeased and said, is this place yours? I'm not leaving. What can you do about it? The young man in blue's face darkened. Kid, while I'm talking to you nicely, you better listen. I'll give you one more chance. Leave immediately. And don't come within 10 miles of this pile of spirit dung. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Spirit dung? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. He glanced at the sticky dung, which was truly an eyesore. Such dirty and smelly stuff is actually called spirit. Could it really be some kind of treasure? Are you so eager to drive me away because you want to monopolize this pile of spirit dung? Lin Xiaofan became interested and was even less inclined to leave. The young man in blue wore a disgusted expression and angrily said, "What do you mean by monopolizing? Speak cleanly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll make you really swallow it and taste the flavor." Chapter 342. Do you dare to lie to me? You must compensate. What kind of hatred do you have? Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Zhang Ming was almost beaten to death and was still muttering about wanting to kill him. The power of this dung to attract hatred is indeed formidable. Could it be that he had gone too far? But since he had already done it, he might as well go all the way. Lin Xiaofan reached out, grabbing through the air across 100 zhang distance, seizing Zhang Ming's neck and lifting him into the air. Will you talk or not? Last chance. If you don't talk, you'll die. Lin Xiaofan slightly tightened his grip, causing Zhang Ming's neck to deform and emit creaking sounds. Zhang Ming's breathing became rapid. The feeling of suffocation made him a bit more alert, and feeling the immense pressure on his neck. The intense pain made him think his neck would break at any moment. I'll talk. Zhang Ming shouted out of fear of death, the terror of dying suppressing his hatred for Lin Xiaofan. Although he felt incredibly humiliated, he had no choice but to bow his head. Then you speak. Lin Xiaofan eased his grip a little, allowing Zhang Ming to hang straight in the air. Zhang Ming angrily said, "Let me down first." Lin Xiaofan said, "I'll let you go once you speak." Zhang Ming was furious, his chest heaving rapidly. He said resentfully, "The spirit dung of the sky swallowing hound is the favorite food of thunder eagles. I'm here guarding, just waiting for the thunder eagle to appear. Then I'll catch it and use it as a mount." Chapter 343. Eternal Eye. Burning heaven and destroying earth. Lin Xiaofan checked the ring space and found there were actually 100,000 Xian crystal stones. He had just robbed Lu Peng not long ago. And now there were so many Xian crystal stones again. It seemed Lu Peng had good connections and could be considered as a long-term target for development. Robbing him every now and then should yield quite good rewards. Lin Xiaofan looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming immediately became nervous, his heart rising to his throat. Lin Xiaofan said, "Show me your storage ring as well." Zhang Ming hurriedly took off the ring and tossed it to Lin Xiaofan, since Lu Peng had already admitted defeat. How could he dare to resist? Zhang Ming's Xian crystal stones were a bit few, only a few thousand, but even a mosquito is meat. So I'll take it since it's free. Lin Xiaofan, in front of the two, collected all the Xian crystal stones and then threw the storage ring back to them. Lu Peng, with a dark face, said, "We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." Lin Xiaofan said, "Wait." Lu Peng's heart sank. He said, "What else do you want to do?" Bang! Before Lin Xiaofan could speak, a loud noise suddenly came from deep within the mountains ahead, followed by the earth shaking violently, countless trees trembling, branches swaying, and leaves rustling. Lin Xiaofan felt a shockwave sweep past from beneath his feet, nearly sending him flying. He hurriedly flew into the air. An earthquake? Chapter 344. Sword cuts the sky-devouring hound, forcefully taking the eternal eye. Whoosh! The sound of the sword howling erupted. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand to the sky, and a brilliant sword light slowly ascended, resembling a rainbow spanning the heavens. Its blazing white light could not be concealed. The Wuxiang Tribulation sword's divine ability had reached perfection, its power unfathomable, the sword light dazzling. Tearing through the void, carrying an irresistible momentum, striking towards the sky-devouring hound. The sky-devouring hound sensed the threat and let out a heart-stirring roar. Its massive eternal eye reflecting the trajectory of the sword light, its pupils contracting and turning upside down, the light from its eye distorting space. Whoosh! The sword light whistled down, but did not land on the sky-devouring hound, as if trapped in an endless maze, constantly shuttling through the distorted space. Clearly within reach, yet always unable to reach its destination. Eh! Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. The space ahead was distorted and misaligned, a distance that felt close, yet was far away. The Wuxiang Tribulation sword strike had failed to hit its target. Although the sword light was less than 10 zhang away from the sky-devouring hound, it had already been displaced thousands of miles away. The sky-devouring hound surprisingly had such abilities. However, playing with spatial displacement in front of him was just seeking death. Lin Xiaofan's void, great displacement divine ability had reached great success, and his comprehension of the mysteries of space was not something a beast could compare to. Chapter 345, Flowing Flowers. Chaos Realm. Somewhere in the ancient mountain range, Lu Peng and Zhang Ming looked at the seemingly endless giant pit in the distance, feeling the lingering intense heat, their faces filled with shock. Elder Lu, Lin Xiaofan should be dead, right? Zhang Ming swallowed hard, his face pale and trembling all over. Lu Peng, still feeling apprehensive, said, "The sky-devouring hound opened its third eye, capable of incinerating all things." Although Lin Xiaofan is strong, he would also find it hard to withstand. Now, with 1,000 miles of scorched earth, there's no way to the heavens or doors to the earth. He must be dead. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Good. Such an arrogant person, if he doesn't die. It's hard to justify the heavens. This is the consequence of offending the Chao Tian mansion. Without the strong in the mansion taking action, even the heavens will take him. Lu Peng said, "That sky-devouring hound is too dangerous. It's not safe to stay here. Let us go." Zhang Ming said, "Elder Lu, just now, the sky-devouring hound's cry was extremely tragic. Could it be that Lin Xiaofan heavily injured it?" Lu Peng's expression changed. He looked up, gazing into the depths of the giant pit, as if trying to see through something. Zhang Ming gasped. The sky-devouring hound is completely silent now. It might really have been heavily injured by Lin Xiaofan's last-ditch attack. This is a good opportunity, if we can kill the sky-devouring hound. Chapter 346. Encounter with an old friend, trouble for a beautiful woman. Flowing Flowers did not answer and asked again, "Who is Lin Xiaofan?" Elder Lon was silent for a moment, sighed. "One cannot be resurrected after death. You should take it easy. Lin Xiaofan is a peerless genius, highly valued by the mansion master, who wants to recruit him into the Chao Tian mansion." Flowing Flowers' face darkened. "He killed my brother, and you still want to recruit him?" Elder Lon said, "It's just that Lin Xiaofan is too monstrous. I just received news that he suppressed the Liao family in Baya City and took away the Liao family's chaotic treasure, the heavenly silkworm armor. His strength is likely also in the chaos realm, and he is younger than you, only in his 20s. In his 20s? Chaos realm?" A hint of shock flashed in Flowing Flowers' eyes. Elder Lon said, "Hopefully, if he can join the Chao Tian mansion, you two will be the Chaos Twin Stars. Given time, both of you will surely become famous throughout the world. Combining your swords will undoubtedly push the Chao Tian mansion to greater heights, allowing it to look down on the entire Tsang Wolf domain, even contend with the 3 domains. The mansion master has a far-sighted vision and is also considering the future of the Chao Tian mansion. Some details cannot be fully addressed. You must understand." Flowing Flowers coldly said, "I cannot understand. Even if Lin Xiaofan is younger than me, he may not be stronger than me. Entering the chaos realm earlier is not necessarily better. If the foundation is insufficient, one may remain stagnant for life." Chapter 347. I killed him. Are you angry? Dead? Falling into our hands, you won't find death that easily. The 4 laughed wildly. Gong Rushue glared at the leading man angrily and said, "Yang Yuan, you were once hunted down, and our Yin Yu sect's elder saved your life. I didn't expect you to repay kindness with enmity. You're worse than a pig or a dog." Yang Yuan's face darkened. "I am a disciple of the Tianyin sect, in the face of the sect's righteousness. Personal favors must be set aside. I, Yang Yuan, act with integrity, without shame before heaven and earth. Gonkruksuе macht, sect righteousness. You call exterminating an entire family righteous? And without shame before heaven and earth? Yang Yuan, you're just an ungrateful dog." Yang Yuan's face turned ugly. "Shut up. Talking more is useless. You cannot escape your doom today. Brothers, the young sect master must live. Do not harm her. Attack." "Yang, wait a minute. There's still an annoying guy here." Yang Yuan turned to look and just happened to see Lin Xiaofan walking over leisurely. "Kid, this is Tianyun's sect's business. Outsiders should retreat. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Yang Yuan shouted. "Quickly kill them. When Xinyue is probably nearby. He is the young supreme. One of the Tsang Wolf's 7 sons, very powerful. If he comes, we won't be able to escape." Chapter 348. Are you stupid? Clap. Lin Xiaofan slapped Yang Yuan's face, producing a loud crack. Yang Yuan was sent flying over Tianzhong, crashing into the ground and causing the earth to collapse, dust swirling. Lin Xiaofan coldly said, "Dare to compete with me for kills? You must be tired of living." Don't go too far. I've already killed my fellow disciples. What else do you want? Yang Yuan covered his reddened half-face and awkwardly got up, glaring angrily at Lin Xiaofan. This kid is too strong. He has no power to fight back. He had just been struck by Lin Xiaofan's palm, breaking his sword energy, and suffered heavy injuries. He realized he had kicked an iron plate, so he decisively killed his companion, actively handing over the handle to the opponent in hopes of survival. However, the development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. The other party remained unmoved and instead slapped him. Lin Xiaofan walked over step by step, saying, "Did I let you kill your fellow disciples? Do you think that by killing them, I would let you go? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Yuan panicked. "Don't act rashly. Our young sect master is nearby. If I die, you won't escape either." When Xinyue, Lin Xiaofan stopped in his tracks. Yang Yuan thought Lin Xiaofan was frightened and hurriedly added, "That's right. Our newly appointed young sect master is the true young supreme. If he arrives, you're all doomed." Chapter 349, the first supreme in the world. These two died under the Tianyun sect's martial arts. Yang Yuan, why did you massacre your fellow disciples? Moreover, who killed Yang Yuan and the other disciple? Gong Rushue could not possibly have such strength. When Xinyue's expression grew colder, his gaze, like lightning, swept across the surrounding area. This place is an abandoned courtyard within the city, with no one in sight around, so the events occurring here have not caused any commotion. However, not far from the abandoned courtyard, there's a bungalow where someone is standing on the roof, clearly sensing something unusual. When Xinyue waved his hand, and the bungalow collapsed with a bang. The four figures on the roof screamed as they fell, and before they hit the ground, they were pulled by a force and crashed heavily in front of Wen Xinyue. The four of them fell and were bruised, unable to help but scream in terror. "Shut up!" Wen Xinyue slapped the loudest one into a pulp, his expression unchanged as he said, "If you dare to scream again, you'll die." The other three, drenched in blood, stopped their cries abruptly. They were just ordinary people and had never witnessed such a brutal scene, nearly fainting from fear. The three trembled, biting their lips tightly, not daring to make sound. Chapter 350, the Rare Treasures Phenomenon. All instruments ringing, dear guest, it's a pleasure to serve you. Xiao Lu said with a bright smile, full of enthusiasm. Lin Xiaofan asked, "How pleased are you?" Xiao Lu's expression stiffened, but he still maintained a professional smile. "Would you like to purchase a mysterious artifact? Our Tianbao pavilion has a large variety of mysterious artifacts, all reasonably priced and honest. Whatever you can think of, we have it here." Lin Xiaofan replied, "Oh really? Then please introduce them. This way, please." Xiao Lu led Lin Xiaofan into the spacious hall further inside. As he looked around, he saw rows of neatly arranged various mysterious artifacts. A few sales staff from Tianbao Pavilion were enthusiastically promoting and explaining to other customers. Xiao Lu said, "The mysterious artifacts on this floor range from 1st to 4th grade. What are you looking for? Attack-type artifacts or defense-type artifacts?" Lin Xiaofan casually scanned the area and asked, "Are there any higher-grade ones?" Xiao Lu smiled even wider, "Of course. Please follow me to the 2nd floor." Lin Xiaofan followed Xiao Lu to the 2nd floor, which had the same layout and a dazzling array of mysterious artifacts. There were also people selecting mysterious artifacts on the 2nd floor, but the number was clearly much less than on the 1st floor. Xiao Lu introduced, "The artifacts on the 2nd floor are of higher grade, ranging from 5th to 8th grade. You can take a look to see if there is anything you like." Chapter 351, "Forget it. I'll let you have it." Lin Xiaofan said, "I don't need you to give me a chance. I want to do business with Tianbao Pavilion, so please leave." Qin Jiangzi laughed in anger. "How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me like that? Do you believe that with just a word from me, there will be no place for you in the Songlong domain?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "And do you believe that with just a flick of my finger, there will be no trace of you, Qin Jiangzi, in the Songlong domain? You're arrogant." Qin Jiangzi was furious, standing up abruptly, his supreme aura erupting and suppressing the surroundings, causing the entire VIP room to tremble. Lin Xiaofan remained unfazed, as if that overwhelming aura did not exist at all, his expression calm and unperturbed. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Jiangzi's eyes. He intended to intimidate Lin Xiaofan, but found it completely ineffective. This kid has some skills. Qin Jiangzi felt a surge of vigilance in his heart. Being able to withstand the supreme pressure without changing his expression meant that either he possessed the same supreme cultivation or had some extraordinary treasure. This young man couldn't possibly be a supreme being, so there was only one possibility. Qin Jiangxi's heart burned with excitement. He had long wanted a defensive type of chaotic supreme treasure for protection, and it seemed today he would get his wish. Chapter 352. So what? The breaking heaven pill is trash. Lin Xiaofan said, if you find it unacceptable, you can refuse. I want to force you. You. Qin Jiangxi was seething with rage, his heart ablaze. Ever since he became a master of alchemy, he has been a guest of honor wherever he went, surrounded by flattering people. When had he ever suffered such indignity? He had grown accustomed to being held in high esteem, but today he was repeatedly provoked by a mere brat. If it were any other time, he would have exploded, but for the sake of obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure, he endured it. However, now he was being mocked, and he could no longer contain it. His long simmering anger erupted completely. Lin Xiaofan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Even if you are in the chaotic realm, what of it? Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Remember that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. I have seen chaotic realm experts before, and several of them have benefited from my elixirs. With just a word from me, several chaotic realm experts will come to suppress you. Lin Xiaofan said, you have such a great influence? But what use is that? If I wanted to kill you right now, could those chaotic realm experts you've helped possibly arrive in time to save you? Qin Jiangxi's expression changed slightly. He did not know if Lin Xiaofan was joking, and for a moment, he was filled with uncertainty. Chapter 353. Is this compensation? Clearly, it's robbery. Xuantian's face changed drastically. Although Qin Jiangxi was a master of alchemy, his strength was also considerable, a genuine supreme being, yet he was actually sent flying with a single slap. His cultivation was on par with Qin Jiangxi, which meant Lin Xiaofan could also slap him away. This kid is indeed strong. Such power must belong to the chaotic realm, without a doubt. Xuantian's mind was shaken. A chaotic realm expert this young was simply astonishing. What the 7 greedy wolves were in front of this person was nothing but trash. Tianbao Pavilion was backed by the Lin Tian sect, and no one dared to cause trouble. But now Xiaofan was hitting people right in front of him, and he didn't dare to say anything, not even to stop it. A cold sweat dripped down Xuantian's forehead. Top, 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 top. The crisp sound of bouncing echoed as Qin Jiangxi was knocked away, and the 7 breaking heaven pills lost control, bouncing and rolling all over the ground. The breaking heaven pill, which was usually in high demand and would be snatched up as soon as it appeared, was now scattered on the ground, ignored. Lin Xiaofan. In the next room, Qin Jiangxi got up in a sorry state, a bright red handprint on his face, and with a sneer, he stared through the broken hole at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes burning with fury. Chapter 354. Whether you lend or not, you must lend. Lin Xiaofan, don't you dare bully me too much. Qin Jiangxi's face turned red with anger, veins popping on his forehead. Lin Xiaofan said, who is bullying you? I'm just making a suggestion. You can completely refuse. Why get so angry? Qin Jiangxi snorted coldly, turning his head away, not wanting to deal with this person he found distasteful. Xuantian's expression shifted slightly. After hesitating several times, he could not help but say, Qin Jiangxi, why don't you lend me 150,000? What did you say? Qin Jiangxi glared at Xuantian, his eyes practically shooting fire. He did not expect Xuantian to dare to ask. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Xuantian said awkwardly, don't get excited, I was just asking. If you don't want to lend it, then forget it. Qin Jiangxi, still boiling with anger, replied, Xuantian, one should have principles. Don't disregard morality for a small profit. You are also a person with status and reputation. You should think carefully about what you can and cannot do. Xuantian's expression suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. This round of sarcastic lessons made him lose face. We are both supreme beings. What right do you have to lecture me? Lin Xiaofan said, Qin Jiangxi, this is where you are wrong. Didn't you say you have a decades-long bond with Xuantian? He borrowed some Xianjing stones from you, and you were unwilling to lend them. What kind of bond is that? Chapter 355. Throwing out bait and fishing for big fish. Xuantian, give me 2 million more, and these 7 broken heaven pills will be yours. Lin Xiaofan opened his right hand, and the broken heaven pills bounced up and down, their halos swirling. Exudino anti-signora. Xuantian's pupils dilated, and he gasped, "Please wait. I'll be right back." Xuantian hurriedly left. In the VIP room, only Lin Xiaofan and Qin Jiangzi remained, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Qin Jiangzi felt uneasy all over. He wanted to leave directly. But having been tricked out of 7 broken heaven pills and forced to lend out 150,000 Xianjing stones, even though he was a wealthy alchemist, he couldn't bear such a huge loss. The broken heaven pills were definitely lost, but he couldn't just give away 150,000 Xianjing stones. He had to demand an explanation from Xuantian, so he couldn't just walk away. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, "Qin Jiangzi, we can consider ourselves acquaintances. We will definitely meet again in the future, so why not become friends?" Qin Jiangzi coldly replied, "Whether we will meet again is uncertain, but as for being friends, that's out of question. I am weak, and I cannot reach your level as a chaos being." Lin Xiaofan said, "You can't say that. Aren't you close with several chaos beings? Actually, we can be friends too." Chapter 356. The sudden challenge. Xuantian was greatly tempted. 1 pill for 150,000 Xianjing stones was definitely a good deal. Even if the experience pill in his hand could truly break through a major realm, it wasn't worth that price because it was only of the 7th rank, which is a bit low. But this experience pill was given to him by Lin Xiaofan. And if he just handed it over to Xuantian, what would Lin Xiaofan think? He still wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Xiaofan for future opportunities, so he couldn't afford to lose more than he gained. No way. After some hesitation, Xuantian still refused. "What do you need this pill for? It's only 7th rank. Not worth much, and you can't even use it yourself. If you give it to me, not only will I not take that 150,000, but I will also owe you a favor." "No way. Why are you like this? You're already a supreme being. What do you need a 7th rank pill for? Even if you sell it, you definitely won't sell it for 150,000. You won't lose by giving it to me. No means no." The two argued over the experience pill, soon getting red-faced and heated. Lin Xiaofan impatiently said, "Stop. You can argue later. We need to take care of business first." "Xuantian, did you bring the Xianjing stones?" "I brought them. They're here." Xuantian replied and hurriedly took out 2 million Xianjing stones from his storage ring. Chapter 357. Chaos Heavenly Sovereign Lin Xiaoyu. That one Xinyue is not simple. He must have prepared for the life and death battle he set up, so we must not be careless. Xuantian said seriously as he saw when Xinyue walking away. Lin Xiaofan asked, "What? Do you think I'm not his match?" Xuantian said gravely, "I've dealt with him before. This person is very scheming and never acts without confidence. Normally, chaos beings can easily crush supreme beings. But he unusually issued a challenge, going from supreme to chaos, and something must be off. From what I know about him, he must have a considerable chance of winning to act this way. If he's not playing some trick, then..." Xuantian paused. Lin Xiaofan asked, "Then what?" Xuantian took a deep breath and said, "Then he really has the confidence to defeat a chaos being." Lin Xiaofan chuckled. "Is he that powerful? Do you think so highly of him?" Xuantian said sternly, "Don't be deceived by Xinyue's gentle appearance. In fact, he is ruthless and has the demeanor of a hero. It is said that he obtained a shocking divine ability in a secret realm, and for this, he even killed dozens of his fellow disciples who were present at the time." Chapter 358. Before the final battle, master and disciple scheme in a mansion in Chaoyang City. When Xinyue sat across from an old man, discussing matters while sipping tea. "Xinyue, challenging Lin Xiaofan is a bit reckless. Why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" The old man said lightly, his gaze deep as the sea, his aura long and endless, breathing in harmony with the will of heaven and earth. Although this person simply sat there, he seemed to be the center of the world, with a strong presence, radiating like the sun, making it impossible to ignore. "Master, since I dare to challenge, it means I have some confidence." When Xinyue said respectfully, in front of the old man, he had lost his previous swagger. His sharpness was reined in, his expression respectful, and his speech very proper, not daring to overstep, showing great reverence. This old man was none other than Xinyue's master, and also the supreme elder of Tianyun sect, a chaos being known as Qi Xuandu. Qi Xuandu said, "The power of a chaos being far exceeds what you can imagine. It is basically impossible for a supreme being to fight and win." When Xinyue's gaze flickered, basically impossible means it's not absolute. I am that exception. Qi Xuandu's expression darkened. "Xinyue, How many times have I told you? One must have confidence, but not overconfidence. Otherwise, it becomes arrogance. Once pride takes root, failure is not far away. Chapter 359, Crane Cry Peak. The Gathering of Wind and Clouds. Tianyan Sect's young master when Xinyue openly challenged Lin Xiaofan. The two would soon engage in a life-and-death battle at Crane Cry Peak, 50 miles outside Chaoyang City. This news spread from Chaoyang City like a hurricane, rapidly radiating in all directions and causing a huge sensation. Who is Lin Xiaofan? He is the recently rising peerless genius, having consecutively slain many beings of the Tongtian realm, with even supreme beings falling at his hands, making his reputation resoundingly powerful. The most widely circulated battle was when he single-handedly suppressed the Liao family in Baya City, forcefully defeating the Liao family's head, Liao Tianshun, and seizing the Liao family's heirloom, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Heavenly Silkworm Armor. That battle shocked the world, and Lin Xiaofan's name as a being of chaos spread rapidly, quickly circulating among various parties, almost reaching the entire Songlong domain. Now, Lin Xiaofan's reputation has surpassed that of the 7 sons of Songlong, hinting at his title as the strongest genius in the Songlong domain. Now, one of the 7 sons of Songlong, when Xinyue, wants to challenge Lin Xiaofan, aiming to use a supreme being to slay chaos and achieve the title of the #1 supreme in the world. As soon as such explosive news was released, it immediately shook the world. Surrounding forces rushed to send people, and the originally unremarkable Crane Cry Peak gathered clouds and wind, with countless warriors surging in. Chapter 360. The discussion of seizing the body. There are gains and losses, Liao Hongshang said. I have a divine ability, after practicing it. One can seize a body and be reborn. I can teach it to you. Seizing a body and being reborn. Ji Xingyun released Liao Hongshang's arm, the excitement slowly fading from his face. He said, I've thought about this method, and it's not that I can't bear this body, but what about my cultivation? I've worked hard to reach the 10th level of the Tongtian realm, just one step away from becoming a supreme being. How can I just give it up? Liao Hongshang replied, you have to give something to gain something. You must make a choice. Ji Xingyun's expression darkened as he said, but the price is too high. If I take over another body and be reborn, not only will I lose my cultivation, but the new body will also no longer have the Ji family's bloodline. I will have no hope of the family head position, and the position of the young master of Tianyan sect has also been snatched by Wen Xinyue. Wouldn't I have nothing? Liao Hongshang said softly. How can you have nothing? Don't you still have me? And your cultivation won't be wasted. You have a dual cultivation technique that can absorb others' cultivation, right? Teach it to me, and when you take over, pass your cultivation to me, helping me break through to the chaos realm. Ji Xingyun's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Liao Hongshang. So you married me just to dual cultivate with me and absorb my cultivation? You've thought it through well, but do you think I would agree? Chapter 361. Dare to deceive me. The consequences are severe. When Xinyue, in a hidden corner, Gong Rushue cautiously poked her head out, staring hatefully at the figure on the peak. The hatred of family annihilation, the hatred of killing her father, is unresolvable. Gong Rushue was filled with hatred. If it weren't for knowing the vast difference in strength, she would have rushed forward to tear when Xinyue to pieces. She had quietly come over as soon as she learned that Lin Xiaofan and Wen Xinyue were going to settle their life and death here, waiting quietly. She hoped Lin Xiaofan could kill Wen Xinyue, while also worrying that Lin Xiaofan might be defeated. Her feelings were very complex. Now that Lin Xiaofan had not appeared, she breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a bit disappointed. Lin Xiaofan, where are you? You wouldn't really be avoiding the fight, would you? Gong Rushue still had some expectations in her heart. She looked at Wen Xinyue at the mountaintop, her eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. Wen Xinyue was very sensitive and seemed to sense something, turning to look over. Gong Rushue was startled and quickly lowered her head, blending into the crowd as if nothing had happened. There were too many people on the scene, and Wen Xinyue scanned around several times without noticing anything. He glanced up at the few dark clouds floating in the sky and quickly withdrew his gaze. He found us. Chapter 362. Space-flowing light shield, who's joking with you? Wen Xinyue said, once you step onto this Crane Hall Peak today, you will never think of leaving again. Even if I give you Xian crystal stones, you can't take them away. Without Xian crystal stones, you can use your life to pay for it. Lin Xiaofan flashed in the air, instantly closing the distance to Wen Xinyu, raising his hand to slap down. The decisive battle began. Everyone immediately became excited, holding their breath and focusing on this long-awaited, shocking battle. Come on, what if it's the Chaos Realm? Today, Wen Xinyu, will prove to the world that a supreme being can also slay chaos. Wen Xinyue's expression remained unchanged, and he did not dodge. He confidently raised his hand to block. Bang! The two sides collided, the force clashing with an earth-shattering sound, shaking the entire Crane Howl Peak. The hearts of the onlookers also started to beat violently. The battle just began, and it was a direct confrontation. Such an explosive duel made people's blood boil. In this first direct clash, who is stronger, who is weaker? Wen Xinyue's expression suddenly changed. He felt an overwhelming force coming at him, and his arm felt like it was about to split. Just as he wanted to say something, that force suddenly poured down, instantly engulfing his whole body. Chapter 363. One punch shatters mountains. One force breaks all laws. You talk too much. Lin Xiaofan felt the power in his hand dissipate, and the flowing light shield spun wildly, slicing at his fist. However, the indestructible golden body was incredibly tough. After colliding hundreds of times in an instant, the fist and the light shield suddenly bounced back and separated. At that moment, the nearby void cracked open again, and the power of that punch condensed into a golden light that burst out from the crack, roaring towards Lin Xiaofan's position with unstoppable force. Lin Xiaofan, with the attack enhanced by the flowing light shield S movement, its power doubled, and you're dead for sure. Wen Xinyue's face was filled with killing intent, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glare. He was so excited that his body trembled uncontrollably. No one could withstand an attack with double the power of their full strength. The supreme being slaying chaos was about to happen at this very moment, and he was about to become renowned throughout the world, becoming the greatest person in history. Boom! Lin Xiaofan casually slapped that golden light into pieces. The powerful force erupted, causing the surrounding void to collapse and roll, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Wen Xinyue. What? Impossible! Wen Xinyue was shocked. He quickly urged the flowing light shield to spin around him at high speed, forming a light curtain to block the spatial storm. Chapter 364. Hey, are you not coming out? I'm not lying to you. My master Qixian is really nearby. Wen Xinyue shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Not knowing if he was trying to bolster his courage or deliberately letting Qixian hear, so he would come out and save him. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. It doesn't matter how loud you yell, it's probably because you're too useless that Qixian has already given up on you. So he is hiding and not coming out. You're talking nonsense. Wen Xinyue's face turned bright red. In his agitation, the injury on his chest became uncontrollable and blood gushed out, looking extremely frightening. He was also very puzzled. Clearly, they had agreed before, but why was his master nowhere to be seen at such a critical moment? If he didn't appear soon, this guy might really kill him. Wen Xinyue was anxious. Lin Xiaofan said, "You still don't admit it? Then let us test it out." Wen Xinyue was stunned. How to test? Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a cold arc when Xinyue looked at that mysterious smile, feeling inexplicably cold. Just as he felt something was wrong, he suddenly heard a cracking sound, followed by a sharp pain in his left arm. Wen Xinyue screamed in agony as his left arm bent at a 90-degree angle, the bone shards protruding out, causing excruciating pain. Chapter 365. Not satisfied? Then let us do it again. This guy is helping Qixian teach his disciple a lesson. The onlookers secretly broke out in a cold sweat. In front of a Chaos Realm expert, beating the opponent's disciple into a pig's head was a blatant provocation. Is the battle of the Chaos Realm about to explode? The air was thick with gunpowder, and a violent agitation was spreading. The great battle was about to break out, stimulating everyone into inexplicable excitement, all eagerly anticipating. Qixian stared at Lin Xiaofan for a long time, his expression inscrutable. He said calmly, "My disciple indeed has some issues with discipline. It's good for you to teach him a lesson so that he won't be so reckless and cause trouble everywhere." What's going on? Everyone was very surprised. The long-anticipated great battle did not break out, and Qixian actually backed down? Lin Xiaofan was also a bit surprised. He said, "What do you think we should do now?" The challenge was initiated by him, and he promised me 1,000,000 Xinjing stones if I won. Now he's going back on his word, being untrustworthy. Should I just kill him? Woo-woo. When Xinyue was startled and wanted to say something, but his mouth was severely swollen, making it difficult for him to speak. He could only look to Qi Xuandu for help. A trace of anger appeared on Qi Xuandu's face. He had been patient, but Lin Xiaofan was still aggressive. With so many people watching, it was quite embarrassing for him. Chapter 366. You hurt me, you must compensate. Slap. Lin Xiaofan slapped when Xinyue again, saying, "What are you shouting for? Your master told you to shut up. Why don't you listen?" When Xinyue's face twisted in anger, his whole body trembling. This was simply too much, but he was at the mercy of others. Even though he was filled with hatred, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. When Xinyue dared not speak anymore, he clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Lin Xiaofan, fearing that he would not be able to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That's more like it. Lin Xiaofan said, "Qi Xuandu, I'm going to throw him over to you. Are you ready? If you can't catch him again, you can't blame me for being rude." Qi Xuandu finally reacted, his face turning pale with anger. Lin Xiaofan, "You, catch him." Lin Xiaofan interrupted Qi Xuandu before he could finish, throwing when Xinyue over. Qi Xuandu instinctively reached out to catch him. "Kid, take my palm." At the moment Qi Xuandu caught when Xinyue, the anger he had suppressed for so long finally erupted. With a loud shout, a phantom figure detached from him and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaofan, striking down with a heavy palm. Boom. Chapter 367. Don't mess with me if you don't want to die. Lin Xiaofan, you're so bold. You actually dare to kill someone from the Tianlong royal family? Long Taiyu's face darkened. Lin Xiaofan nonchalantly replied, "If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. What is the Tianlong royal family to me? If they offend me, I'll still slap them to death." Long Taiyu said sternly, "Do you think just because you're in the chaos realm, you can act recklessly? The Tianlong dynasty has several such astonishing powers. Their strength far surpasses your imagination. Anyone who dares to kill a member of the Tianlong royal family will face the extermination of their entire clan, and that includes you in the chaos realm." Lin Xiaofan's gaze suddenly turned cold. Is everyone from the Tianlong royal family so arrogant? Exterminate an entire clan? I'm right here. Why don't you give it a try? Long Taiyu sneered. You still dare to be stubborn? Don't think that being in the chaos realm makes you so impressive. Our royal family specializes in physical training and is best at fighting beyond their level. The Crown Prince has already seen your strength. Sure, you have some abilities, but you can only bully someone like Wen Xinyue. In front of the Crown Prince, you're nothing. Crown Prince, it's up to you now. Capture this guy and uphold the reputation of our Tianlong royal family. When my father hears of this, he will definitely be overjoyed. Chapter 368. Master and Apprentice Discuss. Scheming together 80,000 miles outside Chaoyang City. Qi Xuandu descended like a fleeting shadow, landing on the ground. Doof. When Xinyue slowly regained consciousness and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Master, where's this? Where's Lin Xiaofan? When Xinyue was a bit confused, looking around with a dazed expression. Qi Xuandu frowned and said, "Don't worry about Lin Xiaofan. How is your injury?" When Xinyue instinctively sensed his condition, his eyes gradually clearing up as he said, "It's nothing serious. Just need to recuperate for 10 days or half a month, and I'll be fine." The Tantian Supreme had a strong vitality, and while when Xinyue was unconscious, his internal energy had spontaneously circulated to heal his injuries. After spitting out the congealed blood, his injuries were temporarily suppressed. Qi Xuandu's expression was stern as he said, "You had a brief confrontation with Lin Xiaofan in Chaoyang City. Why didn't you gauge his strength at that time? Now that you've ended up like this, it's one thing for you to lose face. But you've also implicated me. Do you know how much you've embarrassed this old face of mine? Master, please don't be angry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way." When Xinyue said, feeling fearful. Qi Xuandu reprimanded, "Didn't he expect? Is that an excuse? If I hadn't been nearby, your life would have been lost." Chapter 369. Pill Phenomenon. Resonance of heaven and earth. Lin Xiaofan flew for a while and noticed someone was chasing him from behind. He slowly stopped and landed on the ground. Swish. Two figures quickly caught up and stopped in front of Lin Xiaofan. Xiao Wanshan and Qin Jiangzi. Why are you following me? Lin Xiaofan said flatly. The two looked tense. Although Lin Xiaofan's tone was calm, it revealed dissatisfaction. The aftermath of the previous battle still lingered. Even Qi Xuandu had retreated, and Xuantian and Qin Jiangzi were already filled with respect. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's unfriendly demeanor, they immediately appeared a bit anxious. "Don't misunderstand. We mean no harm," Xuantian quickly said. "It's like this. I've had someone test that 7th grade experience pill, and it can indeed help break through major realms. So I want to buy an 11th grade experience pill. I don't know what your esteemed self thinks." Xuantian's tone was much more respectful than when he was at the Tianbao Pavilion, as he now confirmed that Lin Xiaofan was indeed a Chaos Realm expert, hence addressing him as esteemed self to show respect. Above the Supreme, one is called esteemed self, which is a title for powerful chaos beings. Lin Xiaofan asked, "An 11th grade experience pill? How many Xianjing stones are you planning to offer?" A 10th grade experience pill requires 1,000,000 experience points. An 11th grade experience pill directly multiplies that by 10, needing 10 million experience points, which is worth 300,000 Xianjing stones to him. If he were to sell it, he would definitely ask for more than that. Chapter 370. A flexible solution, 2 conditions. "Are you going to kill me if I'm not satisfied?" Xuantian was a bit flustered. He swallowed hard and nervously said, "I was thinking the Liantian sect has a position for a guest elder, which is very suitable for you, esteemed self. If you're willing to take on this role, you could receive a monthly salary of 1,000,000 Xianjing stones. So, in 10 months, that would be 10 million. And as a guest elder, all you need to do is provide one 11th grade experience pill every 10 months. Of course, the first month's pill needs to be submitted first to verify its effectiveness. Esteemed self, what do you think of this flexible solution?" Lin Xiaofan was stunned. Qin Jiangzi was also dumbfounded. What a clever move by Xuantian. The effectiveness of the 11th grade experience pill was still uncertain, and spending 10 million Xianjing stones on it was a huge risk. But according to Xuantian's flexible solution, 10 million could be paid over 10 installments. And if the pill turned out to be ineffective, they would definitely stop giving the remaining Xianjing stones, at most losing just 1 million. On the other hand, if the 11th grade experience pill was indeed effective, the Liantian sect would receive one every 10 months. Over time, in less than 10 years, the Liantian sect would surely dominate the Songlong domain. Chapter 371. Liantian sect. Floating sacred artifact. Lin Xiaofan said, "Elder Qiu is a supreme expert. Becoming his disciple will only bring benefits, not drawbacks." Gong Rushue immediately stopped hesitating and bowed. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Good. Xuantian stroked his beard and laughed. "Good disciple. Get up. From now on, you will be my direct disciple. You still have a few senior brothers and sisters above you. When we return to the sect, I will introduce them to you." "Yes," Gong Rushue replied happily. Leaping to her feet and standing beside Xuantian, her beautiful eyes frequently glancing at Lin Xiaofan, her face shy and wanting to speak. "Why did young Master Lin help me? Could it be that he likes me?" Gong Rushue's heart raced, her youthful thoughts swirling and spring feelings rippling. But when she remembered that Lin Xiaofan had once said he was a man she could never have, her heart couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Xuantian observed this scene and confirmed his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Lin Jinsuan, then let's go to the Liantian sect now. The matter of the experience pill is of great importance. 1,000,000 Xianjing stones is not a small sum. It must be approved by the sect master." Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. "You just said so much, but in the end, you can't make the decision? If your sect master disagrees, wouldn't I be making a trip for nothing?" Chapter 372. The speed of the big shot's change of face Xuantian led everyone to the main hall of the Liantian sect. 2 middle-aged men and an old man sat high in the main hall. The 3 of them emitted no aura, yet their presence was overwhelming. Just sitting there made one feel as if a mountain was pressing down upon them. As soon as they entered the hall, the 3 gazes turned towards them, their imposing aura shaking the entire hall. Lin Xiaofan and the others were fine, but Gong Rushue found it hard to bear. Her pretty face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled in fear. "Rushue, you go outside and wait." Xuantian waved his right hand lightly, and Gong Rushue instantly floated out. The 3 pairs of eyes finally landed on Lin Xiaofan, deliberately emanating a terrifying aura that caused the entire hall to hum and tremble. Chaos Realm. Chaos Celestial Realm. Chaos Great Saint Realm. Lin Xiaofan glanced over the cultivation levels of the 3 people clearly visible to him. His expression remained calm, the overwhelming pressure dissipating before it could approach him, vanishing into thin air a foot away. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of the three. "You are Lin Xiaofan? So young, yet already at the Chaos Realm, truly a prodigy." The middle-aged man sitting in the center spoke, his voice warm and soothing, making one feel as if bathed in spring breeze, instantly dispersing the imposing aura that enveloped the hall. Chapter 373. You are ugly, but your thoughts are beautiful, okay? Lin Xiaofan held out his right hand, and the 11th grade experience pill slowly appeared. The pill's aura flowed, and the extraordinary sight reappeared, illuminating the entire hall with purple light. Dazzling and mesmerizing. Qin Jiangzi and Xuantian had seen it once, and upon seeing it again, they couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Yang Bufan and the others suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with fervor. Meng Shan, who had been silent, could no longer hold back and reached out to grab it. Lin Xiaofan's thoughts moved, and he retrieved the experience pill back into his small world, smilingly asking, "Elder Meng, what are you doing?" The pill's aura faded, and Meng Shan's outstretched hand froze in midair, his old face turning red with embarrassment. Yang Bufan laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is an unparalleled treasure pill, extraordinary." Elder Meng couldn't help himself. "Lin, don't take offense," Lin Xiaofan said. "Now that you've seen the pill, what does Sect Master Yang think?" Yang Bufan's expression turned serious. He said solemnly, "Lin, does 10 10th grade experience pills really have the same effect as one 11th grade experience pill?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "Of course. If you have doubts, you can also directly purchase the 11th grade experience pill, take it on the spot, and you will know the effect immediately." Yang Bufan pondered. 1 million Xinjing stones is a huge amount. Although the Liantian sect can produce it, it may lead to undesirable consequences. Chapter 374. Restarting Langya Heaven, such a young chaos realm? Wang Jianxiu found it hard to believe. Lin Xiaofan showed surprise. Wang Jianxiu could actually see he was at the chaos realm, clearly not ordinary. Xuantian laughed. "Master Uncle, your information is outdated. Just recently, Lin Jinsun defeated Wen Xinyue, one of the Canglong Seven, and even scared off the Chaos Realm powerhouse Qi Xuandu, becoming famous in a single battle. I believe Lin will soon be renowned across the world." "I see." A gleam of brilliance appeared on Wang Jianxiu's face as he looked at Lin Xiaofan. "Elder Lin, can this experience pill really help me break through? I have hidden injuries, and my cultivation has long stagnated. Even the Breaking Heaven pill has no effect." Qin Jiangzi's expression darkened further. This guy always brought up the Breaking Heaven pill, which annoyed him greatly. Lin Xiaofan said, "Breaking through is certainly not a problem, but one pill is not enough. From what I see, your cultivation just barely steps into the Supreme Realm. To break through to the Chaos Realm, you must take 10. Sect Master Yang. If you want to try the pill, it's best to find someone at the 10th level of the Nirvana Realm. As long as they take this pill, they will immediately break through to the Heavenly Realm." Lin Xiaofan spoke resolutely, moving everyone. Chapter 375. The new residents of a super sect, Langya Heaven. Lin Xiaofan looked at the dark red earth and the gloomy, overcast sky, where everything was desolate. "It's too desolate." Lin Xiaofan planned to transform Langya Heaven. Now this small world had been refined by him and could be controlled at will. With a thought, the heavens and earth changed color. Boom! The ground shook violently. Countless stones burst forth from the earth, forming towering mountains. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, colliding with each other, producing thunderous sounds, and torrential rain poured down. The heavy rain flowed over the ground, gathering in ravines, forming lakes and streams. The downpour lasted for several hours, and when the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the air became fresh. The sky brightened, and a fiery red sun slowly emerged, its light illuminating the entire Langya Heaven. Now it looked a bit like a small world. Lin Xiaofan smiled at the sun hanging high in the sky. In fact, that was not the sun, but the void projection of the Eternal Eye. The Eternal Eye within his small world had been completely refined and controlled by his power of the world, allowing him to freely use the power of the Eternal Eye. Since refining Langya Heaven, it had become a part of his internal small world, and everything within the small world could be manifested in Langya Heaven in the form of projections. Chapter 376. Transforming into Chaos. Stirring up the winds and clouds, Lin Xiaofan, brought Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianfeng to Langya Heaven. These two could also be considered his avatars, influenced by his true self. Their appearances had become much younger, no longer resembling middle-aged men, but rather handsome young men, looking like they were in their 20s. Not only that, but their looks had also undergone subtle changes, bearing some resemblance to him. Lin Xiaofan looked at the two, feeling as if he were looking at himself. He checked his experience points. Originally, there were over 10 million, but after refining an 11th grade experience pill and a 10th grade experience pill, consuming 11 million, he now only had a little over 2 million experience points left. Yang Xianfeng and Lin Xiaofan broke through to the Chaos Realm, needing 2 11th grade experience pills. They already had one, but were still short of one. What to do if the experience points were insufficient? He still had over 2 million Xian crystal stones. Lin Xiaofan first converted all the Xian crystal stones into experience points. Experience points: 68, 857, 658. The total experience points instantly broke 70 million. Lin Xiaofan then consumed 10 million experience points to condense an 11th grade experience pill. He swallowed it. Lin Xiaofan threw the 2 11th grade experience pills to Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianfeng respectively. Chapter 377. Don't be scared at the 10th peak of the 10th Academy. All the high-level members of the Xuantian Sword sect above the Void Realm had arrived, including Jun Tianma and Ziliuo, totaling 7 people. The grand formation that suppressed the Xuantian Continent had been broken by Lin Xiaofan, and now the heavenly and earthly fortunes had greatly changed, ushering in a flourishing era of cultivation for the Xuantian Continent. Several people at the Xuantian Sword sect had also broken through to the Celestial Gang's realm, including Yun Buqi and Zhang Bai and Luo Feijian, who was originally in the Void Realm, had even broken through to the Return to Origin Realm. However, even with Yun Buqi and others' increased strength, they became more cautious in front of Lin Xiaofan. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense Lin Xiaofan's unfathomable power. Thus, as Lin Xiaofan spoke confidently from the main seat, Yun Buqi and the others listened attentively, as if they were juniors. The spatial gate would remain at the 10th peak, allowing all disciples of the Xuantian Sword sect to freely enter and exit the Langya Heaven, and even enter the original realm for cultivation. Lin Xiaofan briefly explained the situation. Of course, he did not mention the matter of the greedy wolf star. The Xuantian Sword sect was too weak, and if they knew they were about to face an invasion from the greedy wolf star with powerful beings surpassing the Chaos Realm, it would surely cause great panic. Original Realm. Yun Buqi and others became excited. That was the legendary Upper Realm, a holy place for martial artists to cultivate. They had never even dared to think about it before, and now they could suddenly come and go freely. It felt like a dream. Chapter 378. Invasion Crisis, Blood Demon Ancestor. Stop flaunting your power. Lin Xiaofan's voice rang out, and immediately the space distorted with waves. A large hand descended from the sky, grabbing the blood demon ancestor and others, directly pulling them into the void, disappearing in an instant. Luo Feijian was stunned. At the 10th peak, the members of the super sect felt the world turn upside down in front of them, and then they appeared on a mountain peak. Everyone was astonished, looking around. They saw a spatial gate ahead, and beside it stood a person with hands behind their back. Sect Master, Blood Demon Ancestor, was a bit excited. It had been a long time since he had seen Lin Xiaofan, and he missed him, mainly because he lacked experience pills and his cultivation was improving too slowly. Others also looked at Lin Xiaofan, some excited, some curious. Lin Xiaofan noticed that those who were curious were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed that during his absence, new members had joined the super sect, and they had all been implanted with life and death rings, likely a move by Duan Wutian. You all came too. Lin Xiaofan looked at Yi Lu and Qin Yuan. There were only 3 Nirvana realm members in the super sect. Besides these two, there was also Lan Jiyan, and all 3 had come. He had thought Yi Lu and Qin Yuan would not come over so quickly from the Xuantian Continent. Qin Yuan quickly said, "We happen to be in the Xuantian Continent." Upon receiving the sect master's message, we rushed over immediately. Chapter 379. Enlightenment and Breaking Through. Shocking everyone, don't rush. Follow me. Lin Xiaofan led everyone into the Langya Heaven. Except for Yi Lu and Qin Yuan, everyone was seeing Langya Heaven for the first time and curiously looked around. Why is it so bare and empty? Blood Demon Ancestor asked in a deep voice. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, so you have work to do. From today onward, you will be responsible for transplanting flowers and plants from the outside world into Langya heaven, making it full of greenery and vitality. Blood Demon Ancestor quickly replied, Sect Master, don't joke around. This place is so big, probably 100 miles. If we have to plant flowers and plants everywhere, won't that tire us to death? Lin Xiaofan's expression turned serious. Who is joking with you? You must not only plant trees and grass, but also build the super sex base here. In the future, this little realm will be our super sex territory. Blood Demon Ancestor's expression immediately fell. Others also looked gloomy. Langya heaven was indeed too large. Completing this task would not be easy, but when the sect master spoke, who dared to disobey? Lin Xiaofan said, don't look so miserable. The Lin family from the original realm's Wuxuan city will also help. How about this? The Lin family is a big family with many hands. So let them handle the planning tasks, and you just need to focus on building the sex base. Chapter 380. Are you looking for death? Duan Wutian and others were intimidated by Ziluo's aura, like a bucket of cold water dousing the agitation in their hearts. Lin Xiaofan looked at Ziluo in surprise. Ziluo's pretty face blushed slightly as she silently lowered her head. Jun Tiamal watched this scene, feeling a sense of melancholy. Lin Xiaofan said, don't overthink it. The enlightenment breakthrough consumes too much, and this will be the only time. There won't be another. Everyone was greatly disappointed, but they also knew they couldn't compare to Ziluo and the others, so they could only accept reality. Lin Xiaofan grabbed something, and the space trembled. A ripple spread out, quickly sweeping over the Blood Demon Ancestor. The Blood Demon Ancestor's body shook, and a sharp pain came from his dantian as the life and death ring left his body, flying towards Lin Xiaofan, causing his expression to change slightly. He had requested to have the life and death ring implanted back then to show his loyalty, but now the sect master took it back. Did this mean he no longer trusted him? Lin Xiaofan casually rubbed his hands, and the life and death ring instantly turned to ashes. He said, we won't need this thing anymore. The life and death ring couldn't control Nirvana realm beings. It was of no use remaining in the Blood Demon Ancestor's body. So it was better to take it back. Sect Master. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand to stop him, not giving the Blood Demon Ancestor a chance to speak. He looked at the others, and with a grasp of his right hand, one by one, life and death rings flew out from everyone's bodies. Chapter 381. Are you very afraid? Heavenly Dragon Guards. Kill him. As soon as Long Taiyu's voice fell, the two black-clad men beside him immediately approached Lin Xiaofan from the left and right. Kid, the fourth prince wants you dead, so you can only go to hell. The two Heavenly Dragon Guards sneered and suddenly produced black bells in their hands. Ding! The left Heavenly Dragon Guard gently shook the bell, the sound clear and resonant throughout heaven and earth. An invisible force spread out, like the wind from the nine hells, causing the grass and trees in its path to instantly lose vitality and wither and turn yellow. Bang, bang, bang. A flock of birds just flying by in the sky suddenly plummeted to the ground as the bell rang, crashing down dead. Lin Xiaofan felt a chilling aura rushing towards him, trying to invade his body, but his indestructible golden body was impervious to all laws, and that aura brushed past him without causing any harm. Lin Xiaofan, are you afraid? Do you feel the life force flowing away? Ha ha ha. Long Taiyu laughed triumphantly. Sitting cross-legged not far away, surrounded by a golden dragon phantom, a true dragon protecting him, life force flowing away. Lin Xiaofan looked at the bird carcass on the ground and the withered grass and trees all around, his expression a mix of a smile and something else. Chapter 382. People from Xuantian Mansion, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. I said before, if you dare to trouble me again, Long Tai will be your fate. You chose not to listen. Who can you blame? Lin Xiaofan grabbed Long Taiyu's right hand and forcibly took away the other's storage ring. The two Heavenly Dragon Guards have been obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Long Taiyu's ring couldn't be wasted. Long Taiyu's eyes widened in anger. You dare? What do I have to fear? Lin Xiaofan grinned, raised his hand, and slapped the top of Long Taiyu's head. A powerful force surged out, obliterating flesh and bone, shattering everything. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fourth prince of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty was instantly torn apart, and the exploded limbs and fragments had not yet hit the ground before they turned to dust and scattered. Long Taiyu met his demise. Experience points 2,000,000. Lin Xiaofan checked the storage ring, which contained over 100,000 mysterious crystal stones. The harvest was quite good. He looked at the towering peak in front of him, which reached into the clouds, shrouded in white mist, exuding a bit of an ethereal aura. The Langya heaven was hidden in this void. No one should be able to discover it. This peak would henceforth become the territory of the super sect. Lin Xiaofan formed his fingers into a sword and carved the 3 characters Langya Mountain into the mountain wall, each stroke flowing like a dragon and dancing like a phoenix. The Sword Intense Soaring. Chapter 383. Heavenly Earth Fruit. World Tree. Wan Jinxiu said, "The Heavenly Earth Fruit is the fruit borne by the World Tree, blooming and bearing fruit once every 100 years, with only 10 fruits each time. It contains mysterious and unfathomable powers, with many miraculous effects. Consuming it in the Chaos Realm can directly expand the small world within, thereby enhancing one's potential." Lin Xiaofan asked, "Where's the World Tree?" Wan Jinxiu replied, "This tree is extraordinarily magical. Its main body is in the Qinquan secret realm, while its roots extend into various realms, drawing power from space to grow. The roots of the World Tree are present in all 9 domains of the Greedy Wolf Star, and we have them in the Tsang Wolf domain as well." "Right in the Taishang sect," Lin Xiaofan said. "The first sect of the Tsang Wolf domain? So the Taishang sect has the Heavenly Earth Fruit?" Wan Jinxiu said, "The Taishang sect must have obtained the Heavenly Earth Fruit before. I don't know if they still have it now. But the Taishang sect is the closest place to the World Tree in the Tsang Wolf domain. The roots of the World Tree have great effects. They not only gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also connect to the Qinquan secret realm where the World Tree's main body resides. Whenever the Heavenly Earth Fruit ripens, the roots of the World Tree will open a spatial door, attracting forces from all directions to pour in, thereby igniting a frenzied battle for the Heavenly Earth Fruit. So that's how it is." Chapter 384. Now, make your choice. Recruit him? Zhao Dali said in a daze. "He killed junior brother Hua Lufeng. Are you really going to recruit him, senior brother? The sect has orders. I cannot disobey." However, Hua Yoshui's face showed a murderous intent, which quickly vanished. He suddenly looked outside and said lightly, "Wan Jinxiu has returned. There are people fighting nearby." He went out to check and brought someone back. "Oh." Wan Jinxiu's expression slightly changed. His small world within trembled gently. This was a reaction to encountering a martial artist of the same realm, as the small worlds repelled each other. The person Wan Jinxiu brought back was in the Chaos Realm and was very young. Lin Xiaofan. A cold light burst in Hua Liushui's eyes, and without any visible movement, he suddenly melded into the void and disappeared. Just as Lin Xiaofan stepped onto the massive aerial fortress of the Liantian sect, he felt he was being watched. The moment Hua Lushui discovered him, he sensed the other's presence as well. Lin Xiaofan stopped. "What's wrong?" Wan Jinxiu asked in surprise. Lin Xiaofan said, "Hua Lushui is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him twisted violently, and a figure stepped out, holding a steaming cup of tea. Chapter 385. You're overthinking it. The fight will end quickly. Hua Lushui sneered. Lin Xiaofan. "It seems you made your choice. Do you dare to step outside and settle this life and death?" Lin Xiaofan replied. "So you've made your choice too. We can settle this life and death, but why go outside? Let's do it right here." Hua Lushui narrowed his eyes. "I have no problem, but I'm afraid I won't control my power well and might destroy the Liantian sect. You're overthinking it. It's not like we'll fight for 300 rounds. The battle will end quickly." Lin Xiaofan lightly spun his finger, and the teacup began to rise into the air. He smiled and said, "This cup of tea hasn't fallen yet, and you'll be lying on the ground. Do you believe me?" Arrogant. A murderous intent flashed in Hua Liushui's eyes. He suddenly pushed off the ground, and the earth beneath him collapsed with a roar. He shot toward Lin Xiaofan like a sharp arrow. Everyone scatter. Wan Jinxiu was horrified. He quickly rushed into the crowd of disciples, waving his hand to sweep a portion of them away in an instant. As for the remaining disciples, he couldn't care less. In the battle of the Chaos Realm, the heavens would collapse and the earth would split. Even a slight brush from the aftermath could shatter bones. Run. The remaining disciples of the Liantian sect also sensed the danger and panicked, scattering in all directions. Seeing Lin Xiaofan standing still, Hua Lushui grinned maliciously and, using his forward momentum, threw a powerful punch. Chapter 386. Drink this cup of tea, and you can live. No, no, no. Li Yunfeng quickly waved his hand. Completely unconcerned about calling Lin Xiaofan by name, he said, "This is your personal grudge with him. It has nothing to do with the Lin Tian sect. If you want to kill him, I won't stop you." Lin Xiaofan asked in surprise. "Really?" Li Yunfeng smiled. "He came to take revenge on you, but his strength is insufficient. He deserves to die. However, I hope you can spare his life. After all, this is the Lin Tian sect, and if he dies here, Xuantian Mansion will definitely come looking for trouble with the Lin Tian sect. Of course, how to decide is entirely up to you. I won't interfere." After finishing, Li Yunfeng quietly stepped aside, directly letting go of the matter. Lin Xiaofan pondered. If Li Yunfeng had forcefully demanded he spare Hua Lushui, he would have certainly slapped him to death without hesitation. Since Li Yunfeng was so humble, he might as well give the other party a favor. After all, the Lin Tian sect gave him 100,000 mysterious crystal stones every month. He shouldn't make the relationship too tense. Hua Lushui, for Li Yunfeng's sake, I can spare your life. However, since you've made your second choice, you must see it through to the end. Hua Lushui felt something was off. Looking at the tea in Lin Xiaofan's hand, he gasped. "What do you mean?" Chapter 387. I have faith in you. Work hard. Lin Xiaofan casually waved his hand, and the barrier dissipated instantly. His voice spread in all directions. "Why did you want to isolate the space?" Lin Xiaofan, do things openly and above board. There is nothing I can't let people hear. If you want to beg for mercy and soften your stance, say it out loud. I can't hear you if you whisper. Hua Lushui, Lin Xiaofan said. Not speaking? Then let's drink tea. Everyone is watching, so don't keep them waiting. Hua Lushui stared intently at Lin Xiaofan. If looks could kill, Lin Xiaofan would have died countless times already. I admit defeat today. As long as you stop here, we will clear our grudges. And neither I nor the Xuantian Mansion will bother you again. Hua Lushui had to humbly repeat this. Lin Xiaofan said, I'm not afraid of trouble, so you still have to drink this cup of tea. Hua Lushui, unwilling to give up, said, what I just said about recruiting you is not just talk. Our mansion master really values you. Although you refused before, the mansion master is still eager for talent and has asked me to invite you to join the Xuantian Mansion. You don't have to worry about the Lin Tian sect. As long as you have the ability, one person can serve as a guest elder for several sects, which does not violate any principles, and the Lin Tian sect cannot say anything. Chapter 388. Each with their own agenda bastard. Damn it, how infuriating. In the end, Hua Lushui had emptied his entire fortune, losing all 300,000 Xian crystal stones to Lin Xiaofan before he could leave the Lin Tian sect. He cursed all the way, filled with rage. He had come to the Lin Tian sect thinking he could take revenge for his brother, but instead of killing someone, he ended up getting beaten up. Not only did he lose his arms, but he was also forced to drink water tea. What happened today would soon spread throughout the Songlong domain, and he was about to become the laughingstock of the world, for someone as proud as him. This was an immense humiliation. Lin Xiaofan, Hua Lushui, gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Lin Xiaofan into pieces. Isn't that Hua Lushui? How did he end up in such a miserable state? A mocking voice suddenly came from the side, and a figure stepped out as the void twisted and fluctuated. Wen Xinyue, what are you doing here? Hua Lushui asked in surprise. Wen Xinyue smiled and said, I heard you came to the Lin Tian sect to seek revenge on Lin Xiaofan, so I came to take a look. As I expected, you failed, and it was a crushing defeat. Hua Lushui coldly scoffed, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? Aren't you just another one of Lin Xiaofan's defeated foes? Even your master couldn't turn the tide, and ended up being publicly extorted for Xian crystal stones. Chapter 389. Secret Discussions in the Imperial City. Secrets exposed Yunlong Imperial City of the Tianlong dynasty. As the young master of the Tianyan sect, Wen Xinyue had a special status and easily met with the crown prince. Long Taihao, what a rare guest. Young master Wen has personally come to visit. The prince's mansion is indeed honored, Long Taihao said with a smile, his politeness laced with vigilance. When Xinyue replied, the prince is being too polite. We are both among the 7 sons of Songlong, so we should interact and communicate more. Long Taihao said, I can't dare to take that honor, now that you are already in the chaos realm. I'm afraid this prince is no longer qualified to communicate with you. When Xinyue's eyes flashed, I just broke through not long ago. What did the prince know? The intelligence capability of the Tianlong dynasty is truly impressive. Long Taihao said, when Xinyue, enough with the pleasantries. Why have you come today? When Xinyue replied, since the prince is direct, I want to beat around the bush. I just came from the Lin Tian sect, and Hualu Shui has already been defeated by Lin Xiaofan. Long Taihao's pupils contracted slightly. What of it? What does this have to do with the Tianlong dynasty? When Xinyue said, of course it matters. The fact that Lin Xiaofan can defeat Hualu Shui, who has consumed the fruit of heaven and earth, indicates that his small world has been upgraded at least 3 times. Chapter 390. An unavoidable scheme. What are you saying this for? Do you want the Tianlong dynasty to take action against Lin Xiaofan? Why doesn't your Tianyun sect take action? Although Long Taihao harbored murderous intent, he remained calm. When Xinyue said, the Tianyun sect is not as strong as the Lin Tian sect. If we engage in a direct battle, we have no chance of winning. Long Taihao coldly laughed. So, you plan to have our Tianlong dynasty take the lead while the Tianyun sect hides behind to reap the benefits? When Xinyue said, I have no such thoughts. The Tianyun sect is not up to me. I want to kill Lin Xiaofan, but the sect is unwilling to fall out with the Lin Tian sect. So I can't do anything. Long Taihao said, the Lin Tian sect is not weak. If the Tianlong dynasty clashes head-on, it will suffer heavy losses, and I won't let anyone be a pawn. When Xinyue said, how to decide is entirely up to you. I'm just sharing the information I know. By the way, Lin Xiaofan has an 11th grade experience pill on him. If you take it, you can instantly advance to the Chaos Realm. Long Taihao's heart raced. He understood what when Xinyue meant. He was tempting him to take action against Lin Xiaofan. But knowing this, he still felt tempted. When Xinyue glanced at Long Taihao, half smiling, half serious. Chapter 391. An unexpected crisis at the Lin Tian sect. Elder Lin, good morning. Lin Xiaofan stepped out of his small courtyard early in the morning and saw a beautiful young woman with a curvaceous figure passing by the entrance. She greeted him with a bright smile and was about to leave. Hey you, Xiao Yi, right? Stop right there. Lin Xiaofan called out. Xiao Yi quickly approached him, enthusiastically asking, Elder Lin, what can I do for you? I will never refuse anything I can do. Lin Xiaofan looked at Xiao Yi. This girl was a standout among the younger generation of the Lin Tian sect, a celestial supreme, and also one of the 7 sons of Songlong. Since he suppressed Hualu Shui that day, Lin Xiaofan's prestige had soared, and all the disciples of the Lin Tian sect held him in great respect, especially Xiao Yi, who passed by Lin Xiaofan's residence every morning just to greet him and then leave, seemingly to get familiar with him. This had been going on for 5 or 6 days. Lin Xiaofan said irritably, what do you want? Just say it. Xiao Yi asked in confusion. I didn't want anything. Isn't Elder Lin the one who has something to ask me to do? Lin Xiaofan replied, I have nothing for you to do. Nothing? Chapter 392. Bloodstains on Langya Mountain outside the Lin Tian sect. Langya Mountain. You two come here. Cut down all the trees here. And you, crush and flatten those protruding stones to create a flat area. This huge rock, have a few people carry it to the front and carve the word super sect on it. And who carved this statue? The facial expression is wrong. It needs to be more imposing. That suits the sect master's temperament. The blood demon ancestor energetically directed a dozen or so super sect disciples, shouting and bustling about. Jun Tianma and Ziluo stood at the peak, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. In the distant sky, a massive aerial fortress hung high, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. From the fortress, people occasionally flew in and out, each exuding strong auras. Jun Tianma and Ziluo remained tense, fearing that those inside might come looking for trouble. In this unfamiliar realm, everything was uncertain, and they had to act cautiously. The two didn't understand why Lin Xiaofan placed the Langya Heaven exit here. That aerial fortress was clearly a powerful force, so close to them. It was easy for trouble to arise. Suddenly, Jun Tianma and Ziluo's expressions changed slightly. Chapter 393. The boastful blood demon ancestor you go to. Long Taihao reached out and grabbed Jun Tianma, then threw him hard. Boom! Jun Tianma followed in the footsteps of blood demon ancestor and others, embedding himself into Wolf Tooth Mountain. Now, there's only you left. Long Taihao looked at Ziluo and laughed weirdly. Ziluo took a step back, forcing herself to calm down and said, what exactly do you want to do? Don't be nervous. Just answer me one question, and I won't hit you. I wouldn't want to hit such a beauty. Long Taihao laughed even more joyfully. Now tell me, what is your relationship with Lin Xiaofan? Zilluo replied, I don't know Lin Xiaofan. Long Taihao's face darkened. I don't like women who lie. It seems necessary to give you a beating to make you understand what it means to serve the prince properly when you enter the palace. After saying that, Long Taihao grabbed Zilluo's shoulder and slapped her 10 times in quick succession, causing her to bleed from the corner of her mouth and nearly faint. The prince had seen many beautiful women. Losing one or gaining one didn't matter. The prince is giving you some time to reflect and to properly adjust your attitude. Long Taihao showed no mercy, violently smashing Zilluo into the wall of Langya Mountain. Chapter 394. The Dragon King Strikes. Flesh against flesh. Lord Qinglong taught me a lesson. So I will kill him. Long Taihao suddenly realized that he was the prince of the dynasty, destined to wield power over the world. And he was actually frightened into losing his composure by the other party's nonsense. If this got out, wouldn't he be mocked by everyone? His father was always decisive and ruthless. If he found out that his son was so indecisive and hesitant, the position of the prince would surely be in jeopardy. How did one die? Long Taihao sneered, blaming this guy for leaving a bad impression on the Qinglong king, and he had to cruelly torture him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Whether dead horizontally or vertically, go ahead and kill. Anyway, our grand elder will be back soon, and then the entire Tianlong dynasty will have to accompany him in death. The blood demon ancestor felt panic in his heart, but he couldn't show weakness. Even if you break the heavens, you will still die without a doubt. A flash of killing intent appeared in Long Taihao's eyes as he reached out to grab. Imprisoning the space, the blood demon ancestor was suddenly fixed in place by an invisible force, watching helplessly as that large hand pressed down on his head. Super sect. Just because you have a powerful name, does that mean you are a super sect? You're just seeking your own death. Chapter 395. Dragon King? I'll turn you into a bug king. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the midst of silence, a ticking sound suddenly emerged, and blood dripped from Lin Xiaofan's palm, splattering on the ground, burning deep holes as if it were on fire. Mighty expert's hot blood can pierce stone. Let go. The veins on the Qinglong king's forehead throbbed. He wanted to retract his hand, but Lin Xiaofan held on tightly. Waves of intense pain surged through him, even with his terrifying cultivation. It still made his mouth twitch in pain. His fist was crushed. At this moment, the Qinglong king was both shocked and angry. After cultivating the Royal Extreme Dragon technique to the 11th transformation of the flesh, in the realm of the four-clawed golden dragon, he actually couldn't withstand the opponent's grasping power. This child's physical strength is simply terrifying. Let go. You don't have that chance. Lin Xiaofan swung his right hand, grabbing Long Taihao by the neck and violently smashing him into the ground, brutally striking him down a dozen times, causing the earth to collapse and stones to shatter. The immense impact made the entire world tremble. Puff! Long Taihao, at the peak of the 10th transformation of the flesh, could not withstand such a violent impact. His internal organs were immediately heavily injured, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Your Highness, the Qinglong king glared angrily. Brat, stop this at once. Lin Xiaofan sneered. You can't even protect yourself, so worry about yourself first. Chapter 396. 100 times more terrifying than being beaten. Lin Xiaofan. How can I, a Chaos Realm expert, be insulted like this? Aren't you afraid of being mocked by the world? The Qinglong king gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. Are you dazed from a beating? You're the one being humiliated. What do I have to fear? If the world wants to mock, they will mock your incompetence. The Qinglong king darkened his face. Today, being defeated by you, I humbly admit defeat. The grievances between you and the Tianlong dynasty. I will no longer interfere. After saying that, the Qinglong king stared at Lin Xiaofan. There were some things he couldn't bring himself to say, but his intention to back down was already very clear. Lin Xiaofan said, Qinglong king, do you think just saying you won't interfere can erase everything? I just want to ask you one thing. If I were the one defeated today, would you let me go? Would you give these super sect disciples a way out? The Qinglong king remained silent. Lin Xiaofan continued, You definitely wouldn't, so I won't either. The Qinglong king was startled. What do you want? If you kill the Tianlong royal prince, there might still be room for negotiation. But if you dare to touch me and the prince, it will be a situation of no life left. So think it over. Lin Xiaofan laughed. You're at death's door, and you're still putting on airs. Threatening me? I'm never afraid of threats. Chapter 397. Fist kills the prince. Sword cuts the Dragon King. The blood demon ancestor looked at the Qinglong King, grinning as he touched his belt. The Qinglong King trembled, even when facing the powerful beings of the three domains before. He had never felt such fear as he did at this moment. Don't act recklessly. I'm a Chaos Realm expert. If you dare to treat me like that, it would be a desecration of a Chaos Realm, and then all the Chaos experts in the Songlong domain will hunt you down, and you won't have anywhere to escape. The Qinglong King panicked. If he truly got humiliated like that, how would he face anyone? The blood demon ancestor scoffed. Why are you so nervous? I'm just loosening my belt. Want to tighten it a bit? Look at how scared you are. But don't threaten me. I haven't desecrated the Chaos Realm, and you can't represent all Chaos Realms. Even if I do that to you, it's just targeting you alone, unrelated to other Chaos Realms. Desecrate you? The Qinglong King recalled that indescribable scene, and his heart trembled. This crude man was completely uncommunicative. Lin Xiaofan, manage your subordinate. You're also a Chaos expert, well known. How can you let your people run amok? The Qinglong King looked at Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Chapter 398. The Conspiracy of the Xianyin Sect in the Tianlong Dynasty, Yulong Imperial City. As soon as Long Tai Hao and the Qinglong King fell, the palace received the news. Whether it was the prince or the Qinglong King, both were important figures in the dynasty, having their lifeblood retained in the palace. As long as the blood was there, the person was there, and if the blood was gone, the person would be gone. The sudden disappearance of their blood terrified the supervising eunuchs, turning their faces pale. Soon, Emperor Long Xiaotian learned of this bad news. Slap! In the imperial court, Long Xiaotian's face turned iron blue with rage. He slapped the eunuch delivering the message into a pulp, scaring the many civil and military officials below into silence. Lin Xiaofan. Damn it, you scoundrel. I will tear your body apart. Long Xiaotian completely lost his composure. The imperial majesty vanished, and he rarely roared in the court. The loss this time was simply too severe. The crown prince of the current dynasty has died. He was his most valued son, just a step away from becoming a peerless genius of chaos. The Azure Dragon King has also died. One of the 4 great Dragon Kings is gone, and that represents the Chaos Realm. In the entire Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, including him, there are only 5 strong individuals in the Chaos Realm. The loss of peak combat power has a tremendous impact. Now, with only 4 Chaos Realm experts left, they can't even intimidate the Heavenly Alchemy sect, let alone the Supreme Sect, which ranks first in the Tsong Wolf domain. Chapter 399. The strongest in the same realm? You dare to say that? Tu suis gauze sharpent. Like a sharp arrow piercing directly into the sea of consciousness of the Carefree Supreme. The Carefree Supreme immediately groaned, his face turning pale as paper, his body swaying dangerously. Too strong. The Carefree Supreme was horrified. He couldn't even withstand a single glance from Tu Su. Everyone present changed color, feeling the heavy atmosphere in the hall. And they fell silent like cicadas in winter. Tu Su coldly said, Carefree Supreme, what are you questioning? Do you think I'm not a match for that Lin Xiaofan? The Carefree Supreme broke out in a sweat. That's not what I meant. I have fought with Lin Xiaofan, and his combat power is beyond imagination. It can almost be said that he is unmatched within the same realm. Unmatched? Tu Su sneered. You are overestimating him too much. Even if he were truly a peerless genius, that was in the past. The power of the Trinity Divine Ability is something you can't even imagine. The small world I've opened up is deeply rooted, unmatched by anyone. That is the true meaning of being unmatched in the world. I will not shatter the chaos. Once I step into this realm, I am the strongest in the same realm. Tu Su's words were resolute and full of confidence, emanating an aura of supremacy. Everyone was influenced and involuntarily showed expressions of awe and admiration. Chapter 400. A capture of 100,000 miles. Life and death decision. Have you given up? Lin Xiaofan's voice sounded again, and the enormous hand that blocked the sky suddenly pulled back, quickly disappearing into the void. Tu su also vanished. The sky was clear, and white clouds floated. The battle just now seemed to have never happened. The sect master was taken away by Lin Xiaofan. The entire Xianyin sect fell into silence. Wushuang City, Lin family. Bang! Tu Su crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and disoriented, not knowing where he was. He hurriedly got up, and upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, he trembled in fear and turned to run. "Come back." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and the space twisted, the world turned upside down. Tu Su was clearly running forward, but his body kept retreating, ultimately being pinned down by Lin Xiaofan's palm on his shoulder. He felt a powerful force flooding into his body, suppressing him entirely. His proud small world was also completely sealed. Tu Su was fixed in place. "What are you going to do?" Tu Su is hartraced. Lin Xiaofan was powerful enough to make him despair. He couldn't even fight back. Lin Xiaofan said lightly, "I'm not doing anything. I just want to ask one thing. Did you capture the person the Lin family is looking for?" Tu Su hurriedly said, "You mean Xian Su, right?" "No, I absolutely did not capture him. I only invited him to be a guest to the Xianyin sect. Since the Lin family is looking for him, I will have someone send him over right away." Chapter 401. A sticked attempt with benefits. I choose the first path. Tu Su ultimately yielded, silently lowering his head. Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Very good. You made the right choice. Don't look so downcast. You will find that taking this step today is very wise." Tu Su's eyes flickered, unsure if he absorbed that. Lin Xiaofan said, "Tu Su, you must not be clever by half, thinking of playing any schemes. Since you have joined the super sect camp, you cannot betray it. Otherwise, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I can still drag you out." Tu Su's heart trembled. Recalling the scene where the enormous hand broke through the void to capture him, he couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly said, "I will absolutely not betray. From today on, the Xianyin sect will be an affiliated sect of the super sect. Whatever orders are given, I will not dare to disobey." Lin Xiaofan nodded. "I hope you can keep your word and not let me down. From now on, we are on the same side. Weren't you interested in the Langya Heaven? I will take you to have a look." After saying that, Lin Xiaofan released the sealing power on Tu Su's small world, and the four of them arrived at the location of the spatial gate. "This is the portal to Langya Heaven?" Tu Su was a bit curious. Chapter 402. The super sect shines. Lin Xiaofan was very satisfied with Tu Su's reaction, saying, "For now, you don't need to go through fire and water. First, make the Langya Heaven suitable, and we'll discuss the matter of the experience pill later. An 11-grade experience pill equals 10 million experience points. How could Lin Xiaofan easily give it away? Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianfeng are his avatars. Having strong avatars is equivalent to him becoming stronger. So losing 40 million experience points at once wouldn't cause him any heartache. In the future, teaming up with the avatars to fight in groups. Even the great Saint Master could be taken down. Good. I will arrange this right away and ensure that Langya Heaven is transformed into a paradise." Tu Su was impatient, turning in circles, only to realize there was no way back, looking quite embarrassed. Lin Xiaofan was about to send Tu Su back when he suddenly felt a movement in his heart, turning to look in the direction of the Heavenly Alchemy sect, where a figure shot over like lightning. The vice sect master of the Heavenly Alchemy sect, Li Yunfeng. "I just sensed a fluctuation of small world energy here. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be Elder Lin." Li Yunfeng saw Lin Xiaofan and smiled. His gaze instinctively swept over Lin Xiaofan and the other three, pausing slightly, and then he focused intently, his expression serious. "Chaos Realm? Let me introduce. These three are elders of our super sect." Chapter 403. Quotas for the Secret Realm. 9 domains compete, Li Yunfeng said. Of course, there are quota limits. If anyone could enter, wouldn't it be chaotic? The portal to the Qianquan Secret Realm is in the hands of the Supreme Sect, and the rules are set by them. Generally, each sect is allocated 1 to 10 quotas, with stronger sects receiving more. However, not all sects are guaranteed share. Some weaker and less-known sects might not receive even a single quota. Elder Lin's super sect has not made a name for itself. Previously, no one knew about it. So logically, it should not qualify to enter the secret realm. But the super sect has 4 Chaos Realm experts, and with the strong backing of our Heavenly Alchemy sect, securing a quota should not be a problem. 1 quota? Lin Xiaofan looked at Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianfeng. The 2 avatars were overage and likely could not enter. But with so many disciples in the super sect, 1 quota would not be enough. Li Yunfeng said, 1 quota is already quite good. Our Heavenly Alchemy sect ranks in the top 3 in the Tsang Wolf domain, and last time we only received 8 quotas when the secret realm opened. The secret realm has risks. Having too many people enter is not necessarily a good thing. As long as luck is on our side, even with just 1 quota, we could still gain great opportunities. Chapter 404. The Mount Mo Tian Range. Gathering of various sects. Lin Xiaofan did not follow Li Yunfeng back to the Liantian sect. He remained at Langya Mountain, where he opened a cave dwelling for daily cultivation and living. Lin Xiaofan brought hundreds of Lin family disciples to continue constructing the sect's residence. Yang Xianfeng returned to the original realm, waiting for the talisman master Xian Su to visit him. As for Tu Su, he was eager to contribute due to his desire for experience pills. So he hurried back to the Xianyin sect to prepare for sending 100,000 disciples to work hard in Langyutian. Lin Xiaofan simply acted as a hands-off manager, doing nothing and staying in the cave for quiet cultivation. Of course, quiet cultivation was just a facade. He didn't teeny to cultivate, but instead crafted a wooden rocking chair, lounging in the sun every day. With nothing to do, Lin Xiaofan sorted through the recent gains of mysterious crystal stones, totaling over 1.4 million, all of which he converted into experience points. Experience points 45858808. Name: Lin Xiaofan. Cultivation level: Chaos Celestial Lord Realm. Physical body: Golden body. 11 transformations technique. 9 Heaven Sword technique. Supreme Tao technique. Indestructible Golden body. Supreme Tao technique. Divine powers: Formless catastrophe sword. Perfection. Blood rebirth. Void. Great shift. Great achievement. Trinity. Chapter 405. The power of deterrence. Seizing the initiative, Lin Xiaofan was displeased and said, "When Xin Yue, who are you calling a liar? The super sect is originally within 10,000 miles of the Mount Mo Tian range, only 100 miles from the Liantian sect. If you don't believe it, you can go and see. Wen Xinyuskoft, super sect. I think I've heard of it. It's the sect that had a conflict with the Qinglong king and Long Tai Hao, right? I don't know where it popped up from. It's just a bunch of trash below the Nirvana realm. Such a sect is worthy to stand on equal footing with us and share mining rights." Swish! Lin Xiaofan instantly shifted to Wen Xinyue's front and, before the latter could react, grabbed his neck. "Who are you calling trash? Say it again if you dare." Wen Xinyue was terrified. That large hand had immense power, not only making it hard for him to breathe, but also suppressing his internal small world, rendering him unable to resist. Too strong. The strong confidence Wen Xinyue had gained from breaking through to the chaos realm shattered like glass in an instant. He finally experienced the despair of that day with Hua Luxue. "Let go of me." Wen Xinyue's face turned red. Being choked in front of so many people without any power to resist made him feel ashamed and furious, his eyes nearly spitting fire. "Lin Xiaofan, you're too arrogant. Let go." Chapter 406. Disagreement. Don't even think about it. Wen Xinyue paused for a moment, waiting for everyone to sense it, then continued. "Everyone has noticed, right? This is a living vein of ore with mysterious crystal stones forming every moment. Its value is immeasurable. As long as we extract it in moderation each month and find a balance, this vein can last for at least 100 years. After a few days of field investigation, I've estimated a figure. 3 million mysterious crystal stones per month is the extraction limit. Any more, and the innate essence energy absorbed by the vein will be insufficient, leading to a slow depletion of the vein. Therefore, let's set a rule. The monthly extraction cannot exceed 3 million. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only by ensuring long-term extraction could they maximize benefits, so no one had any objections. Lin Xiaofan looked at Wen Xinyue in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to be quite sharp and have a long-term vision. Wen Xinyue said, "So the monthly extraction amount is set. Next is how to distribute these 3 million. I have a proposal that everyone can listen to. First, our Tianyin sect will be responsible for all matters regarding the extraction of the ore vein. You won't need to do anything. Just wait each month for your share." Chapter 407. Distribution of the ore vein. Clashing opinions? What did I miss? When Xinyue pretended to be surprised, then suddenly realized, "Sorry, I forgot about the super sect. I truly didn't know there was a super sect at the beginning, so I didn't consider it. How about this? Our Tianyin sect will take a little loss, giving up half a share of the profits as the super sect's share. What do you think?" Lin Xiaofan said. "Half a share? 3 million a month. Half a share is 150,000, while Tianyin sect takes 65%. That's 195,000 a month. Wen Xinyue, you really dare to say that? You might as well say this or a vein belongs to the Tianyin sect." Wen Xinyue said, "What? Are you dissatisfied? The super sect half share is already a lot. The Black Flame sect, Shijian Pavilion, and Floating Cloud Gate only get a tenth, averaging less than half a share for each sect. They have no objections. Yet you are dissatisfied. Isn't that a bit greedy? Lin Xiaofan said, I don't care if they have objections. I simply disagree. Li Yinfeng also had a stern expression and said, your Tianyin sect is really insatiable, daring to imagine monopolizing 65%? Our Lian Tian sect also disagrees. Kik Xuanzian. Li Yinfeng, I think this distribution is reasonable and indisputable. Chapter 408. The bigger fist is the hard truth. Li Yinfeng looked at Lin Xiaofan in surprise, pondering. If Lian Tian sect takes 40%, that would be great, but only a tenth for Tianyin sect? It would be a miracle if the other party agreed. What is Elder Lin doing? First, he makes a heavy cut to lower the other party's psychological expectations, then gradually increases it. When Xin Yue was both angry and amused. Lin Xiaofan, Tianyin sect only gets a tenth? Are you joking? Don't say Tianyin sect disagrees. Such an unfair distribution wouldn't even pass the level of Yin Tian Zun. Lin Xiaofan said, who is joking with you? Since you want fairness, let me analyze it for you. First, based on the principle of territoriality within 10,000 miles. There are only 5 sects. There's no Tianyin sect at all. You've crossed the boundary. The ore vein of the Mount Motian range belongs to our 5 sects and has nothing to do with Tianyin sect. But your Tianyin sect is lucky to have accidentally discovered the location of the ore vein, so you've made a little contribution. However, the contribution is there, but it's not much. Being able to get a tenth is already beyond what you deserve. When Xin Yue snorted coldly, you're talking nonsense. Discovering an ore vein is such a big deal, and you say it's only a little contribution? Chapter 409. This woman isn't afraid, is she? Yun Qianli felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this, and her anger rose, but a warning signal surged in her heart. Facing Lin Xiaofan directly now, the sense of crisis came suddenly and was stronger than ever. Could it be that this person has the strength to kill me? Yun Qianli's heart was filled with doubt. She practiced the mysterious heart's profound art, which was miraculous and could avoid danger, often allowing her to turn peril into safety. Now that she felt a sense of crisis, and it was a sign of great danger, it made her uneasy. Lin Xiaofan said, why aren't you speaking? If you're not going to fight, then just watch from the side. Don't interfere with the ore vein matter. A flash of anger crossed Yun Qianli's eyes. She was a witness invited by the Tianyin sect, which meant she was there to protect the interests of the Tianyin sect. If she really stood by and watched, and the Tianyin sect only ended up with a 10th share, wouldn't she lose her reputation? Lin Xiaofan, I come today as a representative of the Taishang sect. If the allocation of the ore veins is fair and reasonable, I naturally won't interfere, but if it is unjust, I can't just sit back and watch. Yun Qianli is unwilling to show weakness and directly brings up the Taishang sect to support her stance. Lin Xiaofan said, are you implying that my proposed allocation is unfair? Chapter 410. A violent beating? What do you want to do? When Xin Yue's expression was panicked, the large hand above him felt as heavy as a mountain, and the terrifying power was about to erupt, posing a risk of having his head blown off, making him too scared to breathe. Lin Xiaofan, let go of my disciple. Qi Xuandu's face turned ashen. His disciple was restrained again, and he could only watch helplessly, which made him furious and even harbor a bit of hatred towards Yun Qianli. This woman only takes benefits and does nothing. Simply a huge pit. Lin Xiaofan coldly glanced at Qi Xuandu, killing intent piercing through the air, chilling to the bone. Qi Xuandu was startled and instinctively took a step back. Oomph. Lin Xiaofan coldly snorted. When Xin Yue, do you dare to harm my super sect disciple? Do you want to die? When Xin Yue swallowed hard, panicking. He's so weak and lacks self-awareness, shouting and screaming without any respect for the chaotic powerhouses. I just wanted to teach him a small lesson so that he wouldn't offend anyone in the future. Bang! Lin Xiaofan threw a heavy punch directly onto Xin Yue's chest. Puff! When Xin Yue spewed blood, the immense force penetrating his body, exploding the air, causing him extreme pain as his eyes nearly bulged out. Chapter 411. Having beaten someone, he also wants to strike at the heart. When Xin Yue had already fallen into a semi-conscious state, completely unresponsive to Lin Xiaofan's lethal punch. Stop! The Tianyin sect agrees. Qi Xuandu finally broke down, unable to hold back a shout. Buzz! Lin Xiaofan's fist grazed Xin Yue's cheek, causing the air to explode. The powerful fist force condensed into a beam of golden light, whistling as it crashed into a mountain wall hundreds of feet away. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering sound, the ground shook, and a straight tunnel was blasted through the 1,000-foot-thick mountain, directly reaching the other side. Everyone looked on, shocked and terrified. Lin Xiaofan turned around and asked, "Agree to what?" Xuantian, feeling aggrieved, said, "The Tianyan sect agrees to your proposed allocation of the ore veins." Lin Xiaofan said, "Oh? Has he changed his mind?" "Yin Qianli, did you hear that? I didn't force him. He agreed of his own accord." Yin Qianli twitched the corner of her mouth and silently turned her head away. The crowd had various expressions. No coercion? Just look at Wen Xinyue's miserable state. Isn't that coercion? This is beating someone and then striking at their heart. Lin Xiaofan said, "I beat Wen Xinyue because he injured a super sect disciple first. It has nothing to do with the ore veins. This is not a threat of force." Xuantian, I will ask you one more time. Do you really agree? Chapter 412. The proud talents of the upper domain, the arrivals are not kind, Xuantian said. It might really be difficult to deal with. Don't forget, Lin Xiaofan is already tied to the Liantian sect. To deal with him, we must be prepared for war with the Liantian sect. When Xinyue's excitement dissipated, his face once again looking grim, then what should we do? The overall strength of the Tianyan sect is still somewhat inferior to the Liantian sect. Plus the super sect, if this trash sect really has 4 chaotic realm experts upon saying this. When Xinyue suddenly shivered in fear, not daring to think further. Xuantian's eyes flickered. Don't worry, Lin Xiaofan is arrogant and has made many enemies. There are the Liao family and the Chaotiao mansion in front, and the Ji family of Luoshuang City and the Tianlong dynasty behind. These are all forces we can ally with. When Xinyue frowned, the Liao family and the Ji family can be forgotten. They don't even have a chaotic realm expert. They're too weak, and they've long become turtles, not daring to seek revenge on Lin Xiaofan. As for the Chaotiao mansion, that Hua Shui was scared by Lin Xiaofan, so it's probably difficult to pull them over. The Tianlong dynasty is indeed a good ally. I heard that the Black Dragon King and the Purple Dragon King have returned to the royal city and will soon take action against Lin Xiaofan. However, the Tianlong royal family has always been proud, considering their bloodline superior. Apart from the Taishang sect, they don't put anyone in their eyes, so they may not join forces with us. Chapter 413. Ice and Fire Duality. Lin Xiaofan said, "I don't know. I've never been there." Duoluo Xian frowned. "Then you must know which direction it is, right?" Lin Xiaofan said, "I do know. It's in the southwest direction, several 100,000 miles from here. Very far away." Duoluo Xian was satisfied. "Not bad. You're very cooperative. I hope you can answer the next question well. As long as you can satisfy me, I guarantee you can die without pain." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Of course I'm cooperating. After all, this is a paid service, and I must cooperate thoroughly." Duoluo Xian was taken aback. "What paid service?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Paid service means asking questions for a fee. One question for 100,000 Xianjing stones. This is the third question, totaling 300,000. Duoluo Xian laughed. "Kid, are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiaofan said, "Of course not. I'm perfectly normal. This is the fourth question, 400,000. Ha ha. Duoluo Xian suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting. Really interesting. I just arrived in the Tianlong domain and encountered such an interesting thing. It seems this trip across domains won't be so boring." Lin Xiaofan said, "Interesting, right? The Tianlong domain is just that fun. You'll soon experience a different kind of refreshing feeling." Chapter 414. Can't stand it? D. Amidst the rolling ice and fire, a chilling shout echoed through heaven and earth as Duoluo Xian broke through the surging waves, descending like a god, slapping towards the top of Lin Xiaofan's head. His palm was filled with dancing ice shards, forming a spatial vortex, within which a world of ice and snow faintly appeared, emanating an extreme cold that froze the air into numerous cracks. "Come on," Lin Xiaofan shouted, not dodging or avoiding, but meeting it with the same palm. Behind him, a shadow of a world emerged, vast and boundless, the rolling sea of fire obscuring the sky, a bright sun hanging high, burning the heavens and scorching the earth. "What?" Duoluo Xian was shocked. As soon as that sea of fire small world appeared, he felt immense pressure, but the arrow was on the string, and he had to shoot. There was no way to retreat. Clap! The two palms met, and there was no earth-shattering force. Instead, they tightly stuck together. The extreme cold and scorching power simultaneously extinguishing and disappearing. Lin Xiaofan and Duoluo Xian held their palms against each other, motionless, as if time had frozen. But Duoluo Xian's expression gradually changed, sometimes pale, sometimes flushed, his body suddenly covered in frost, then steaming with heat. Duoluo Xian finally couldn't help but scream, flames bursting from his mouth and nose, a pungent burnt smell spreading. Chapter 415. A strong enemy approaches, a great battle imminent. Langya Mountain, Yang Xianfeng soared through the air, followed by an old man with white hair. Lin Xiaofan, stationed at Langya Mountain, sensed the movement and moved to check, glancing at the old man and asking, "Xuanzi?" Yang Xianfeng nodded. "Where is he?" Lin Xiaofan said. "He went to the Matian mountain range and hasn't returned yet." Yang Xianin said, "Master Xuanzi has just checked Langya Heaven, and there are some clues about the making of the teleportation talisman, but it requires the cooperation of the master of Langya Heaven. You and I only have partial control and cannot meet Master Xuanzi's requirements." Lin Xiaofan said, "Then we can only wait for him to return." Yang Xianin looked at Xuanzi and said, "Master Xuanzi, our sect leader is not here, so you may have to wait here for a while. Many cave dwellings have been opened up here. You can choose one to temporarily settle down. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." "No problem. Then I will trouble you." Xuanzi did not dare to show any arrogance. Even the invincible Tu Su had been subdued, so how could he not comply? Moreover, Yang Xianin was originally an old acquaintance of the Supreme Palace, so Xuanzi had no resistance. But he found it hard to accept that the other party had broken through to the Chaos Realm so quickly. Chapter 416. The Battle of Langya Mountain Die. Anyone related to Lin Xiaofan must die. When Xin Yue roared angrily, like a meteor crashing to the ground, as he activated the space flow shield to protect himself and struck down with a palm. All his hatred for Lin Xiaofan turned into this full-force strike. The palm pressure collapsing the void, shaking heaven and earth, as if to smash Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianin, along with Langya Mountain, into pieces. Whoosh! The clear and melodious sound of a sword rang out, and a brilliant sword light suddenly burst forth from Lin Xiaofan's body, slicing through the air. The sword energy soaring into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. The formless catastrophe sword. 3-in-1. Consciousness interconnected. Although Lin Xiaofan and the two avatars practiced different techniques, their divine powers could be shared with each other. What Lin Xiaofan could do, the avatars could also do. But due to differences in cultivation and techniques, the power displayed would vary slightly. This formless catastrophe sword divine power was Lin Xiaofan's strongest attack, already cultivated to perfection. Its power astonishing. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan also unleashed the perfected formless catastrophe sword. Although his cultivation was not as high as Lin Xiaofan's and the attack power was somewhat weakened, its might was enough to crush mountains and overturn rivers. "Be careful." Qi Xuandu looked at the magnificent sword light and sensed something was wrong, hurriedly warning, while flying close at high speed to prevent any accidents. Chapter 417. Weak Against Strong. Battling the celestial Emperor Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xuanin's figures flickered and moved dozens of miles away, leaving the range of Langya Mountain. As neither wanted the ensuing battle to affect Langya Mountain. "Where are you running?" The Black Dragon King roared, his 100-foot body surrounded by a phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Dragon roars shaking the heavens, with no sense of clumsiness or sluggishness. Taking a step that crossed 10 miles, his massive foot overshadowing the sky, trampling down towards Lin Xiaofan and Yang Xianin. This foot was like a mountain collapsing, the sky crumbling, unstoppable. Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon King laughed madly. His divine power could increase his physical strength tenfold, and with this foot down, even the Chaos Celestial Emperor would be trampled into meat paste. Of course, Yang Xianin and Lin Xiaofan did not dare to resist head-on. The two used void, great teleportation, and instantly evaded to hundreds of feet away. One on the left, one on the right, forming a pincer attack. Their minds connected without the need for words. Two sword lights soared into the sky simultaneously, piercing the clouds. Boom! The Black Dragon King's foot stomped down empty. The ground cracking and sinking, fissures spreading, shaking the earth and mountains for 100 miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yang Xianin and Lin Xiaofan's attacks followed. Two sword lights fell from the sky like meteors, directly slashing at the Black Dragon King's 100-foot body. Chapter 418. A Chokehold Strike. Capturing the celestial emperor, the old man slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. What are you looking at this old man for? I have long since ceased to manage the sect's specific affairs. Young Buffon smiled and said, Isn't it to hear your opinion, old man? The old man said, I'm so old I can almost be buried in the ground. What opinion could I have? I will ask you one question. If the super sect is determined to build a base in Langya Mountain, what do you plan to do? Forceful expulsion? Yang Buffon and Meng Shan were stunned. The super sect's strength was indeed very formidable, but so far there had been no appearance of a chaos great sage-level combat power. And compared to the refining heaven sect, there was still a gap in peak combat power. The refining heaven sect had the strength to expel the super sect. But could the refining heaven sect do that? Would they give up on the experience pills? Yang Buffon pondered for a moment and quickly found the answer in his heart. He said, I understand, you see things more deeply. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Some things may seem difficult to choose, but they are actually very simple. First, ask yourself what you want, and don't pay too much attention to other trivial details. As long as the sect's strength can continue to grow stronger, always suppressing others. What does it matter if there's a fierce tiger by your side? That is not pressure. Rather, it will become the motivation to reach even higher peaks. Chapter 419, Blood for Blood, Life for Life. Lin Xiaofan. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. Why must you humiliate me like this? The purple dragon's face turned pale, unsure if it was from anger or being choked. Being caught by the neck and hung in midair in front of so many people destroyed his lifelong reputation. The purple dragon king was filled with shame and anger, feeling that he wanted to die. Don't worry, I will kill you soon. Lin Xiaofan looked at the black dragon king, raised his hand, and slashed out a sword light that swept like a ribbon, tearing the sky and earth apart. This was also the formless catastrophe sword divine power, but it was faster, swifter, and stronger than what Yang Xianin and the others had unleashed. Before the sword light arrived, the sharpness reached first, piercing skin and bone, chilling the flesh. The black dragon king immediately felt a deadly crisis. His heart contracted violently, and every cell in his body trembled uncontrollably. You are using numbers to bully the few. What kind of ability is that? The black dragon king roared in anger, and a dragon roar echoed within him, as a golden dragon phantom broke free from his body, clawing at that deadly sword light. Sizzle. When the sword light and the golden dragon phantom collided, a piercing, tearing sound was heard, and the golden dragon phantom could only hold for a moment before being split in two by the sword. In an instant, the dragon cried out in sorrow, and the black dragon king felt the pain, opening his mouth to spew a blood arrow. Whoosh! The sword light, like a rainbow, was unstoppable, continuing to slash towards the black dragon king. Chapter 420. Yes, I intend to go back on my word. A glimmer of hope appeared in the purple dragon king's eyes, and he hurriedly said, Yes, I have. Lin Xiaofan looked up and down at the purple dragon king, not seeing a storage ring. Body refinement warriors do not cultivate small worlds, so where would the Xian crystal stones be stored? Lin Xiaofan said, Where? Take them all out. All right, I'll give them to you right now. A small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the purple dragon king's chest, revealing a small space within. It was not a small world, but an ordinary storage space. Lin Xiaofan was a bit curious. No wonder he was a celestial emperor, truly powerful, able to hide the storage space within his body. If you take the Xian crystal stones, will you let me go? The purple dragon king suddenly became alert, and the small whirlpool on his chest slowly disappeared. Lin Xiaofan said, That depends on how many Xian crystal stones you have. The purple dragon king cautiously asked, How many Xian crystal stones can buy my life? Lin Xiaofan said, At least 1,000,000 to start. The purple dragon king fell silent for a while and said, I don't have that many, but once I return to the imperial city, I have ways to get them. Lin Xiaofan asked, Then how many do you have now? Only 500,000. 500. 000 is fine. Really? Really? The purple dragon king was skeptical. Lin Xiaofan said, Hurry up and take it out, otherwise I'll change my mind. Chapter 421. Sect Master. Elders. Something bad has happened. In the northern part of the Songlong domain, at the Tianyan sect, Sect Master Yu Qianchong and several elders were sitting in the main hall of the sect, leisurely sipping tea and chatting happily, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The Grand Elder Wen Jian said with a smile, Sect Master, I told you before that my son, Xin, you has great potential. Although he made a small mistake, he will achieve great success in the future. Look, I was right. Not only did he break through to the Chaos Realm, but his subordinates also discovered the mystic crystal mine in the Matian mountain range. He is truly a great blessing for our sect. Although the distribution of the mine was not handled well, causing some losses for the sect, he quickly thought of a way to make up for it. Now that we have joined forces with the Tianlong dynasty, we no longer have to worry about the expression of the Lin Tian sect. As long as we can completely resolve the issues with Lin Xiaofan and the super sect this time, we can at least get more than 30 of that mine. Moreover, from now on, we will have a powerful ally like the Tianlong dynasty, which is truly a win-win situation. So, the young sect master really knows how to handle things. Given time, he will surely lead the Tianyun sect to greater heights. After speaking, Wan Jian stroked his beard and chuckled, his gaze subtly sweeping over the other elders. The Grand Elder was right. The young sect master is indeed a talent. Chapter 422. Submit or die. Wan Jian's face turned pale. The pain of losing his son igniting his fury. Did the Lin Tian sect make a move? No. The Supreme Elder and the young sect master were killed by the two Chaos Realm experts from the Super Sect. And both the Purple Dragon King and the Black Dragon King were easily slain by Lin Xiaofan. The disciple's voice was dry, his mind conjuring up the tragic scene of the four Chaos powerhouses falling one after another, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this happen? The Super Sect actually has such strength? They won't come to attack us, will they? What should we do now? The elders of the Tianyun sect were panicking. Four Chaos Realm experts, including two Chaos Heavenly Lords, such a powerful lineup couldn't even take down the Super Sect. Now, the Tianyun sect only has the sect master left as a Chaos Heavenly Lord. And if the Super Sect intends to take revenge, what can we use to defend ourselves? Everyone was like a startled bird, completely at a loss. Even Wan Jian, who was immersed in grief, didn't know what to do for a moment. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive, and everyone couldn't help but look at Yu Qianchong. In this moment of crisis, only the sect master could give them a glimmer of hope. Yu Qianchong's expression was calm, his gaze flickering. He enjoyed the feeling of being seen as the backbone, and the authority of the sect master seemed to have returned. Chapter 423. Va Préparation. Rewards for meritorious service after the Battle of Langya Mountain. News spread, shaking the entire Songlong domain. The Super Sect became famous overnight. The Tianlong dynasty and Tianyun sect suffered heavy losses, and their strength was greatly diminished, no longer possessing the glory of the past. The Tianlong dynasty was still okay, with deep foundations and overseers and great saints stationed, still a top-tier force. But the Tianyun sect was in trouble, after losing two Chaos Realm experts. Only sect master Yu Qianchong remained as a lone heavenly lord, and the position of the top 10 sects was almost lost. The Super Sect soared, forcefully entering the ranks of top sects, with an implicit momentum to replace the Tianyun sect and become a new power among the top 10 sects. Additionally, there were recent rumors that the Tianlong dynasty, angered by the fall of the Purple Dragon King and the Black Dragon King, had turned their ire towards the Tianyun sect and sought to take action. The Tianyun sect was suspected to be suppressed and had now closed its doors to guests, retreating into seclusion. The power structure of the Songlong domain had changed drastically, with various rumors circulating wildly. Lin Xiaofan ignored the gossip outside. He personally sat at Langya Mountain, coordinating with Xian Su to refine teleportation talismans and managing the Langya Heavenly Gate, continuously bringing in disciples from the Super Sect. He was preparing to gather strength to completely annihilate the Tianyun sect and the Tianlong dynasty, putting an end to future troubles. In recent days, disciples of the Super Sect arrived at Langya Mountain in batches through the Langya Heavenly Gate. Chapter 424. 3,000-year-old monsters? This experience pill can actually help people break through. Li Xiaoyao and the others had fiery eyes as they watched Yang Xianduo and the others consume 2 pills in quick succession, breaking through twice in half an hour, their envy turning their eyes red. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, "Not bad. The Super Sect rewards and punishes clearly. As long as you contribute to the sect, you have a chance to receive experience pills. So that is how it is. He indeed has methods to break through. It's this experience pill." Li Xiaoyao's mind was agitated, his body slightly trembling, and he finally understood why the formidable Tu Su was willing to be subordinate. He wanted this experience pill too. Tu Su couldn't help but say, Sect Master, I want to attack the Tianyan sect. This opportunity to make contributions cannot be missed. It's too unfair for me. Lin Xiaofan replied. The Tianyan sect no longer has much peak combat power. There is no need to send so many Chaos Realm experts. This matter is settled. You all may leave. Everyone complied and withdrew. Tu Su felt unwilling, but could only leave silently. After the others left, Lin Xiaofan checked his personal information. Just now, 4 11th grade experience pills consumed 40 million, and both avatars broke through to the Chaos Heavenly Lord realm, while the small universe expanded to 100 miles. Chapter 425. The Supreme Teaching sends someone after Li Yunfeng left. Lin Xiaofan inspected Langya Mountain and found many unfamiliar faces lurking nearby. Those were spies from other sects. After 10 years of hard study without anyone asking, he achieved fame overnight. The super sect officially entered the sights of major forces in the Songlong domain, and many sects wanted to come and gather intelligence. Lin Xiaofan paid them no mind. As long as they didn't overstep, they could do as they pleased. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would be captured and sent directly to the Matian Mountain range to mine. Thinking of mining, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but recall the figure of Duo Luoxian breaking rocks and sweating profusely. Duo Luoxian was a heavenly lord, a rare free laborer, and couldn't be wasted. When attacking the Tianyan sect in 2 days, he would let him lead the charge. Lin Xiaofan smiled, just about to return to his cave, when suddenly a disciple reported that someone from the Supreme Teaching had come to visit. Could it be that woman Yun Qianli is looking for trouble? Lin Xiaofan approached Langya Mountain's outskirts with curiosity. The Langya Mountain residence was not yet complete, and there was no place to host guests, so they could only entertain them outdoors. Lin Xiaofan was mistaken. The visitor was not Yun Qianli, but a handsome young man. I am Mou, and I have met Sect Master Lin. Mou lived up to his name, always wearing a faint smile, carefree and untroubled. Chapter 426. The Prelude to War. Storms approaching. Don't think that just because you have the Supreme Teaching backing you, I won't dare to beat you up. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Mou and grabbing his collar, lifting him up. Let go of me. Mou had no strength to resist. The moment he was grabbed, his internal energy was sealed by a powerful force, and his desperate struggles were futile. Lin Xiaofan said, Since you didn't leave when I told you to, I guess I'll personally send you on your way. Mou was no longer carefree. His face turned red as he exclaimed, Lin Xiaofan, do you know what you are doing? Are you really going to make an enemy of the Supreme Sect? Don't put words in my mouth. I told you, I'm just giving you a ride. Lin Xiaofan said as he lifted Mou up. He pulled his right arm back to the limit and then suddenly thrust it forward. Whoosh! Mou shot off like a cannonball, speeding towards the distance. Lin Xiaofan, you will pay a heavy price for what you've done today. Mou's angry voice echoed far away as his body uncontrollably sped forward, quickly becoming a small black, disappearing into the distant sky. Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands, smiling. This scene reminded him of Li Xianao and Mo Tinya from the Zhoutian sword sect, who had also once become human cannonballs in his hands. Chapter 427. The 9 Palaces Mixed Yuan Formation. The members of the super sect rushed towards the Tianyun sect with great momentum. The collective energy of thousands surged into the sky, shaking the earth within 100 miles. The Tianyun sect had long been prepared, with the protective formation like a dome covering the ground, impenetrable. Inside the formation, countless disciples of the Tianyun sect held their swords at the ready, nervously watching the approaching enemy. Lin Xiaofan, Yu Qianzhong, along with a group of elders, locked their gaze on 4 figures through the protective light curtain of the formation. The chaotic realm sensed each other, and he quickly realized that there was a mistake in the information. The super sect had actually sent 4 chaotic realm experts. However, one more person didn't matter. As long as the formation held, the sect would be safe. You are Yu Qianzhong. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the protective light curtain and said with a smile, seeing you so calm, do you really think this formation can withstand our attack? Yu Qianzhong looked at the young man before him, his feelings complicated. In fact, he didn't hate Lin Xiaofan. The fall of Wen Xinyue and Qi Xian allowed him to regain control of the sect, which was good for him. If given a choice, he didn't want to be enemies with the super sect. But now he had no way out. The moment the Golden Dragon King came knocking, the outcome was predetermined. Chapter 428. A single punch to break the formation. creating a sacred artifact. Lin Xiaofan sensed the hatred from the other side and asked, "Who are you?" Wen Jian's eyes blazed with fury. "You killed my son, and you still ask who I am?" Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. "Your son? Wen Xinyue?" "That's right." Wen Jian gritted his teeth. "Today, I will tear you apart to avenge my son." Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. "Just you? If you dare come out, I can send you to reunite with your son with a single slap." "Lin Xiaofan, do you think you are invincible? My cultivation may not match yours, but I have a trump card that can take your life. You will definitely die today." After saying this, Wen Jian stepped out of the protective area of the formation, but was pulled back by Yu Qianzhong. "Secmaster, what are you doing?" Wen Jian's eyes were red. Yu Qianzhong whispered, "Elder One, calm down. Did you forget the Golden Dragon King's words? We cannot use the trump card he gave us until the last moment." Wen Jian frowned. "When is the last moment?" Yu Qianzhong replied, "As long as the 9 palaces mixed yuan formation holds, the trump card cannot be used. This is what the Golden Dragon King personally instructed. You haven't forgotten, have you? The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty wants to test Lin Xiaofan's true strength, and the Tianyun sect is merely a sharpening stone." Chapter 429. The Might of Sacred Artifacts. A sword shocks the heavens. Lin Xiaofan. D. Wen Jian roared, his sword talisman shining brightly. The purple sword shadow in the sky suddenly expanded, instantly growing to 1,000 zhong, the purple light flickering as it slashed down. A streak of purple light tore through the sky, rending the air as if heaven and earth were being split in half. In an instant, thousands of purple energies crisscrossed, filling the entire sky. A strand of the most powerful sword energy carrying the might of heaven and earth crashing down, heading straight for Lin Xiaofan. The members of the super sect were all shocked at this unparalleled sword strike. The disciples of the Tianyun sect rejoiced, their blood boiling with excitement, unleashing even stronger combat power, turning the tide of battle. Lin Xiaofan, the might of the sacred artifact cannot be blocked by anyone. You are doomed. Yu Qianzhong's eyes burst with brilliance, his fists like mountains, each move heavy as 10,000 pounds, forcing Deluo Xian to roar continuously, retreating step by step. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. He did not dodge. The small world within him trembled, the power of the world coalescing into a sword, his sword intent surging. He raised his hand and waved, deploying the Wuxiang Jie sword divine ability, a beam of sword light shooting straight into the sky, shocking the heavens. Its momentum like a rainbow, making heaven and earth lose their color. The sword light collided head-on with the purple sword shadow. In that instant, heaven and earth froze, as if everything had become solid. Chapter 430. Who isn't afraid of death? With a creak, Lin Xiaofan suppressed the killing intent in his heart and scanned the crowd. Lin Xiaofan, the disciples of the Tianyun sect, would rather die than yield. If you want to snatch our storage rings, you can forget it. That's right. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill us. In the crowd, someone shouted angrily, their bold words igniting the fighting spirit of the warriors. The disciples of the Tianyun sect glared at Lin Xiaofan with expressions that showed they were ready to die. Lin Xiaofan quickly pinpointed the position of the speaker. It was a few supreme elders leading the charge, and some Tongtian realm experts chimed in, all of them the high-level combat forces of the Tianyun sect. Confining 100 miles of space and suppressing such a large area while distinguishing between friend and foe was extremely difficult. Lin Xiaofan couldn't achieve complete confinement. He could only slow down the movements of the Tianyun sect disciples, preventing them from escaping quickly. If their cultivation was high enough, they could still have some mobility. So, the supreme elders and Tongtian realm experts of the Tianyun sect could move and speak, but they knew they couldn't escape, so they didn't waste their efforts. Standing their ground and glaring at Lin Xiaofan. "Everyone, don't be afraid. With 100,000 disciples of the Tianyun sect, he wouldn't dare to kill us all. Massacring 100,000 will surely lead to evil. The righteous path will not allow it. Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to do that, so we shouldn't panic." Chapter 431. Don't want to? Are you sure? With so many Xianjing stones before them, no one could remain unmoved. The disciples of the Lin family and the Xianyin sect had shining eyes. Even Doluo Xian was no exception. Shouldn't everyone get a share? The crowd was excited, eagerly watching Lin Xiaofan. "I am a heavenly sovereign. I should at least get 100,000. I can definitely get 500,000. Duoluo Xian's thoughts began to wander. There were only 4 chaotic realm experts present, and even if each got 500,000, That was only 2 million. There would still be 8 million left to distribute to others. That was enough. Perhaps not just 500,000, it was very possible to get 1 million. Duoluo Xian was lost in thought, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Everyone has worked hard. I will take all these Xianjing stones. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, collecting all the millions of Xianjing stones into his pocket. The crowd, the disciples of the super sect, remained calm, as if it were only natural. But the disciples of the Lin family and Xianin sect had other thoughts. To take away so many Xianjing stones all at once. Even the sect master would be too greedy. People fought fiercely, but in the end, they didn't gain a single hair, which made them feel indignant. However, due to Lin Xiaofan's fierce reputation, no one dared to say anything. Duoluo Xian couldn't help it and urgently said, "Aren't you going to share some with me?" Chapter 432, want it? Asked the sect master. Lin Xiaofan looked at the remaining 400 million experience points and felt great. He wasn't concerned about how the blood demon ancestor distributed the rewards. At this moment, he was considering whether to directly improve his cultivation with so much experience or to save it until he gathered 10 billion before upgrading his undying golden body. He wanted to enhance both his physical body and cultivation, making the choice a bit difficult. He decided to improve his cultivation first and aimed to break through to the sovereign realm. Lin Xiaofan made up his mind, but he didn't immediately upgrade. Instead, he retracted the spatial confinement, and the small world illusion in the sky slowly disappeared. The disciples of Tianyun sect suddenly felt free to move and immediately ran away without a second thought. 100,000 disciples scattered in all directions, their figures blocking out the sky, creating a shocking scene. Lin Xiaofan didn't stop them. He still couldn't kill 100,000 people. He had gained so much experience anyway. So let them run. With all the combat power above the heavenly realm of Tianyun sect gone, even if they didn't perish, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble in the future. From then on, the top 10 sects in the Songlong region would probably have nothing to do with Tianyun sect. Alright, the rewards have been fully distributed. After a busy period, the blood demon ancestor distributed all the experience pills and said loudly. Chapter 433. The Sword of the Emperor. The might of the sovereign, you didn't distribute all the 2 million experience pills just now. Duoluo Xian took a few steps closer and said in a low voice, "You secretly kept some for yourself. Don't think I don't know." The blood demon ancestor casually replied, "So what if you know?" Duoluo Xian said, "Give me half, or I'll expose you and make you lose face in front of the disciples." The blood demon ancestor said, "Are you out of your mind? I'm the super sect's vice sect master. I have the authority to keep some experience pills for future rewards when disciples contribute. I'm not hoarding it for myself. How can you expose me?" Duoluo Xian sneered. "Who would believe that? You're clearly embezzling and abusing your power." The blood demon ancestor said, "This is an internal matter of our super sect. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Don't forget your identity. You're just a captive." Duoluo Xian was furious. "Are you going to give it or not? If not, I'll tell your sect master." The blood demon ancestor scoffed. "Do as you please. Our sect master is sharp-eyed. Do you think he wouldn't know I kept some experience pills? Do you need to tell him?" Duoluo Xian hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll take a step back. I don't want half. Just give me back those 200 experience pills." Chapter 434. The Emperor and the King Plot. Sword pointing to the 9 realms, the Golden Dragon King's heart raced. He knew he had touched upon royal secrets and had displeased Long Xiaodian. When the sovereign was angry, the celestial might was unfathomable. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Allow me to explain." The Golden Dragon King was sweating profusely. Even though he was a chaos great sage, he felt immense pressure. He cautiously said, "Recently, the Celestial Patrol has been rotated, and news has come back that the Tianxia Palace of the Demon Wolf Domain had a descendant of the Tianxia True Monarch who had been lost in the 9-star realm. Just a year ago, that descendant of the Tianxia True Monarch opened a spatial rift between the 9-star realm and the Greedy Wolf Star realm. And 2 disciples of the Tianxia Palace happened to be near the rift, rashly entered it, and ultimately vanished without a trace. The rift existed only for a very short time. The Tianxia Palace didn't react in time before it disappeared. This caused a huge stir in the Demon Wolf domain. And shortly after, a Celestial Patrol member fell, suspected to be an invasion from an external enemy into the Greedy Wolf Star. Thus, news spread that there might be more than one location of that spatial rift, and other places might have it as well. and someone from the 9-star realm came through the spatial rift to the greedy wolf star realm. Long Xiaotian's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The Golden Dragon King said, Your Majesty. That Lin Xiaofan had never been heard of before, yet he became famous overnight and defeated all opponents in the Songlong domain. Chapter 435, Perfecting Divine Powers, breaking through the Great Sage with Tianyun sect being crushed. Lin Xiaofan led the disciples of the super sect triumphantly back. In the end, he still didn't attack the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, as the sect conference was about to be held, and he didn't want to miss it. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty was right there. It couldn't run away. He could wait until after the sect conference to harvest. After the battle, the atmosphere at Langya Mountain was explosive. The disciples received experience pill rewards, and their cultivation levels increased. Those who broke through directly were especially excited, sharing their joy everywhere and making others envious. However, casualties were inevitable in sect battles. Some were happy, while others were sorrowful. Amidst the laughter, some were also filled with grief. Fortunately, the super sect's strength crushed Tianyun sect, and the casualties weren't too severe. Overall, it was a great victory. The disciples who stayed at Langya Mountain, upon learning about the experience pill rewards, were all extremely frustrated, feeling they had missed out on $1 billion. Who is that? Did you receive it? Receive what? The rewards. What rewards? Don't you know? The sect master said that all disciples who stayed at Langya Mountain could receive experience pill rewards, and they could go directly to the vice sect master to claim them. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? The sect master said it himself. How could it be false? Some have already gone to claim them, and there's a long line over there. Chapter 436, Transforming into Trillions. Undying and unyielding, this is impossible. It's been so long. The disciples' rewards should have been fully distributed by now. Tu sufroned deeply. He had initially thought that Duan Shaolang would quickly bring the experience pills, but unexpectedly, he waited for a whole day and night without seeing Duan Shaolang's shadow. Tu Su finally couldn't hold back. He walked out of his cave and caught a disciple to ask, Where's the vice sect master? Has he finished distributing the rewards? Elle dit-tu? The vice sect master finished distributing the rewards yesterday and is currently inspecting the construction situation at the stationed area. The disciple respectfully replied. Tu Su was the sect master of the Xianin sect and held the title of elder in the super sect, so he was respectfully referred to as elder. Finished distributing yesterday? Tu Su was taken aback. The rewards were distributed, but Duan Shaolang didn't come to find him. Could it be that he forgot him? Or is it that there were no rewards for him? Tu Su exploded on the spot. Regardless of the reason, he couldn't accept it. The patrolling disciples of Langya Mountain all received experience pills, yet he, as the sect master of the Xianin sect, an elder of the super sect, and a Chaos Realm powerhouse, received no rewards. Does that make sense? Duan Shaolang must be targeting him. Tu Su was furious and quickly found the blood demon ancestor. Duan Shaolang. Tu Su shouted from a distance, his Chaos Realm aura erupting, causing the void to tremble. Chapter 437. The conference approaches. Turmoil arises, Lin Xiaofan said. This time, all the rewards are first-grade experience pills. The effect of these pills is minimal for Chaos Realm cultivators. Even if I give you 1,000, it would only slightly increase your cultivation. Therefore, you don't need to care. Those rewards are negligible for you. Tu Su exclaimed excitedly. How can I not care? Even if it can only improve a little bit of cultivation, it's still an improvement. Lin Xiaofan said. Let's not talk about the reward for now. How is the matter of arranging the disciples of the Xianin sect to transform the Langya heaven going? Tu Su's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest, saying, 100,000 disciples of the Xianin sect have already entered, and within a month, Langya heaven will definitely undergo a transformation and become a blessed land. Lin Xiaofan nodded and said, Good, you said it after a month. I want to see Langya heaven full of vitality, otherwise you will personally go plant trees. Master, you can rest assured about my work. Tu Su rubbed his hands together with an expectant look. Then, can we give a part of the reward first? Lin Xiaofan checked his experience points, and there were still 50 million left. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Forget it. I'll consume 1 million experience points to give you a 10th grade experience pill. Here you go. Chapter 438. Enemies Coming. Chasing the murderer, Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, 9-star realm? The person who spread this rumor really dares to think. Now that the 2 major star realms are gradually getting closer, people from the 9-star realm would avoid it like the plague. Who would dare to actively come to the greedy wolf star realm to seek death? Moreover, the 9-star realm has always been weak. Probably doesn't even have a chaos realm expert, and our super sect strength is evident, comparable to the top 10 sects of the Canlong realm. How could it be from a 9-star realm? This rumor is so absurd. No one would believe it, right? Li Yinfeng relaxed and said, I also think the rumor is unreliable, but the person spreading the rumor clearly wants to push the super sect to the forefront. Their malicious intent is obvious. You need to be on guard. Lin Xiaofan nodded and said, if it's really Kaoshan Fu causing trouble behind the scenes, then I need to have a good talk with Wali Yushui. He should participate in this sect meeting, and I'll invite him for tea then. When Li Yinfeng heard tea, he couldn't help but think of Wali Yushui's humiliating downfall that day, and couldn't help but chuckle. He suffered so badly last time, and now the rumors are rampant. He probably doesn't have the face to attend the sect meeting. That's it for today. I also need to go back and prepare. You must carefully select the disciples of the super sect who intend to attend the secret realm meeting and bring them over tomorrow. Chapter 439. Ruthless Hand Destroying Flowers. A palm explodes the body. Lin Xiaofan shifted in the void, appearing hundreds of miles away. Ahead was a mountain, and a woman in black had just walked out of a cave halfway up the mountain, casually crushing the communication stone in her hand. The woman had fair skin, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure, exuding a bewitching aura. 10th level of the celestial realm. Lin Xiaofan saw through her falsehood at a glance. Just as the woman in black was about to leave, she looked up and saw Lin Xiaofan hovering in midair, immediately startled, her pair of phoenix eyes slightly squinting, her pupils contracting sharply. However, she quickly regained her composure and nonchalantly walked in another direction. Lin Xiaofan flashed and blocked the path of the woman in black. This young master, we're not acquainted. Why do you block my way? Could it be that you're interested in me? The woman in black spoke in a flirtatious tone, casting a charming glance at Lin Xiaofan, her brows and eyes filled with spring, full of allure. Lin Xiaofan said, don't flaunt your charm. It's useless to me. Speak. Who sent you? Hee hee. The woman in black laughed, her delicate body shaking, covering her lips with her jade hand, and said sweetly, young master, I don't like to hear that. Who is being flirtatious? Lin Xiaofan said, has no one told you that your laugh is very unpleasant, like an old hen? Chapter 440. Purple Qi coming from the east. One strike of creation, who is it? Lin Xiaofan retreated in the air, creating distance, his gaze fixed tightly on that strand of purple Qi. He sensed an unusual aura, a previously unseen power, and just that strand of purple Qi coming through the void made him feel a wave of heart palpitations. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, blood boiling. The Canlong realm truly hides dragons and crouching tigers, concealing such an extraordinary power. A creation realm expert, the pinnacle of the martial arts pyramid. He was finally about to witness it. Lin Xiaofan was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited. A head of a creation realm person should yield quite a bit of experience points, right? I am the Holy Emperor who founded the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, known as the Emperor of Supreme Extremity. Kid, to die at my hands, you could be considered to have no regrets. That imposing voice echoed again, shaking the heavens and the earth. Emperor of Supreme Extremity? Lin Xiaofan's expression changed slightly. It seems the rumors are true. That old monster of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, who lived for 3,000 years, is indeed not dead. He secretly prepared himself, ready to take action. But what he didn't expect was that the strand of purple Qi suddenly retracted, and the blood mist in the air fell to the ground. The world fell into silence. As if nothing had happened, Lin Xiaofan was stunned. What's going on? Just now, he had just threatened, and then ran away in an instant. Chapter 441. The confident golden dragon King Long Xiaotian returned to the ground, arriving at the Heavenly Dragon Hall, and immediately summoned the Golden Dragon King. Golden Dragon King, I ordered you to capture a few disciples of the super sect to gather information on Langya Heaven. How has it been going? The Golden Dragon King said, Your Majesty, I have been busy preparing for the sect meeting recently and haven't had time to arrange it. Long Xiaotian said, You don't need to arrange it anymore. I've already sent the Heavenly Dragon Guards to investigate. Langya Heaven is hidden in the void near Langya Mountain. Go refine it and bring it back. The Golden Dragon King was shocked. Long Xiaotian asked him to do the task, but secretly ordered the Heavenly Dragon Guards to complete it first. Was this a warning to him? The Emperor's mind is profound and unfathomable. The Golden Dragon King cautiously said. So, Lin Xiaofan really is from the 9-star realm? Long Xiaotian said. That's right. But that is no longer important. Lin Xiaofan is already dead. What? The Golden Dragon King was greatly shocked and suddenly thought of something, saying, I just sensed a faint rumble in the heavens and earth, the purple chi surging from the east to the continent. It seems that an extraordinary power has made a move. And that direction just happens to be where the super sect is located. The true dragon purple chi is exclusive to the royal family. Could it be that your majesty used the human emperor's sword to kill Lin Xiaofan from a distance? Chapter 442. Coming with great momentum. Fleeing in disarray, why are there so many people? Lin Xiaofan glanced over. Among these people, only 5 were in the celestial realm, including Jun, Tianma, and Zilu. The rest were all in the nirvana realm. Tu Su hurriedly said, I've inquired in past sessions of the Qingquan secret realm. Even those in the nirvana realm can qualify, and even those in the returning origin realm have a chance to enter. These are all outstanding young talents. They have strength, but their temperament still needs to be tempered. Let them see the world. There's only benefits and no harm. Lin Xiaofan examined the young disciples in front of him one by one, frowning slightly. Currently, the peak combat power of the super sect is not lacking, but the number of Supreme Realm experts is too few, and the strength of the younger generation also has a considerable gap compared to the major forces of the Songlong realm. However, there's nothing to be done about it. The martial arts level of the 9-star realm lags far behind the greedy wolf star realm. With a low starting point, they can only take their time. The disciples saw Lin Xiaofan silent and became a bit nervous. Lin Xiaofan said, All right, then let us go together. The disciples' faces brightened, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaofan was just about to display his authority as the sect master and lecture a few words when he suddenly felt something. He looked up toward the distance and saw a golden light streaking across the sky like a rainbow, rushing towards him at high speed. At the same time, a force that overwhelmed the heavens descended, causing Langya Mountain to tremble with a deep rumble. Chapter 443. Divine power breaks the enemy. Fist strikes the sacred weapon Lin Xiaofan. You're not dead. The Emperor human sword floated in the air, vibrating gently, and a voice filled with surprise followed. Your Majesty. The Golden Dragon King crashed heavily to the ground, rolling like a gourd, his body racked with pain, but he felt relieved in his heart. Long Xiaotian, controlling the Emperor human sword, came through the air, clearly, to save him. It seemed he had thought too much. Lin Xiaofan was not dead, just an accident. Golden Dragon King, can you hold on? The Emperor human sword buzzed and trembled, and Long Xiaotian's voice rang out again. The Golden Dragon King hadn't finished speaking when he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. Not only were his arms gone, but his left shoulder had also been blown apart, exposing his internal organs, making it a gruesome sight. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and his vitality was astonishing, so he wouldn't die just yet. Lin Xiaofan stared at the Emperor human sword, his gaze piercing. You are the heavenly dragon Emperor Long Xiaotian? Indeed, it is I, your majesty. Lin Xiaofan. We finally meet. The Emperor human sword hovered above, its sword energy howling, captivating the heart. The powerful sword intent spread out, distorting the void and revealing cracks in space, like spider webs descending upon Lin Xiaofan. I'm very interested in the Emperor human sword. Why not lend it to me for a while? Chapter 444. Forcefully seizing the Emperor human sword Lin Xiaofan. Don't dream. The Emperor human sword trembled violently, sword energy shooting wildly. Lin Xiaofan said, Since you want to cooperate, I can only resort to violent destruction. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofan stirred the small world within him, unleashing the power of the world in a continuous stream, crazily pouring it into the Emperor human sword. What are you doing? Stop. The Emperor human sword buzzed and trembled, emitting a dragon's roar, sounding both mournful and weeping. Lin Xiaofan said, Long Xiaotian, your resistance is useless. The Emperor human sword belongs to me. As more and more power of the world was infused, the Emperor human sword gradually became suppressed, its sword energy receding, its sharpness retracting, and the 9-clawed purple dragon pattern on the sword body slowly dimming. Damn it! Stop! Do you hear me? I command you to stop. Lin Xiaofan, it's not too late for you to back off now. We can clear our grievances with a stroke of the pen. If you dare to seize the Emperor human sword, then there will be no room for negotiation. Stop. Quickly stop. You reckless fool. Do you really want to fight the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty to the death? Long Xiaotian shouted angrily, employing both soft and hard tactics. But Lin Xiaofan ignored him entirely, continuing to pour in the power of the world, and a drop of blood, red with a hint of purple, slowly detached from the Emperor human sword, floating into the air. Chapter 445. The Emperor's Scheme, the Emperor's Plot who stole the Emperor human sword? In the secret chamber, Emperor Huaji's face was dark. Long Xiaotian said, Lin Xiaofan. Emperor Huaji trembled all over, exclaiming, This is impossible. Lin Xiaofan is dead. Long Xiaotian replied, He is not dead, and he is doing quite well. Why do you say he is dead? Because of the false information you provided. The Emperor human sword was stolen, and you bear some responsibility for this. Emperor Huaji paused for a moment, examining Long Xiaotian from top to bottom, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Long Xiaotian, you dare speak to me like this? Do you think that just because you blocked one of my strikes earlier, you can stand on equal footing with me? Just as Long Xiaotian was about to speak, Emperor Huaji's aged figure suddenly expanded infinitely, like a giant standing tall, exuding an overwhelming power that made him feel small and insignificant. He was startled and instinctively took a few steps back, but the next moment, that giant suddenly vanished, leaving only an old figure sitting there, frail and unremarkable. Long Xiaotian sensed something was wrong. He could not distinguish whether what just happened was an illusion or reality. A sense of inexplicable dread filled his heart, and he slightly lowered his head. Chapter 446. Enemies meet. Fate is narrow in the central region of the Canglang domain, the Tianshan mountain range. Known for its beautiful landscapes and advantageous geography, the Taishang sect is located here, producing countless talents over the past 10,000 years, standing proudly in the world. Claiming to be the #1 sect in the Canglang domain, the super sect and the Lin Tian sect members hurriedly made their way. And just as they entered the Tianshan mountain range, they encountered a group of over 10 people from the Xuantian mansion, including the familiar Hua Lushui, Lin Xiaofan. As soon as Hua Lushui saw Lin Xiaofan, his expression darkened. Lin Xiaofan smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Let's have tea together when we arrive at the Taishang sect. Hua Yoshui's face instantly flushed a dark purple. The disciples of the Xuantian mansion were also furious, glaring at Lin Xiaofan. Since that day, mentioning tea had become a taboo for Hua Lushui. Anyone who dared to say those 2 words in front of him would surely be beaten half to death. Many disciples of the Xuantian mansion had already suffered for this, and now they avoided mentioning tea in front of Hua Lushui. Lin Xiaofan's words were clearly meant to humiliate Hua Lushui, and not only did Hua Lushui feel embarrassed, but the disciples of the Xuantian mansion were also furious to see their senior brother humiliated. Chapter 447. You have a bright future. I believe in you, Li Yanfeng sneered and said. You think too much. The Xuantian mansion has chaotic realm geniuses. Does that mean our Lin Tian sect cannot have any? In terms of background and strength, the Lin Tian sect is above the Xuantian mansion. You have chaotic upper realm geniuses, and we have chaotic realm supreme geniuses. This just happens to highlight the gap in strength between the 2 sects. Longji implied, I hope so. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get too close to the super sect, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Lin Xiaofan was displeased. What do you mean by that? Longji coldly snorted. The super sect has an unknown origin. There are rumors that they come from beyond the realm. What do you say? Lin Xiaofan replied. Isn't that a rumor spread by your Xuantian mansion? Longji sneered. Is this a rumor? ISNT it a fact. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. When the conference is held, everything will naturally become clear. Lin Xiaofan frowned, about to say something, when he suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. He turned to see a group of people carrying a grand sedan made of gold flying through the air, radiating golden light, exuding an impressive aura. Who are these people? So ostentatious. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but complain. Li Yanfeng said, It seems to be the Ji family from Luoshuang City. Chapter 448. Various forces gather. Lin Xiaofan and the others continued on, and an hour later, they arrived at the Taishang sect. The Taishang sect was nestled among mountains. And looking around, the peaks stood tall, layers of mountains rose and fell, majestic and imposing. Buildings were built against the mountains, rising and falling with the ridges, appearing hazy in the mist and clouds. The sound of cranes echoed through the peaks, various exotic birds flitted about the mountaintops, and countless Qijing unfolded like a stunning painting, surpassing even the realms of mortals. What a magnificent Taishan sect! Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing at a glance that it was a prestigious sect. Such an aura of a sect would even make the renowned Sky Fortress, the Liantian sect, seem somewhat lesser. Outside the mountain gate of the Taishan sect, numerous representatives from various sects arrived in groups to attend the sect conference, with several Taishan sect disciples bustling about to welcome them, creating a lively scene. Among those welcoming disciples, the leader was a young man of remarkable demeanor, whom Lin Xiaofan recognized as Mou, one of the Songlong Seven. The people from Wuqing Valley, please come this way. The vice sect master of Qingyang sect has arrived. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive us. It turned out the leader of the Tianlei sect had come in person. How disrespectful. How disrespectful. Please, come in quickly. Chapter 449. The villain dies from talking too much. Lin Xiaofan said. Why do you delegate the matter of revenge to others? On what basis do you think the Taishan sect will stand up for your Tianyan sect? Li Xing sneered. You led a super sect to massacre tens of thousands of disciples from Tianyan sect, no different from evil demons. Everyone wants you dead. The Taishan sect is the leader of the righteous path. It cannot tolerate such bloody slaughter of sects and will undoubtedly stand up for justice. Lin Xiaofan, you won't be arrogant for long. I will definitely accuse you at the conference. Whoosh. Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, and a sword light tore through the air, slicing across Li Xing's neck. A head flew off, rolling away. Li Xing's expression froze in terror, until the moment of his death. He couldn't believe that Lin Xiaofan dared to kill someone on the Taishan sect's territory. Boom! The headless corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushed forth instantly. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Li Yinfeng and others secretly broke into a cold sweat. This was the Taishan sect, known as the #1 sect in Songlong domain. Killing someone at its mountain gate was akin to slapping them in the face publicly. And now it seemed trouble was brewing. Experience points. 1,000,000. Lin Xiaofan's expression remained calm as he murmured to himself. Villains die from talking too much. If you want to accuse me, do it secretly. How dare you say in front of me? Isn't that asking for death? Chapter 450. I just killed someone. What can you do about it? Do you remember the time I beat you? Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. I remember. Please put me down. Mou. Disregarding his dignity, just wanted to avoid being thrown out again. No way. I want to deepen your impression so you won't forget again in the future. Lin Xiaofan's right arm suddenly swung out, and Mou shot out like an arrow, crashing into a large tree dozens of feet away. Bang! With a loud bang. The tree shook violently, branches and leaves flying, and the trunk split open, with Mou's head poking out from the other side, his whole body stuck there. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it! Mou was furious and humiliated in front of everyone. He felt like his lungs would explode. He wanted to break free, but a powerful force sealed his cultivation, rendering him unable to exert any strength, and he could only continue to hang there in humiliation. Lin Xiaofan clapped his hands and said, I told you not to meddle in other people's business, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're comfortable, aren't you? Just hang there and reflect. Lin Xiaofan, I will kill you. Mou gritted his teeth, roaring in anger, feeling the odd gazes directed at him from the crowd. He finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood and rage. Chapter 451. Don't be like that. We could be friends. At that moment, a grand voice echoed from deep within the Taishan sect. Elder Yun, don't keep the esteemed guest from the various sects waiting. First arrange for the disciples to welcome them, and set aside other matters for now. We could discuss them at the sect conference. The voice was calm and slow, yet exuded an undeniable will, as of a high deity whose words must be followed. Upon hearing this voice, all Taishan sect disciples stood at attention, and even the furious Mou became serious and solemn. We humbly obey the vice sect master's order. Yun Qinli turned to face the direction of the voice, slightly bowing in respect, with an expression of awe. Lin Xiaofan looked in the direction of the voice. The peaks were dense and invisible, yet a gaze seemed to come from nowhere, reaching out to connect with his own in the void. Buzz! Suddenly, an unusual sound resonated above the Taishan sect. The space violently trembled, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens. The entire Taishang sect was stirred. The crowd outside the mountain gate was startled, unsure of what had happened, all looking up at the sky with worried expressions. Yin Qianli's face also became serious as she looked at the spot where the explosion occurred in the void, wanting to fly over to check. But that grand voice resounded again. Chapter 452, Long Tai Su Chaos Great Saint Realm. Lin Xiaofan's gaze landed on the young man in white, and he was slightly taken aback. Such a young Great Saint Realm, could it be Dongfang Bubi? But that didn't make sense. It was said that Dongfang Bubi was in the Chaos Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Had he recently broken through Chaos Ruler Realm? Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan noticed that the white-clad youth's cultivation level changed, unexpectedly breaking through from the Great Saint Realm to the Ruler Realm. How could this be possible? Did the other party just happen to break through at this moment? How could it be so coincidental? Lin Xiaofan stared closely at the white-clad youth. Chaos Great Saint Realm. Chaos Ruler Realm. Chaos Great Saint Realm. Lin Xiaofan was astonished to discover that the white-clad youth's cultivation fluctuated up and down continuously. Sometimes at the Great Saint Realm, sometimes at the Ruler Realm, changing back and forth in an extremely bizarre manner. What is going on? This was the first time Lin Xiaofan had seen something so outrageous, and he couldn't help but glance at the white-clad youth a few more times. Dongfang Bubi? Lin Xiaofan probed. Could he be here to take revenge for MOU? The white-clad youth stood firmly in front of Lin Xiaofan, squinting his eyes and saying, Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Long Tai Su. Long Tai Su. Lin Xiaofan was greatly surprised. The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty actually had such a young expert. This sect conference was becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 453. At the beginning of the conference. Set a small goal. Lin Xiaofan ignored Long Tai Su and scanned his surroundings. Lin Tian sect, Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, Hamenchen, Taishang sect, Xuantian sect, and the Ji family. These 6 major forces he had encountered were all present on the platform. The Taishang sect occupied the central position, but the seat was empty, with no one sitting there. The Tianyun sect was also on the platform, but of course there was no one there, as all the attendees had been killed by Lin Xiaofan. It seemed the Taishang sect didn't want to be ridiculed, and, knowing the Tianyun sect's strength had plummeted, still gave them a VIP seat. In addition, there were also the Yinyang Palace, Tianlei sect, Yuan family, Minghua Palace, and Qian sect on the high platform, each represented by a Chaos Realm expert. All the top forces of the Sunlong domain had arrived. This sect conference was indeed quite influential. Lin Xiaofan discovered that among the 12 major forces on the high platform, aside from the Super Sect and the Ji family, all were part of the top 10 sects. Of course, Tianyun sect definitely couldn't rank among the top 10 sects now. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lin Xiaofan felt relaxed. After observing the forces on the platform, he shifted his focus to the audience below. The VIP seats were relatively quiet, but the crowd below was noisy. Have you heard? The 13th prince of the Tianlong dynasty is actually a Chaos Realm expert. Chapter 454, Ji Family Chaos Realm. Liao Hongshang. Ji Xingyun's face was as dark as water, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed into the crowd, causing a dozen figures to suddenly scream and fly out, landing awkwardly on the ground. Ji Xingyun, what do you want to do? This is the Taishang sect. Do you dare to act recklessly? The dozen people looked shocked and panicked, completely at a loss. Ji Xingyun grinned savagely. Eunuchs? I'll make you all eunuchs right now. After saying that, he turned into an afterimage and quickly swept past the dozen people, kicking with the wind, targeting their groin area one by one. Cracking sounds and cries of agony continuously echoed. When he finally stood still again, the dozen people on the ground were all rolling around, clutching their groin areas, blood gushing between their legs, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. Everyone gasped in shock, instinctively clenching their legs. Ji Xingyun is too ruthless. Yixingyun, you are so bold to dare to openly commit murder in the Taishang sect. 3 figures flew out from the crowd, the elders of those dozen people, the Tongtian Supreme. The 3 roared and charged towards Ji Xingyun. Get lost. A woman in a plain skirt suddenly raised her head and shouted delicately, her voice resonating throughout the venue. The 3 Supremes felt as if they had been struck hard, groaning in unison as they were sent flying back, and after landing, they stumbled back several steps before stabilizing themselves. Chapter 455, Discussion on the quota for the secret realm, Dongfang Bubi and others, under everyone's attention, ascended the VIP high platform and sat down in the central main seat. A seat in the front row had been deliberately left empty, clearly reserved for the person in charge of the conference from the Taishang sect. Dongfang Bubi sat down calmly, scanning the surroundings, and paused slightly when he saw Long Taishu. Long Taishu, as if sensing something, slowly opened his eyes. The two locked eyes, neither willing to look away, secretly competing against each other. Seeing that the two talents seemed to spark a confrontation, the crowd immediately got excited, and all eyes in the venue focused on the two. Are they going to fight? This will be a good show. Hurry up and duel. Let's see who is the number one talent. I think Dongfang Bubi is stronger. He has always been the first among the younger generation, pursued but never surpassed. Not necessarily. I have more faith in Long Taishu making a comeback. Long Taishu shook his head and said, Dongfang Bubi, you are not my match. You are far behind. Dongfang Bubi was not angry. He smiled and said, no matter how strong you are not my opponent. I am invincible under the dominion. If you are unconvinced, we can fight. Long Taishu disdainfully replied, if you want to fight me, first defeat Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 456. The Taishang sect's invitees. Dongfang Huaji looked at the crowd discussing and said, what do you all think? Anyone with objections can speak now. The venue fell silent. Dongfang Huaji was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He smiled and said, since no one has objections, then this matter is settled. Additionally, I would like to mention that this time entering the secret realm will no longer be free. Each person needs to pay 10,000 Xian crystal stones. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then a commotion erupted. Why do we have to pay Xian crystal stones? We never had to before. The Taishang sect is being too greedy. Although the secret realm portal is with the Taishang sect, it does not mean that the secret realm belongs to the Taishang sect. Exactly. The Qianquan secret realm belongs to the entire Tanlang star domain, and the Taishang sect has no reason to collect Xian crystal stones. Various sects expressed their disagreement and voiced their opposition. It wasn't that they couldn't produce that amount of Xian crystal stones. Actually, 10,000 per person wasn't too much. Even if a sect had 10 people qualified, it would only be 100,000 Xian crystal stones, which the forces present could easily provide. However, the sudden shift from free to charging for something would raise concerns for anyone. Lin Xiaofan's eyes flickered. He also had his thoughts. This time, there were hundreds of forces participating in the sect conference, and even if each force only had 3 to 5 people qualifying to enter the secret realm, there would be at least 1,000 people,